You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
It's only day 2 of Wimbledon 2017, but we've already had a sizable shock.
He's done it! Daniil Medvedev beats a top 5 player for the first time in his career. And what a place to do it, on centre court at Wimbledon against Stan Wawrinka.
However, there were no such problems for the world number 1.
Andy Murray has made a straightforward start to his title defence this year at Wimbledon.
Last year's finalist opens at centre court proceedings today in the absence of the ladies' singles champion.
Kerber goes with the passing shot. Serena's at the net and puts the volley away! And flops backwards onto the grass. She's done it! A 7th Wimbledon title. Kerber hugs her at the net. She knows just what a champion this lady is.
With commentary on all the key moments, plus big-name interviews with players and celebrities. And we'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience, all the colour and all the action from every corner of the All England club and beyond. Right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Yes, a very warm welcome to day 2 of Wimbledon 2017 on the Wimbledon radio channel. And until 10:30, you can watch us on the Wimbledon channel as well, which is why we are all looking so smart and attracting admiring glances from all and sundry. And if you're not watching us, you'll have to take my word for that. I'm Marcus Buckland, positioned very close to the queue on the golf course under blue skies. The weather is set fair for the day. Some cloud may build up during the course of the morning, but no rain is forecast, and the temperature is expected to peak at around about 25 degrees Celsius. That's 80 degrees in Fahrenheit. And already warmed up and raring to go are Jill Krabus, who's the birthday girl.
Good morning, Marcus. How are you?
Happy birthday. I'm very well. It's all about you. Happy birthday, happy Independence Day.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, though, in London during my birthday.
You're looking resplendent.
Thank you.
As always. Claire Curran is also here. She played doubles at the championship. She's now a central figure in British women's tennis. Her microphone is matching her beautiful blue shirt.
Well, we did this on purpose, didn't we? Very coordinated.
Attention to detail.
Very important.
Is quite extraordinary. And our lead commentator, Barry Milnes, fondly nicknamed the Wise Old Owl for his encyclopedic knowledge of the sport. You're looking very fresh. Good morning to you, Barry.
Good morning. How are we?
I think we're all excited. We've got beautiful weather conditions. We had a fantastic first day of tennis. We've got a terrific order of play today as well. Just before we look forward, Jill, looking back, one moment from the first day that stood out for you.
Do I just have to pick one?
Yes.
I would probably have to say, I don't think it was that much of a surprise for everyone, but the Medvedev-Wawrinka match and Medvedev coming through on that. And I know everyone thought that was going to be a really tough first round, but still Medvedev has to go out there and kind of come through in the end, and he did on such a big stage. So that was pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, the end of Stam's very distant dream of completing the career slam, which I don't think anybody really thinks is ever going to happen. Claire, what was the highlight of Monday for you?
Well, I think it was early evening sunshine on court number 1, which was absolutely stunning. It's so open. It was such a lovely court to be calling from. And I was calling the Johanna Konta Sue Shui match, which was, in the build up to that match, we were all really interested to see would the British player be fit enough to play. And she certainly was. It was a great performance, and I think a very lovely start to the championships for Johanna Konta.
Yeah, morale-boosting victory for her. Heather Watson going through too. I was listening actually on my way home to the Wimbledon radio channel, and I thought that Heather was going to falter towards the end of the second set, but she got her job done as well. What stood out for you, Barry?
One shot from Andy Murray. It was a half-volley winner that he picked up somehow. The ball had gone behind him, and yet he got his racket beautifully timed. The ball just dropped off the strings back over the net and was stopped for a winner. And it was just Murray, you're thinking, that's the defending champion, and playing like it there. I mean, obviously it wasn't all that yesterday, but a lot of it was very good. And I kind of thought, he's back where he belongs, and this is a good start. Yeah,
and tomorrow, of course, he's got Dustin Brown, and some second round encounter that should prove to be. This is the order of play for today. On centre, getting underway, of course, at 1 o'clock. Angelique Kerber. In the absence of the ladies defending champion, we have the world #1 and last year's runner-up kicking off proceedings on centre against Irina Falconi of the United States, who came through qualifying. Then Martin Klizan against Novak Djokovic. Now that's going to be interesting. Novak, of course, this time last year was the holder of all 4 Grand Slam titles. We know he's endured a bit of a dip since then, but he won the title in Eastbourne last week. Not too many people are actually talking about him at the moment, but Klizan can be a very feisty opponent. And then we've got the dog, Alexander Dolgopolov of Ukraine against Roger Federer, who's been installed as a pretty red-hot favourite to win yet another Wimbledon title, but not an easy first-round encounter for him. #1 court at 1, Milos Raonic, the runner-up last year against Jan-Lennard Struff, looking to do his stuff against Raonic, who hasn't been fully fit in recent weeks. Karolina Pliskova has been tipped by many to become the ladies' champion at the end of next week. She starts against Evgenia Rodina of Russia, and then Dominic Thiem, who is seeded at 8, but I think may just have a bit of trouble today against Vasek Pospisil. That's another really interesting first-round match. The outside courts get underway, well, in about 2¼ hours, just over 2¼ hours, 11:30. Juan Martín del Potro is first on #2 against Tanasi Kokkinakis, then Agnieszka Radwanska and Jelena Jankovic, Jeremy Chardy and Thomas Burdick, and Ons Jabeur, who came through qualifying. She plays the very experienced Svetlana Kuznetsova. #3 court, all British clash. Carl Edmund against Alexander Ward. I didn't realise this, Barry, until I read my notes this morning, but this is only the second all-British encounter since 2001, and the other one was actually last year.
Yeah, Murray against Brody. But it is remarkable. I mean, obviously there was a dearth of players really in the last sort of 20 years or so until Murray and Hemmen and Ruzetsky. But apart from them, it was a struggle to really get them into the Grand Slams, wasn't it? And but it is still quite special that we've got that coming up today.
Yeah, absolutely. And some other big names to look out for on the outside courts. On #3, Garbina Muguruza, second on after that all-British match against Ekaterina Alexandrova of Russia. On court 12, Richard Gasquet, who's been playing very well recently. He's up against David Ferrer, the Spanish terrier, who's slipping down the rankings, but what a top pro he's been over the years. Grigor Dimitrov is third on court 12 against Diego Schwartzman. Lucy Safarova, who we heard from yesterday talking to Faye Carruthers, and she came across as such a warm person. I want her to do well now, Jill, just having heard her give such a lovely interview yesterday.
She is a very nice person. She's always been that way. And what's nice about Lucy as well is as successful as she's been in recently, she hasn't changed. She's always been nice, and she's her personality has always been pretty outgoing and pretty fun to be around. So I think everyone would like to see her do well.
And you can see why they get on, she and Bethany Mattek-Sands.
Yeah.
I mean, what a laugh that must be, just being around those two.
They have a lot of fun.
They do.
Yeah,
and
they have a lot of fun.
A lot of success
It's
as well.
refreshing.
Yeah. It's good to hear, great to see. Coco van der Vey of the United States, she's first on court 18 against Mona Bartel. Gael Monfils is on that court as well. He plays Daniel Brands. James Ward of Great Britain, third on court 18 against Marcus Baghdatis. Wherever you look, some intriguing matches, and a match that I know Jill will be focusing on.
I was waiting for you to mention that one.
It's third on court 4, Shelby Rogers of the United States against Julia Boserup, also of the USA, who you're close to for a number of different reasons.
Yes.
And you're staying with Julia this week in a house in Southfields. What was she like last night? Are the nerves jangling a little bit at the moment?
I mean, a little bit. I think there's always going to be nerves. I mean, especially in the first round. The first round's always tough, and I think all players feel nervous in the beginning of a tournament. But she was a little bit nervous, but didn't talk about the match too much. But was very relaxed at dinner, very calm. So I think it'll be a good match. I mean, I can't pick favorites when two Americans are playing each other.
No. You can't pick favorites, but we know exactly who you want. Let's pay our first visit of the morning to the queue. A lot of very excited people just in front of us, lapping up the sunshine. The anticipation is so very obvious, and for some of them, the added bonus right now is that they're going to have a microphone thrust in their face by none other than Rob Northman.
Well done, Marcus. One of the real joys of the Wimbledon queue, especially on a blissful day like this with the sun shining, beautiful warmth, is that people start chatting to one another and make friends in the queue as they make their inexorable way towards the Wimbledon entrance, which is some 250 yards down the hill from where I'm standing at the moment. Now, we have an Aussie in our midst, Tani. Say good morning.
Good day, good morning.
Good day. And we have two Brits as we walk down the queue because we're on the move and we mustn't miss our place. We've got Kieran and Emma. So let's start. How did you just started talking because you were next to one another in the queue?
Yeah, that's kind of just how it happened. And
You were also trying to find your place, weren't you?
yes, I left my place to go to the bathroom, and then I came back, and the whole queue had moved, so I couldn't find anyone. And then I found these guys, and they've taken me under their wing.
Oh, well done. Well done. Good British hospitality. Very quickly then, tactics, because you were here yesterday. So what happened immediately after yesterday's play? You come back over here, you've got your place in the campsite across the road, and how do you know where you're going to get your place in the queue the following morning?
So you get given a queue card as soon as you say, yep, I'm here to set up camp, and they literally give you a card with your number in the queue. So mine was 1,550 something. So, there you go, 1,569.
There we
We're
are.
around about
There we
there.
are. The cue card being brandished by Kieran. Kieran, you are a very clever man.
Well,
And we know that because you are wearing a yellow T-shirt with the face of Brains from Thunderbirds on it.
Absolutely.
So do you live up to Brains' reputation?
no, absolutely not.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I tell
absolutely
people.
not.
No, I tell people that I do, but no.
So yeah, okay, Emma, go on, give us proof.
So yesterday we were watching Elise Cornet against Camilla Giorgi. Georgie was 5 love down in the first. I made a bet with Kieran that she'd win in 3, which he took easily because he was absolutely convinced that Cornet would smash her in 2 sets.
Yeah, rightly so.
So he now owes me 2 glasses of Pimm's at least.
Yeah, and that's, it's classic Elise Cornet. As soon as I bet on anybody, that's the end of it, really. But, again, I blame myself. So if Elise Cornet is watching this, I do blame myself. I do apologise. Svetlana Pironkova as well, later on, she's going to suffer the same fate. If we go and see that last on 15, I think, court 15, one of those, I'm sorry, it's all over.
You've got it all planned. Now, Emma, you sound like somebody then. If you knew that Camilla Giorgi was going to come back and win, who's going to win the ladies' singles overall then?
Oh.
I've put you on the spot there, haven't I?
You have. I will go for Simona Halep.
OK, Simona Halep. Kieran, bearing in mind there could be some more Pims on this, are you going to disagree or agree? Bearing in mind your luck, I'd agree if I were you.
No, I'm going to be bold. It's very rare for them to stick her neck out, to be fair, and make a prediction. So I'm going to go for Pliskova. I think she's going to follow up one Eastbourne. She's going to win this as well.
OK, so she's second on court number 1 today. Pliskova taking on the Russian Rodina. Meanwhile, Tani, you're heading to court number 2 because first on court is...
Thanasi Kokkinakis.
Yes, Kokkinakis, your boy. So Kokkinakis is up against Del Potro. What a match that promises to be.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that they were still offering court 2 wristbands when we were in the queue, so I cannot wait to go and see him play. I love him. I think he's the best young, upcoming Australian tennis player for sure.
And is this your first year at Wimbledon?
It is my first year at Wimbledon.
So
yeah.
yesterday was your first day.
It was my first day.
So give us some highlights.
You know what? Everyone says camping is a bit of a nightmare, but I got the experience, and I loved camping out. I loved waking up at 4:30 in the morning. I loved queuing for my strawberries and cream. I'm just loving the whole experience, really.
I don't in any way want to be a killjoy, but if I ask you about the highlight of your first day of Wimbledon, surely it's got to be more than the camping.
True, that's true. You know what? I had tickets to court 2 yesterday as well. Walking on to court 2 before the first match came on, just seeing how beautifully groomed that court was just very, very emotional for me. Yeah.
Well done, Tani. Well said. Well, thank you very much indeed. Enjoy your day on court number 2, and as you would say, go Kokkinakis.
Absolutely. That's a terrific start to the day, Kokkinakis against Del Potro. There's so much love for Juan Martín Del Potro. Obviously, a lot of love for Kokkinakis as well. But Del Potro, he was the quiet man who shot the world back in 2009, Barry, when he won the US Open against everybody's expectations. So many injury problems to contend with since then. We know his wrist isn't 100%. Do you think on grass he can cover that weakness? Could he have another great couple of weeks here, do you think?
He could do, but It's tough for him, isn't it? As you say, that the shot on the backhand isn't that what it was. He's still got a massive forehand. I mean, anybody out there on court 2 today who's never seen him, in person, as it were, rather than on TV or listening to it, they'll see a shot that is right up there as one of the all-time great forehands. It is a monster of a weapon, and he obviously has great crowd support. The match he played, remember, against Djokovic, the semi-final, the 5 sets a few years ago here, that crowd warmed to him, and I think we saw then the Davis Cup tie against Great Britain, that epic match that he'd had against Murray after losing the Olympic final to him, last year. Those kind of things were just really have made him now one of the most popular players out there, and he's got this very dry sort of laconic style, hasn't he? I mean, he moves like a sloth between points, but during the points he gets that enormous frame around somehow, and is formidable. And then Kokkinakis, I mean, these guys, I wonder if they're going to have the trainers might be standing by. I mean, dare I say it, I'm touching wood here. But hopefully they'll be fine. But obviously he's had wrist problems, has Del Potro, and Kokkinakis has had right shoulder surgery. So he's only just coming back. But he's obviously at the early stages of his career. And as that fan said to Robno in the queue, he is a formidable young player and a great talent. And Australia will be hoping that body now does stand up to the rigours of the tour. And I think it's one of the matches of the first round, let alone day 2. I think, it could be one of the matches of the tournament, and it already is coming up today. So get to court 2 if you get the chance.
I have just been informed that the queue is full now for anyone hoping to get on the show courts. So do bear that in mind if you are thinking of joining the queue. But yes, such a terrific lineup. Federer, Djokovic, Jill, we've mentioned, Shelby Rogers and Julia's match is going to occupy your mind for long periods. But aside from that, can you pick out one?
Are there other matches on today?
Well, there are. There are. Gently in the background, there are 1 or 2 other matches going on.
Is Jill always like this? She's so relaxed. Is this just her birthday? Is this just because it's her birthday?
I think she's had a liquid birthday breakfast. I fear.
Well, I've picked 2 other women's matches and 2 men's matches for today.
Okay.
That I think are going to be ones to focus on. I'll start with the women. Obviously, on center court, the first match, Angelique Kerber, finalist last year, and trying to keep her #1 spot in the world. And the other match was Pliskova, who a lot of people have picked to win the tournament. And, she's a threat to Kerber's #1 world ranking right now. And Pliskova's played a lot of matches leading in, obviously won Eastbourne, so hasn't gotten past the second round here ever. But I think she's still a favorite to win the tournament. So I think those 2 matches are going to be interesting to watch. And Pliskova is second on show court #1 today. So I think those are going to be good matches. I mean, Kerber, Falcone, American, went through qualifying, has 3 matches under her belt, so she's feeling pretty comfortable on the grass, has nothing to lose. So I think those 2 are going to be really interesting to watch. And as far as the men, obviously Federer Dogopolov, I think, is going to be just such a fun match to watch, really entertaining. We all know Dogopolov can play great tennis, and Federer is the favorite here for a lot of people to win the tournament. So I think that's going to be a great match, and they're third on center court. And the other one is one of my favorite players, up-and-coming youngsters, is the third match on show court 3, Alexander Zverev against Donskoy. And Zverev, I could just watch him all day. I really could. I think he's already proven himself to be one of the best. And I think even if you listen to a lot of the male tennis players on the tour, they're picking him to be a future #1 player, a future Grand Slam winner. So I think he's definitely one to get out there and watch.
Yeah, very exciting young player. You've hoovered up all the good. Anything left? By the way, if you're apologies,
court #4.
If you're, we are on the Wimbledon radio channel. You can watch us at the moment, and I didn't mean to throw that pen straight at your lovely.
Well,
blue
just
top.
As long as there's no stains on it.
I don't think so.
We're okay.
Has Jill left anything else for you to pick up there?
Marcus, she has, because today there are so many interesting matches on the court, and I thought whenever she said she was going to do 2 women and 2 men, I thought that I was in real trouble.
I was covering
here.
everything.
But actually, you haven't covered who I've been really, the matches that really interest me today. And I'll start from the men's perspective. Dominique Thiem against Popsel from Canada. I think this could be a potential upset. Obviously, Andy Murray will know well from Indian Wells.
Yes.
And obviously he's played Britain in the Davis Cup, and he's been improving as this year's gone on. And I think he could be a real threat to the young Austrian player. On court #2, Radwanska versus Jankovic. Jankovic 10 years ago had that magic moment on centre court with Jamie Murray when she picked up the mixed doubles.
Was that 10 years
10
ago
years
now?
ago.
Can you believe that?
That's scary.
I can't believe where the last
believe that
10 years have gone. But I think that's going to be a great match, and it'll be an interesting one for Radwanska, because actually she is somebody that nobody's really talking about. She has been as high as 2 in the world. She is a finalist here, I think back in maybe 2012. And she consistently performs quite well at Wimbledon. I think if you can get through those types of matches in the first round, she could end up maybe going through the tournament a little bit. But a player who interests me from the tournament's perspective, a little bit of an outsider, Coco van der Wey and court 18. I'm actually calling that match. And van der Wey interests me not only because she's now picked up her new coach of Pat Cash, who I think everybody in the entire Wimbledon in the world knows very well for celebrating 30 years since he won the championships. More to the point, since he climbed into the players' box. But she's a big threat. She's got a big serve, a big game, and I just feel that on the grass at some stage she is going to make that breakthrough. She's already won a tour event last year. So I think I'm calling it, and it'll be an interesting just to have a look at her.
Yeah, absolutely. 11:30 court 18. And don't forget, we will have dedicated commentary on every match on centre court today and on number 1 court, plus our overview. So whatever happens on all the other courts, you'll hear about it first right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Now, by royal approval, and if you were listening yesterday, you'll understand the reference to that, Rupert Bell is back with us today, close friends with the Queen. Kept telling us about that yesterday, the ultimate name dropper, Mr. Bell. He's on the practice courts at Orangi this morning. Talking to anybody important, Rupert, at the moment?
Not yet, no. They're lining up. Good morning, Jill. Good morning, Marcus. Yes, I am at Orangi Park. There is oh, I tell you what, the Hawk's turned up. That has turned up just now to do his thing. Remind me of his name, Marcus. Anyway,
Rufus.
Rufus has just turned up. Look at Rufus. He's just turned up. He's obviously about to go and do his thing. But it's lovely to see Rufus again. Hello, Rufus. Hello, Rufus. Oh, this is Is he ready? Is he going to do it? Hello. Yes, Imogen. I'm sure you've spoken to many times, but I have got a nice little. Rufus the Hawk is with me. Has he been busy so far this week?
Oh, very busy, yeah. Keeping everything out of the way, no distractions during play. So yesterday was a good day.
Last week at the qualies, there were some pesky pigeons.
I know. Yeah, we spotted them. Everyone tweeted him like crazy, saying, "There's a pigeon." We were like, "It's all right. We're taking care of SW19."
Right,
priorities.
None here, but he's looking very perky today.
He is. He's on the ball. He's having a great time. It's the lovely sunshine, so yeah, it's lovely.
Is he much happier in these kind of conditions?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's native to like Central and Southern America, so the sunshine for him is where he's happiest.
Right. Well, I'm not feeling so good in it. I'm suffering. I see there's some sun cream.
It's only 9 o'clock.
Oh, I know. So where are you off to now? Number 1 court or centre court?
We've just done centre and 1, and then we just do a little scout of the grounds before taking off.
And the poor pigeons, they don't like seeing you, Rufus, but you're looking very perky. Anyway, lovely to see you again. I'm sure we'll be catching up over the fortnight. There's Imogen with Rufus. Lovely to see Rufus. He's always smiling, is Rufus. I think that's what they do. Anyway, but what the other thing is I like coming around Wimbledon. I've left my garden at home, but I tell you what, here, when you walk into Orangi, there is just the most beautiful arrangement. I feel like I'm about to do my Monty Don impersonation from Gardener's World, but I don't know my flowers. But they have got this a lovely sort of bed just in front of the entrance to Orangi Park. Are you a gardener, Marcus?
No, not really. I leave that to my wife.
Right. So you haven't got green fingers. Anyway, all I can say is compliment to the flower keepers here at Wimbledon, because wherever you go, it's one of the great images. Everywhere you go, beautifully tended flower beds, and there is just one here where everything is beautifully in bloom, and it is a joy to sit next to on a beautiful summer's day with Rufus the Hawk.
Yeah, Wimbledon is a visual extravaganza. Vocally, you're sounding better today. So when I heard Rufus at the start of that interview croaking, it was a bit like you yesterday after 2 hours and 44 minutes of Dominika Sibylkova's
Right,
match.
well, can I say, of all the matches, I want to know, there must be people out there who will... I'm sure it's a statistical anomaly, is that there were 23 breaks of serve in that match. Now, that just in a 3-set match, that just seems way more than is normal. It was it was freakily strange. So I'm trying to see if there was ever a match in Wimbledon that featured more breaks of serve, say in a 3-set match, because I set the bar. But I think there were 13 in the final set alone.
We will get our stats people onto that right away. And Rupert, one last question for you now. Yesterday we were asking everybody who they felt was the most passionate tennis player of all time. Today, just following on from that, who was the most passionate player in action yesterday? Well, I'm assuming after 2 hours and 44 minutes of that match, there was plenty of passion from both on display.
Well, it was rather eccentric passion. I don't think they knew what they were doing. They were in a state of shock, I think, about their serving. And Petkovic was getting angry. Sibylkova was looking completely shell-shocked how she couldn't get anything over the net. And it was just extraordinary, the fact that she didn't seem to know how to get it out of a rut that she was in. So that was the extraordinary thing about yesterday. But it was, I actually saw a really good match with Alice Cornet and Camille Georgi. That was actually, there was plenty of passion in that match. And Alice Cornet, she lost, but she was getting very, very passionate with the way things were unravelling for her. So I would say that was up there with the passion stakes yesterday with what I saw.
All right, thank you, Rupert. And later we promised to come back and ask you about your second meeting with the Queen. Yesterday we heard all about the time you apparently didn't sleep in one of her official car parks. And I know later you're going to tell us about the time you met her as a schoolboy. So if people were considering switching off, well, you can't now. Rupert Bell meets the Queen as a schoolboy. There's all sorts of intrigue awaiting us during the course of the day. We'd love to get your views, as always, on Twitter using the hashtag Wimbledon, @WimbledonCHNL, or search for the Wimbledon channel on Twitter. You can email us, radio@aeltc.com, and let us know who you thought was the most passionate player in action yesterday. And do continue with the other themes that we brought up. We'd love just to know where you are, what you're doing as you listen to us or watch us, as you can between now and 10:30 in the morning. And also, following on from Barry Cowan and his wedding on Saturday night, he ended up, well, he says he didn't sleep in a hedge. A friend of his did. It's all over social media. Hence, we got on to Rupert Bell, supposedly sleeping in a royal car park, or at least that's what his son claimed. Rupert denied that when he met the Queen the next day. That's why we got the royal connections going. So if you have slept in strange places. And the other issue yesterday, have you received something extraordinary from a tennis player? We had one email yesterday from a gentleman who picked up the racket that Serena Williams used to win the 1999 US Open. We have various people saying that they've been given water bottles from players at the end of matches. We'll find out in a moment if Jill and Claire and Barry have got anything interesting to add in that particular regard. But before that, let's go back to the queue and Rob.
Now, Marcus, you set me a challenge yesterday to try and find tennis fans from as many countries around the world as possible. Yesterday, we got up to 5, including Argentina, the United States, Australia, South Africa, and, of course, Britain. Today, we are going to go to the land that spawned the greatest footballer Europe probably has ever produced, Ferenc Puskás. Tennis player Andrea Temeshvari. I am, of course, talking about
Hungary.
Hungary, yes. We didn't rehearse that terribly well, did we? Anyhow, your name is...
I'm Peter.
Peter.
Steven.
I'm David.
Barbara.
And Imre.
There we are. A sextet of Hungarians. So, what are you doing here today?
Oh, actually, just try to get into the center court, try to watch Federer, and as much as I can, Timea Babos as well.
Yeah, Timea Babos. Now, of course, you've got a really interesting conundrum here because Timea Babos from Hungary is scheduled to play today against Caroline Wozniacki, but her court has not been assigned. We know that she's not going to play before 5 o'clock, but she could, in a way, be playing anywhere, couldn't she?
Hopefully, yeah, probably, yes.
So what can you tell us about Timea Babos in terms of how big a deal is she in Hungary back home?
Probably the biggest deal, I think, but just in Hungary, unfortunately. Hopefully she's going to get at least to the semi-final. Not really possible, but hopefully, yes.
I mean, she's had some great success in the past.
Yeah, definitely.
Do Hungarians, if she walked down the street in Budapest, would everybody recognise her?
Oh, I think so. I hope so. Yeah. I think so. What do you think? I think so.
Yeah. We got nods of approval. Have you been inside Wimbledon before?
Oh, yeah. Before last year as well.
Oh, right. So what do you think of it? Tell people around the world why this place is so special.
It's just amazing, simply. The atmosphere is great. Players are great. I think the best tournament ever.
Right, OK. Well, I hope you're all going to have a wonderful day. And only because somebody has said this to me in my ear, I can say to you, Kursanom.
Oh, that's good. Kursanom, really good. Nice accent, very good. Very good accent, yeah.
You better tell people at home what Kursanom actually means.
Hey, definitely, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, thanks to one and all. Hungary, go and enjoy Wimbledon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
We're learning something. Kursanom, I assume when Rob used that, it was give us some money. That's the sort of thing Rob would normally be saying to people in the queue. But yes, Kursanom. Happy birthday also to Alan Owen. He's in the queue. So is a friend of his who's just wandered by. Mentioned that he's 55 years young today, and they have tickets for #1 court. So happy birthday to you, Alan. I hope you enjoy yourself in the sunshine. Barry, following up from Rupert Bell and that extraordinary number of breaks of serve in the match yesterday with Cibulkova, you've got some stats.
Well, possibly, yes. It's amazing what you can get online, isn't it? But here we are looking up breaks of serve, and although I couldn't confirm the actual final number, apparently there were 17 successive breaks of serve in a qualifying match at the US Open 2 years ago between Alexandra Sasnovich and Misa Iguchi, and it went, the first 17 games all went against serve.
That's
so it was
unbelievable.
7-6, 2-3. Sasnovich lost that first set on the tie-break, but she came back to win in 3 sets. And apparently there were 18 breaks in the first 20 games.
Okay, so that's
another one like that. But in terms of total breaks, I haven't got there yet.
Okay, well, we'll keep work. That's why he's called the wise old owl. Set him a challenge and he will twit and twoo and astound you with what he can come up with. Just going back to the other, or one of the other topics, Jill and Claire in particular, actually as ex-pros, we're asking what people may have received from players having watched them. Were you generous? Did you throw at least wristbands into the crowd or bottles of Gatorade once you drunk them, Jill?
I didn't throw water bottles at people, no.
Would you give away items of clothing?
I gave away a lot of hats and wristbands, yes. But items of clothing, no. More accessories.
No, I suppose. Well, I think because Nadal did throw his shirt into the crowd yesterday, but
it's a little bit more difficult for the women.
Yes, I suspect that wouldn't have.
Did he throw his shirt into the crowd, actually? Because I was watching this. He had his shirt. I took his shirt off. And he looked like he was throwing it, and then I thought he put it back in his bag because I had this.
He was tempting them.
I was disappointed with that.
I see.
I saw him start to throw it,
but I didn't. Lucky shirt. Could have been his lucky shirt.
Yeah.
He was teasing people.
He is very superstitious, as we know.
That could be the reason.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of shirts. I was wondering why he just didn't let go of it.
You think he could probably do with, giving one away and not being in too much trouble. Claire, I mean, did you give things well? Did you ever, as a youngster, go and see a match and pick up an item that you cherish to this very day?
Well, do you know something? I was thinking, did I give something away? Did I steal something? Sorry to take this down the wrong path, but I've got just back in the day, a long time ago, when I was very young, about 15, I went to play in a tournament in the Netherlands, actually straight after Wimbledon, but I wasn't playing Wimbledon at that stage. I was very, very young. And when I got to Schiphol Airport, I just picked up my bag from London to Schiphol. I picked up my tennis bag, which was the big red one with the W on it, and I just left, got on a train and was halfway through this journey to, I don't know where I was going, and I opened my bag and I realised that I had all this gear that just wasn't mine, teddy bears and all of this, everything. I picked up somebody else's bag that had come from the championships. So this was like a senior player, and it ended up being, is it Kirsty Bugart? Do you remember the Dutch tennis player?
Yep.
Yes.
So she went to pick up her bag in Schiphol Airport, and it wasn't there. I had to make the journey the whole way back. And
did you get it back to her?
Well, I didn't want to, because I had no sponsorship at that stage. She had all this fantastic gear, and I thought, well, keep this.
So you knew it wasn't yours.
I knew it wasn't mine, so I did the right thing, and I gave it back. So yeah, that's as close as I get.
Well, I'm glad there's a happy ending to that, because if you hadn't given it back, we would have had to have, sent out a message now for Kirsty all these years later that her bag could be returned to her. But you did the right thing.
I did one time. I was a ball kid when I was really young, I think about 9 or 10 years old. And I thought I was going to receive a dirty look from someone because I was doing an exhibition as a ball kid, and no one properly taught me how to throw the ball. And so I was so young, I had no idea, and I just threw it at the player's head, and it hit him right in the head, and it was John McEnroe.
Oh.
And I thought I was going to get a different look, but he was very nice. He was very, very nice to me.
Then he go, you cannot be serious.
But he ended up joking around, and he was very good. He handled it very well.
Okay, well, do let us know if you have received, preferably by legal means, not stealing bags from airports, but get in touch with us. Anything at all. We'd love to hear from you. In particular, we'd love to know where you are, what you're doing while you're listening to us or watching us. And it's the usual method on Twitter at WimbledonCHNL, and you can email us radio@aeltc.com. Local time is 9:34. I'm Marcus Buckland. We are on the golf course next to the queue, which is moving along very smoothly. A little bit of a light breeze, lots of blue sky overhead, some fluffy clouds as well. Claire Curran is alongside me, so too Barry Milnes and Jill Crabus, the birthday girl, celebrating her birthday and Independence Day, and a big American match later on that we're going to be building up to, involving Shelby Rogers and Julia Bozerup. And we've got to get the camera on Jill during that, because she's going to be a picture of concentration. The major shock, the first major shock yesterday, of course, came on centre court, the third match on centre.
He's done it! Daniil Medvedev beats a top 5 player for the first time in his career. And what a place to do it, on centre court at Wimbledon against Stan Wawrinka. He's done it in 4 sets, 6-4, 3-6, 6-4, 6-1. What a match, what a cross-court season this is turning out to be for Medvedev.
I wasn't feeling the way I wanted to feel, but play against a great player. I think he was confident today. I was playing well. He was playing fast, and was tough lost. No, for sure, it was a bad grass court tournament for me. That's clear. 2-time first one was not what I wanted. Unfortunately, it's like that. I had some problem with the knee since Queens, so it was not the way I wanted to get ready for this tournament. Today was tough. I was expecting to feel a little bit better, and when I play a player that level, it's difficult to win, and he went for it. He was playing well also, so it was tough day.
Yeah, Stan was not the man yesterday. Barry, it was a shock. Of course it was a shock, and yet at the same time, I think a lot of people did see that coming. Did you?
Possibly, yes, because he has had already, I think before yesterday, 5 first-round losses here. Twice he has been to the quarterfinals, but he had the disappointment at Queens. He had a knee problem there, and clearly that resurfaced yesterday. And he seems to have an issue with that left knee. He's not sure why, but on the grass courts. And I was talking to Magnus Norman last week here, his coach, who was saying that this whole issue of movement and coming on from clay to grass is something that he finds harder to adjust to perhaps than most players do. Not sure why that is. They still really haven't, worked it out. But really disappointing from his point of view that he just didn't feel the ball, hit the ball consistently. That is the thing with him, isn't it? That when he's been on these great runs and won 3 Grand Slam titles now, he has been able to bring that power and harness it and control it for a sustained period long enough to do, to beat whoever's in his way. But yesterday, too many of those big shots went way out of court, and missing simple setups. I mean, he'd hit nice play, 3 or 4 shots in a rally, come forward, try to finish it off, and it went down the doubles alley, or it went wide of the court or long, or into the net. It just wasn't consistent. It was really disappointing, and I think once he'd lost that third set, the writing was on the wall. He was icing the knee at every change of ends, and to be fair, his opponent did play really well. Daniil Medvedev is one to look out for here. I mean, he's 6'6". That was his first Grand Slam win. And, he's a young lad. He's one of the next gen that they're all talking about. He no doubt will be playing in Milan in the finals there at the end of this year. But he loves the grass. He's been playing really well on the surface, a couple of quarterfinals, a semi-final, and now this big win. And he's got the game for it. And I mean, he's 6'6". You think, okay, 6'6", that takes a bit of moving, a bit of shifting, but he does move well enough, and he feels good on the surface clearly, and comes forward and hits the volleys, and has it all. So he's got a lot of power as well, and he was the one pushing Stan back, and then using that sort of greater depth to then hit good angles and play in the right way.
It was a terrific performance. Let's take nothing away from him. Claire, I'd just love to go into the mind of Wawrinka, and I'd love to know, because when he's hot, he's so hot, and Barry's right, he had a knee problem, he's not 100%, but when it's not good, it's sometimes almost a little bit embarrassing.
Well, it's either one way or the other with him. He's either winning the tournament or he's losing early on. But I think the most disappointing thing for Wawrinka is that he had a chance to become the world #1 player, and if he had a good grass court season, then a good grass court Wimbledon, then that potentially could have happened. But I think really it was probably the manner in which, Barry's saying that he lost the match because he didn't really compete. But in terms of the Medvedev, I mean, I watched Medvedev play last week at Eastbourne, and he played against Djokovic. And what struck me for such a young guy, apart from the fact that he's so tall, he's got big strikes, he has beautiful hands, and he really has the dexterity in his wrists to be able to take the ball anywhere in the court. He does that so well, but it's also it was the way he was competing against Djokovic last week that really struck me, because this is a young man that has a very high expectation on himself. So yesterday's match, while it was a big upset, I don't think it was a massive surprise.
Well, Wawrinka is out, but the defending champion in the gentlemen's singles is safely through.
5-2, 40-15, third set against Alexander Bublik. Murray serves to the match, backhand return, comes to his forehand, he blocks it up the line. Backhand slice chip from Bublik, brings Murray forward, he then puts a forehand deep into the baseline. And Murray, well...
Cancel the challenge. Game, set, match, Murray.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Last few days, like I'd been saying, I was feeling better each day. Obviously, getting out on the match court is a little bit different. The intensity is a little bit higher, but also, with the adrenaline and stuff, it sort of helps, numb some pains that you might have. And I moved well today, I thought I did pretty well for the first match.
Straight sets win for Andy. All the concerns, of course, last week and over the weekend after he missed those two exhibition events at Hurlingham. Just how painful was that left hip, but he seemed to move better and better as the match went on. One interesting quote actually afterwards, Jill, they had the brief rain delay, and Murray told us all afterwards that during that break he actually talked with Bublik. They were talking about the match in the middle of the match, which is almost unheard of.
Well, that just shows you how relaxed both of them were, right? But I think that's great. I mean, that doesn't happen very often, but I think that's great that those guys can go out there during the rain delay, kind of talk to each other, have a little bit of fun, and then go back out. And when it's business time, then it's time to play. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, really, because at this level and at this experience that these guys have, they know how to turn it on and off. So when they're back on the court, they mean business. And I think for Andy, there's been some questions about his hip and how he's feeling. And I said a few days ago from the beginning, before the tournament started, it's going to depend how his first matches are. If he has long matches, if his first couple matches are 5 sets, that could really, wear on him and cause some problems. So this was a great round for him to get under his belt, and pretty straightforward the first 3 sets, and he felt like he was moving really well. So I think that's a really good start for him.
Yeah, and Claire, you wouldn't expect his next match tomorrow against Dustin Brown to be long, even if it goes 5 sets, because Dustin, of course, looks to do something spectacular at the first time of asking.
It's a tricky match, and we know Dustin Brown. He's just his style. It's just eccentric the way he plays the game of tennis. It will be a tricky match, but I mean, I think Andy's actually in a perfect place. Obviously, we talk about this build up to the championships, and he didn't have the best run, obviously, in Queens. He had some time to get ready, but actually, for anybody playing Andy Murray on centre court, or even if it's court 1, it is just so tough to get past that guy. 10 years, I think he's quarterfinals or better. And I mean, I think he's just going to warm his way into the tournament. And something I probably haven't spoken about yet is that I actually think, from a draws perspective, if we think about it and we go really deep into the draw, I think he will be much happier that he's on Nadal's semi-final section than actually Federer's semi-final section, and that's providing they both obviously get there. But I feel good for Andy.
Yeah, when that draw came out on Friday morning, it did look relatively favourable for the world #1. You mentioned Rafa, Claire. He was also comfortable yesterday in progressing to round 2.
3 match points, remember, for Rafa here. Serving to the backhand of Millman, onto the forehand of Rafa Nadal, and he finishes it in style. Back to winning ways at Wimbledon.
I always expect to go on court and compete well, no, and try my best. Then things sometimes goes better, and things sometimes go worse, no. But I don't know, was a very positive match for me, a good start. That doesn't mean a lot. The only thing that means that today was a very positive start. I am through to the second round. That's a very important thing for me. And I am happy because I didn't win a lot of matches the last couple of years here in Wimbledon. So today I win one, and I am looking forward to play the second one.
He doesn't give much away in his press conferences, just as he doesn't give his shirts away out on court. But it was the first time he'd played here since 2015, Barry. And I think everyone was saying, we'll know so much about Nadal this week. So to see off a feisty opponent in John Millman, but a man who never really threatened to cause him too many problems, did appear to be the ideal start for the two-time former champion.
Yes, it went very much according to his plan, didn't it? And he was playing so well. We were talking about it all of last week, watching him practice on the lawns at the All England Club, and just really with real intensity. He hadn't had a warm-up tournament after winning the French, but I don't think he needed that. He'd had the matches. He was match tough in that respect, of all the clay court tennis and all the success again on that surface, and then just getting the timing, the differences he makes to his game, being aggressive, practicing that serve hour after hour after hour, hitting that big sort of can thing that they have in the corner they put of the service box, and aiming at that, and just the intensity as ever. Every minute counts for him, doesn't it? Every moment, everything is all about improving, and it's relentless. But it was yesterday. It was very straightforward. You mentioned about Federer and Nadal, obviously other halves, and Federer not in Murray's half, and yet Rafa has played Murray 3 times at Wimbledon, and he's beaten him 3 times at Wimbledon. It was some years ago, the last time, but I've had that in the back of my mind ever since I saw the draw and thought, well, Rafa's playing some great tennis. So if they do meet, I mean, it's it's going to be so hard for both. But Murray's got to get over that hurdle. Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. They haven't met very much in the past few years, so that would be a sensational semi-final to look forward to a week on Friday. One of the first results of Wimbledon 2017 came when Nick Kyrgios, alas, had to retire through injury when he was 2 sets down to Pierre-Hugues Herbert.
I spoke to the doctor before the tournament started, and he was leaning towards me not even playing. So, it's my favourite tournament. I do well here every year, so it's tough for me to go out there and get beaten and then pull out. It's not the easiest thing for me to do. But yeah, I mean, I had it after French Open. I did the right things. I took 10 days off. I got an injection. I rehabbed and it was fine. And then I fell over at Queen's, and I can't really do anything about it,
Well, he sounded despondent, understandably so. He loves this place. He's produced some terrific performances here, but it just never happened. It never got going for him. And listening to even before it began, you kind of sensed that this was going to be the outcome, Claire, didn't you?
And it's sad because every year we're kind of anticipating that Kyrgios is going to make this massive breakthrough here at Wimbledon. When we say a breakthrough, we're talking about really to the semi-finals or the finals to it. So, yeah, it was disappointing. It obviously started with that big fall at the Queen's Club, and those types, whenever you fall on your hip like that, it goes the other way. It's tricky. He said he's tried everything and he's just got to go back, and he's got to get his body right, because it's like anything. It's like these guys, if you get and manage your body in the right way and just get everything right, then obviously his career has got a real chance to at some stage go on and reach that potential, which we all know it's so vast and great.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's box office for so many different reasons, and hopefully he can get himself sorted out and be fully fit and a real force on the American hard courts when that gets underway in just a few weeks' time. Thanks for your early tweets this morning at Wimbledon CHNL. Hello to, well, your Twitter handle is B Peel. You're listening in Darwin in Lancashire, so you will know who you are. Hello to David as well. He's in California. Favourite player is Angelique Kerber. Says he hasn't been to a WTA event. Well, get along. Go to Indian Wells. I mean, California's a big place, obviously, but probably not too much of a drive. So hopefully, David, we may see you there next year. Daniela Handrikova's actually been tweeting, not us directly, but she's been saying what an honour it was to meet with Princess Kate yesterday. So humbled, and it was such a natural experience, says Daniela. And here's one for you, Claire, from Steve Richardson. This is with another of your hats on. Who would be the best squash player on the tennis tour? And you better explain why squash is another string to your bow.
Well, Well, I mean, it's a great question from Steve Richardson. Squash and tennis, so few people at a young age play both, and I think it's fantastic. I was a squash player back in the day, and we're always having this conversation at my tennis club in Surrey to say, well, why are the kids not playing more squash? But what is this question he's asking? Who was the best squash?
Who would, do you think, be the best squash player on the tennis tour if they were to transfer? It's a difficult one.
Well, I think it's going to be Roger Federer. And I think Roger Federer already is, it could already be a squash player, and it's because of his hands. You see the way he plays those slice shots. And obviously the British player Dan Evans, he was I think the England champion under 14. So I think Steve Richardson's probably saying more tennis players need to get out there and play squash. I would agree with that.
Yeah, well, I remember talking to a few squash players, actually, and a few badminton players. And there's a bit of a massive rivalry. If you get a badminton player, a squash player, and a tennis player together, they'll all be saying why their discipline is the toughest and requires the most skill. I must say, having covered badminton at the Olympics in London a few years ago, that is a brutal sport as well. The fact they have to go mopping up the sweat every few points is a reflection of just how hard they have to work out there.
I think it's tricky to play tennis and badminton. I think badminton, if you're playing badminton, you've probably got a great smash, but there's so much more wrist, whereas squash and tennis are much more similar.
OK, well, thanks for that, Steve. Do keep all your tweets coming and email us as well, radio@aeltc.com.
I was just going to say, Fred Perry, the late great, he was a world champion table tennis player before he became a great tennis player.
And I think as well, Anne Jones, world champion table tennis player. So it's
really?
Yes, and I think the point is get out there and play all these racket sports. That's my feeling on it.
Paddle tennis now too. Paddle tennis is becoming big. There are a few former women professional tennis players that are, I think, #1 in the world now playing paddle tennis.
Have you ever played? I mean, Jill,
I played paddle tennis once, and I hit everything in the fence because the court's so small.
You need to adapt.
Maybe play it again. You might get your bearings.
I paddle board. Does that count?
No.
Oh, okay.
But you're a decent tennis player. In fact, if we ever go back to the issue of the number of breaks and serves, a couple of years ago, Barry and I played in a number of London boroughs over a 12-hour period to raise a little bit of money for charity. And I'm pretty sure, actually, Barry, we probably broke a lot of records for breaks of serve and general low quality of tennis in the London area. But
breaking into courts, didn't we?
We had to break into one court, and similar criminal activity to Clare at Schiphol Airport a few years back. But I must doff my cap to Mr. Mills, who did beat me eventually. After 12 long hours. Back to the queue, the multi-talented Mr. Nothman.
Very kind of you, Marcus. We continue our around the world stop and tour in a very short period of time. Already this morning we've spoken to Australians and Hungarians. Now we are going to talk to Spaniards and also some Finns. And my eyes were attracted to this Finnish group of gentlemen because they're all wearing the most splendid, for our radio listeners, white straw hats with the Wimbledon purple and green ribbons around them, and very smart you look too. Here's your spokesman, who's Christian. Your first time at Wimbledon was yesterday, wasn't it? What did you do?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to come and watch the games, and the weather has been fantastic, so it's been a perfect outing so far. So,
and tell us what you managed to do yesterday, because it was very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I went to watch the Medvedev-Wawrinka games, which was a fantastic game. I rarely get to watch tennis, and that was definitely a game I really enjoyed.
And that was your first experience of Wimbledon, so what did you make of it inside?
Oh, I loved it. I mean, everything works pretty well. I mean, obviously the queue is pretty long to get in, but everything works really well inside.
Excellent. Right, well, we're going to walk further down the line here, because from Finland, we're going to go to Spain. And we're going to speak to two ladies here. Your name is?
Patricia.
And?
Olat.
All right, and you've come to see one person in particular.
Yes, Garbiñe Muguruza.
Right, who's in action second up on court 3 against Alexandrova of Russia. Muguruza's been struggling just a little bit, not quite the force that she was of last year.
She'll make it though. Yeah, she'll make fine.
All right, you're that confident.
Yeah, sure.
And what number Wimbledon is this for you?
My second.
Right, yeah. And again, is it what you expected when you came here for the first time?
Definitely, yes, yeah.
The best bit of it is what?
Actually, we were talking. I like queuing because you meet people, you can talk, and then on the grounds it's really fantastic as well.
Yeah,
So.
and you enjoy it here as well?
Yeah, it's my first time. I'm very excited. I'm very excited.
So, but at least you've got somebody who knows where they're going.
I know, she's my guide, and then but everybody's so good, and then everybody all very helpful. Everything is very well organized, very clean.
And you're chatting to people in the queue, people from Finland. I mean, keeping you company.
Yeah, we're making friends.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. And you've got David Ferrer also today, but I can't let you go. Rafael Nadal, is he going to win the singles title?
Yes.
Yes. You took your time.
No,
I tell you what, there was such a pause there. I don't think you're exactly bursting with confidence.
Yes, he is.
All
He's
right.
going to win.
Okay, you're rising to your theme. Right, further down the hill, there's quite a gap to go. People from Finland and Spain, they're here from every single corner of the globe.
Adding to Robno's list of nations, he's got to get to 30 by the end of the championships. Hello to Martin Lawrence, who's tweeted from Echuca in Australia, which is about 2.5 hours away from Melbourne. Delighted to have your company. Hello also to Jen, who is sneakily listening in work. She's coming over next week for ground passes. She resides in Dublin. Carl's been in touch, hoping that Roger Federer will pick up his 8th Wimbledon title at the end of next weweek. He says that beating Pete Sampras' record is long overdue. And Lenk Flaum, that's an interesting Twitter hand at least, says match of the day is going to be Djokovic facing Klizan, who really could mean trouble. That is certainly just one of the matches we are looking forward to. Don't forget, play on the outside courts gets underway at 11:30 local time and on centre and number 1 at 1 o'clock, and you will hear every single ball struck in anger on both centre and number 1, courtesy of our dedicated commentary channels. Now let's go back to Orangi. I believe that Mr. Bell is watching and perhaps even talking to people at last.
Yes, I am. And it's awash with people now suddenly from it being, I was just me and Rufus the Hawk a few moments ago. Now it's full of people because they've, in a blink of an eye, put the nets up. And I'm delighted to say, there's coaches and there's family members. And I've found Lauren Davis's grandparents here. And your name is?
I'm Rosalie.
Joe. And I've just seen Lauren. I tried to get her to come over, but she's got a busy day ahead of her, so she's going to warm up. But as grandparents, how proud are you to be coming here to Wimbledon to watch her play here?
It's wonderful. Just a dream come true.
Have you been to Wimbledon before to see?
No, I have not. My husband's been here 3 times.
And coming here, what's it to come and watch her play? What's it like?
It's an unbelievable experience. Particularly, this is such a great venue. It's unbelievable. I love it. Love having her participate. It's almost like a dream, unbelievable dream come true. Sometimes I have to pinch myself to realize that this is for real.
So you've got to get to court 8.
Yes.
You've got to get there quite early, I think, because it's not... Well, will you be getting there early to watch her?
Yes, we will, of course. We wouldn't want to miss a single shot.
But being part of it and being a family member, how proud do you feel about the fact that she's even playing here as a family member?
First of all, extremely proud. However, the anxiety is there. When she's playing, it's like you're participating. Every point is so critical. And when she loses a point, it's gut-wrenching, actually. So it is very difficult, very tense, much of a nail-biter many times.
What's Grandma like? Do you share that? Are you a very anxious watcher?
Oh, yes. I'm a very competitive person, and every time I see,
Do you have to rein your enthusiasm in? Can you sometimes get too carried away?
Yes. I think so.
Right. Now, what do you think of her chances today?
I think excellent chances. Very well. She's played Miss Lopachenko on 2 separate occasions. She won against her in Indian Wells, but last time she played her at Miami. She played her at Miami, lost to Miami in a hard court, but I think she can do very well against her. I'm very optimistic.
Right, well, it is Independence Day, so
yes,
presumably...
4th of July.
4th of July, so presumably...
But you know what's interesting? They're both American girls, so it's very difficult to cheer for one American versus another.
Well,
except for us, we're biased.
Well, be as biased as you like. Enjoy it. I'll be watching the nerves, and hopefully it's one of those we've got a lovely English summer's day.
Yes.
You can have a serene day watching your daughter progress to the second round, and then you can get more and more nervous as the championship goes on. Lovely to meet you. I won't detain you to go and have any more, but enjoy your day. And happy Independence Day. I've spoken to my American wife, and I forgot to wish her that. Oops. Thank you very much.
Just one of many bloopers that are no doubt coming your way today, Mr. Bell. Quickly, before we say goodbye to you, Carl Edmund, I think, is he getting ready? We've got the All-British clash, never mind the All-American.
Yeah, I saw him come in. Because I was obviously, there's just so many people who just appeared. Milos Raonic has appeared once again with impeccable hair, and then Richard Gasquet's just gone onto the court to begin his day's work. And well, now every single court is a hive of activity as players go through their various warm-up routines, and some of it is eye-watering and you go, ouch, that must hurt. But at the moment, just every court in action, and amongst them, as I say, Bethany Matic stands below me on court number 1 at the moment, and Richard Gasquet is right below me here on court number 3, where I'm talking to you from.
Thank you very much, Rupert. It's coming up to 10 o'clock local time, day 2 of Wimbledon 2017. And you're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. You can also watch us until 10:30 on the Wimbledon channel. I'm Marcus Buckland, joined by Claire Curran, Barry Milnes and Jill Crabers. Do continue to get in touch with us. You can tweet at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us, radio@aeltc.com. And Jill, just going back to that American clash on court 8, Lauren Davis and Varvara Lepchenko, do you think that Lauren's grandparents are going to be happy at the end of that one?
That's a tough one to call for me. I think that, Lepchenko can be really tricky. She's a lefty, and a lefty on grass is always difficult to play. Lauren on paper is the favorite. She's the number 28th seed, but Lepchenko has had some really good results, especially on the big stage. So I think that, I don't know, that's a tough one to call. It's going to be a tricky one.
Yeah, and it was interesting hearing her grandfather saying immense pride, of course, that your granddaughter is playing, but also the anxiety. And anyone
it's just so much worse to watch than I get anxiety when I watch
Are you feeling more anxious today now ahead of Julia's match with Shelby Rogers than you would have been if you were playing yourself?
More... No, probably not. But I get a lot more nervous watching.
Well, you're powerless, aren't you? You're just sitting there trying to control your emotions and just,
But it is really nerve-wracking playing too. I don't know. I don't know.
Claire, did you like it when you had lots of friends and family watching you, or did it actually add to the weight of expectation you were feeling?
I'm really feeling for the grandparents there, but what's lovely is they're so honest, aren't they? The way they describe it, and actually that's one of the. It's wonderful to have your parents and your family coming to watch you at Wimbledon, but actually it can put a little bit more pressure on you because you know that they're anxious and you know that they want you to do well, and yet you've also got to think about all your own preparation, and also from the player's perspective, they've got to look after their family a little bit, and that's often different in an unfamiliar setting.
Well, even if you feel like you don't have to look after them, you just have that sense that you need to, and I think it depends on the family too. Like if you can feel their anxiety on the sidelines, because sometimes I could feel that.
Well, I'm sure, Marcus, you as a dad, you've stood at the side of courts and jumped up and down watching your sons playing tennis, but you go through it with them, don't you?
Yeah.
I have 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy, and they've all played sport, at school level and a bit beyond. And you live every moment with them. Watching my son playing rugby, that is a bit harder to do because in the scrum and suddenly the play stops and you wonder who's the one left on the floor who they're attending to. It's sort of heart and mouth time, but great fun, and it's lovely to see them triumph occasionally. But also, it's that role you play, isn't it, of having to support them when they don't. And they come off in tears or, they're so despondent.
You've got to be responsible. I have to confess that early on, watching my eldest son, and he had 6 match points, but he went into his shell, he lost the match. I kicked the fence and actually managed to get my foot stuck in the fence.
So you did an Albandian.
It was a trick. Well, luckily there was no lines person on the other end of it, but I had to then try and wrench the foot out. It was one of the most embarrassing moments. So you as the player does, so as a parent, you have to develop and try and show responsibility, which is not always easy. Talking about anxiety, of course, Petra Kvitovas had an extraordinary few months after that dreadful incident at the end of last year. But yesterday we saw a welcome return to centre court for the 2-time former champion.
Second match point for Kvitova goes down the centre, and it's an ace. And the champion has returned to centre court and returned with a straight sets win in the opening round.
Yeah, I mean, it was my motivation. It was a big motivation to come back and play in Wimbledon, which I'm very happy that the dream came true and I was able to play here again.
Fantastic to have her back. Barry Cowan's an angry man when it comes to Petra Kvitova, not because of anything that she has done or not done on court, but because many bookies have installed her as favourite to win the title. He thinks it's an outrage. We've had to give him the morning off so he can try and come to terms with what he says is the most ridiculous thing he's ever heard. But the argument in the other direction, Claire, is that she is a two-time former champion. There is only one other former champion, and that's Venus Williams in the draw. It is so wide open. She's won a grass court tournament a couple of weeks ago in Eastbourne, so she's got to be considered to be in the mix, if not the favourite, hasn't she?
She's definitely in the mix, and she's so popular as well. And I don't know whether it's with Serena not being here. Obviously, what's happened, like, the public yesterday on the court, they really embraced her. Massive that she's come back after such a horrific injury. And clearly, I think people respond because she just loves the game of tennis. But she's definitely a contender. And one of the things that's interesting to me with Kvitova, like you've said about Venus Williams, she's been here and she's done that, and she has all that experience to fall back on. And okay, she hasn't played 7 matches, but I mean, all of these players are going to be looking at what Roger Federer did in Australia, and the fact that he came out after that long absence and the type of tennis that he plays. And I know Kvitova's in the bottom half of the draw. There are some very tricky opponents there, but she has the weapons. She has the serve and the forehand, and when she's on, like Jill talks about, when she's on, she's very, very hard to beat. And it's that type of player that will potentially go on and win the championship. So Barry, sadly, if he's having the day off with his feet up there, I definitely think she is one of the contenders.
Now, he's undergoing some anger management at the moment because he just couldn't believe that she'd been installed as a favourite yesterday.
You don't think he's backed her somewhere, you know, and he doesn't want the pressure put on. That's
more than likely. He doesn't want to see that sort of thing. He doesn't want to see those odds come down. Venus Williams also won yesterday, and in terms of knowing what to do on a grass court, a lady that's won this title 5 times clearly knows exactly what to do. It's the retro year, Jill. We've seen Roger win a slam. We've seen Rafa win a slam. It would almost fit into the pattern if Venus becomes champion here again.
Yeah, and well, that's another good example of overcoming adversity for Venus right now as well, with everything that's been going on in the background for her. So those 2 examples, Venus and Kvitova coming through yesterday, are pretty inspiring, I think, for a lot of people for what they've had to deal with. And I thought Venus looked really good. She played a really good match. She served really well from the beginning, and right from the first few games, she was looking to move forward and be aggressive. And sometimes in the first couple rounds at a tournament, we see her kind of work her way in, go through the motions a little bit. But right from the start, she was looking to be aggressive, looking to move forward. And I think she played a really good match. She had a slight rain delay. She had match point. And then her opponent got it even, and then they had to go off for about 30 to 40 minutes, and then she had to come back and serve it out. So that was a tough moment for her to deal with, but she was able to do it. And she looks really fit. I thought, obviously, she got to the finals of Australia, looked fit there, but I think she looks even fitter now, and so I think she's going to be really dangerous.
That's the voice of Jill Krobus, who beat Serena Williams here back in 2005. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. You can also watch us on the Wimbledon channel up until 10:30 this morning. Barry Milnes, our lead commentator, is also here. Likewise, Claire Curran. I'm Marcus Buckland. Just want to quickly go through our newspaper review, starting with the Telegraph in the United Kingdom, highlighting Aliaz Bedney, who finally broke the Ivo Karlovic serve to win an epic 399-point match. 4 hours and 25 minutes. It finally ended at 8:41, and Bedney goes through now to play Damir Zuma from Bosnia and Herzegovina in the next round. But, Barry, that was some win. At one point, actually, early in the match, Bedney had hammered down more aces than Karlovic. Inevitably, of course, that didn't happen or didn't stay in that particular manner. But he stayed with him in the match, and that was some win in the end, wasn't it?
It was an excellent win. I mean, he has got a very good record against Ivo. He was a winning, head-to-head that he had before that match. But to keep going, to play all those tie breaks, but he had terrific support. And if you talk about passion yesterday, well, there was passion aplenty in that match, and just great to see him fighting through as hard as he did. And of course, well, he's got links to us, hasn't he? Now I say that, his coach is Nick Cavaday, Naomi's brother. There you go. So, you know, well done.
We are
We'll
basking in the reflected glory.
Exactly. Well done, Naomi. Well done,
I think
Nick.
it was something that I said.
Well done, Alia.
It was something I said to Naomi that she passed on to Nick. That actually proved.
Yes,
if only.
Believe that. Yeah.
If only.
Yeah.
Also, on our newspaper review, we're going to the New York Times now. Irina Falconi came through qualifying. We touched upon her at the very start of the programme. She's got Angelique Kerber today, 247 up against world number 1. So on paper, that's going to be pretty one-sided. And I suspect that although you'll have your American hat on here, you may find it hard to say too many positive things about Falconi's chances.
Well, I mean, I think, look, she's a great player. And the fact that she has 3 matches under her belt on the grass is going to help her leading into this first-round match against Kerber. I think it's going to be a tough challenge. I think Falconi's a very consistent player. I mean, you have to win the point against her because she's not going to give up and she's going to run down a lot of balls. And she's a little bit tricky. She can throw in a lot of slices, drop shots. She can come into the net. She can mix it up a little bit. But overall, in my opinion, I mean, Kerber hasn't had the best year so far, but, you know, this is her favorite tournament, one of her favorite surfaces. And I feel like because of the matchup, she'll get a lot of balls to hit. And I think the more the match goes on, the more comfortable Kerber's going to feel.
Well, the New York Times just reports on Falconi as an American born in Ecuador, cruising through qualifying, as Jill mentioned, without losing a set, and gives the quote, "I'm feeling really good. We have been working very hard ever since we took the executive decision to go back home and get better and stronger. I've had a lot of time on the tennis court." And Claire, as we always say, if you're going to play one of the top performers, you may as well do it in the early rounds when they're feeling their way as well.
Yeah, but it's going to, statistically, this is a tricky one because Kerber lost first round of the French Open. I don't think a number 1 seed has ever done that in the French Open. So to do that 2 times in a row, well, I just can't see that happening for Kerber. So I'm going with Kerber all the way in today's match. But I mean, Falconi's come back from a horrific injury, and she's come back. She's worked her way up there, and that's what all that hard work really is about. And it's lovely that she's getting the reward. She's qualified here, and she's having an opportunity here to open the court on centre court with Kerber.
I think today is the day. If you're going to beat the world number 1, you've got a world number 1 who is lacking form, who's lacking confidence. It's not played on paper, it's been played on the centre court. And although there are all the great memories from last year for Kerber, it has been a real struggle for her in 2017. And nerves could play a part. And I think if Falconi can start strongly and bring what she had in qualifying into that match, then Kerber might be susceptible.
Well, she is the top seed. She is the world number 1. She is also aware that there are plenty of other challengers for the title.
I think I think there are so many good players right now, so I will not putting the pressure on my side. I mean, not on my belt. I mean, there are so many good ones. They can play, they can win big tournaments as well. So, of course, it's different if Serena is not here, but yeah, we will see. I mean, everything is possible in 2 weeks, especially. It's a long time, so we will see.
Well, that's Angelique Kerber, and just a reminder, we have dedicated commentary on every single match on centre court and number 1, so depending on how that one pans out, well, it could prove to be one of the highlights of the day. Roger Federer. Everyone's going to be watching him with interest. He was speaking to the media at the weekend. He was asked about how he will practice immediately before he gets his campaign underway.
So today, for instance, I was just trying to have good energy in practice, you know, short and sweet, just get it done. Tomorrow I'll be off, and then sort of basically resting, just making sure I come in fresh into that first round with the right mindset. And look, I don't want to be at the mercy of my opponent. I want to take charge, play aggressive myself. So for that, I need to be fast on my feet and quick in my mind. So I just need enough rest so I can play enough inspired tennis. In practice itself, I'm just trying to play forward, serving, volleying some, you know, making sure that I don't get stuck behind the baseline and just making shots. So it's more being really proactive in practice right now.
Interesting little insight into the Federer preparations. Barry, I know you commentated on his recent final in Halle. I mean, 35 years of age against Alexander Zverev, who Claire was talking about quite rightly earlier and saying what a fantastic player he is, and he played brilliantly all week, and he was battered and bemused by the end of that, wasn't he?
Yeah, you just needed to watch the first game. It was Zverev serving, Federer, 4 winners. Thank you very much. Broke him to love, and on he went to another title. Awesome. And I mean, Dolgopolov, I love to watch him. He's mercurial. He's different, unorthodox. If you want to watch sort of magic shots today, that match will produce plenty of them, I imagine. But Federer is a master of them himself, and I think he's playing with even more touch and feel now than perhaps he's ever done. He was using against Zverev. He was pushing him back, or he was drawing him in, but he was controlling things, and he was playing some exquisite drop shots. It was almost like he'd been sort of chipping around the green and practicing, and just everyone, it seemed, had interest on it when it landed, and really caused problems. And so for me, Dolgopolov will try and dart around and sting him where he can, but he doesn't have the big power, which I think is the key. If you're going to beat Federer on a fast court, you've got to have some real strength in your shot, I believe, as well as a lot of nous out there as well. It's a very tall order. Zverev couldn't do it. He'll learn from that. But Dolgopolov hasn't had a great time against Federer. So I think watch it while you can. But I don't expect it to last long. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, because if it does go long, it will be a magical match.
Well, that's the third match on centre. Just before that, 3-time champion Novak Djokovic, who's happy that he chose to compete last week.
Yes, it seems to be right now, from this perspective, a good decision to have played Eastbourne. Obviously, I was not playing too many of the events in the week prior to the beginning of the Grand Slam in my career, but I've decided to do so this time because I felt like I needed more matches in general, but especially on the grass, that is very unique surface that requires time for adaptation and adjustment, especially for the movement. So I felt like this time I needed a proper tournament rather than just playing a couple of exhibition matches. So I'm glad I've made that decision and that I went to Eastbourne, because it was a very positive experience on and off the court as well. People were very kind. It was a great week. With a lot of good positive energy and a lot of time spent on the practice courts, four quality matches. I'm just overall very happy with the way it went and where my form is at.
So Novak delighted that he made the decision to go to the seaside. He's made some other interesting decisions recently as well. Of course, Andre Agassi appointed as his head coach. Mario Ancic has been added to the team as well. We haven't spoken a lot about Novak, but do you think, Jill, maybe he is peaking at just the right time here?
I think he could be. I mean, we're not talking about him that much, and he's always a big contender, and he's always really tough to beat. I think it was a really smart decision for him to play Eastbourne, because he has been going through a little bit of a slump, and I think instead of playing exhibitions, to play those matches is really important, because that's what he needs right now to gain confidence. Is the more matches you can play, and the more and then he won the tournament, and the more that he can string those wins together, the confidence will build up again. And the Eastbourne courts are perfect before Wimbledon. I mean, they're exactly the same. So it's a great warm-up tournament to play. So I mean, he's really prepared.
And I think for Novak, it's not so much about his tennis, it's really his mindset, and that's the key. That's the thing. That's the thing that we're all looking to see. Has he made adjustments, and is the team of Agassi and Mario and Ancic, are they going to be able to make a difference? Because at the French Open, he just went away in that match against Thiem when he lost the first set, and coming in here, that for me is what I'm really looking at with him.
OK, we're going to be joined by Simon Cambers in just a moment, one of the top broadcasters and writers in the United Kingdom. Before that, we'll pop back out to the queue and rejoin Rob.
Marcus, would you like to talk to somebody who has played on the Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne?
I would.
You would? What's more, he's only 9 years old, and his name is Nick. What was that like, Nick?
It was really exciting.
I bet you it was exciting. Who are you playing?
Just a kid from another club.
A kid from another club. But this was actually during the Australian Open, before play start. You walk out onto the Rod Laver Arena.
Yes, that is true.
And what was your heart doing? Was it pounding?
Yeah, very fast.
Yeah, I bet you it was. So let's have a quick word with Mum. Rebecca, don't go anywhere. So he's not only played at the Australian Open, but now you're coming to Wimbledon.
We are. We timed our trip overseas so we could be here at the right time for Wimbledon.
Yeah, and where are you heading today? Let's speak to your other son, whose name is...
Alex.
Alex, so where are you heading?
We're staying in London for a couple of days, but we're going to see Misha Zverev versus Bernard Tomic while we're here at Wimbledon first.
Terrific. OK, well, I'm not going to keep you because the queue is heading down the hill. We're going to walk this way with you. Just one thing, who do you think, Nick, is going to win Wimbledon this year? Who's going to be the men's champion?
Roger Federer.
Roger Federer. And the women's champion?
Kerber.
Kerber. Well done. Good answers. There they go down the hill. Nick, 9 years old, and he has played on the Rod Laver Arena.
That is impressive, and let's hope his tennis journey continues, and who knows, maybe he'll be playing out on centre court in just a few years' time. David's been back in touch again. He's this massive Angelique Kerber fan. He wants me to get a signed ball from her. Do my best, David. I'm not going to promise. I might send Jill. Jill's disappeared, actually, the birthday girl. She said, hour and a quarter is more than enough work for me on my birthday, so we'll hear from her later, and I think she's got more access to the... Well, I know she's got more access to the ladies' locker room than me, so if anyone can get a ball signed by Angelique Kerber, it is Jill. So we'll come back to you, David. Hello to Taylor Sturmer, who says that Independence Day for the Sturmer family always means the Wimbledon channel up early, actually in Jill's hometown, watching us. We are still available on television until 10:30, and you can listen to us throughout the day until half an hour after the close of play. I've still got Claire Curran with me, Barry Milnes as well, and Simon Cambers has joined us, top broadcaster and journalist, works for The Guardian, for ESPN, for a whole host of other networks. So we're delighted to have stolen a few moments of your time. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's Wimbledon been for you so far this year?
Lovely, nice weather, isn't it? Enjoying it
We've got
so far.
Beautiful day, a little more cloud above us. It's actually a little cooler than it was first thing this morning, but they're talking about 25 degrees by the middle of the afternoon, and we've been reflecting on a fantastic first day. So many more stories today. I certainly get the impression, Simon, that potentially we've got more stories at these championships than we've had for quite a considerable time.
Yeah, and maybe it's because it feels like that both men and women singles events are more open. So there are more players involved. There's the Ostapenkos, there's the Del Potro on the men's side, all these people that could do something. And there are more things to talk about, more storylines. It's great for us because it's not just Andy Murray, which is what happens a lot of the year for the British reporters at least. But yeah, a lot of good storylines, a lot to look forward to today.
We've got an all-British match today. The stat that Barry and I were musing on earlier, the astonishing stat in some ways, and yet it's not because we don't get that many players through. But this is only the second all-British meeting since 2001. And actually, we had one last year as well.
That is amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty shocking as to how few players we've had in the draw, apart from Murray over those years, despite all the wild cards. I don't know, maybe the probabilities are not quite in favour of it, but it'll be nice to see Alex Ward today, see what he can do. It's a shame, really, that I think he's got Kyle Edmund, but at least it's someone he knows, and he shouldn't be nervous, or too nervous.
No, but maybe Kyle will be nervous because he has yet to win a match at Wimbledon, so he hasn't had the best run-up to the event, and obviously Alex had a great qualifying.
Maybe Alex should just whisper that on the way onto court. Have you won one yet?
It was a little curious that Kyle parted company with his coach Ryan Jones just a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I know Ryan personally. He's done a terrific job with Kyle and with a number of players before that. It was the timing more than anything else, Claire, that struck me as being a little bit strange. I know there's a real weight of expectation on Kyle's shoulders, and a lot of people are saying, well, he should be winning more matches than he has done lately. But to do what he did when he did, it seemed a bit strange, didn't it?
Well, Ryan's done a terrific job with him, and as you rightly say, he's done a terrific job with so many of the players that he's worked with. And I think for Kyle, his expectation is so high on himself, and he got to the point probably by the French Open that he felt that he wasn't really, he hasn't been progressing and taking that next jump. So maybe he's just looking to change things up, make something a little fresher, another perspective. But also, I think he was quite keen to spend a little bit of time by himself, which we've seen a lot of the players do. But as you say, doing that going into a Grand Slam, I'm sure he's got the support of the British Davis Cup captain Leon Smith with him, so and other people. So I'm sure he's not going to be short of advice. just a stop in the way. It happens to all the players at some point.
It does. There's peaks and troughs, and you take one step forward and two steps backwards.
Players don't stick with coaches very long anymore, do they? The shelf life of a coach must be about 18 months if you're lucky.
A bit like a Premier League manager.
Yeah, without the cash.
Exactly.
Or maybe some of them.
Well, yeah, but yeah, you're right. You're not really the boss as a coach. That's the other strange dynamic. Must ask you a couple of basic questions, Simon. First of all, we've got our daily social debate. Yesterday, we were asking everybody who they thought was the most passionate player of all time. Today, we just want to know who showed the most passion yesterday. I don't know which matches you saw in particular, but did someone's guts and bravado stand out in particular for you?
I started by watching Laura Robson, so I'll skip over that one because there wasn't too much to talk about there. I mean, I think she's just lacking a bit of confidence. I think she'll be okay in the end if she keeps fighting. But I thought Petra Kvitova was the sort of standout for me. Just the emotions that must have been going through her head, and then some of the rallies and some of the shots she came up with. She was a bit up and down, as she always is, but that sort of full stretch volley that she hit was world class, and it's great to see her back. And unbelievable that she's favourite to win it, but she could win it.
Yeah,
I always thought she would win 5 Wimbledons, but I didn't really sort of chart the ups and downs of her career.
Well, if she's possibly heading towards a third this year. Would you risk the ire of Barry Cam? We were just mentioning earlier that he is still apoplectic with rage that she's been installed by many as favourite to win the title this year.
He gets worried by very small things, doesn't he? I know, but it's just the nature of how open it is. And if you look down the list, she's the best grass court player there is in the field. She won Birmingham. Yes, it's a stretch to say she's going to win 7 matches. After everything that's happened, I'm sure the emotions will catch up with her sooner rather than later. But who else would you put above her? That's the thing.
It is so wide open. And Roger Federer will be arriving in that typically cool manner of his and walking out onto centre court to the roar of a crowd that's been devoted to him for so many years. Are you in the camp that says he is most certainly the favourite on the men's side?
I think he is the favourite, which is also weird given how little he's played. Obviously won Halle, but just his confidence. I was looking back, I was doing some research on some other features, and I was looking back to something that Nadal said in Monte Carlo about why, at that time, Federer had said he wasn't going to play on clay before the French Open, before he pulled out of it. And Nadal said, I think when you're on a bit of a roll, when you're someone like Federer, you don't want to give anyone the chance to beat you. He basically didn't want to lose to anyone of note before he got here. So in that sense, it was very smart. I mean, it's interesting to see the way Nadal and those players think about things like that, because it never would occur to me. But I think he is the favourite. I imagine he got here about 8 o'clock just so he could swagger along, for a couple of hours. Takes him a while to walk through corridors and things. It's great to see him playing the way he is. And I think, there'll be an awful lot of people here today looking forward to seeing him play. Yeah, he's a favourite. I would have put him and Murray as favourites before Murray's limping 4 days, but he looked fine yesterday.
He did, didn't he? Oh, and would you say at the age of 35 that Roger Federer is actually playing arguably the best tennis of his career at the moment?
It's incredible, isn't it? He's definitely playing better than he was 10 years ago. His game is better. His backhand is, absolutely miles better. Serve is still good, still moves well, maybe moves more efficiently than he did. Yeah, incredible.
It's astonishing. You think back to this time last year, of course, he got to the semi-finals. There was that awful fall against Milos Raonic. And I remember thinking at the time, is this going to be the one lasting memory we have after
that picture, wasn't it?
Yeah, after everything that he achieved, to see the great man stumble, feet of clay on the grass, as it were, out for the rest of the year, to come back like he has. Claire, I mean, we've had so many great stories this year, but arguably that's the best of the lot.
And aren't we so lucky for that? Because, he has just been, he's just made tennis just a beautiful game to watch. There's so many people did that before, but, I, for one, if Roger Federer stops playing tennis, when that day comes, I think we've all lost a great in the game. It'll be a sad day.
Rebecca, by the way, has tweeted in. Rebecca McDonald says it's nice to hear a Northern Irish voice.
Well, that sounds like a Northern Irish surname.
Yeah. It does, doesn't it? By the way, it's raining in that part of Ireland at the moment. Does that come as a surprise?
No surprise there.
Do you have many outdoor events?
The Belfast Boat Club, I think, happens in about May, and usually we get a bit of sun in the boat club, but look, it's all about the golf there. Yeah. All about the golf.
Well, thanks for getting in touch, Rebecca. Thanks to all of you this morning. Gareth Wright's also tweeted, actually wants to know, you're getting a lot of fan mail this morning. He wants to know what you think about the Alias Bedney situation with regards, obviously, to the Davis Cup with your Fed Cup hat on, but I think we're going to have to save that for later.
That's a big one, and that's maybe for another day.
We can't gloss over that. Gareth, stay with us. We will discuss that at some stage. What in particular, Simon, aside from Federer, of course, are you looking forward to this afternoon?
I'm not writing about this as far as I know. Maybe I am later, but I'm looking forward to seeing Del Potro Kokkinakis. Because Kokkinakis played well at Queen's. Big young talent who's had a lot of injury problems. But for some reason, over the last few years, and I'm sure it's down to his story, all the problems he's had with his wrist, it's about how well he's played. I used to find him boring, but I find him really interesting now.
Del Potro, yeah.
I'm going to have to stop you there. We are looking forward to that match, but we're almost out of time for this particular segment of the programme. Simon, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We are going to say goodbye to our Wimbledon channel viewers, but we'll be back here in the Wimbledon queue from 9 a.m. tomorrow.
You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
And not that we're wearing...
Well, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Wimbledon Championships. It is Tuesday, the 4th of July, and we should say Happy Independence Day to any of our American viewers this morning. Crowds are pouring through as we take a live look at the All England Club here in SW19. We had just over 41,000 people attend the first day of the championships here yesterday, and what was a fairly smooth sailing opening day, except for one big shock, and that was the seeded Stan Wawrinka crashing out in 4 sets in his opening encounter to a young 21-year-old. We'll get onto that, plenty more to come, but I'm delighted to say the sun is shining and we are set for another wonderful day here at the All England Club as the crowds are guided through by security. It's a tradition here at Wimbledon that they are walked through the grounds in this manner, and everyone runs off to try and get the best seats in the house. So if it's a outside court that you are looking for, and there are some tremendous matches scheduled on the outside courts again today. Really, this is such a special part of the event. The opening few days, you get some of the best matches of the week on some of the most accessible courts, so we will keep you up to date with them as our coverage continues right now until 7 p.m. British summertime this evening. It's starting to pull around the corners and spread out, but welcome into our home for the next 90 minutes. This is Centre Court, and I'm Kyra Robinson, joined by a 7-time Grand Slam champion, Mats Wilander. An absolute delight to be here, and I said this to you yesterday when we kicked off our coverage for the year. It doesn't get much better than this location, does it?
No, it doesn't, and I actually just looked at the court a little closer. This is by far the greenest court here on the grounds. Yesterday I thought some of the outside courts were quite burnt and quite worn out already.
Already?
Yeah, after the first day. So, and this is going to play a little bit different. It's going to be lower bounce. rounds. But it feels really good to be here and not have to go on there for me personally, I have to say.
So you're happy to step off the court now. It must be tough coming back here, though, of course, as a former champion, a former player, and of course, having won many titles. Watching this, I said this to Mark Philippoussis yesterday, when you watch these guys playing, don't you miss it? Don't you miss playing on this grass at Wimbledon?
I mean, I think you miss the lifestyle more than...
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think hitting tennis balls is really fun.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy it more these days. I think most guys do, because when you're playing, it's all about competition and tactics. But no, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Good.
At
Glad to
52
hear
years
it.
old, I'm happy to not be competitive anymore.
I'm happy to have you sat next to me, Mats, because you make my job a lot easier. This man knows everything about the tennis world. Actually, I heard a lady in the queue this morning. She had her first ever day at Wimbledon yesterday, and she said the standout moment for her was walking up onto court number 2, where she was sitting for the day, and for the first time just seeing the grass court in all its glory. And if you haven't been here before, it really is quite a different sight, because it is presented so well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I also looking around here, there's actually some people that are already here. I mean, that's 2.5 hours before the first match starts on the center court. So, yes, it's very serene. It's very calming to be watching a grass court. On the other hand, when you're playing on a grass court, it's the complete opposite.
Yeah, I bet it is. It's absolutely baking out here as well today, and it's not even 11 o'clock in the morning yet, so we're set for a real scorcher at Wimbledon on day 2. But we mentioned the main headline from yesterday, and that was Stan Wawrinka crashing out in the opening round. He was playing the 21-year-old Russian Daniil Medvedev. Actually, many people, Mats, did pick this as a potential upset to watch at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, no, Stan Wawrinka, I mean, first of all, we don't really know how fit he was.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously played very well at the French Open, had a decent clay court season, and then just a horrible grass court season. But he's not comfortable on grass. He's not comfortable hitting through his returns, and I think that when I'm watching him play, I feel like he's trying to win, but he's not enjoying himself as much on grass courts.
Yeah, he didn't. You could see at the end of this match, it was very nonchalant. He'd kind of already given up. It was 6-1 in that 4th set. He's got a very iffy record here, you could say. This was actually his 6th first round loss in his Wimbledon career. His best results are reaching the quarterfinals twice. It's a bit baffling. He played Queens. He lost in the first round there as well.
Yeah, no, and it's not strange, because Daniil Medvedev played a great match, but he also has, of course, Magnus Norman as his coach, and Paul Annacone. So has Paul Annacone, who is a serve and volleyer. Obviously, he used to coach Pete Sampras, used to coach Roger Federer. So if you bring somebody like Paul Annacone in, that means you're serious about your grass court tennis. And to go out in 2 first rounds is not sure. Could be a physical problem, but definitely he's not enjoying himself on grass courts as much as the other surfaces.
All right, well, let's hear from the man himself. The 3-time Grand Slam champion Stan Wawrinka spoke to the media after the loss.
How do you assess that, Stan? You seem to be struggling a little bit with a knee problem during the match. How much of a bearing did that have on the result?
Yeah, for sure. I wasn't feeling the way I wanted to feel, but play against a great player. I think he was confident today. He was playing well. He was playing fast, and it was tough lost.
You also lost first round at Queens. It's not been a great grass court season for you. Do you kind of worry about coming and playing again on grass? Do you feel concerned, or do you just feel you've played 2 very strong opponents on the surface who made it really tough?
No, for sure, it was a bad grass court tournament for me. That's clear. 2-time first one was not what I wanted. Unfortunately, it's like that. I had some problem with the knee since Queens, so it was not the way I wanted to get ready for this tournament. Today was tough. I was expecting to feel a little bit better, and when I play a player that level, it's difficult to win. And he went for it. He was playing well also, so it was tough day.
Well, Stan Wawrinka, of course, entered these championships, Mats, with a chance to achieve the career Grand Slam and become one of the few men in history to have done so. He's won all the other 3. You were actually in a similar position. Of course, you got your 7 across the others. This was the one that eluded you. Can you relate to the pressure that you felt every time coming here, knowing this was the one you still needed to pick up?
Yeah, I think it's different. I mean, I think you can just look at Andy Murray, how he didn't win a slam for so many years, and suddenly he won the US Open, and then Wimbledon, another Wimbledon, 2 Olympics. So I think once you're chasing something is not a good thing. You got to get out there and you got to play the match. You got to beat your opponent. that's the only problem you should have when you're a tennis player. And I think for Stan Wawrinka, it really looked like yesterday that he was thinking about chasing career Grand Slam.
And do you think having a countryman like Roger Federer, who is the undisputed king of grass, that Stan does, is in a funny way a help or a hindrance?
I think it helps his loss. I think it helps the pain.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Swiss reporters are going to be talking about Roger Federer at all times, nearly. And it's nice to have. I had Stefan Edberg. So in 1988, I won 3 of the slams, and I lost here in the quarterfinals, and Stefan Edberg won it, which was perfect because nobody wanted to talk to me about losing. They were talking to him about winning it. So I think for Stan Wawrinka, it's a good thing in one way, but at the same time, he knows he's not even close to Roger Federer's level on grass. So
understandably. Just a quick comment before we move on about Daniil Medvedev, who's moved on. This was his first ever appearance at Wimbledon. He's really played the other 2 slams for the first time this year as well. He's now in the second round of a Grand Slam for the first time in his career. It's a career moment for him, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and he's only 21 years old. He's got a big game, he's a big guy, and he's got a big serve. So, yeah, look out for him to not just win a round at Wimbledon, but look out for him to do well here, and definitely look out for him to sort of break into the top 20 in the world over the next couple of years.
Yeah, he is currently the world number 49, and that's what we love about these championships, and indeed any of these the big Grand Slam events, because you get to know new players that perhaps the wider world who don't watch tennis week in, week out may not have heard of yet, and Daniil is one of those.
Yeah, definitely, and we have to remember that at the Grand Slams there's 128 players, and in most other tournaments, some tournaments have 28 players, 32, 64. The biggest tournaments are Miami and Indian Wells, and there's only 96 players, so we do get to see players here that we usually don't see, especially not on TV.
Well, Daniil Medvedev, one of the early heroes of the 2017 Wimbledon Championships, after knocking Stan Wawrinka out in 4 sets in the opening match right here on centre court yesterday. But we've got plenty more to come because we are just getting started on day 2, and we'll continue to keep you covered right here on the Wimbledon channel. So don't go anywhere. Well, good morning and welcome along to the Wimbledon channel if you're joining us across the grounds or in the queue waiting to get in on what is a beautiful Tuesday morning here. It is the 4th of July, so happy Independence Day to any American viewers we have or visitors at the All England Club today. There's a few Americans playing as well today, so plenty of action for them to watch as well. We got off to a smooth start yesterday. Really just a very brief weather delay with a bit of rain that came down in the afternoon. So far, so good here on centre court. I'm Kyle Robinson, joined by 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander, and we are very happy with our position for the next hour and 20 minutes or so as we get you set for this day 2. We've just covered a moment ago the news about Stan Wawrinka yesterday, a bit of a shock defeat in the early round for him, or maybe not, as we discussed. He's had a bit of an up and down record here at Wimbledon and playing an opponent who's definitely on the rise. Other than that, what stood out to you yesterday?
I think the number of people that were here.
Really?
I mean, yeah, it was so crowded.
It was.
Yeah, and I just love it. And I think you forget when you go to the other Grand Slams, this is not the case at all. There's a lot of people. There's usually more people at the Australian Open, at the US Open, into the grounds, but they don't sit in their seats. Here at Wimbledon, every outside court, people are sitting there.
Yeah.
And last night there were a couple of matches late in the evening. They played, I think, up to 9 o'clock or just after 9 o'clock, and they were full.
Yeah.
Outside courts, and that's incredible. So it's a very, very, very special.
You know, this is such an important event, obviously in the tennis world, but for the local community as well, and for Londoners, this is the biggest and one of obviously the best tennis events in the world, but it's also the biggest one to come to this area of London, and I think it's supported incredibly well by everyone. You know, I'm a Londoner, and as soon as Wimbledon comes into town every year, the world goes tennis mad, and I think it shows how well it is supported. You're right, no matter what match it was, every single seat on those outside courts were full yesterday, and there was some terrific matches. I was actually stood in our camera position overlooking courts number 8 and 9. We could see that wonderful game between Beneteau and Sokowski, and then we had Sibylkova and Petkova having an amazing battle on court 12. There are so many little stories going on everywhere, aren't there?
Yeah, and one of the coolest thing about Wimbledon is that you can go out to the outside courts and you can stand right in between courts, and you literally I mean, there's maybe a bench, but there's not that many seating areas on the very smallest outside courts. And you can't really get that close at the other Grand Slams either. So it's a very different feel. Then you come into here, and this is quite a big stadium. Still the smallest center court of all the other 4 Grand Slams. I'm not sure why every tennis fan in the world does not want to come here and see this tournament.
I think they probably do. I just think it's not that easy unless you want to queue.
That makes it special too.
Yeah, and the queue as well is such a unique factor. And I know a lot of you are watching us who have been queuing overnight and camping and really enjoying what is a very unique and special way to get into these championships. Matt mentioned the amount of people that were here yesterday. I can tell you exactly. There were 41,382 pour through these gates, and we're expecting similar amounts today. So if you are coming to join us, do get out and experience some of that action on the outside courts. Well, there are some more courts over at Orangi, and one of our reporters, Rob Walker, is there watching the players prepare today. Rob?
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Orangi, looking particularly resplendent here in this beautiful early morning sunshine. It's already, I think, hotter than it was yesterday. We're overlooking practice court 3, where we're getting a glimpse of the hugely talented Frenchman, Richard Gasquet. Gasquet is up against David Ferrer. What a first-round match that's going to be. They're first up on court 12. And I guess one of the reasons they're meeting as early as the first round is that it's the first year that David Ferrer has been unseeded in a slam for 12 years. Gasquet, 3 times a Grand Slam semi-finalist, made the semis in Wimbledon in 2007 and 2015. He made the 3rd round of the Aussie earlier this year, and he had to retire at the French with a thigh injury when he was up against Gaël Monfils, his compatriot. He's had a tough year this year, Gasquet. He's missed 2 months with an appendicitis, but he's playing himself back into some reasonable form. We know Roger Federer won Halle for a 9th time. Gasquet made the semis there and did so as well at Eastbourne. Had to retire last year in the 4th round up against Joe Wilfried Tsonga. But he's a smooth operator, Richard Gasquet. He trails the head-to-heads with David Ferrer 9-3, 2-1 to the Spaniard in Grand Slam meetings. But Gasquet's got a better record here at Wimbledon. David Ferrer has made the quarterfinals a couple of times. That was back in 2012 and 2013, and perhaps the Spaniard will be stinging a little bit. He had his earliest French Open exit for 13 years, going out in the 2nd round. Hadn't done that since 2004. But it's just so good to get this close to these players, and what a treat that's going to be for the members of the public who managed to get in on court 12. In fact, show courts 2 and 3 and 12 have some absolutely superb matches. And whilst Gasquet and David Ferrer do battle on 12, Juan Martín Del Potro, the former US Open champion and Olympic silver medalist from last year, he's up against Thanasi Kokkinakis. So 2 and 12 really providing some great opening matches here at Wimbledon on day 2. Just about every practice court taken here at Orangi this morning. It's packed in the first week and then gets a little bit emptier as the big names begin to make their way through and the numbers go down. But that's the view here. Richard Gasquet looking pretty composed. Gasquet against David Ferrer in the 1st round. Anywhere else, you'd take that as a quarter-final or a highly entertaining 4th round match. But they've got to meet in the 1st round to make it through here. It's going to be a fascinating match, that one. Not to be missed. They're first up on 12.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Well, this is the view here at the All England Club, the outside courts. So looking pretty prepared for action. Play will begin in just under 45 minutes there. Play begins on the big show courts here, centre number 1 at 1 o'clock British summer time this afternoon. It is 11:30 a.m. this morning for the outside courts. That's Hemon Hill, one of the best spots to sit and watch the tennis if you're not actually on a court, because that big screen does show some of the best of the action, and perfect little picnic patch as well. This is centre court. This is where we're very happy to be sitting this morning. That's the Royal Box just at the top of the screen, just above us, and this is us right here, Cara and Mats, getting you ready for another wonderful day here at Wimbledon. Just to react quickly to what Rob Walker brought us from the Orangi practice courts, Richard Gasquet, a Frenchman, of course, is someone that you should always be cautious of on grass. Two-time semi-finalist here, playing a man, David Ferrer, who's perhaps a bit more of a clay court specialist, but he too has got to 2 quarterfinals here as well.
Yeah, that's a tough match. I mean, I think physically is a very tough match when you play against David Ferrer, because he brings it every time, every match, every point, his whole career. He's there, he's ready to fight. No, he's not playing as well as he used to, that's for sure. He's dropped in the rankings a little bit, lost a little bit of confidence, but it doesn't matter. It's still an emotional battle for Richard Gasquet. So in many ways, it's a tough draw, but at the same time, Richard Gasquet is one of those guys that, is he ever going to win a slam? Maybe not, but is he maybe going to get to a Grand Slam final at some point? He is seeded 22 here, and he's dropped in the rankings too because of injuries, but he is very capable on grass, and he's so much fun to watch on a grass court.
It's incredible that that's actually a first-round match, and there are so many of them. I know there's a couple that Mats really wants to get into, because there's a couple of incredible encounters today, and you have to remind yourself that it is still the first round. We'll get onto that, but now it's time to welcome in another one of our reporters. Nick McCarvey is up on the roof, and he has got a touch screen, I should say, excuse me, that's going to guide us through today's order of play. Nick?
Yes, Kara, the touch screen, it is magic up here on the broadcast roof just off of court 18. Let's take a trip around the grounds to see what's going on today. Angelique Kerber is doing duty opening center court on Tuesday. Serena Williams, the defending champion, she's not here. Kerber's the world number 1, but more importantly, she is the finalist from last year. She takes on qualifier Irina Falconi. Following that match, it's Novak Djokovic, the number 2 seed. He came into Wimbledon a year ago holding all 4 majors. This year, none of those 4 majors are to his name. He takes on Martin Klizan. Now, he's got a 3-0 head-to-head record against Klizan, but Klizan is a dangerous opponent. We'll watch to see how that one proceeds. And the next match, Roger Federer takes on Alexander Dolgopolov. This is another dangerous match. Federer, obviously the 7-time champion here. The March for 8 begins against Dolgopolov. You can see here Federer 3-0 against Dolgopolov. We'll see how Federer progresses there. On number 1 court, it's Milos Raonic, the finalist from last year. He takes on Jan-Lennard Struff to start there. That's followed by Karolina Pliskova taking on Evgenia Rodina. Pliskova, a lot of people's pick to win this tournament, the number 3 seed, big hitter, U.S. Open finalist. Dominic Thiem, the number 8 seed, he takes on Vasek Pospisil. This one is interesting to me. Pospisil is a big server. He's a doubles champion here from the past. He made the quarterfinals in singles. Thiem, not necessarily a lover of the grass courts. He really likes the clay. Semi-finalist at Roland Garros the last 2 years. You can see they've met just one time. Thiem winning that in a 3rd set tiebreak. Let's look here. This is the match that I think a lot of people will be watching to start the day. Juan Martín del Potro, a crowd favorite, obviously, taking on Thanasi Kokkinakis. Thanasi actually just employed for Wimbledon Mark Philippoussis. I saw them walking to practice this morning. These guys have never met, so it'll be interesting to see their first meeting. It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Let's see what else is happening on the number 2 show court. Agnieszka Radwanska, former finalist here, takes on former world number 1, Jelena Jankovic. This is their 10th meeting, 7-2 Radwanska over Jankovic. You can see their last few meetings. This will be one to watch as well. It's a great day out on court number 2. Look at that. Jeremy Chardy taking on Thomas Berdych, a former finalist here. And then we finish the day, Ons Jabeur. If you don't know her name, she's from Tunisia, and she's an inspiring player to watch. And that is Svetlana Kuznetsova, who she takes on. Now, finally, if you've got a grounds pass today, court 14 is the place to be. Misha Zverev taking on Bernard Tomic. Daria Gavrilova will be out there. And then it is the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to all of my American fans watching. Allison Risk takes on Sloane Stevens. And then another All-American battle. Taylor Fritz, a young up-and-comer, takes on the big server, John Isner, on court number 14.
It's the year.
All right, Nick, thank you. Yes, happy 4th of July to you as well. It is nice to have an American with us on the team, and I know, of course, it is a special day for everyone across the pond. We'll hope to be celebrating here at Wimbledon as well with some more terrific tennis. I mentioned how there are some really mouth-watering encounters set for today, still being first-round action. One of them, Mats, I know you're desperate to talk about, is on court number 2, the opening match. Juan Martín Del Potro takes on Thanasi Kokkinakis, the young Australian who might be ranked quite highly. In fact, he's all the way down at 486 because of injury issues. But this looks on paper like it could be a little bit more than what some people might expect.
I would think that Kokkinakis nearly goes in as the favourite.
Really?
Yes.
Against the seeded Del Potro?
Yeah, because he's got a big serve, he's got a great game. He was sort of classified to be at least as good as Nick Kyrgios 3 or 4 years ago when they were both juniors. And he's been injured for a long time now, Kokkinakis, and I saw him play an exhibition event before Wimbledon. And yes, he looks really good, very dangerous, he looks really fit, and he's got a really, really good attitude. So similar game to Nick Kyrgios a little bit, but completely different attitude.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? The attitude when it comes to Kyrgios. It's sort of maybe helped unhindered him a little bit. He now has had some injury troubles, retiring in his match yesterday against Pierre Hubert. He's got that left hip injury that he struggled with at Queens as well. He had to retire in his match against Donald Young then. So really Kokkinakis is the Australian hope, one of the main ones here at least anyway. And it's nice to see another name come through because Kyrgios really had been or is the star, but perhaps this is his chance.
Yeah, no, definitely. And obviously it's going to help Kokkinakis that Nick Kyrgios has done so well, even though we all think maybe that he's still underachieved just a little bit because he's so talented. But it's really important to have somebody who's your friend, who's doing well, who's the same age as you, so that he sort of helps you or pushes you along. So, yeah, watch out for Thanasi Kokkinakis in the future, and I think even today.
And what about Juan Martín Del Potro? I mean, goodness, he won quite a comeback story last year, actually. He'd had this terrible troubles with his left wrist, came and advanced to the third round after that epic with Stanford Wawrinka, then went on and got to the final of the Olympic men's singles and just losing out to Andy Murray, got the silver. But he's a wonderful story that people enjoy watching, don't they? A big server on grass too.
Yeah, no, he's obviously a great player, and most probably one of those players that if he didn't get injured, I say that he would have had 3 or 4 Grand Slam victories for sure, because he's unafraid of any player. He's unafraid of any stage. He was even unafraid coming back after so many years off the tour. And he comes back and he beats Stan Wawrinka on the center court at Wimbledon. Then he beats Rafa Nadal at the Olympics in Rio and nearly beats Murray in the final. So he just sort of started again where he left the game 3 or 4 years ago. So yeah, at the same time, his backhand is a little bit vulnerable, and I think Thanasi Kokkinakis is very clever. He's got a big game, and it'll be interesting to see what Del Potro can do when Kokkinakis keeps going to Del Potro's backhand.
Yeah, Del Potro got to the semi-finals here in 2013, then had those 2 years off, returned last year with that big win against Stan Wawrinka, only made it to the third round, but this is a first-round match, and we will have to see what happens. So plenty more to look forward to. That's one of the matches on court number 2. I'm sure many of you have got tickets for that one if you've been out in the queue all morning and indeed all evening long. But for now, we're going to check in with our intrepid reporter, Rob Walker, again. He's over at Orangi and looking at one of the ladies preparing for her match today.
Well, a few clouds temporarily appearing down here at Orangi. We're overlooking practice court 16 ahead of what could be a really intriguing match between two women who have achieved a huge amount in the sport, and between them won a fairly cool $45 million. That's Agnieszka Radwanska, former runner-up at Wimbledon, took Serena Williams to 3 sets in 2012. She's produced some of her best tennis here on grass, twice a semi-finalist in 2015 and 2013, and has twice been in the 4th round in recent years, including last year. Her opponent, the former world number 1 and US Open runner-up, Jelena Jankovic, the Serbian, now 32 years of age. She's won almost £19 million in career prize money, 3 times a French semi-finalist. And both of them have been around for such a long time. Radwanska's the number 9 seed here. She's contesting a huge number of Grand Slam matches over the years, but so too is Jankovic. Jankovic is on her 55th consecutive slam, the most of any player currently here, although she went out in the first round of the French. Radwanska, in contrast, made the third round at Roland Garros, but had a second round exit at the Australian Open, and it's a mark of how consistent Radwanska's been over the years that defeat in the second round in Australia was her earliest Grand Slam exit since 2009. She is a high-quality performer. They're second up on court 2 after Del Potro and Kokkinakis. Agnieszka Radwanska has been at the net for about the last 5 or 10 minutes and working on those overheads, going through a fairly intense workout here, just making sure she's fired up and ready to go. Interestingly enough, at the moment, practice court 15 is empty, so she's got this little section all to herself, and this is the most private place to knock up here at Arangi, because members of the public can't get access. In fact, it's pretty quiet here at the moment. Jeff, if you just pan down there, normally we've got a whole array of photographers and cameramen. There's a family there. They've settled in for the next couple of hours. They've brought a whole load of donuts with them. We haven't managed to get one yet. I know. I'm surprised you can't hear the cameraman's stomach rumbling. He's desperate to get his hands on one of those custody creams. But anyway, Radwanska now just having a little drink. It's pretty calm and quiet down here, and there's nobody overlooking her preparation for this match against Jelena Jankovic, two women who have achieved a huge amount in the sport, but there's only room for one of them in the second round this year.
Yes, that Radwanska-Jankovic match will follow Del Potro-Kokkinakis on court number 2, so you're set to see some pretty good tennis if you're over to that court today. That will also be followed by Jeremy Chardy and Thomas Berdych, two wonderful players as well. Berdych's the 11th seed here, a former Wimbledon finalist, and Kuznetsova is a seeded player in the final match scheduled on court number 2 today. It is, as I keep saying, an absolutely beautiful day here at the All England Club. This is to be perched on the side of centre court, and they will slowly be beginning preparations just behind us. In fact, Hawkeye's already hard at work right now. Mats has got a tennis racket in his hand, not because he's about to jump up and hit some tennis balls, but because actually you've got some very interesting information to share with our viewers about how the grip on the racket changes a little bit on this surface.
Yeah, it does, because the bounce is so low compared to other surfaces, and of course sometimes the bounce is untrue as well. So you find that players, let me show you here, find that most players today, they would have a forehand grip sort of way over there. It's sort of semi-western or full western. But because of the bounce is so low, they're going to have to move their grip a little bit to the old-fashioned John McEnroe grip, who John McEnroe would hold a racket like this, and that, well, sorry, he would be left-handed. He would never change his grip. It would be always the same grip for any shot. But today's players, they go from here, and on grass, they're going to have to hit a lot of chip shots, backhands and forehands, and of course a lot of volleys too. But even full drive forehands, especially forehands, they're going to have to change the grip just a little bit because the bounce is so much lower.
And keep that grip for the duration of the match?
No, keep that grip for the duration of that stroke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so literally they're going to have to be doing like this, way more here on clay. Let's say at the French Open, the bounce is much higher, and they can hit their sort of favorite or perfect forehand, which in general is a grip like that. But here, because you don't really know and you're kind of uncertain on how high the bounce is, you're going to have to be willing to change your grips a couple of times during the same rally.
That's fascinating, and I have to, I suppose, pick up with that, thinking of a player like Petra Kvitova, who we know has been through this horrific knife attack earlier in the year, in fact, at the end of last year in December, and her hand still doesn't actually fully close, but obviously you don't have to fully close it to grip a tennis racket. But for someone like her, would that be harder, do you think, to move it around during the course of a match? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, apparently she can't make a fist pump with her left hand, so she has started doing it with her right hand, which must be kind of weird because the signal from your brain goes to your is a natural thing to fist pump with your dominant hand. But I would think that it's a little bit of a problem for her, but yes, it's quite interesting. Tennis players hit so many shots on grass courts that they would never even attempt to hit on other courts.
amazing, because this surface is so different. And let's speak a little bit about the surface, because we know it is grass. It's a natural habitat all on its own accord, and it does obviously change over the 2 weeks, the 14 days or 13 days of the tournament. But actually this year is a little bit different, isn't it? Because we've had such good weather over here. It's almost playing a bit harder earlier than it would typically.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the difficult thing about Wimbledon was always the first week the grass is green, and then something happens over the middle weekend. Of course, Sunday, usually there is no play. Hopefully there is no rain, so we can have a day off. But the courts here, the outside courts especially, are much drier than I've seen them in the past. This centre court here, on the other hand, looks greener than the outside courts, but it's also going to get a lot more play than the other courts throughout the fortnight.
As a player, though, are you conscious of how the grass changes on a day-to-day basis? And what do you need to do in your game, if anything, to be ready for that?
You have to be ready to not have any kind of expectations of hitting the ball great. Because grass courts is about fighting, it's about keeping the ball in play, and it's obviously about serving well. Of course, you got to try and hold serve as much as possible. Difficult to break serve, but the most important is the mindset. You go in and you know that you're going to have miss-hits. You're going to lose your confidence just a little bit at times.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, they do such a good job here. Neil Subley is the head of all the ground staff here at the All England Club, and year in, year out, they produce a terrific surface, and we're just very lucky to sit this close to one of the best in the world for the next hour. Today. We're going to be with you all the way until 7 o'clock British Summer Time this evening, though. Well, now it is time for our daily debate, and we can say good morning for the first time to Craig O'Shaughnessy and Anne Keotherong.
Good morning and welcome to the Daily Debate with IBM. I'm Anne Keotherong, and alongside me is Craig O'Shaughnessy, our expert strategy analyst. And yesterday our topic was passion. We've asked you what makes a great champion, what makes great, and today we're going to review that.
Well, and as you know, I am very passionate about the strategy of the game, and the strategy is really understood by the numbers. For me, the language of tennis is numbers. So what we're doing here is looking at IBM data and figuring out, can that data show us who are the most passionate players here? And our hashtag, What Makes Great, is focused on the greatest players of all time here at the championships. How is passion impacted? And we see some players fist pumps, very demonstrative, getting involved with the crowd, and other players, they're a little bit reserved and hold it back a little bit and save it for the special moments. So that passion is sometimes very obvious and sometimes not quite so. The three elements that we're going to go through, which we touched on yesterday, is the longevity. The players that have been here for 10 years and 15 years, and they keep coming back, and they keep coming back from injury as well. Drive to Succeed is really focused on moments in time. When those big moments come in a match, the break points, the set points, the match points, they step up in the clutch and perform better. And lastly is inspiring fans. It's so great to be on a court with one of the magical players here at Wimbledon and feel that electricity.
Yeah, so how has IBM gathered data? Well, look at those numbers, 53.7 million data points collected. And also information collected over the past 22 years. There's so much information here that we've put together to really tell us what makes a great champion. The artificial intelligence platform Watson, that is big. What is big about Watson is that it's able to understand natural language. Now that is key, and it also gives us unique insights that we wouldn't necessarily see ourselves. And well, moving on, we had yesterday in action defending champion Andy Murray. How much passion did he show out there?
Yeah, well, Andy knows his opponent, Alexander Bublik, and these guys are friends, and when you play somebody like that, you're not as big with your passion. There was less fist pumps, he's a little bit more subdued, but in the end, he was always ahead in that match, and he was always going to win, so that passion was certainly boiling inside Andy, but it didn't come out quite as much as it normally would.
But someone yesterday who played out on centre court who showed plenty of passion was Petra Kvitova, former champion here.
Yeah, well, she said before the tournament started that just even making it to Wimbledon and playing her first match is basically her Wimbledon final. Very emotional day for her, and it's just so great to see her back here smiling and doing well at the championships.
Yeah, and what was so great to see from Andy Murray coming back from a hip injury and Petra Kvitova coming back from obviously an unfortunate incident 6 months ago, both coming back from injury. Does that show us how much passion they have? Another person who oozes passion was Rafael Nadal.
Well, we saw the fist pumps, we saw the energy. He has been on a roll for months now. And, you know, when Rafa gets ahead, I mean, just imagine being on the other side of the court. Rafa's doing well, the fist pumps are going, the crowd's going nuts. John Millman had a tough day at the office out there, but you know what? Rafa is in outstanding form.
And Alias Bedene, 4.5 hours he spent on court. First 4 sets were all tie-break sets, and then 8-6 in the 5th against Ivo Karlovic.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of big weapons, doesn't have the ability to make the opponent uncomfortable, but doesn't beat himself. So a little bit more reserved, a little bit quieter, but again, the passion was massive yesterday.
Oh, when you spend that amount of time on court, you've got to be passionate about wanting to get through. And well, today we've got Roger Federer in action.
Yeah, Roger's the kind of guy that saves his passion or the outburst of those passion for special moments. He's going to be walking around the court, he's going to be looking at his strings, and every now and then, like a little dagger, you know, you'll hear him yell out, you'll see the fist pump. So he doesn't do it as much, but when he does it, look out.
And he's popular wherever he goes, and that takes us to social media. Roger Federer, very popular.
Let's have a look at some comments from yesterday.
Yeah, Del Potro has returned. We haven't spoken about Del Potro, but what we've been looking at are former champions here. Del Potro hasn't quite lifted the trophy here, but after so many wrist surgeries, yes, the real story is his dedication and inspiration. Well, he is an inspiring person. And we've comments there from Kate Taylor. Great to see Andy channeling his emotion to his advantage.
Yeah, and I like that too. I mean, Andy sometimes can get a little bit mad at himself. You see him turning around to the box and chatting to the box, and, you know, he can beat himself a little bit there. So we've seen a trend here. We talked about it yesterday at the championships. That anger emotion has gone down over time, and the winning has gone up as a result of that.
And Leighton Hewitt, we didn't speak about Leighton Hewitt yesterday, but to me, he is someone who really shows lots of passion out there. Former champion here, always inspirational to watch. I agree with that comment there. Nadal, yes. Ivanisevic, also fan favourites.
I believe that Rafa Nadal is the most passionate and emotional player of all time. I mean, you can't really argue against that. The energy he brings, the fist pumps, the vamos. I mean, you know, there's a lot of players that bring it, but Rafa could be the best there.
Now let's see about a few of the comments on Twitter as well.
Here we go.
So do keep them coming. Use the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. But true grit and determination, Andy Murray showed this on his journey, keeping up with the science of the sport, to what makes great for Nathan Jones. He likes those winners with style and determination. Stamina. Well, stamina is something we'll be talking about later on in the week. Stamina is something that is what makes great for Emma Chan. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Keep the comments coming. Keep using the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat.
Yeah, and the daily debate is all about putting out a bunch of champions and figuring out what makes them great and then talking about it. And Anna and I don't say we disagreed a little bit yesterday, but, you know, there is no wrong or right. So please keep these answers coming in. The last 2 days have been about passion. The next couple of days is about performing under pressure. So we've had a lot of fun talking about it the last couple of days, and we are going to go back here. I want to bring up the hashtag #WhatMakesGreat. Looking forward to your interaction, and have a great day wherever you are.
Data is very important to us at Wimbledon. We capture millions of data points throughout the championships, and we're constantly developing new ways to analyse and interpret them. It's about giving insight into the drama that's unfolding. Why does Nadal always serve to Federer's backhand on the first point of a pressure game? Why is a player winning and why is the other one losing? And how likely is that balance to shift or momentum to change? If we use the data in the right way, then we can move it beyond statistics and really develop this idea of getting under the skin of tennis matches at Wimbledon. The more we understand and the more we know, the more we can really bring the game to life for millions of people around the world.
I'm with Patrick Williams here. He's a senior project manager of the All England Club. Patrick, thanks for joining us firstly. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Brilliant. So you're here to talk to us about Court 1 and exactly what's happening over there at the moment.
Well, the main project brief is to put a retractable roof on, similar to centre court, and therefore we will have that completed by May 2019. In addition to a retractable roof, we're also building 15 new hospitality suites and reglazing the entire building. And what used to be Court 19 has now been dug up, and we are halfway through completing a new public food plaza and some facilities below for the officials.
And how far along is the roof development there? Because I can see a little bit of work looks like it's already started.
We've done a little more than a little bit. We, unfortunately, with the green covering, you can't see the web of steel which is behind it, but we're a third of the way through. So we're where we said we were going to be, which is great. Next year we will be completing what we call the fixed roof and the inner roof, and so there will be more cover in the event of any showers next year. And we will have built the trusses, which are the main components of the retractable roof, over on the practice courts. And the final year, so this time next year, we'll be looking and making plans for getting the retractable roof lifted on top of the building.
And this is the second roof we now have at Wimbledon. Why do you feel you needed another one?
Well, the business decision was taken largely on the back of centre court being such a success. We're in the event where we've had very wet tournaments for prolonged rain periods. Centre court has guaranteed play for the fans and the players, which has obviously been very successful and well received. And the business decided that it was the right thing to do to repeat that success and put a retractable roof on number 1 court as well.
And centre court, the roof there obviously has been here for quite a while now. Are there going to be any different advances maybe in technology to court number 1?
Mechanically, the roofs are very similar, but the electronics that actually drive it are constantly being reviewed and updated. So by the time we get to the number 1 court retractable roof working, we'll have replaced largely all of the componentry, the electronics that drive the centre court roof, and we will then repeat the same softwares over onto the number 1 court project.
Maybe can you just talk us through maybe some facts and figures as well, exactly about what is used, is struggling now, what is being used to make the roof?
Well, there's 7,500 tonnes worth of steel are going to go into the building or on top of the building. This year we saw 3,500 tonnes worth put in. The target for next year, if I can remember correctly, is 2,700 tonnes worth of steel will be manufactured, brought down from Bolton, and then lifted onto the structure. We've got the majority of the concrete work done, but we've basically all of the piled foundations, which are cylindrical foundations which go into the ground. I think I've seen this in the programme. Someone's quoted me on it. If you took them out and lined them all up, it'd get you about a mile up the road. So we've got a lot of work in the bag in this last season.
And is this an in-house project, or are you getting someone in from out of the club to work on this project?
So the in-house team is led by myself, working with Justin Smith and Robert Deaker from the Estate Development Department. We've got Sir Robert McAlpine, who are what we call the principal contractor, and they are, by the time out of all of their subcontractors, will be 400 men a day on site strong. So it's quite a workforce, but in terms of management of the project, that is all led by the All England Club internally.
And obviously there's no work going on now, so as soon as the championship's finished, are you all back in, all hands to deck?
Yeah, there is no pause, we go straight away. August is going to be a very, very busy month. First job is to get the cranes back up on the building so we can get lifting, and logistics-wise, we've got something in the region of 350 vehicle loads of equipment being brought in August alone. So yeah, logistically it's going to be quite a challenge.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, and we look forward to seeing that roof in 2019.
Excellent, thank you.
Fascinating, thank you. Well, this is number 1 court as it looks right now. Obviously, those plans are very much underway. They've taken a little bit of a pause for this year's championships, but it will be, won't it, Matt, an incredibly welcome sight to have 2 fully covered courts here at the All England Club to use when needed.
Yes, I mean it's great for TV, obviously, when you're at home watching, because you always have tennis, and you always have tennis on 2 courts. It doesn't really make a big difference for the players in the first week because there's so many matches anyway, so you can't catch up on the schedule with just having 2 courts and two courts with a roof. And the other problem with the roof sometimes is that because they're show courts, you can't necessarily put players on there that you haven't heard of before, so the lower ranked players is not going to benefit them at all. But of course, for the second week, it makes a huge difference.
It is interesting that all the big slams are having or working towards having at least some sort of a covered court. The French Open, of course, doesn't at the moment, but as you reminded me a moment ago, does have plans underway. It's interesting that you say that, you know, it's a very good point. Obviously, this first week, there's so many matches to take place that it's not going to make that much difference. Obviously, the later stages it does. As a player, though, in what is traditionally an outdoor tournament, what is it like? I mean, I don't presume you've actually done it, but can you imagine what it's like playing under the roof here?
Yeah, I can imagine. Yes, we have at the Australian Open, they put a roof on in 1988. They hosted the first Australian Open in the city of Melbourne, or in Melbourne, before it was outdoors on grass at an old stadium called Kooyong. No, I mean, some players, I think, prefer to play indoors depending on the player they're playing against.
Okay.
Because it plays a little bit different. It doesn't necessarily play faster, but it's easier to serve because there's no sun, there's no wind. And some guys, obviously, and some ladies, they love playing in the wind. So most players, I think, would prefer to keep it an outdoor tournament. And we see that. They don't like to close the roof. They will, though, on the other hand, keep the roof closed always. If they start a match with the roof closed, they will stay closed throughout the match, even if the sun is shining.
It can be quite political as well, can't it? Not just the roof, but weather delays. We've seen it affect matches before. Of course, the final between Tim Henman and Goran Ivanisevic, that was a weather-impacted one here in the early 2000s. But then recently, Andy Murray in 2012 against Roger Federer, the roof had to come on, and really, you know, it can change the momentum hugely.
It changed the momentum that time, that's for sure, because Andy Murray was playing great, and then suddenly Roger Federer started serving much better again, and it is much easier. So, yeah, I think that, yes, all the players prefer, obviously, to not make it an indoor tournament.
Yeah, well, this one certainly does have a roof, and it will be used if necessary. It hasn't been yet so far in these championships because we only had a very brief weather shower yesterday. Now, Mats has been telling me all morning, why are these people, or asking me, I should say, why are these people? There's basically quite a few people already sat here in centre court, and we are, well, an hour and 45 minutes away from play starting, but we've been here for a good 45 minutes already. He keeps saying to me, why do people come and sit in here so early? So Mats has been making some friends. He's been off to speak to a couple of the gentlemen sitting here. And it's amazing because everyone you speak to, Mats, that come to Wimbledon really have their own story, don't they? And this pair queued for several days, is that right?
Yes, they've been queuing for 3 days. All right, here we go. They've been queuing for 3 days, camped for 2 nights, and then the cool thing is that look at the seats that they have. They're in the 4th row from Roger Federer playing tennis.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, amazing. So obviously Wimbledon does such a great job in wanting people to queue and wanting people to camp out, which I still have to do. Remember, I was threatening to do that a couple of years ago, and I was told off by the All England Club to not do it. But I think that I might consider doing that without telling anyone at some point, and you will only know after I've done it. But it sounds so cool.
You need to do it incognito, Mats, because you might cause a bit of a stir with a multi-Grand Slam champion going in the queue. But I used to, many moons ago, work as a steward here at Wimbledon, and one of our jobs was to manage the queue. And it was so fascinating. It's insightful to see not only how well it's managed, but the stories of people that have travelled from all over the place to come here. And then, as you can hear, we're having a few announcements about everything that will be happening today. But you came back from meeting these people, and he said to me, I can't believe how good seats they have. But the one thing that the All England Club do well, one of the many things they do incredibly well, is they do reserve this whole front section for everyone that has queued, which means if you do bother to stay overnight and everything, you are well rewarded at the end of it.
Yeah, no, but that's what's such a cool thing with this tournament compared to the other slams, because there's no camping, there's no queuing overnight at the other 3 Grand Slams. I mean, they used to have a standing section. This actually used to be a standing section in the 80s. So that's going back to sort of what they do in football. And you would never really think when you talk about Wimbledon, it's, you know, this is so traditional and you have to wear white tennis clothes and all that. Yeah, but they're so far ahead here at Wimbledon in terms of thinking about the fans. And I have to say, it adds so much mystique to the tournament because they have these these queues. And the resale tickets. So when people leave here, they give their ticket back,
Yeah.
and then somebody can take their seat and come back and watch tennis. And it's just a wonderful thing.
Many people go straight from the queue to the resale queue once they're in, and then they do end up later in the day on centre court. And who do we have later in the day on centre court today? None other, of course, than Roger Federer, who is bidding to get his 8th Wimbledon title. He's always a fan favourite here, and he spoke to the media ahead of his 2017 campaign.
Well, I think at the end of the day, that was the decision for me, not to have any no compromise, really. Give myself the best chance for the grass, that I would never look back and have regrets once I came here. Because I was ready to play in Paris. I just didn't feel ready to go yet to come back in Madrid or Rome. Anything other than winning there feels like I'm not giving myself the best chance for Wimbledon. And I'm 35 years old. I've won the French Open once, and this is clearly not an ideal preparation. I'll be fresh. That's the positive, but negative is I haven't had any matches whatsoever. That's then when I felt within the team that we all felt the same way, that it's better to save myself and give it all I have for the rest of the season, not just the grass court season, but looking beyond that too, all the way to the American summer and staying on a fast court tennis sort of a mindset. And I kind of never regretted it, even though it hurt, because it was the first time I pulled out of a slam actually feeling 100% ready to go. Well, I mean, depending on how fit he is, if he's anything close to 100% physically, I consider him one of the big favorites to win the tournament. It's that simple, and it's the same for Novak and the same for Rafa. So today, for instance, I was just trying to have good energy in practice, you know, short and sweet, just get it done. Tomorrow I'll be off, and then sort of basically resting, just making sure I come in fresh into that first round with the right mindset. And look, I don't want to be at the mercy of my opponent. I want to take charge, play aggressive myself. So for that, I need to be fast on my feet and quick in my mind. So I just need enough rest so I can play enough inspired tennis.
White clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
Well, don't fear, there is no rain yet, or we don't know if there may be any later in the day here on centre court. But what happens, actually, it's quite interesting, is every morning, that's the one half of the roof, and it moves itself down to the other end to be ready should they need to close at any point during play today. I think when play's finished every evening, the roof, I guess, closes all at one end of centre court, and then every morning this happens. So it's a little bit of movement happening above us, but nothing to be too concerned about. Many people flocking in. There's some people arriving in the royal box as well. People know that they've got a wonderful day ahead of them here on centre court. But one of our reporters, Rachel Stringer, has been busy, and she's up on the broadcast centre roof with another guest. Rachel?
I've got Bunny Martin and Roy Loveday here from the Body Action campaign, and that's obviously supported by the Wimbledon Foundation.
Absolutely.
Firstly, what is the Body Action campaign, please?
Well, our recent project with Wimbledon was an animation project. So we worked with children from around all around Wandsworth and Merton, and really it's kind of to do with giving them confidence. I mean, as we all know, confident children make successful adults. Yeah, so it's really to do with empowering them in every way possible to learn as many different things they can, and to broaden their opportunity horizon, I suppose, and let them see. And they loved it. It was really exciting.
Yeah, and I think as well, in terms of creativity and giving them confidence in their creative life, which is really important, and looking into the future and looking at the future of young people, confident, creative people are going to be important, because mundane work won't be there for them in the way that perhaps it it exists for us now. Things are going to change a lot, and they're going to need the resources and the resilience to sort of cope with that. So.
Well, we can see you're quite creative people by looking at your hats here. Just tell me a little bit about why you're wearing these today and who made them for you, please.
Well, we just thought that we should be doing something a bit Wimbledon-y. And we had two wonderful students, Christine Black, who's a fabulous Russian girl, and Asuka Fuji, who is Japanese, and they came to us and helped us with the project. We had a wonderful red carpet gala evening for the kids to make them into Hollywood stars, and they made a wonderful backdrop for that. And we kind of said, we want to make some mad hats for Wimbledon. They said, oh, can we make them?
Yes, absolutely.
Look at this detail, and look at the detail in these strawberries. This is all handmade. Every little bit of it is handmade. And
what are they made out of? I'm actually intrigued what the strawberries are made out of.
Yes, well, I think they're a sort of special kind of foam thing, but just to get all those little yellow pips in there and to really do that detail and to hand paint all this. And I mean, they do set design for screen, so their talents are huge. I mean, I was a film producer for years, so I know how much talent you have to have because it's so across the board to do. And they made all these. These are kind of monster bunnies, and I mean, all these were done and painted and created. It's fabulous. Yeah.
What other workshops do you put on for the people involved in the charity? I heard there was some puppetry as well, and animation. Can you tell me a bit about that as well, please?
Well, the animation that we've been doing has all been a stop frame animation, so not on a computer. We use tablets, but it's physical, it's involved, it's around a set. They build their own world, they express,
Yes, it's almost to do with that, isn't it?
And just how much are the people involved getting out of this project which you're putting on?
Well, I think it was 1,000% really. I mean, actually, Wai Chan from the Wimbledon Foundation came to see us on our project, and she arrived, and I knew she was coming at 3 o'clock, and I had my alarm on for it, and she walked in, and someone tapped me on the shoulder, and she said, I've never walked into a room, I've never walked into a room and seen every single person so involved in what they're doing, no one's even looked up. And none of us had. The kids are so intrigued. It's their story. It's their thing. They've designed it. They've made it. They've done the backgrounds. They've made the people. They might have made plasticine people or used monsters. We've got garages of props that we get from charity shops. Anything that moves, because it's all to do with moving a tiny little bit. And so they're just. I mean, it's theirs. And then to see their film and their name in lights. And Roy's used to run a theatre and a cinema, so he's the most amazing show designer, technician, so he designed the most unbelievable show. It was an X Factor-esque, brilliant, wonderful.
Logos, and we had judges all sat down, which were sort of people we knew from industry, so we were feeding back to them something genuine. This wasn't a craft project for a week. This is something you created, put in front of professionals who do this for a living, and therefore can give you real feedback and really make you feel that you're not just mucking about here. You're doing something creative that's important to you, important to your future, valuable. Yeah.
Obviously, the collaboration is with Wimbledon. They're obviously supporting you. And just what has the foundation done?
Well, Wai's just been unbelievable. She's been there every minute through for us, and every turn she's come down, she's been involved, she's watched it, she's met the kids, she's interviewed them, she's been there for them. They were there on the night cheering them all on. They gave us some extra funds to be able to make the nice that extra bit exciting and do the bits we needed. And just so they've been wonderful. They've been absolutely wonderful.
Perfect.
We wouldn't be here without them. So we've been really very, very lucky.
Yeah.
Perfect. Roy, Bunny, thanks so much, and enjoy your day at Wimbledon. Thank you.
Well, we are now moments away from play beginning on the outside courts. It's scheduled to start at 11:30 British Summer Time this morning. That is the time now, so we're going to close in on one of the courts that's perhaps one of the headline matches this morning. This is the live scene here. Plenty more people still to come and take their seats, but we are expecting the 29th seeded Argentinian Juan Martín del Potro against the unseeded Australian Thanasi Kokkinakis, who has been incredibly impressive over recent years. Struggled a little bit with injury, but recently knocked Milos Raonic out of the opening round of Queens, which is, you would think, pretty good preparation for the grass court Grand Slam that we have here. Mats Wilander joins me now, and I know that you've been particularly excited to watch this one unfold. If you had to predict an early score, Where would you go?
I would predict that Thanasi Kokkinakis wins this match in 4 sets.
In 4?
Yeah, I do, because obviously, like you just mentioned, they beat Milos Raonic at Queens, and Milos Raonic and Juan Martín del Potro are kind of similar in their way of playing. They're a similar size as well, and movement is the weakness of del Potro, and Thanasi Kokkinakis, he's very very complete as a tennis player, and he's got a really, really professional attitude already.
You've got to think about serve when you think about someone like Milos, and Juan Martín del Potro doesn't exactly have a small one either. It is tough when you're playing these big servers, particularly on this surface, on the grass. And actually, it makes me think of Alias Bedene yesterday, who managed to beat Ivo Karlovic. What a match that was in 5 sets. No break of serve until the last winning game. It is hard to get across some on the other side of the net who does have such a booming serve.
Yes, it's very difficult. I mean, of course, on grass, most players' serves becomes a weapon. So sometimes it doesn't necessarily favor the big server, but it's just such a nightmare to play against someone like Ivo Karlovic. So for Alias Bedene to lose the first set in the tiebreaker, having to win the second in the tiebreaker, to not go down 2 sets to love, and then staying alive, winning the 4th set in a tiebreaker as well, and then managing to break. I mean, that's an unbelievable effort.
And a home player as well, in front of a British crowd who just loved it. And actually, I was listening to the BBC Today at Wimbledon yesterday evening, and John McEnroe made a very good point. He said, to be honest, I think the rest of the field will be very pleased to see that Ivo Karlovic is out, because he's often quite dangerous here at Wimbledon.
No, but he's a nightmare opponent. I think that everybody in the draw, I think, including Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal, the last person they want to play early in the tournament is Ivo Karlovic, because of the big serve. But again, grass court, it does not necessarily favor the big server. It used to in the Pete Sampras era, and the Goran Ivanisevic, Richard Krajicek, the Dutchman, won here as well. So there were times then where the big servers were winning, but not necessarily lately.
Well, he would have become one of the oldest men to have won a match here at Wimbledon. Sadly, he didn't yesterday, well into his late 30s, 38 or 39, I think. Instead, the 38-year-old Tommy Haas will have the opportunity to get that honour today. And actually, I spent a bit of time with Tommy Haas at the Hurlingham Club last week. He played a couple of exhibition matches. Such a lovely guy, first and foremost, but announced his retirement earlier on this year, that this will be his last full year on the ATP Tour. He's delving into a couple of other things. He's the newly named tournament director at Indian Wells, and it'll be a shame to see someone like him go, but I hope to see a bit of him on the Champions Tour.
I mean, we have to remember that he beat Roger Federer a couple of weeks ago.
Right, just in Stuttgart.
I mean, that's incredible. I know that they're good friends, really good friends.
Yeah.
And I would assume that Roger Federer is a really, really nice guy and doesn't necessarily want to beat the 38-year-old in a tennis match. But at the same time, Federer, of course, needed match practice. And so in a full-blown ATP World Tour match, Tommy Haas, the 38-year-old, beat Roger Federer. I mean, that's amazing.
In what was Roger's first tournament back since winning Miami, of course, a little bit earlier in the season. It was amazing.
And the Australian Open. I mean, that's unbelievable. He beat a Grand Slam champion at 38 years old.
Do you know what? Let's speak a little bit about Roger Federer, because the scheduling is something that many people have admired. Really, after his shock defeat to Milos Raonic here at Wimbledon last year, he decided to pull a plug on his season, rest his body, and returned after really not playing much tennis for 6 months, the Australian Open, wins his 18th Grand Slam, of course, then triumphs at Indian Wells and Miami as well, but sits out then after that for the whole clay court season, comes back, wins Halle. He's coming in here, he says, feeling fresher than he has yet. He's 35 years of age. It is astonishing, is it not?
Yes, it is, but I think it goes to show, I think people in general, that, you have to get match practice and you got to get your confidence up. Well, not for Roger Federer, not for Rafael Nadal. They've won so much. This is the familiar sight for them, is playing on a big court against the best players in the world. They'll never forget how to do that. But it's practice, it's proper structure in the day, and be able to sort of plan for 3 months ahead that you're going to practice between, let's say, 10 and 12, 3 and 5. You're going to get your gym workout. And so he's actually given himself a chance to improve his game. And Rafa Nadal gave himself a chance to improve his game. And we can see the difference. And maybe Andy Murray and Novak Djokovic should consider something similar, taking some time off and really try and work on certain weaknesses in their game, because everybody has it. But Roger Federer, he really has improved.
Of course, he's a father of 4 now. Those were his twin girls that were watching him then. This was some 5 years ago, back in 2012. Would you believe it? The last time he triumphed here. Amazingly, he has come pretty close the last few seasons. He was a finalist in 2014 and 15, and then did fall to Milos Raonic, as we mentioned, in the semi-finals in 2016. He is bidding to become just the second man in history to win 8 titles at any Grand Slam event. The only other man to do that is Rafa Nadal, who has done so and more at the French Open. He actually achieved a feat in 2013 was when he won his 8th title at Roland Garros. This is always an incredibly special moment for the Wimbledon champion. They're newly crowned and they come out onto the members' balcony and all of the crowds gather to just get a glimpse of the champion with a trophy, and few are more popular than Roger Federer. That was an incredibly emotional year because it was Andy Murray's first run to the final. Of course, he was defeated, broke down in tears on this court, came back and won it a year later. But does it surprise you in general that we are seeing so many players perform well into their 30s now?
It does, yes. I think physically, people talk about physically that it's amazing. I don't think physically it makes a big difference if you're 34, 35 or 26, 27. But I think emotionally, that the fact that Roger Federer has it in him to go out on a tennis court and to give it his all, especially when he's looking at he's got 4 children. So he has a life off the court, but because it is only a sport, but it's painful to lose. When you're out here trying your best and you work so hard and you get out here and you fear losing and then you start losing, it's a painful emotional feeling. So to be willing to sort of sacrifice that part of your life is pretty amazing to me.
And sort of put yourself out there, I suppose, the gauntlet, you don't know which way it's going to go. It's wonderful to see these men become family men and continue their careers incredibly successfully. We know Andy Murray's expecting a second child as well soon.
Yeah, but I think what's very special about Roger Federer is that, I mean, I'm not saying this because he's talked about he's going to play for a couple of more years, but at the same time, he is 35 years old. We know that he has a big family. This could potentially be the last time you see Roger Federer at Wimbledon, because one of the next 3 or 4 years is going to be the last one. So I think the longer he plays, the more special it is for people to see him play live. And I think we saw that with a young gentleman who'd been queuing for 3 days. I mean, they're just glowing. And he said to me, and one guy said, Roger Federer is going to be right here, and I'm sitting right there. So I think it's extremely special. And again, I hope he plays until he's 50. For sure, but you never know.
Do you think if he does get his 8th title here, whenever that might be, this year, next year, is that when he closes the curtain, or does he keep going?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of his fans would hope that he goes out on top. I'm one of his fans for sure, and I would hope that he doesn't. Because I really enjoy when great champions in any sport, when they have to fight through adversity, when they're not playing well, when they've been injured a little bit, because other people can relate to that in normal life. That everything is not perfect and you have to fight through everything. And I think it's been really cool to see Federer because he's been fighting hard for the last 4 or 5 years. And like you mentioned, he hasn't won here in 5 years. So he's been injured. He hasn't played that well. He's changed his racket. So he's done everything, but he hasn't won a Grand Slam. Then, of course, he won the Australian Open this year. And that's one of the most special tournaments that I've ever seen, the fact that he's come back and he won another Grand Slam.
Okay, well, speaking of fighting, what about the man who entered this tournament last year holding all 4 Grand Slam titles? It's been a very different case of affairs for Novak Djokovic so far in 2017. He's doing something that very few people get the opportunity to do. If you're scheduled to play on one of the main show courts, Central number 1, that day, you're allowed to use one of the outside courts to practice on as opposed to the Orangi practice area. So he is scheduled as the second match here on Centre Court following Angelique Kerber and Irina Falconi. He will play Martin Kilzan, who could be a slightly dangerous opponent, Mats. We'll get onto that. But despite some interesting form over the last few months, he did just win at Eastbourne on Saturday, and you couldn't ask for much more coming into this in terms of the grass courts.
No, you couldn't. And look at that team. Andre Agassi, of course, Mario Ancic. He's gotten him out of his business suit because he studied law and he lives in New York City. And to have him back on court, of course, former semi-finalist here, Mario Ancic, just 3 years older than Novak Djokovic, so they've always been good friends. Croatian, so they speak the same language, even though Djokovic is from Serbia, of course. But to have Andre Agassi, I did a pretty long interview with Andre Agassi at the French Open, and we talked some into the camera, and then some off camera as well, and it was very interesting, his take on what is happening to Novak and how he's going to go about it to try and help him.
Well, what was his take?
Well, his take was that he's not really there. He's not enjoying the confrontation, playing against another person. He thought that he's just out there hitting shots, and you have to love fighting against your opponent, and you have to hate losing to your opponent, and you have to find something in your opponent, whether it's a personal thing. Most of the time it's not. It's about your opponent's game that you don't like. you know, I don't like the way he hits his backhand, or he's not good enough to beat me. But there's some, it's more than just hitting tennis balls. And for Djokovic, I think he's onto something. I really do. He was very relaxed on Sunday before the tournament started, and I think winning a tournament in Eastbourne was huge for him.
It's amazing because it almost makes you appreciate even more what the likes of someone, Serena Williams or Roger Federer, has done in their careers, that they've managed to be so dominant for so long. He was the dominant guy, and something happened. He had that shock defeat to Sam Querrey last year, and it was perhaps a little bit of a turning point for him, and perhaps this would be a great place for him to turn it back around again. He's certainly a true champion here, and he knows the grass courts well. And it is wonderful, as you say, to see the likes of Mario Andrić and Andre Agassi on court with him.
Oh, no, definitely. And I mean, I can't even put myself in his shoes for 1 second, but it must be amazing to have Andre Agassi sitting and watching your match, and you can talk to him about it afterwards. Obviously, you're going to be out there and you're going to try and impress Andre Agassi with your tennis, with your attitude, with your work ethic. So, I mean, Stefan Edberg worked with Roger Federer for a couple of years, and you could see that Roger Federer was just glowing when Stefan was in his box and Stefan was on the practice court. And yeah, it must be an amazing feeling. But at the same time, a lot of pressure when you hire somebody like Andre Agassi and, of course, Mario Andrić to be your coach, because it's not their fault. It's your fault.
Yeah, they can only try and assist. Well, we speak about action on the outside courts. It began at 11:30 this morning, and this is court number 2. We can join this live. Juan Martín del Potro, Thanasis Kokkinakis. It's one of the highlights of the day, and just completing their warm-up, as you can see, and commentary is available. We're going to join it now at court number 2.
Because another 15 minutes has kind of gone by before a ball is hit in earnest. But Del Potro is going to serve, and that's one of the great scenes in all of world sport, isn't it? And you can see just at the far end the new #1 court, or at least the old #1 court, but with its new roof that's half on, and in a couple of years' time for the 2019 championships, if it does rain, they will be able to play on both courts simultaneously. So from a television point of view especially, that's going to be a huge advance for this championships. But for the moment, we had a very, very brief rain delay yesterday of about 40 minutes or so, and we're promised a clean run through today, and there are some fantastic matches wherever you look at Wimbledon. But for us here on court 2, we're kicking off with the big man from Australia, who's got a pretty vocal batch of Australian support just down beneath us, against an even bigger man from Argentina.
First sets. Juan Martín del Potro to serve. Play. $15 left.
Ace #1 and counting.
$30 left. $40 left.
And of course, that is weapon #1 that Del Potro brings to the party.
Again, Del Potro. First game.
I'm with Lewis Gates here. He's from Glassdoor, which is a charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Lewis, just tell me a little bit about Glassdoor, please.
So Glassdoor is a homeless charity in central London, and we run night shelters around 3 circuits around Wandsworth, Hammersmith and Fulham and Kensington and Chelsea, as well as providing advocacy and advice and various other support in the summer through our casework and drop-in services.
And how many people do you think this charity helps or has helped?
So it helps hundreds of people every year through the night shelters and many more through the drop-ins in the summer, and people who many people do get housed by our caseworkers while staying in the night shelters, but also people who just come in and need various support over the summer. So it's hundreds of people over the course of a year.
And tell us a bit about your role. What do? Are you kind of actively involved in helping each and every person that comes in?
So I'm part of the casework team. More specifically, I work in one of the drop-ins on a Friday, but also I do tenancy support for people who are maybe in temporary accommodation and need support to remain in that accommodation, or helping people to set up a more sort of permanent life housed.
I guess in these drop-ins then you get to see firsthand how important this charity is, and kind of what do the people that you help, what do they say, what's their response?
I think it's a mixed response. Many people are really grateful for the help that we give, and we're there where other people aren't able to be, where the statutory services aren't there, or where people don't know that they can access statutory services. We will support them to do so, to access physical healthcare, like with GPs, or mental health care as well, that people don't necessarily know that they need, but people respond really positively to us.
I obviously know you're supported by the Wimbledon Foundation, that's why you're here, but what other events do you put on throughout the year to raise money for this charity?
So our big fundraiser is our Sleep Out, which will be happening later on in the year, and you can find out the details at glassdoor.org.uk. And that will be something that anyone can get involved with and spend a night out with a large group of people along the King's Road. That would be a lot of fun to get involved with.
And obviously you're here today because the Wimbledon Foundation obviously supports the Glassdoor, and how important is that relationship?
It's really important. I mean, all our fund, every bit of funding we get supports us to support the most vulnerable people around us in our society. Specifically, the Wimbledon Foundation funds 2 weeks of the Wandsworth Night Shelter, so it makes a big difference to those people.
And obviously, Wimbledon have invited you today. Just tell us how good it is to be at this event, and what are your plans for today?
Yeah, it's a great environment here today, and obviously the weather's holding up. I'm going to be on the court 3 with my friend Laura, who I've brought with me, and yeah, she's going to be introducing me to a lot of what's going on.
Thank you, Lewis. Good luck with Glassdoor.
Thank you very much.
Well, if it's practice court 15 and it's Wimbledon, it has to be Andy Murray, the 2-time Olympic champion, the 2-time Wimbledon champion, the defending champion, and the #1 seed. He has just arrived for a session on the most private of all the practice courts, although it hasn't stopped a few people in the car park shouting, "Come on, Muzzer." Andy Murray looks pretty relaxed this morning. We saw him with the elastic tape around his waist. He and his team were clearly just trying to see whether that hip had loosened up, and he was hobbling a little bit as he walked down here to Arangi. He made some interesting comments yesterday after his very comprehensive win over Alexander Bublik, that he's been having 2 ice baths a day, one at his practice facility, but he's also got one at home, and he's been given some very specific extra stretching exercises to do just to make sure he is indeed getting looser as the championship progresses. Far from ideal build-up for Murray after an absolutely superb win last year. Relatively early exit from the Australian, good run to the semis of the French, and then of course that first round exit at Queen's. But he said listening to his body has given him an opportunity to recover. He said to the team, "I need some time off." He has had a sore hip on and off since his early 20s. It's something that he's managed, but clearly he is still experiencing a little bit of discomfort. So these sessions really important just for loosening him up. Dustin Brown up next. Brown with his usual acrobatics, beating Yao Souza yesterday in 4 sets, leaping all over the court. A couple of websites showing some of his acrobatic tennis, and Murray said in his post-match interview yesterday after that win over the enigmatic Alexander Bublik that it would be a different prospect facing Dustin Brown, and there may be a few more question marks over his movement. But remember what Roger Federer said When questioned about the Big Four's chances, not just his own, he said Andy Murray is the kind of guy who can play himself into form and fitness in the first week at Wimbledon. First hurdle overcome, and he's just got to get his body and his mind ready for Dustin Brown in the second round. Does look pretty relaxed. A couple of guys given an opportunity to act as temporary practice partner, and he's been having a chat with the team. Interesting observation from Anthony Joshua, who's a big tennis fan. He's been here at Wimbledon in previous years. He has come out and said one of the things he likes most about Andy Murray is how personable and how down-to-earth and relaxed he is when he's out of the spotlight. And that's certainly what we've seen here this morning, chatting away and just making sure that he gives himself the best possible chance in that second round against Dustin Brown. So it's a familiar sight, and of course all the Brits will be hoping that practice court 15 belongs to Andy Murray as he gets closer and closer to a hat-trick of Wimbledon titles. This is his preferred court down here at Orangi, and it's looking business as usual here this morning with, of course, Ivan Lendl looking on. Lendl celebrating, well, okay, not so much celebrating, it's Pat Cash celebrating the 30th anniversary of Lendl's epic final against Cash when he once again finished Wimbledon runner-up. Lendl overseeing what he hopes will be another fantastic Wimbledon for Andy Murray. So far, so good. All pretty relaxed and calm in the Murray camp this morning.
Yeah, that is going to be quite the encounter tomorrow. Andy Murray, Dustin Brown. We know what Dustin Brown's capable of on the grass, and I'm sure we'll speak much more about that ahead of tomorrow. But interesting to watch these players practice on an off day, because Mats was sitting here riveted and going, I've got to speak to you about his footwork, because actually he was practicing in a way different to how he would play.
You know what most players do when you see him hit the forehand there, he's basically using a closed stance every single time when he has time, because the ball is coming to him. So instead of having an open stance, so a lot of coaches today and a lot of kids, they come out and they play tennis with an open stance because they see players do that on TV. But it's because when you play a match, you have less time than when you're practicing. So check Andy Murray, Rafa Nadal, same thing. Close stance as often as he possibly can. And then suddenly, when he has to move a little bit and you play a match, then you don't have time to have a close stance. But they are practicing to have perfect technique as often as they possibly can, so that when you go out and play a match, you're not going to do all 10 things right, but you're going to do 4 or 5 of the technical movements right. And that's huge, so you don't have to think about it. But in practice, it's really interesting how they nearly always play with a close stance when they have time, and then you come out in a match situation and they might hit one forehand with out of 10 with a close stance because the lack of time, and because they're not really thinking about their technique. So they're thinking more about turning shoulders when we play matches, whereas in practice you think more about your footwork.
Well, let's take a little bit more of a look at him in practice now that Mats has explained that. And obviously in practice it's slightly more perfect conditions. You can control the environment a little bit more. So you're hoping, I suppose, to achieve perfection. And the more you do it, the more it's imprinted in your brain to try and emulate it in match conditions.
Yeah, and also in practice, obviously, you hit the ball to the other player way more than you do in matches. In matches, you're trying to get the other player to move, and you're trying to sort of spread the court out wide. But it's very interesting. But it's also cool to watch him because he's actually... I thought yesterday that he was maybe limping just a little bit, but it looks like he's moving very nicely here. He looks keen. It looks very fresh.
It was interesting, his opponent yesterday, Alexander Bublik, quite the character, just this awesome young 21-year-old, best day of his life, lost first round of qualifying, got in here as a lucky loser, just lapped up every moment against Andy Murray. And they did have a slight weather delay when the rain fell yesterday afternoon. Andy said afterwards it was the most bizarre instance he's never had in a match. But Alexander came over and spoke to him in the rain delay and started talking to him about the match.
About the match, I heard that Andy was that's incredible. But obviously that goes to show to people that Andy Murray in the locker room and off the tennis court is such a good guy. He's so nice to everybody. He's a little bit shy, and then suddenly he gets out on the tennis court and he's a different person. Completely a different person, which we all love because he cares most probably more than any other player about every single point that he plays. He wants perfection. Tactically, he's trying to do something all the time. Technically, he's very minded. And of course, physically, he works most probably harder than anybody else.
Well, he's going to have to pay a lot of attention against his fiery opponent tomorrow. Dustin Brown is a real favourite here. He's actually reached the third round on a couple of occasions. He beat Rafael Nadal, don't forget, a few years ago. He reached the second round last year. He's, of course, this was a wonderful moment at the end of his match yesterday. He just is such a shot maker, isn't he? And so entertaining to watch.
Oh, no, he's unbelievable. And he has a big serve. So he's very dangerous, especially on grass courts. But he's just so fun to watch, and he nearly made it. That wasn't even Dustin Brown. But I think it's very difficult for players to not try and do a few things against Dustin Brown that they normally wouldn't. But I mean, that's one of the most classic, great drives of Wimbledon. That's very Boris Becker-like.
He's known for his dives, isn't he? He's at it again. He was playing the Portuguese João Sousa, who's a good player in his own right as well. Oh, yeah. So this match could have gone either way. He's obviously incredibly recognisable with his long dreadlocks. I remember interviewing him a couple of years ago after his amazing win over Nadal and talking to him about playing tennis with the heavy head of hair that he has, and he said, well, I haven't ever known any different. People always ask me about this, but to me this is normal, and it's obviously a very good point, and he's such a nice guy as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, very, very difficult for players to play against him in many ways because it's so different the way he plays. But for Andy Murray, I think it'd be a good draw because Andy Murray's going to have to just sort of be out there and be a human wall.
Yeah, he would be indeed. It'll be a wonderful one to watch. It might well be on centre court here tomorrow, or maybe number one court. Who knows? Now, though, we're going to head back to our touchscreen and join Nick McCarville.
Well, thank you, Cara. And as you and Mats were talking about Dustin Brown, he really made the moment on social media yesterday with that diving volley winner. It was actually the social media moment of the day. This dive, it got 1.2 million views on Facebook and another 100,000 on Instagram itself. But we look at this once again. It was just one of those moments that people want to see beyond the tennis world. Look at that. Amazing stuff from Dustin Brown, obviously taking on Andy Murray tomorrow. Now, late in the day, it was Aljaž Bedene. This is the first time ever in the history of Wimbledon that we had a match get all the way to the end and just one break of serve, 4 tie-break sets, and then Bedene able to overcome big serving Ivo Karlovic. Obviously happy, the home crowd, very well done there. I love this from Johanna Konta on her Instagram saying, when you realize that Game of Thrones is coming out, well, actually, it's when you realize you're into the second round of Wimbledon. Johanna Konta winning 6-2, 6-2. Look at this emotion from Miss Ostapenko, the French Open champion there. Good image there. She won on court 18. Early bird gets the worm. Mr. Rufus, the hawk, he keeps the pigeons away here at Wimbledon. And then we've got a series on Wimbledon.com on this day. On this day, way back in 1981, John McEnroe won his first Wimbledon. It's fitting too, right? Because it is 4th of July. Let's go through Twitter. We were talking about Daniil Medvedev and his win yesterday. Giving a shout out to folks out there on social media saying what a great day it was for him winning over Stan Wawrinka. And then, of course, everyone happy to see Petra Kvitova back. Petra herself thanking the crowd for their support. Love that from Petra. Now, she made all headlines, including social media yesterday. The Duchess was here, had a great day of tennis, watching on center court, of course, supporting Andy Murray as he went through. Now, I love this stuff from fans who come through. Look at this one. We've got some Roger Federer ginger men, some gingerbread Federers in the queue. You've got to stay engaged out on the queue when you're there for hours and hours. And this is from David Law, a reporter for BBC. New team Djokovic. You can see, obviously, Novak Djokovic there, Andre Agassi, and Mario Ancic, a former semifinalist, as Mats Wilander mentioned, living and working in New York City now, but he's been employed by Team Djokovic. And then let's start a new segment on the Wimbledon channel. We're going to try to find the best social media post from Team Wimbledon channel. Adam Hunt, he takes it. Look at this, getting Fabrice Santoro to get some chocolate digestives. That's a challenge to the rest of the presenters out there around the ground. You guys got to get those social media posts. Cara, that's a challenge to you, too.
Taking her out.
Thank you, Nick. Well, we're going to take you out to a bit more action now. Play's been underway for about 30 minutes on the outside courts. This is court number 12. It's got a lovely grandstand, as you can see. Most of the seats are full, and this is quite a match. Richard Gasquet, David Ferrer. It's with serve at the moment in the early stages of the first set. Gasquet, a two-time semi-finalist here. Ferrer, a two-time quarter-finalist. One of the Frenchman is traditionally a little bit better on grass. The Spaniard, a little bit better on clay. But it will be interesting to see how this one pans out. So let's join it with some commentary.
Changing. So James Keothavong's head is secure from the race. He's got a pretty full head of hair anyway, so he's fine. I was watching Fergus Murphy at Queen's last year. I mean, he was wearing a sensible hat, but in the baking heat a couple of weeks ago, they were unprotected. Here at Wimbledon, they are fine. Good canopy chat here on court 12. So actually, I'm hearing that they did it at the Olympics in Rio. They had little covers for the umpires.
Yeah, there's a few tournaments around the world that have it. But yeah, as you say, Wimbledon every year, aren't they? They look how they can improve in any way the tournament.
On serve then in this first set.
First bit of variation from Gasquet, and his game is full of variation. Such a skillful player.
Well played by Ferrer. A couple of examples there of the Gasquet backhand, but Ferrer emerges.
Well, Gasquet does like time on the ball to be able to really get those big swings into action. But he does have a tendency to sometimes just drop back a little too far behind the baseline, and Ferrer punishing him there. As I say, it's been a good start from the Spaniard. Gasquet isn't really dictating the play. It's Ferrer hitting better depth.
30-15.
Oh, a good return from Ferrer just to get it back in and ask another question of Gasquet. Works out well for Gasquet. A little hand of apology.
Yeah, he got a little lucky, but just terrific reaction skills from Gasquet here to realise the situation and not to let this ball bounce that's coming his way. It was very sharp to see it and to step up the court. And then a nice controlled drive volley to keep the racket head speed going through that one.
Juice.
Well, Ferrer is certainly having some success on the Gasquet serve.
Yeah, it has been just a bit of a slow start, almost a scrappy start from Gasquet. As I say, maybe a few nerves, knowing that he's the strong favourite against a player he's lost to 9 times.
Swatted away off the floating shot from Gasquet, and the longest rally of the match. Won by Ferrer.
Advantage Ferrer.
Well, he's not looking like a player who's only won 8 tour matches this year, Ferrer. Really composed tennis and then threw himself into that forehand.
So break point for David Ferrer. I'll be cursing his
juice
luck there. He did so well to get into that rally at all. Whatever their current form, that head-to-head record, where he's won 9 times against Gasquet, that playing Gasquet's head a little bit. Now there's the serve from Gasquet out wide, almost untouchable.
It is their first meeting on grass, though, isn't it? And you feel that that should also favour Gasquet at the form, but yeah, it must fester a little in the Frenchman. 9 losses in their 12 previous meetings.
Gasquet.
So Gasquet survives that minor storm.
3 games all, person.
Well, that was action over on court number 12, but what about this? The Battle of the Brits over on court number 3. Harrogate's Carl Edmund, the world number 50, and he's still rising, actually playing incredibly well, is playing another Brit, Northampton's Alex Ward, who is ranked all the way down at 869. He's been sidelined by a bit of a wrist injury. He's 5-3 up, though, and Edmund is serving to stay in the match against his countryman, who is the lowest ranked qualifier at any Grand Slam for 19 years. It could be quite the upset. We'll join this one now with commentary.
He's lost first round the last 4 years, Edmund. It doesn't help his cause.
No.
A loss of confidence recently.
15.
Every time he misses his first serve, Ward is stepping in and just trying to get that first strike out. It's been very attack-minded. You have to admire him. He's just come out here opening up his shoulders and he's having a go. He's not afraid at all.
30-15.
Yeah, and Carl Edmund's only lost 1 point behind his first serve, isn't he? 10 from 11, but he is 6 from 13 behind this second.
Yes.
Full house on court 3, just under 2,000 seats, many of them overall, so many rushed here when the gates opened.
40-15.
Great work ethic. If you speak to anybody that knows anything about him.
Edmonds.
Have to serve out this opening set, Ward.
5 games to 4 for set.
For everything we've talked about, John, and there's been reported, the litany of injuries, it's been one thing after another. And yet here he is at 27. He's only made $189,000 in his career, but he still has this huge desire to keep playing.
And that's why Wimbledon is so important to him this week, to have qualified and made the money that he's going to make, whether he wins this first round or not. That literally can pay for his expenses throughout the year. And when you see that prize money announced, a lot of the public think it's way too much money. Well, it isn't. Not for a large portion of the draw that need this type of money just to pay expenses. That's without even hiring a coach. It's an expensive game, tennis, when you turn pro. And we see the big figures announced where the top players are making, yes, but the bottom rung, not so much, not nearly so much.
When we're picking for Wimbledon, we start at first light. We walk our crops obsessively. We go up and down the rows, we look at every plant. It's still quite difficult to time something so it's absolutely at the peak of perfection when you want it. No summer is the same as another. I'm very conscious of the fact that every berry that we send to Wimbledon is a bit of an ambassador for the farm, because it's such a high-profile event. Really exciting thing is if you can get a strawberry from the plant to the person who's going to enjoy it within a day. It matters a lot to me. It's something that I take very seriously.
There are huge expectations. Even though you've done it before, you're thinking anything can happen. Everyone wants to do the best they can. So you have to practice all the time, every week, pretty much every day, to get everything perfect. Everything's kind of exaggerated when you're on court. Just before they serve, the noise just drops completely. It's really nerve-wracking. You can just feel your heart pounding. There's a huge amount of pressure out there. To maintain your composure in the face of everything that's going on, it's difficult. It's all about presenting yourself in the right way and being the best that you can be.
Data is very important to us at Wimbledon. We capture millions of data points throughout the championships, and we're constantly developing new ways to analyse and interpret them. It's about giving insight into the drama that's unfolding. Why does Nadal always serve to Federer's backhand on the first point of a pressure game? Why is a player winning and why is the other one losing? And how likely is that balance to shift or momentum to change? If we use the data in the right way, then we can move it beyond statistics and really develop this idea of getting under the skin of tennis matches at Wimbledon. The more we understand and the more we know, the more we can really bring the game to life for millions of people around the world.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
Welcome back to the Wimbledon channel, continuing live coverage of the championships on day 2 here at the All England Club. We're high above court number 18, just next to the resale queue. Everyone's starting to line up to get their centre court tickets a little bit later. We'll just say hello to Centre Court TV. If you're inside centre court, lucky enough to be in there, you're watching us now. Anne Kjothavong alongside me here on day 2 of the championships. Afternoon, Anne. Let's just very quickly look back at yesterday. What do you make of what you saw?
Well, from a British perspective, it was good to see Andy Murray go through. Johanna Konta coming through comfortably after that nasty fall she had in Eastbourne a few days ago. And Heather Watson winning comprehensively as well. Disappointment for the others. Laura Robson was particularly disappointing. And Naomi Brody was just outplayed. But also great to see Petra Kvitova back in action and back to winning ways too.
Absolutely. There were plenty of feel-good stories really on day 1 here at the Champions. So I suppose from the Brit Watch, the two we were watching mostly, perhaps Andy Murray and Johanna Konta, both suffering injuries in the lead-up to Wimbledon. So great to see them come through their matches relatively unscathed in terms of the injuries.
Yeah, it was a pretty subdued performance from Andy Murray, but he wasn't really stretched by his younger opponent, who was a lucky loser. And Andy Murray very much playing, I guess, in his comfort zone, and didn't really have to do too much out there. But I think in the earlier rounds, the top seeds are happy to get through as quickly and as comfortably as possible. And it was a no-fuss performance.
It was actually quite an entertaining match, though, even though it was a straight sets victory. This Bublik character, he's a real character, isn't he? We saw him high-fiving some of the ball boys, playing drop shots, forehand slices, backhand slices. He looks like a real one to watch for the future in terms of the entertainment.
Yeah, well, he's a showman, isn't he? And I think it's great for tennis to have characters like that, big personalities. I think he tweeted something along the lines of it being the best moment of his life, being out there on centre court. And it's a dream for so many tennis players, really, to play on the greatest court ever, in my opinion, anyway, centre court at Wimbledon, and to play the world #1, the defending champion. I guess if you're going to lose to someone, losing to Andy Murray is no great shame.
And the great thing as well was he was a lucky loser, so he'd already lost. He was already out of the tournament, probably packing his bags, ready to go home. Yeah. And then he got the call saying, oh, you're in, and by the way, you're playing Andy Murray on centre court. I mean, what would you feel like when that was happening?
Well, I guess he rang up all his buddies who are in town, come and watch me play Andy Murray. He had a rapper I'd never heard of. I don't know if anyone back home had heard of, in his box cheering him on. And they did have that rain delay where the guys both of them were able to have a chat in the middle of their match and discuss something Andy Murray says he doesn't usually do with his opponents. But a feel-good match.
We're seeing centre court there. You were saying how special it was for you. Just cast your mind back the first time you walked out on centre court. What did it feel like for people who've not done it?
It was incredible. I remember playing Venus Williams, who was the defending champion. That was my first experience of going out.
Baptism of fire, I think you would say.
It was a second-round match, but I was picked. The first set was close. I remember the first set going, was it 7-5 or 7-6 or something? But then the second set, she ran away with it. And I just remember how intimate it felt, and so much more than the other show courts here on the grounds, more so than court #1. It's somewhere you dream of playing, particularly as a British player, and all that support you get as well. It gives you goosebumps, and it gives me goosebumps just thinking about it.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant arena. So to look forward to on centre court today, just to give you the order of play on there, Angelique Kerber, the #1 seed in the women's singles, up against Serena Falconi. In just about 40 minutes' time, they'll be taken to court for that match. Then Martin Klizan, the lefty, up against Novak Djokovic, the #2 seed. And then after that, Alexander Dolgopolov, the feisty Ukrainian, up against Roger Federer. Can he do it, the #3 seed from Switzerland? So that's confirmation of the 3 matches at centre court, starting at 12 o'clock at local time. Now, time for us to catch up with one of our intrepid reporters, Rob Walker, who's with a special guest. Rob.
Well, I tell you what, when you get Andrew Castle for a couple of minutes at Wimbledon, you really do have to make sure you make best use of that time.
So, Andrew, the nicest things.
Not only are you about to get in the commentary box, you've been presenting some special awards for the LTA this morning. Just give us an overview as to who's been receiving what.
Well, it's the Aegon British Tennis Awards, and it's everything from, Centre of the Year, Club of the Year, Volunteer of the Year. There's an Outstanding Achievement Award. It's just a celebration of British tennis. In terms of participation, actually, British tennis went up last year. First time in 10 years that has happened. I mean, across every activity that isn't related to an iPad or an iPhone, You know, it's been very, very hard to get young people moving. So we celebrated some youngsters in there who were just so unbelievably impressive. So we were just basically glad-handing, congratulating, and isn't it nice to have a positive story or two?
Well, absolutely, especially in these modern turbulent times in and out of sport. And I guess this is a very, very special time for tennis. We should savour the likes of Andy because his career won't last forever. You've got Kyle Edmund now in the 50, probably the sport still riding high off the Davis Cup victory. Would you say this is the most positive time for tennis that you can remember since you've been involved in the sport?
Well, do you know, that's an interesting question. With Andy Murray leading the way and with Joe Conter also thrilling people, I think you're probably right, actually. I mean, I just wish my mum had been around to see me giving out awards here and the celebration of the achievements, because I think you've got a point, Rob. It is a positive time. How long will Andy Murray be around? I mean, I think his legacy is sort of secured anyway, but he showed what is possible. I mean, to finish the last year with 24 victories, 5 tournaments, and the world #1 ranking. I mean, for instance, the O2. You know, to have 17,500 people on a Thursday afternoon watching tennis in London, it's remarkable. And that has been largely down to him. You know, what comes next, you never know when you're going to get a champion like Andy coming along. But he's thrilled us. And, you know, with a bit of luck, his hip is not too bad and he can do it once again. But, I mean, 2 Wimbledons in the last 4 years. It's not a bad output, is it?
No, we've been privileged. I mean, those of us working on the Wimbledon channel, we've only been here for a few years compared to you, but it has been amazing just to see the impact that he's had on the sport. And on a wider level, how nice is it, journalistically and on a personal level, that we've got Federer, Nadal, Djokovic and Murray? I mean, we're talking about savouring Murray. We should savour all 4 of those guys because there might not be another year where those 4 are ranked 1 to 4 here.
In terms of purely hitting a tennis ball, which is where I came in at the age of 9 at Taunton Green, you know, in terms of just hitting a tennis ball, forget, you know, the size and the complexity of the organisation and the broadcasting, and forget all of that sort of stuff. Just hitting a ball and remembering when you first fell in love with that. You know, personally, and then you say those names to me: Djokovic, Nadal, Federer, Murray. It is unbelievable. I mean, this era we've been blessed to see them. And who do I like seeing the best in their own different ways? They're all different. Murray because he's British and because the guy's a tank. I mean, you look at him physically. I remember when he was a willowy little thing that, you know, fell over in third sets. He was tired. And the work that he's done, you see that, and also the touch. And with Djokovic, technically one of the most sound tennis players I've ever seen. His backhand, I know he's missed one since 2001. With Nadal, he's a sporting phenom, we know that, a 10th French, which is ridiculous. But I have to say, if I'm being honest, in terms of striking a ball and enjoying watching the dance that goes with it, I've never seen a sportsman or a dancer that moves and plays like Roger Federer. And if that means that I'm favouring him on commentary, that's probably wrong. But it's not that. It's just I can't get enough. It's just beautiful to watch.
Well, and so incredible when you think about the problems with the knee and the weird way that injury occurred, lifting one of the twins out the bath. It looked like it was all over.
Kids, eh?
Yeah, I know. It looked like it was all over for Federer. And you know, he's playing a really smart game, isn't he? Because fantastic to win the Australian. And then for him and the team to say, we're missing Clay. We're focusing, and then winning Haller. He couldn't have had a better year in terms of his preparation, and he's been really smart.
Yeah, and he lost to Tommy Haas 7-6 in the third in that first match back. So I'm sort of glad he had that one. But then goes to Haller. I think was that number 9 or was it number 8?
9, I think.
9. So I mean, obviously it's a ridiculous record. But the most ridiculous thing is that you take 6 months off and then win the Australian Open. I mean, that's nuts. Forget all this, 32 or 36 quarterfinals at Grand Slams in a row, 18 majors. It's ludicrous to take that much time off and then win. And the way he did it, you have no right to do that whatsoever. I mean, he played his way into form, and then the final against Nadal in Australia was phenomenal. He won Indian Wells and Miami as well. No clay court season, and I have to say I think he's probably favourite here.
Yeah, many people are backing him to win, and of course, from a British point of view, there are many people who want him to get the 8th. If it isn't going to be Murray, they'd love it to be Federer. Just finally, so I know you've got to crack on and do a little bit of prep and time in the commentary box. Sorry, nice I know. We love picking your brains. Really exciting women's draw this year with Serena still hitting 7 months pregnant and so on. Great story with Kvitova coming back from what could have been a career-ending incident in her flat at home. There's some great stories this year, and tennis still thrives, albeit in the absence of Serena.
Look, when you're taking this out to the world and it goes to every single territory there is, this is an event. This is not just sport, it's an event. And when it goes out, you need those stories. Ostapenko at the French was certainly a story, and it helped the draw. In the absence of Serena, you look for another one. I think the story could be Venus Williams. She's been through, a little bit of hell recently with the car accident and the potential prosecution that is still developing in the United States. She's got to deal with that. She may find peace on the court, which could be the only place that she gets away from daft questions. That could happen, and God knows she's a champion here. But if I had to look at a potential champion, if I had to pick one name, I'd say Pliskova. And I love the way she plays. I can't remember ever hearing her speak either. It's just her tennis reminds me a little bit. Of course, she's hugely elongated, much taller and more angular than Martina Hingis. But in a way, she plays that same sort of, you control the ball, you control your opponent type of tennis. And it reminds me of Hingis, but sort of a different shape. And I like watching her play. And her serve's phenomenal. So if I had to pick one, it would be Pliskova.
Well, always a pleasure talking to you. Have a nice afternoon in the commentary box. Thank you very much.
Play sometime, you and me.
Oh, nobody in the whole world wants to see that other than my mum. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Take care, Rob.
Cheers, mate.
Well, another electric day here at the Championships. I know all of you fans out there are riveted to your TV sets and all on social media. And in the men's draw, we love to follow the big four: Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Murray. 2-1 yesterday and 2 play today. What we also get to see here in the early rounds, with everybody still in the draw, is the next wave. Who is the prototype type of player that is going to be the future of our sport? Well, right there's one of them. There's 4 guys that are coming through that are very young, that all kind of have the same age and the same height and the same weight. And I just want to tell you, I want to put them on your radar so that you can look for them and see them at the Championships this year and see them in future years. Right here, you're looking at Daniil Medvedev. He's from Kazakhstan, 6'6", 82 kilograms, 21 years of age. In the same vein, Karen Khachanov, 6'6", 21 years of age, 88 kilos. Alexander Zverev, 6'6" again, 86 kilos, 20 years of age. And the other one is Alexander Bublik, who lost yesterday to Andy Murray, 6'4", 75 kilos and 20 years of age. So if you're 6'6" and you love tennis, I've got very good news for you. Very calm. He defeated Stan Wawrinka yesterday. Now, Stan was carrying an injury with his left knee. Stan initially had the injury back in Basel last year on the left knee. He goes to Australia and then injures the right knee, kind of, he's favouring one side and all of a sudden the other side gets injured. Now it's back to the left knee. So Stan's going to have to take a little bit of time off and get those things fixed. A couple of things from the post-match interview I want to bring to your attention that Daniil said. I think my game suits really well on grass, but I don't have a huge serve, but it's very precise. Then I have a really flat game, which no one likes to play. Now, in this day and age, we're all about spin and lots of spin and the Rafa kind of ball. And I know, I live in Austin, Texas. I know all the academies in America get that ball up high, lots of spin. This guy takes time away. For opponents, he gets the ball to them a little bit quicker, it's a little bit lower, and he rushes the preparation of their backswing. He also said, I tried to be calm on my face and not show anything, but I had a lot of feelings inside. I want to go and have a look at some of the stats from the match, and so you can get a good idea of who this kid is. There is our match yesterday, and one thing that stands out to me when we look at Stan, this is very normal. We look at forehand and backhand winners. We play a forehand-dominated sport. There's generally about 65-66% forehand winners versus backhand winners at the championships each year. But when we look over at Daniil, he actually had more backhand winners than forehand winners. And the 4 guys that I told you about earlier, they all have outstanding backhands. In fact, their backhands are probably their most solid and their more special shot. What I want to do now is go and watch some video of the match so that you can understand exactly how he plays and how good this young man is. Down the other end returning. Good defense on the forehand. And there's that outstanding backhand. Just a nice little bunt down the line. He drops the racket. He bunts with that shot. And now we've got an approach shot into the backhand. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of education for you guys here on where passing shots should go. So in general, you can go down the line, you can lob, and you can also go cross court. In this situation, when Stan's back, it's very difficult to hit the pass. So he's either going to lob or the number one pass is cross court over there. Because of his distance way back behind the baseline, it's going to be tough for Stan to hit the passing shot down the line, but that's exactly what he does. It leaves the cross court volley open, and Medvedev does very well in that situation. Nice serve, nice little attack. Now, what should Stan do here? And for all of you at home, you're going to be in these situations exactly the same as Stan is here. With Medvedev standing over there on the right side of the court, the pass should go here. But there's a little bit of cat and mouse. Daniil fakes a little. Stan thinks he's got him with a cat and mouse and he goes behind him. There's just no space there. Stan's a little lucky he didn't cop that one right in the chest. Now, this is interesting. I want to show you the number one pattern of play that you'll keep looking at here at the championships that you can plug into your own game. You're serving in the deuce court. Your number one target in the deuce court serving. I want to see you hit that slider out wide. The ball will come back more to the middle, and you think, okay, Stan's going to hit a forehand out here, and that's true. And generally, as I said before, the forehand is the more dominant shot, but you will never put the forehand under more pressure than you will on the return of serve. So slide it out wide, and now let's go back to our targets. Look for a forehand in the middle of the court, and then if the ball is short, you can approach to the back, and it's a great 1-2 punch. Let's have a look what we see here. We see exactly that, a serve wide, coming into the net, and finishing with the overhead. You can run that exact same pattern at home, no problem at all. Stan's serving, Daniil down the end. Stan's taking that. Usually you'll take that as a forehand. And here we go. You're in the same situation. Now the key here is, where should this approach shot go? I did an analysis of Roger Federer a few years ago. When he was approaching with a forehand to the backhand, he was winning almost 3 out of 4. If you come in and approach the forehand, you're going to win less points. So even though this area looks wide open, it's all danger. It's going to take about a second for the ball to reach there. If the ball goes here, Stan's going to run over, and that passing shot is so easy to take the other way. So we don't want to do that. Even though Stan is standing in the ad court, we love playing behind. In this situation, even though we've got an opponent over in this area, you can see by Stan's body that he's moving to his right, he's moving to the center of the court, which opens up playing behind. So let's see what happens here. And Stan doesn't even move for it. Very nice shot. It's wrong footing. It's very difficult in tennis to actually stop and then change direction. So a lot of times you see the open court, but it's not really open. It's more of an illusion. Once you get a player moving one way, they've got to stop, they've got to turn around, they've got to get their hands and feet organized, and it's very, very difficult. So again, before we finish, Daniil Medvedev, Alexander Bublik, Alexander Zverev, Karen Khachanov. They're all 6'4", 6'6". They're all bean poles, and they are all the future of our game. So keep your eye open for those guys at Wimbledon and for the rest of this year. They are the prototype of our sport, and you'll be seeing a lot of them in the years to come.
We certainly will do, Craig. There's a reason our colleague calls you Ocean the Man, the best analysis in tennis. We're heading out to court number 18 at the moment. Mona Bartel up against Coco van der Wey. Van der Wey leading 6-5, about to serve for the first set. We can join the commentators there just below us on court 18.
Love. late for service.
Just enough spin to make that ball dip down. Looked like it was going long.
30 long.
This is the strings. You can hit the ball this hard, but it gives you more control.
And with 50 minutes on the match clock, we have our first set points, 3 of them, for the 24th seed, the world number 25, Coco Vandeweghe. There it is. You heard the roar from Coco Vandeweghe, because she has sealed that first set with 5 breaks of serve, 3 in favour of the American. In the first meeting with Mona Bartel, Coco Vandeweghe takes it by 7 games to 5.
So good battle there on court 18, and we just saw a shot before they cut back to Coco Vandeweghe of her coach, Pat Cash. Himself a brilliant player, obviously a very enigmatic, charismatic person. They started working together after Roland Garros. What do you make of that partnership? How much can he help her?
It's an interesting one I didn't see coming, because Pat Cash, I mean, he's never worked with any female players before, and he's admitted himself he doesn't have a huge amount of interest, or hasn't had the same kind of level of interest in women's tennis as he's had in men's tennis. But at the same token, you know, he's been a champion here. He knows how to play on grass. He's a fiery character, just like Coco.
He's quite an inspiring character. When I know obviously now he works in the media and you hear him speaking. The way he talks, you could see why a player would listen to him.
Yeah, he's positive, and you know, any player out there. I mean, I guess she's following the trend of players really hiring super coaches, and I guess you could say Pat Cash is a super coach on the women's tour now. I don't know how long term it's going to work, because obviously she's going to want to have him around more often. Whether his other commitments get in the way of that will be interesting to see. But to have him in your player box, I guess during a tournament like this, will give her a lot of confidence. She's a former quarter-finalist here. She's a dangerous player. She beat Britain's Johanna Konta just a few weeks ago in Birmingham. She's one of my dark horses for the tournament.
All right, interesting. Interesting to see how that coaching relationship develops. We just saw a shot there of Andre Agassi, another super coach, while we're on the subject. Coach, of course, recently of Novak Djokovic, second up on centre court up against Martin Klizan. What did you think about their linking up not so long ago?
Again, another interesting one, but a great call there from Djokovic to, I guess, get Agassi out of Las Vegas and back to tennis events. And interestingly, Agassi doesn't want any money for it, so he's got Agassi in his corner for free. I mean, how did you manage that? That's a great deal. But he also has Mario Ancic, who's a good friend, former player. Unfortunately, Mario Ancic had to retire very young due to illness. It was glandular fever, but I do remember Mario beating Tim Henman one year here.
Huge serve, didn't he? It was a great serve.
Yeah, very good, and had heaps of potential, but his career was cut short. So to have Ancic and Agassi in your box, you're onto something, and that's got to inspire you to do greater things. And with Djokovic winning in Eastbourne just last week, he's got to be feeling better. He's got plenty of wins under his belt and plenty of grass court practice. So hopefully that will put him in a good place here.
We're seeing Andre there just enjoying his breakfast. What do you think he's going to be focusing on with Novak? Is it a mental thing, getting him back more confident, or is it something technical? Where do you think he's going to specialise?
Oh, it's all about making small margins here and there. I think it's going to be mental more than anything, how to deal with the moment, certain situations. I mean, this isn't the time to make any technical changes. I think Djokovic, he's got plenty of Grand Slam titles under his belt, former world #1. He knows what to do out there. But it's just having that extra edge over your opponent, and someone like Agassi can help you find that. And he might not necessarily be saying anything different to what his previous coaches have been saying to him, but the fact that it's a fresh voice, new person around between Agassi and Ancic, hopefully they'll be able to bring out the very best in Djokovic again.
Give us a sense of the dynamic when there's multiple coaches involved in one player. You mentioned Ancic and Agassi there. How will that work? Will one be leading the conversation, or one will be sought for one type of information and one will focus on something else? How does it work when they've got more than one coach? Because we see it with a lot of the top players now.
Yeah, well, usually in someone like Andy Murray's case, you've got Jamie Delgado and Ivan Lendl, as well as the physio, fitness trainer, and everyone else part of the entourage. But Jamie Delgado would be the person doing the day-to-day stuff on court, working with Andy, hitting with Andy, and Lendl only does a certain number of weeks, so comes in for the bigger tournaments, and the grass court season is obviously a priority. But in the case of Agassi and Ancic, it's something new. We didn't see Ancic at the French Open. I mean, he's an investment banker on Wall Street these days. So to be back in a tennis environment, maybe he feels like he hasn't left. But I think between the two of them, I guess they'll bounce ideas off each other. And maybe it takes the pressure off I guess, one another as well as coaches dealing with someone like Djokovic, who I'm sure has very strong views on certain things himself.
Absolutely. It'd be great to see both Mario Ancic and Andre Agassi back here at SW19 in Djokovic's player box a little bit later. Second on at centre court, up after Kerber and Falcone, up against Martin Klizan. Looking forward to that one on centre court. Now, time for us to catch up with another member of our team, Rachel Stringer, who's at the British Tennis Zone.
I'm with Florian Mayer here, and he's just been in the British Tennis Zone showing off some skills to some kids this morning. Florian, how important is that, to show off your skills to some kids and get them really excited about the game?
I think it's very important because as I was as young as these kids, I loved watching it in television and doing it the same, so it was very nice.
Can you remember a time when you had any experiences like this, when you got to go and see professional tennis players and kind of learn from them?
Yeah, I was a little ball boy. I remember in an exhibition match with Barami, Michael Stich, and it was very funny.
And talk about your idols growing up. Did you have any, and who were they?
Yeah, as I'm a German, for sure it's Boris Becker here in Wimbledon, a very special moments on television, and also Pete Sampras was one of my idols.
And was it those athletes there that motivated you to want to be a player, or what was the motivation behind you becoming a professional?
Many things. I mean, my parents took me to the tennis courts, and I just love the game, the different techniques and touch of the ball, the different surfaces. And I think it's one of the nicest sports we have.
And was it always a goal to come here and play at Wimbledon? And now you've made it. You've been here a few times, I know. How special is it to play here?
Of course. I mean, that's a tournament everybody wants to be. I was 2 times in the quarterfinals, so I had my biggest success here in Wimbledon, and it's always special to come back. And I hope it is not my last time, because I'm getting older and time is running out.
Talk us through that first match yesterday. Your opponent retired. What does that do for you? Because obviously you want the match practice, you want to compete against your opponents.
I mean, it was not as bad. I mean, I played 1 set, so I'm quite good in a rhythm. I had 3 matches in Halle 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so I could save some energy for the next match, and it's going to be very hard tomorrow.
Next match is obviously against Marin Cilic. How do you prepare for this match? What have you done between yesterday and going into tomorrow?
I practiced yesterday a little bit after the match, and I mean, tomorrow I have nothing to lose. He's a favorite. He was very close to beat Roger last year here, and 2 weeks ago in Queens he made the final. So he knows also how to play on grass, me too. And I think on this surface I have a small chance to beat him.
Florian, wish you all the best tomorrow. Good luck for that.
Thank you, thank you.
It's interesting to see Florian Mayer's reaction time there. Very, very quick. Good to see a tennis player having their fun down at the British Tennis Zone. That's the scene high above SW19. You can see all the outside courts action taking place. And there is Garbina Muguruza at the very top of your screen, just past centre court. You would have been able to see the Irangi Park practice facilities, and that's where Garbina Muguruza has been working on her game there. She's taking on Katerina Alexandrova, the Russian, a little bit later on. Their first ever meeting. And what are you expecting from Muguruza here on the grass?
Well, I think she put in some good performances a few weeks ago in Birmingham. She's obviously been a finalist here. She's dangerous, and I feel like she's got something to prove. Ever since she won the French Open last year, I guess she didn't quite perform, well, the past year she hasn't really performed to the same level again, and now that the French Open's over, she wasn't able to defend it. Maybe she can free up a bit more and let rip, but she has such a dangerous game, which is well suited to grass. She's got a big serve, great ground strokes, and she's capable of coming forwards and finishing points off at the net, and she moves well as well for such a tall woman. So she's not to be written off.
Speaking of super coaches and coaches who've played the game as well, she's working with Conchita Martinez. She brought her onto a team for Wimbledon. How much can she help her improve her game on grass?
Well, Conchita is someone she knows well, because Conchita is the Fed Cup captain as well, former champion here at Wimbledon. She knows how to play on grass.
She was a great grass
player,
wasn't
she slices and dices, really played with so much variety. And I think it's just another voice in Muguruza's ear. I mean, she's still working alongside her coach Sam Sumik, who she's worked with for some time now, but adding Conchita onto the team, someone she knows well, someone she gets on well, will only help and hopefully enhance her tennis.
Do you think she was slightly relieved just to get past Roland Garros? Because that's the thing with the pressure, having won there, then getting to the French Open, being back on that court, all the memories, I'm sure good memories that came back, but also the pressure that comes with being defending champion. Do you think now she can just breathe a little bit of sigh of relief?
Yeah.
I'm past that year now.
Yeah, and that's something I think that makes her so dangerous here. You could see the relief. I mean, of course, she was emotional. She was upset that she went out early at the French Open. But I'm sure there was an element of relief there too, and people were going to stop talking about her being the defending champion. But here she is. She's got a good first-round draw, and all very much to play for in such an open women's draw.
What's your prediction for that match then, specifically second up on court number 3, Alexandrova?
Muguruza. I must admit, I don't know too much about Alexandrova, but I think Muguruza through in straight sets.
OK, thanks very much, Anne. Well, that match is second up on court number 3 after Edmund and Ward. The British battle taking place right now, an 11:30 start there. Alexandrova, the Russian, up against Garbina Muguruza, the 14th seed from Spain. We just need to say goodbye to Centre Court TV. Everyone watching inside there, we hope you enjoy your day. It's Angelique Kerber and Irina Falconi first up. So that first match, let's just have a little preview of that. And Kerber against Falconi. What's Falconi going to have to do to stop Kerber, a brilliant, as we know, grass court player?
She's going to have to do everything. For Irina Falconi, she's a former top 100 player, NCAA champ, very successful college player a number of years ago. But she's coming back from injury. She had all sorts of injuries last year. Her rankings dropped. She's kind of between 200 and 300 at the moment. But she's a player who mixes it up. She'll be someone who embraces the occasion. Irina Falconi has a big personality, and she'll love every minute of being out on centre court. And we haven't seen the very best of Angelique Kerber for some time now. She's the world #1, but I feel like since she got that #1 ranking, she's just played with so much pressure. She feels the expectation.
It is a burden, isn't it? Playing with that mark on you, really. Everyone knows you're the #1.
Yeah, and each tournament, before each tournament, she talks about starting from zero and having no expectations. But you look at the results and you look at her performances, she's feeling it. I do think Kerber will still have too much for Falconi, who's not quite match tight just yet. But it could be a close battle.
Should be an interesting one. They'll be walking out onto centre court, that famous arena, in about 8 minutes' time. Kerber up against Falconi. Falcone first up on centre court at 1 o'clock local time. This is live pictures from court number 3. Kyle Edmund up against Alexander Ward, who did so much to come through pre-qualifying, then the qualifying at Roehampton into the main draw. He drew Kyle Edmund. It was a brilliant start from Ward, winning the first set, and Edmund has struck back and won the second, so it's 1 set all. We can join the commentators at the start of the third.
Love 15.
Oh, that was a little bit closer than he intended.
Love 30.
Again, that whip forehand there, the pace, that was a low ball that he had to go up and attack Kyle Edmund, and you could see with that grip change, he got the racket head under the ball so well there, and that extreme whip got it up nice and high. Good start to this game. Just see now the difference. The weight of shot from Kyle Edmund is just taking its toll a little bit. Alexander Ward, the depth that he's had in that from that middle of the second set onwards, he's starting to hit the ball very close to the line. Always pressure on Ward now.
Game Edmund. First game, third set.
So an early break for Kyle Edmund at the start of the third set, meaning as he continues, 6-3 taking the second set, 1-love up at the start of the third. Now we'll take you out to court number 12, right at the very south end of the grounds here at the All England Club, and one for the fans with a ground pass today, heading down there to watch this match. First up, Richard Gasquet, the number 22 seed, as you can see there, in a bit of trouble against a former world number 3, David Ferrer, whose ranking has really slipped down. Many people were saying Gasquet would be able to come through this match because he is such a great grass court player. We've seen him take Andy Murray to 5 sets on centre court in previous years, but Ferrer has taken the first set 6-3 in just over an hour, and he leads 4-3 with a break in the second set.
This is the great thing, isn't it, about the first week of Wimbledon? You don't often, well, you can get players like Gasquet, who's reached the semi-finals here twice before, Ferrer, who's twice a quarter-finalist, former world number 3. And yet they're out on court 12.
Well, look at the lineup for the rest of the day on court
exactly.
12. So we've got Katie Bolter up against Christina McHale, then Dimitrov opening his account against Diego Schwartzman. So David Ferrer still with the break advantage in this second set.
Mr. Gasquet is challenging the ball.
That's an instant challenge from Gasquet as well, which is usually a sign. Let's see if Hawkeye's back with us. It never went away, we just couldn't see the last one. Unfortunately for Gasquet, it caught a millimetre or two, or 3 perhaps at most. So a huge round of applause for a man catching a tennis ball. Oh, it goes on. My goodness, everyone has hand-eye coordination here.
Well, that was caught by someone in the crowd and then thrown to the line judge. He caught it behind his back.
No,
pretty impressive.
He did look pretty casual.
Yeah. And then, of course, the ball boy stepping up too.
30-15.
So I'm looking at that line judge now. He does. He knows he rules. He looks pretty. He's just no, not him. It wasn't him. It was his friend next to him.
No.
A challenge on that one. That's
Mr. Gasquet is challenging the ball
hopeful.
on the left far sideline.
Why not? Why not? He says. Pourquoi pas?
Maybe this just shows though how Gasquet is seeing the ball. It is well wide.
40-15.
Thank you,
Gasquet has one challenge.
Richard Gasquet.
Down. 40-30. Game Ferrer.
Well, Gasquet knows there's no arguing with that one. Right on the line, zip through, and Ferrer holds again, edging closer to the second set.
By 5 games to 3, second set.
David Ferrer playing very, very well there down on court number 12, having taken the first set 6-3 in 44 minutes, leading as well, about to just move one game away from the second set. Now, who's that down there? Roger Federer on his way to practice. You can see Ivan Lubicic leading the way as they head down towards Rangi, and then his fitness trainers as well there. Federer heading to work on his game. He, of course, is the final match on centre court up against Alexander Dolgopolov, which is going to be a really interesting one. Obviously, Federer massively the favourite. Everyone's expecting him to come through this, but because he didn't play the French Open, we haven't seen him in action so much recently, other than when he played in Halle. How do you think that? What did you make of that decision not to play? Well, we'll get an answer on that in a second. We'll just take you to court number 2. Juan Martín del Potro up against Thanasi Kokkinakis. Kokkinakis serving for the second set, having lost the first set against del Potro
5-3. 15 left. Left. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to both players, please switch off your mobile phones. Thank you. Let's. First half. .30-15. Time to perfection.
So that backhand error from Del Potro means that after an hour and a quarter, Thanasi Kokkinakis of Australia has 2 points to square this match at 1 set each.
Turning into a thrilling battle down there on court number 2. Kokkinakis on his way back from some injury problems early on in the year, having lost that opening set against Del Potro 6-3, struck back, taking the second set 6-3. So a brilliant second set performance from the Aussie. Now, let's take you over to centre court. Players are making their way onto the famous arena. The top seed in the ladies' singles. We saw the top seed in the men's singles. Andy Murray, the defending champion, taken to court yesterday. And it's Angelique Kerber's turn today up against Irina Falconi of America. And we've spoken a little bit about Falconi, what she's going to have to do to try and upset Kerber. Kerber, a real grass court specialist in terms of the ladies' game. She's so good on this surface. What is it about the way she plays that suits grass so specifically?
Well, her centre of gravity is always very low. She gets down to those tough balls. Well, she likes the ball coming through at a certain height, and on grass court, you never get the ball getting up too high over your opponent's shoulders, so she doesn't have to play too many shots up there. And she's a flat ball striker, and obviously as the grass speeds up over the fortnight, it becomes faster, the ball comes faster onto her racket. She's able to use the speed from her opponent and redirect play, and she moves so well. That's something Angelique Kerber doesn't get enough credit for. She is incredibly fast and makes you play so many balls, and that's why she's dangerous on the grass court. But confidence is key.
Absolutely. Last year's finalist, very confident on this particular surface and on that particular court. Let's hear from her in her pre-match press conference.
Yeah, first of all, it's great to being back. I mean, when I walked yesterday here, I mean, a lot of great memories came through my mind. So it's nice, of course, to being back, especially on grass and here in Wimbledon. So I'm feeling good. I mean, I had good matches last week, and yeah, I'm healthy so far. So this is very important for me. No, I mean, of course, I'm feeling much better playing on grass court. I mean, I cannot compare this, and I worked very hard the last few weeks after Paris, so I'm really happy to being here, playing again on grass court. And you know, I'm not thinking about Paris, about the clay court season anymore. Yeah, I watched a few highlights from that match against Serena last year, and I think it's just an amazing match from both of us. I mean, Serena was playing unbelievable. She was serving. This is what I'm remembering very well. And yeah, I mean, for me, it was really great to walk on court playing the finals here. I mean, it's traditional, and I can say forever that I played this final here. So I had so many great memories from the final last year, and yeah, I will never forget that. You know, first, I will not put the pressure too far, too high. I mean, I'm already so long the number one, and I will try, of course, to keep it. But at the end, I'm here to playing round by round and focusing only on my matches, not about the numbers or the rankings, the points that I have to defend or whatever. I'm here to really trying to focusing day by day and not thinking too far, not thinking about other things, making the things maybe, again, a little bit not too complicated.
I suppose the key for Angelique Kerber, just trying to regain some of that confidence she's lost after a patchy year so far, and what better place to do it here on centre court, on the grass courts, against Irina Falconi of the USA, 27 years of age, 5'4". Not really done too much in the Grand Slams in terms of a ranking as well. 247 she's down at. She's going to have to produce the performance of her life today, really, to trouble Angelique Kerber. But can she do it? She will be feeling special by playing on centre court. We can join the commentators for this first match up on centre court. Angelique Kerber against Irina Falconi.
1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seat, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's switched off.
Julie Kendley.
Miss Angelique Kerber to the left of the chair won the toss
charge.
and chose to receive. Time.
Torben Beltz, her coach on the right there. That's Angie Kerber's coach.
And the sunglasses blonde in the dark sweatshirt is Barbara Rittner, who is I think the Fed Cup team captain and used to play on the tour. There's Barbara. Actually adopted one of my dogs.
Is that right?
Jack Russell from Eastbourne. Jack Russell Terrier named Sophie. Had a good life with Barbara.
Kerber should be the strong favourite. All that pressure that we've talked about, what she has about being #1, that's probably going to end after this tournament, because the likelihood is that she's going to lose it. Pliskova, Kerber, Pliskova and Simona Halep were the favourites, but there's 4 others in with a chance of doing it. So here we go, first round match. It's Falcone of the USA, Kerber of Germany. It's the American to start.
Miss Irina Falcone to serve. Ready? Play.
Feeling out rally.
Feeling out in more ways than one. We saw 3 slices and a passing shot. That's a heck of a way to start the match. And nicely done by Angelique Kerber, hitting the backhand down the line off her shoelaces, really. Falling very low. And that's the shot that has not been there for Angie this year. That was there for her last year. Backhand down the line, particularly the forehand down the line. She's been pushing it, and that one was hit with authority. So maybe you're right, Simon. Maybe there are signs of comeback from Angelique Kerber. So far, so good. You don't want to read too much into anything too soon, but that forehand down the line, that's from last year.
So 3 break points in the opening game. left it open.
Well, Kerber did everything right except that forehand. She needed to keep the ball in front of her. She needed to go cross-court to Falcone's backhand. Instead, she goes inside out and leaves a big hole there down the line.
Yes, it's a promising start for Angie Kerber.
First game.
One thing Kerber did do, which you did in your career, is that there was a point where she thought, I'm really going to be the fittest player out there. And she did that. For a fair amount in her career, she wasn't like that, and then suddenly it changed.
Miss Angelique Kerber to serve.
She leads. Don't forget you can continue watching that on BBC and ESPN, depending on where you are. Delighted to say Mats Wilander has joined me here up on our position, high above court number 18. You can see the people enjoying some picnics behind. They're queuing up in the resale queue, hoping to get on centre court a little bit later. Mats, centre court. Angelique Kerber up against Irina Falcone. Falcone, number 247 in the world. She's going to have to go some to beat a player like Kerber on the grass, where she's so strong.
Yeah, she is, but she's a pretty good player, Falcone. She's pretty talented. She hits the ball pretty hard. But Angelique Kerber, what's happened to her? You know, it's really weird. I saw her play at the French Open, and she wasn't there emotionally at all. So it'd be, I mean, it's perfect for her to start playing on the center court, because that will get your adrenaline going, just like what happened to Andy Murray, I believe, yesterday. So, but you would think that Angelique Kerber is going to come back to the same form at some point, but I don't think she's quite there yet.
A lot of the papers talking about the burden of being the world number one. You've got a target on your back. We've seen how it's affected Andy Murray. We've seen how it affected so many players in the past. When you made it to world number one, what did it feel like? How did you feel when you were playing other players? Did you think that they were trying even that little bit harder because they were playing in world number one?
You know, it was different because in 1988, I won the Australian Open, I won the French Open in the same year. So now I'm feeling like I'm the best player in the world.
Right, okay.
So that's a different thing, but I was still ranked 2 behind Lendl. And as soon as I won the US Open that same year as well, I beat Lendl in the finals and became 1. And it was like, it was hard to have another goal once you get to the very top. And I wasn't necessarily trying to achieve being number 1 in the world. We all want to win Grand Slam tournaments, and you want to feel like the best player in the world, but you don't necessarily want that number. So I felt like I was working harder, actually, when I got to number 1 in the world in terms of practicing. But in the matches, it was difficult to confront the other player. It was nearly like sometimes I would think, hey, don't you understand that I am number 1 in the world? It says right here, number 1 seed, number 1 in the world. You should have more respect. You shouldn't even be thinking that you have a chance to beat me. I remember having those thoughts, and that's the absolute worst thing that can ever happen, because you, obviously in tennis, it's about the other guy. That's it. It's only about the other guy. Novak Djokovic has lost that edge. Andy Murray lost it a little bit, I think, and Angelique Kerber has lost that edge. But then again, we have to remember, Roger Federer, was he a little bit flat for 4 years when he didn't win a major? Maybe. Was Rafa Nadal a little bit flat emotionally 3 years ago when he was struggling with a few injuries? But were there injuries, or was it emotionally? So I think every player goes through it. Some players don't ever come back.
Absolutely. It's really, really interesting, the mental aspect of how that affects a player when they finally get to world number 1, as Angelique Kerber has done. Plenty more from Mats to come here from our position, but let's head over just a few, maybe about 100 yards from where we're sitting right now to speak to Craig O'Shannessy, who's by the touchscreen.
As you watch Wimbledon over the next couple of weeks, I want you to look at it with 2 different lenses. First of all, you're going to appreciate all of the great matches, the magnificent shots, and all of the drama that's going to unfold here at SW19. But I also want you to look at it another way. I want you to see these great matches and say, how can I get better? What can I learn? Look at the technique, look at the strategy, and at the end of this, I know you're going to be very passionate. You're probably going out this evening or tomorrow and going to be on the court and play some matches of your own. Right now, I want you to look and learn from two players that are on court. We're going to go gentlemen's singles. We're going to go down to the bottom of the draw. On court right now, your new personal coaches, Thanasi Kokkinakis and Juan Martin Del Potro. It's 2-1 in the third set. It's a set-all. It's a great match. Let's have a look through the stats before we look at the vision. Thanasi, 14 forehand winners, 2-10 from Juan Martin, and, you know, dominating a little bit more from the back of the court. We know always that the forehands are going to be a little bit higher with the winners than the backhands, and we see 10-1 over here and 14-2 over there. So right then, when a ball comes slightly down the middle of the court to your backhand, run around it. Step up and hit an inside-out forehand, typically right back through the ad court. On our second page, one thing that's a little bit troubling for Thanasi, even though the score looks very even, is right here, this stat. In general, first serves are a big weapon. You're going to win about 3 out of 4 of those. Second serves, overall, are a liability. If you can break even and win 50% of your second serve points, great. Thanasi's only at 43%, so that's an area that Juan Martin will be continuing to hammering. I imagine that second serve will go to the backhand, Juan Martin running around it and hammering forehand returns. Okay, these guys are now going to be our... They are now going to be our, excuse me, I'm just going to turn that off. And eventually I'll be able to get there. I'm just trying to get to the video and there we go, perfect. Okay, we made it. We're going to learn from these two guys. They're going to be your personal coaches for the next couple of minutes. And let's play that. There we go. Juan Martin serving. Out wide. Now, in the old days, that would go down the line, but we see here it doesn't. It goes cross-court. That's the new way to come in. Backhand slice. It doesn't matter whether you're hitting a slice or a topspin. It's better to come into the opponent's backhand side. Nice run around forehand. And with this run around, we now are able to say, okay, where's he going to hit this ball? He could go down the line. He could go cross-court. And he's going to go inside out. That's the modern day forehand. You're taking it more inside out than you're going anywhere else. Serve +1 forehand, standing in the middle of the court. He's not able to do it as much with the backhand. Always in the middle of the court, look for those forehands. Straight to the backhand, run around forehand again. Now this is... Don't approach to your opponent's forehand, because even from that position, it's so easy to flick the wrist and go for a winner pretty much anywhere that you want. And in this situation, he is going to go down the line. There it is right there. But much tougher to do that off a backhand passing shot. Nice cross court. He's in a slice. We've got the runaround forehand. The runaround forehand in the ad court is a massive weapon. You will end up hitting more winners with a runaround forehand, as we see right there from Thanasi, than you will in the normal court. Really nice angle. Stepped up, controlling the baseline. Serve +1 backhand. Most points in tennis automatically kick through the ad court. They automatically go backhand to backhand. They're just playing a little cat and mouse, trying to figure out. We now get the runaround forehand. That's the biggest shot. And this one is going to go right down the line. And there it is. Right through the line. Kokkinakis returning, steps in, straight to the backhand. As we know, looks for a forehand. He's got the upper hand in the rally already. First volley. It looks open to the juice court, but he takes it behind Juan Martin. And for you guys at home, when you do take this one behind, almost always it's going to be a lob, and that's exactly what happens. It's a great general rule of thumb to take that first volley back behind and then get the overhead. Serve to the backhand, approach to the backhand. Now, trouble here. He should take this one back behind. Open court goes to the forehand, and it's so easy off the forehand side to use the wrist and to flick and add a little bit more spin to the shot. So those are the key elements there. The thing that stands out to me the most, when you get that backhand slice, you say, okay, old school tennis says go down the line with that. you're going to the forehand pass. We saw right there, Juan Martin hit a forehand pass. Tanasi hit a forehand pass. It's so much easier to hit a passing shot off a forehand because the spin you can get on the ball. You know, the strings are a little bit better these days. The rackets are more powerful. So I think the big thing we take away here is look for runaround forehands instead of backhands in the ad court. And when you approach the backhand, first volley behind to the backhand, and you're almost always going to get an overhead in that situation. So look for these little things in all the other matches. It's the same in the women's draw. It's the same in the men's draw. And it's same on your court, wherever you are watching this in the world. Cheers from Wimbledon.
Craig, thank you. Brilliant analysis, as always, from the touchscreen. And those are pictures from high above SW19. You can see centre court at the north of your screen there. All of the other outside courts beneath court number 2, where matches taking place. All of the outside courts began at 11:30. The 2 biggest show courts, centre court and then court number 1, starting at 1 o'clock at local time here. So, picture here in this part of southwest London. You see centre court there with the clock high above it. Let's take you out to court number 18, where Coco van der Wey is currently taking on Mona Bartel. And it was van der Wey who took the first set 7-5. And here she is about to serve for the match at 5-2.
But speaking about that moment, when you get that break, that is such a good feeling as a player, especially when this match has gone back and forth, seesaw, so many breaks of serve.
$15. $30-15.
At this stage, you absolutely love it when your opponent gives you a donation like that.
Well, van der Wey obviously wanting the double fault trophy because she's now 1 ahead of Mona Bartel. Oh, van der Wey does have the double break, but she will want to get it done and dusted here. But now an opportunity for Mona Bartel to extend this contest a little further. good save.
Deuce. Advantage Miss Van der Ven.
And after 1 hour and 32 minutes of play, we have our first match point. There it is. It was tough to play and it was tough to watch at times, but all that matters for Coco van der Ven is that she's come through with 1 hour and 33 minutes on the clock in straight sets against Mona Bartel. A first meeting between the two. Happy Pat Cash. Doesn't look that happy, but he will be very happy inside because his charge, Coco van der Ven, goes through 7-5, 6-2. As we touched.
So job done for Coco van der Ven, 7-5, 6-2. I'm sure Pat Cash will be delighted with that as well, linking up just after Roland Garros. So you can see court number 1, very near to where we're sat at the north of your picture there. We can head inside there. The roof, of course, partially finished. That'll be finished in time for the 2019 championship, so in a couple of years it's going on there. And we can head inside to see the match that is currently underway inside there. Milos Raonic, the man in your picture, he is up against what should be an interesting match. This one is up against Jan-Lennart Struff, the German, in the early stages of the first set, 2-1. Mats, how do you preview this one for us? Because so much expected of Milos Raonic this year, announced himself really on this stage, reaching the final. Disappointment losing to Andy Murray, but he's so tough to play on a grass court.
No, he's very tough. I'm nearly a little bit disappointed, though. I thought after reaching the finals here last year, I thought that he was going to take his game to the next level, and it hasn't really happened. But obviously, he's very dangerous. He's still very young. He works really hard, but he's also changed his coaching staff around. Of course, he had John McEnroe helping him out before, Ivan Ljubicic prior to that. Carlos Moya has been there, and now he's coached by Mark Knowles, which is kind of a strange thing because he was really...
Knowles was a doubles player.
He was a doubles player, doubles expert, one of the best players in the world. In fact, I think he was #1 in the world at one point. But obviously, he knows the game as well as anyone. But Jan-Lennart Struff, though, he's a dangerous player. He's got a big serve and hits the ball extremely hard. So it'll be interesting to see.
We're going to see plenty of aces today, I think. I was watching both of them warm up a little bit earlier and sending those serves down, even in practice, very, very hard. Milos Raonic, as you said there, he's gone through quite a lot of coaches in a short space of time. We've seen it work differently for different players. Some players stick with one coach for 10, 12, 15 years, almost their entire career. Other players like to go through coaches quickly. What's the positives and negatives of both of those? Why do some players differ so greatly?
Well, first of all, I think it's a generation thing. I think the older players tend to keep the same coach longer. I think the advantages of having a new coach, of course, is more emotional, because once there's a new person in your corner, you want to do well and you get more fired up maybe than you have before. So that's part of the coach's job for sure. But obviously the disadvantages, I think, are bigger because a coach needs time. You need time to get to know the person. You need time to get to know their game. You need time to figure out if you can change something, if they're willing to change something, because obviously everybody has a weakness. Milos Raonic's backhand is obviously his weakness, and haven't really seen any changes in the technique on that side. So I think they're making a mistake when they keep going from coach to coach. I think that they really should think about what Rafa Nadal has done with his uncle Tony. Maybe the best coach in the world for Rafa Nadal, but not for other players maybe.
We're going to have to leave live pictures there. You can continue watching that on BBC and ESPN, depending on where you are. But Mats, let's just keep talking about that, the coaching aspect for Milos Raonic. What do you think that Mark Knowles, as you said, a great doubles player, he was obviously a brilliant volleyer, good serve as well. What are they the aspects that he's going to be focusing on with Milos?
I'm assuming. I mean, you would have to assume that he had John McEnroe to learn how to play more aggressively, not just on grass courts, but to play more aggressively tactically. That is, not hit the ball harder, but just tactically play more aggressively. And with Mark Knowles, who's such a great volleyer in his time. And obviously, he was great at everything, but I think that Milos Raonic, at some point, or maybe he has realized that, okay, if I'm going to be the best player in the world, I need to come forwards because he's too big to stay at the baseline for too long. He tends to run around and hit too many forehands, I always think. And when you're that big, it's not that easy. Juan Martín del Potro, of course, is so good at that, but he has a reason now because his backhand is not working, really. He's not able to hit it. So Milos Raonic, I think the way for him forwards is to go forwards, and I think Mark Knowles can help him with feeling comfortable and sort of making sure that, hey, you're doing the right thing. And I think that's what Andre Agassi will do with Novak Djokovic. Hey, listen, if you're not playing well, it doesn't matter. You're going to stand 1 meter or 3 feet behind the baseline. That's where you're going to start. Okay, you're not moving away from there. Okay, you really think so? Yes, I'm telling you that this is what you have to do. So I think that's what coaches, that's what these super coaches, I think, are able to do. Because they don't need the job. Ivan Lendl doesn't need to coach Andy Murray. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the job. So they can just turn around and walk away at any time. So I think they tend to be more honest, and you have to listen to them, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that relationship develops. Milos Raonic and Mark Knowles, they're playing just behind us. You can see court number 1 behind us. Plenty more from Mats to come here from our position high above court number 18 and very close to court number 1. Let's head out to find out another reporter, Rachel Stringer.
So I'm with Simon Underhill here, and he's from Hingham Tennis, who won the Aegon Club of the Year Awards at the British Tennis Awards. You have just received your award. Firstly, how was it to get this award?
It was a bit of a shock. I mean, we are a tiny little rural tennis club in the middle of rural Norfolk, and everything we've done was for the community and for our families ourselves. We've got 7 children between us, and it's myself and 2 friends got together and saw a dilapidated space in our local town and thought, let's do something about that. And we raised £91,000 with a Sport England inspired facilities grant, and over the past 3 years have got to where we are today. We can't quite believe we're sitting here in Wimbledon.
And how many members has Hingham Tennis now got?
We've got 230 members. I think
from nothing.
From nothing, and that's within 12 months. We've got our first birthday party next week, our first AGM, which we've got to get ready for, and it's been the most amazing journey, and everything we've done has been completely intuitive. People have said today, how did you do it? Why did you do that? And every single step of the road has been, well, the families will enjoy this, the community will like this, so this is what we'll do. And it's been the look of surprise on people's faces has been quite shocking to us today, when it's just been a fantastic process to go through.
And what has Hingham Tennis done for the community?
Well, as I say, we've got 2 hard surface tennis courts. We've built a clubhouse. We've got floodlights. 230 members. We open up all our events to the whole community. We've got Man Slam. We've got Booze and Balls on a Friday. Serve and a Slice on a Monday morning, where lots of people come with cakes and they have a lovely sort of Monday morning social session. We've got mini tennis, junior tennis, cardio tennis. All of which the whole community is invited to come and take part in.
So it really has become a place where the communities can come together, and it's not just about the tennis as well.
Definitely. I mean, we were very much mindful of, we didn't want it to be this private members club, which can be quite intimidating to lots of people like me who really can't play tennis. And it couldn't be this municipal facility, because obviously we've got to have a sink fund and it's got to be sustainable for the future. So trying to get that balance between it being accessible to all, but obviously looking after our members as well, has been a real focus for us.
I know we're here at Wimbledon and we're all about the elites here. I'm going to ask you, I know accessible for all, you just mentioned their tennis, but have you got anyone at Hingham Tennis that maybe one day might come here and perform on these courts at SW19?
We're always hopeful. I mean, it's that grassroots tennis of starting them young, keeping them keen. And we've already had quite a lot of success with our minis in getting gold, silver and bronze medals in local tournaments. And in the Norfolk Schools partnership for the local schools, we've had lots of Hingham tennis players have done really well in that tournament as well recently.
And you said you're around 250 members now. What's the vision? What's the dream for Hingham Tennis?
Oh, my word.
How big can you go?
Well, it's a matter of space and capacity of the site we're on. With the award we've got today, we're already talking about, well, could we squeeze in some mini tennis courts alongside our 2 tennis courts? And I don't know. I mean, we just want to keep it very accessible to everybody in the community and just make sure it's fun and that we don't create that atmosphere of it being this elitist club where people aren't welcome.
And just a quick word on Wimbledon today and your experience. How has it been? What are you getting to see later on?
I mean, so far, we've been made to feel so welcome. The lunch we've just had and centre court with seeing Federer later on and Djokovic. I mean, it couldn't get much better, really.
Wow, well, congratulations to Hingham Tennis and thank you very much, Simon. Thank you.
Rachel, busy as ever with some great interviews from around the grounds. Now let's take you to one of the great matches, early stages of day 2 here at the Championships. Down on court number 12, Richard Gasquet, the number 22 seed from France, up against a former world number 3, David Ferrer. He's really slipped down the rankings, hence why he's not seeded for this year's championship. But he's playing very, very well, taking the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-4, and we can join it at 4-all in the third.
Nicely with the serve. Gave himself enough space to hit the forehand with power. Time in this match that we've seen Gasquet strike a backhand that early.
30-15.
Again, once the same ball, the magic ball. A little bit of fortune off the net there, and Ferrer unable to readjust. Count that as a backhand winner because it set it up.
40-15.
Again, taking the ball that much earlier. It's taken him so long, though. An hour and 55 minutes they've been playing for. To suddenly decide to step up the court with a bit more authority.
Oh!
And in the end, another fairly straightforward hole for Richard Gasquet, who has, since that Love 40 revival,
leads by 5 games to 4.
Right at the start of this first set, of this third set, he's been untroubled in his serve. Just gives you a bit more confidence to attack your opponent's serve when you're holding with ease. And up to Ferrer to try and save this set now.
Bit of a revival from Richard Gasquet in that third set, 5-4. He's not managed to break Ferrer's serve, but he is a game away from taking it to 2-1. Are you surprised by that scoreline, Matt? Because I think a lot of people looked to that and said, obviously, David Ferrer, former world number 3, great player on clay and the slow hard courts, but he's not had the best results of his career on the grass. Gasquet's played well here. Are you surprised at where that match has gone?
Yeah. Very surprised. I mean, Richard Gasquet is a classic grass court player, and David Ferrer, like you said, is not. But at the same time, I spoke to Marin Cilic yesterday, and he felt that the courts combined with the tennis balls this year is the slowest that he's ever felt here at Wimbledon. Wow. So obviously, with this heat as well, the ball is bouncing a little bit higher, and David Ferrer, it would be favourable to him to have hot conditions, and obviously if the courts are slow and the balls are heavy, that's favourable to him too, and not for Gasquet, who's a bit whippy on both sides, so he needs fast balls, and his serve is not big enough on a slow court to get points. But so with all that, so maybe not that surprised. But Richard Gasquet, is he not going to win a Grand Slam in his career?
I was going to say, he's such a mercurial character, isn't he? Some days you watch him and you think, how could anyone ever get anywhere near him?
Yeah.
He's playing so well from the baseline. He's got a big serve as well. But then some days you see him and you think, there's everyone's going to beat him. It's just, you can't figure out what's going to come next from him.
No, and I do think that he's improved with age as well. He's played some of his best tennis the last couple of years, but yeah, I'm not sure.
If he's going to win one, is it going to come here? Is this the place?
I think if a French player is going to win one, it's going to be here. I think Joe-Wilfried Tsonga, this is his chance. Richard Gasquet, this was his chance. Obviously, he can still turn that around, but he also struggles with some back problems, Richard Gasquet, and he did at the French Open. So maybe he's not 100%.
Just before we quickly head out to court number 3, just a line on David Ferrer. What's caused that slip down in the rankings? We said high as number 3. Almost unbeatable on clay, such a good player on the slow courts. What's caused him to slip away a bit?
Well, because he's playing right now and he can't hear us talking about him, I would say age.
You can say what you want.
I say age. Yeah,
right.
I think
with
his kind of game, I think that he's still going to play well in the Grand Slams because he knows how to play 3 out of 5 set matches. But I think it's the recovery time, and also when he has to fight for every single point the whole year in every single match, and when you lose it just a little bit mentally and you don't have a weapon. Trust me, I know that feeling. It's a tough job ahead of him because players are not intimidated by him anymore.
When you read the biography notes on David Ferrer, you see that mountain biking is one of his passions. It doesn't surprise me, perhaps earlier on in his career, that he was able to win a match and then go out on his mountain bike. But has he got to marry the two? Perhaps you can't be doing too much mountain biking when he's playing a Grand Slam.
Yeah, most probably. But I'm not sure. I think that I think there are a certain number of miles that you have in your legs and your mind, and I think that he has most probably reached his quota, I have a feeling, compared to then Roger Federer, who doesn't run as much, and of course who has a big weapon in his serve and his forehand, so he can keep playing a little bit longer.
OK, well, he's still got a little bit of mileage left in that match against Richard Gasquet on court number 12. Let's head out to court number 3 at the moment, where there's an interesting match taking place, a battle of the Brits. Alexander Ward came through 3 rounds of pre-qualifying as he lost in the pre-qualifying, then managed to get a wild card into the qualifying draw, came through 3 matches there at Roehampton, a short distance away from here in southwest London, earned his place at Wimbledon for just the 2nd time in his career. He's up against Kyle Edmund, who, as you can see, is 1 game away from winning the match. We'll join the commentators there on that one.
How much better has his return of serve been after that first set? It's picked up in his last set and a half, and his depth has been so much better, Kyle Edmund, as well.
Edmund's challenging the call, left near sideline.
It's an amazing angle.
Edmund looks pretty confident this one's wide. He's right. You gotta love Hawkeye. So good.
What an innovation. Yeah.
Love fortune.
Stood tall on that, and here he is with 3 match points.
Game, centre match. Edmund.
Edmund wins his very first match at Wimbledon.
3 sets to 1. 4
So
6,
just over 2 hours
6-3,
against a
6-2,
man ranked 869. It was a nervous start for the British number 2. The fairy tale of the qualifier, Alexander Ward, comes to an end. The story, maybe, is just beginning for Edmund.
This is a very fine performance after a really dodgy start. I mean, he was on a hiding to nothing in this match, Kyle Edmund, going up against a fellow Brit whose ranking is in the 800s. Supposed to win. Everybody expects him to win. He hasn't won a match at Wimbledon. There was a lot of pressure on him. He started off badly, a set down, but he had the faith in his ability to come back, and his game improved. Started taking... He was more aggressive, but in the right way. His serve started going better. His return, so his backhand down the line was awesome. And this will do him a power of good. And he's not the most emotional chap in some ways, but I bet inside right now he's saying, well done. We've got that monkey off the back now.
Yes. Talk about that, actually. So a good win there for Kyle Edmund, having lost that first set against Ward. Ward, really one of the stories of the tournament, having lost in the pre-qualifying, then he got a wild card into the qualifying, came through 3 rounds there at Roehampton to take his place in the Wimbledon main draw. So even though he's lost today, he's had a brilliant occasion, and I'm sure he will fondly remember the 2017 championships. Mats, you've qualified here a long time ago in the past, coming through the qualifying draw to make your way to the main draw here at Wimbledon. How much does it take to get through those 3 rounds? Because it's something that the public perhaps doesn't see too much of. The crowds aren't quite as big, not so many people heading down there to watch, but it's some achievement to come through 3 rounds of qualifying against so many players who are desperate to play in this Grand Slam.
Oh, I mean, it's really, the qualifying is really tough because there's so many good players today, there's so many good ball strikers, and I think the qualifying at Wimbledon is different because the courts over at Roehampton are not in the same shape as the Wimbledon courts, so, and that was a big surprise. I qualified over there at Roehampton, and I came here to Wimbledon, I'm like, oh my goodness, here you can actually play proper tennis. And
you feel like you've made it, don't you?
You feel like you've made it, and it's just such a big difference from Roehampton to come play at Wimbledon. But it is very, very, very difficult. It's most probably harder to qualify than it is to win a round in the main draw, because you have to win 3 matches in a row. Everybody's hungry, everybody's so keen, and sometimes at the main draws in the Grand Slams, you play a guy who's maybe not playing well, or maybe he shouldn't be playing, or he's slightly injured, but they want to play because of...
That's what I was going to say. We often see, I mean, Ward wasn't able to do it today, but we often see qualifiers who actually do quite well because they're used to the surface, they're used to the surroundings, and they're just in form. They've played so many matches.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter who you win against in tennis. You know that. It gives you confidence. It's all about just winning. Now, whether you're playing against Kyle Edmund or you play against somebody else that you've never heard of, it's a tennis match and you beat the guy across the net, and it gives you confidence.
Kyle Edmund, a player who we know has to deal with the expectation that comes with being a British player playing at Wimbledon. Andy Murray, I suppose it's slightly different for him because he's the #1 seed, the top player in the world, twice won here at the Championships. The pressure on him is slightly different to what it is on Kyle Edmund. But as the spotlight grows, as his ranking improves, there's a lot of pressure on him, isn't there?
There's a huge amount of pressure because obviously now Britain has gotten used to Andy Murray. They've gotten used to watching him at Wimbledon, watching him at all the Grand Slams because he's so consistent through the year. I mean, that void, when Andy Murray one day steps away, has to be filled by somebody. And that pressure is unfair, and it's very, very difficult to live up to the expectations, for sure. And it's very difficult to not think about him. Being from Sweden, any young player that came up was always called the new Björn Borg. Right? So I was very lucky because I managed to win a Grand Slam when I was 17 years old. So they stopped calling me the new Björn Borg because I won something. But so many good juniors in Sweden that nothing ever happened to them because they were looking, the media was saying, oh, the new Björn Borg, he plays like him. Or it's very tough. So for Kyle Edmund's sake, I think people should realize that Andy Murray is one of a kind. He's a genius. He's an has unbelievable work ethic, and it's very, very difficult to copy and do what Andy Murray has done.
Lot to live up to for Kyle Edmund, but he's playing very, very well so far, safely through to the second round, having beaten Alexander Ward in 4 sets. Now let's catch up with Rachel Stringer.
I'm with Wendy Glasper from the North East Visually Impaired Tennis Club, and Wendy has won Volunteer of the Year here at the British Tennis Awards. Wendy, congratulations on the award.
Thank you, I'm over the moon. Never thought I would get this far.
And Wendy, you set up yourself the visually impaired North East group 5 years ago. What was the vision? Why did you do this?
Yeah, well, in 2007, I actually found out, because we play with a special ball with sound inside, and I met an old friend who had this ball, and I thought, yeah, interesting, so I need to know more. So I found out more about it. Unfortunately, we get the balls from Japan, so it took quite a long while, like communications. So 2010, I set some have-a-go sessions at Tennis World up with, I found a coach, a really good coach. Didn't know anything about VI tennis, blind tennis at all. It was more, she was really intrigued, you know, she's called Barbara Baldwell. And so she was great. She got us to have a go session. And then I thought, right, I heard about this competition in October. And I thought, right, can I go into this competition not knowing really a lot about tennis, not playing tennis? So I thought, right, I've got to go for it. So in October, I went down to London to the National Tennis Centre. Metro Blind Sports were holding this competition. And I thought, right, I went there, had a fantastic weekend. Oh, I was just buzzing because I love sport. I've played goalball and I played internationally for Great Britain. But tennis does not come nowhere near goalball. If I'd have found tennis years ago, I would have not played any other sport, you know. And I went back home, long way on a train on my own, back to the North East, and I thought, I've got to do something in the North East. How can I set it up? I was actually playing cricket at the time, so I have some friends in the cricket, and I said, can you help me? I need to set this club up. Really need to do this. So we did that. We set it up with their help. Obviously, I was the main instigator. I stayed there, persisted. And it's down to determination, because I wanted to get other people to realise that they can play tennis and they can enjoy it as much as I did. And then I had some great contacts. So the LTA, Joe Conliffe, fantastic, and the Tennis Foundation. Everybody's been great supports. So I've found volunteers when I've gone physically out to help other disabilities play tennis, or when there's Great British Tennis Weekends, I've actually been, and I found Graham Manuel, who's now our chairman, and I got him involved and on board, and he was my doubles partner. He didn't know he was going to London to play, but he came to London, and it's just growing. And I've just got such a buzz for the game. It's to get people of any, because I coach disabilities, so I'm a level 2 coach, and in the North East we've got Rosie and Steve, who are both level 2 coaches now, and we've got Jan Donnelly and Dave Donnelly are level 1 coaches, and we've got a new club set up now in Stockton, Tees Valley Sound Tennis, which has been a knock-on effect from what I've done and tried to get integrated.
And I just want to talk about as well how the North East is basically growing this sport as well, because visually impaired tennis is on the rise, and especially in the North East, and that, I guess, is down to you as well. And how does that feel when you hear that?
It's brilliant. I'm really proud of what I've done to create.
And for the people that you're helping as well, what do they say to you? What has it done for their lives?
Well, it's changed their lives. It gives them confidence to come out of the house and do something they would never normally do. To play tennis when you can't see at all, if you just shut your eyes and imagine hitting the ball and standing on a tennis court for 2 hours trying to hit the ball, and it can be frustrating, but they come back and back. So it's obviously doing something. We've got people coming to our sessions from Glasgow. And that's
really far afield.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a Sunday session for them, they travel, 4 hours there, 2 hours on the court. We have the Northumberland Tennis Club have been a real good help with us, really have. Because without their help and support, and the Northumberland Tennis Association, you know, they've really helped us, and we've got a good base. So, because we like to party as well.
Well, I'm sure you do, because I can see the personality of you. It's amazing. And also, Wendy, I guess just quickly, I can see how much you've done already, but where do you see this tennis club going in the future? What are your plans for it?
Well, plans is to keep it growing, but making sure it sustains itself and keeps going after, obviously the people that are running it now, once we move on, it will still be there. And that's what I want.
Well, Wendy, I'm sure with you at the helm, it's going to keep growing and growing and go from strength to strength. Thank you very much, and well done on your award. Thank you very much, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thanks to Rachel and Wendy there. Some fans on court number 2 enjoying this match. It's turning into a real battle between Juan Martín Del Potro, the 29 seed, up against Thanasi Kokkinakis from Australia. Kokkinakis, of course, on his way back from injury, struggled with injury problems earlier on this season. Beat Milos Raonic at Queen's, is a very good grass court player. Del Potro took the first set 6-3. Kokkinakis struck back and took the second set 6-3, and we can join it for the tie-break in the third.
1-0. Del Potro.
Del Potro's 10th ace of the match starts off this probably key tiebreak.
He's back.
He's back. If you're wondering what all the humour is about, we'll tell you in just a sec. Oh, wow.
2-0.
An ace from Del Potro, a double fault from Kokkinakis, and it's really now in the hands of the big man from Argentina. And there's the line judge, who has been basically in a coconut shy throughout this entire match. He's been hit, he's ducked right this way, that way, up and down. So another player, in this instance Del Potro, bites the dust.
Yeah, and just another scary slip. 2-1. Thankfully, he's all right. It really does shake your confidence when you fail to stay upright.
And these guys, these are big men, are going at quite a pace when they tumble like that. Despairing effort by Kokkinakis at the back of the court there, but Del Potro is still very much in control here. A mini break to the good.
Del Potro. It's very difficult to strictly defend against Del Potro. You have to somehow figure a way to counterpunch. Easier said than done.
And we keep talking about players losing their footing in this match. I mean, it must have happened half a dozen times or so. If we have a look at the court at the change of ends, I think we'll see how different the surface is from the baseline to further behind it. Well, 5-1. 2 double faults from Kokkinakis in the tiebreak. And you could almost say this is done and dusted now. Del Potro is going to be 2 sets to 1 up. Mentioning the court surface, though, the actual service line is only the second day of the championships, but the service line is very worn now. It's quite brown, you can see from that picture. But if you come back a bit, just further, you can see how it's still glisteningly green. And that's where players, a lot of players, especially if they're chasing balls, that's where they're losing their footing, because it's very, very different, isn't it, from almost from 6 inches from the baseline to 6 feet behind the baseline. You're almost playing on 2 different surfaces.
Yeah, totally different. And out wide as well.
5-2, Del Potro.
So Del Potro was able to launch himself out wide, but often a player once out there, when trying to recover position, slips.
Del Potro.
Well, that was barely 90 miles an hour, that second serve from Del Potro, but it was a body shot to the upper body of Kokkinakis, and this could be a blow to the solar plexus if he takes a 2 sets to 1 lead. And he does.
That's Del Potro. 7 games to 6. Del Potro leads by 2 sets to 1.
So Del Potro having to withstand some heavy pressure from Kokkinakis, and despite that slip in the tie-break, he was able to win it 7-6. Let's just show you where we are at the moment. We're at the end of the resale queue, so this is where everyone lines up. A lot of people enjoying a picnic, as you can see, sitting down. They've got some glasses of Pimm's. We can see plenty of strawberries and cream. We're right at the end of the resale queue, Mats and I here. So what these people are queuing for, if you don't know, is this queue snakes all the way around, all the way over to there, where there's a little kiosk where people who've been on centre court and court number 1 and they've left for the evening, they can give their tickets back and then they're resold for charity. I think it's £10 to get inside centre court, so a great deal if there's some good matches later on, which there is, of course. Alexander Dolgopolov and Roger Federer last on centre court, so all of these fans here will be hoping to catch Roger Federer, if they're lucky, a little bit later on, but it's a limited number. Everyone who leaves 1 ticket back in, so they'll have to wait patiently. Sense of anticipation, Mats. Just quickly on Del Potro, we saw that slip there. He's a big man. Grass courts can be slippy in the first couple of days. How much does that weigh on players' minds? Because when it's green, it can be quite slippy, can't it?
Oh, it must weigh on their mind all the time, because you can really hurt yourself really badly on grass, and especially because it's a little bit different, right? So it's worn out in parts of the court, and then suddenly you get to a green part of the court, and it's. I mean, I always found it extremely difficult to move on grass because I wasn't sure, am I going to try and slide or am I not going to slide? Because if you allow yourself to start sliding on grass, suddenly you can slide anywhere, but suddenly you're slipping as well. So you kind of have to decide before how am I going to move on grass. And we see Roger Federer, he never slides on grass. And then you see Novak Djokovic, he slides on grass all the time. So it's just different ways of movement.
Tell us about the shoes that the players use, because obviously they have a very specific type of shoe for a grass court. What does that look like, and how does it differ to a hard court or a clay court shoe?
Yeah, so on a clay court shoe, usually you have sort of a fishbone certain pattern, and it's exactly like that.
To help the players slide
to help them slide and to help them get grip, actually, because obviously you can slide on clay with any shoe, but that's to get them grip. Here, it's the little studs, and they keep changing it, but there's a little studs, and they used to have them on the front of the shoe as well, but now that's not allowed because it wears up the courts too much. So they're literally just underneath. And no, they're not enough. They would need better shoes, that's for sure. I mean, they would nearly need football cleats. Because,
to stop them moving at all, yeah.
But obviously
I suppose that's the thing, is it's the way up between what damages the courts too much. You don't want to do that. It's unfair for other players, but also what's safe for the players.
Yeah, and I believe that this is true, that my countryman Björn Borg was the first one to play with these kind of shoes, because before then they just played with regular tennis shoes. I know there was a time when they actually used spikes as well. Yeah, then I can't imagine what that would do to the courts.
I'm not sure what the head groundsman Neil Stubley would say about someone showing up in a pair of football boots.
But it is tough. It's tough, and the first week is most probably even though it's greener and it's more slippery in one way, at least it's more even. The second week, suddenly you have part of the court is clay courts, and part of it is sort of brown grass, and then part of it, when you get further out, is green grass. So obviously, on where it's dusty and sandy, you can slide.
Yeah, we can see from these shots there, starting to wear out just a little bit towards the baseline, but as we get through the tournament, perhaps later on in the second week, there's going to be a big patch of dark grass at both of those baselines, and maybe a little bit of a track to the net if there's a serve and volley play.
Yeah, it used to be slightly different in our time. In the 80s, of course, the grass was really green, nice and green behind the baseline. Maybe not where you stand to return the serve, but also what you see these days with the courts is that because players run around and hit so many forehands, it's actually more worn just to the left of middle.
So for a right-hander running around the backhand to hit a forehand.
Yeah, and that's on grass. I mean, they even try to do that on grass. So tennis has changed an enormous amount, so we should never ever compare what happened in the 60s, 70s, 80s and what the players are doing today.
Yeah, and we see that, don't we? Whenever, say, we have a rain delay and we watch some matches from a little while ago, you can just see instantly, can't you, the change of style. And I think that's why it's so difficult to compare eras. You say, oh, would a player who played 20 years ago, 30 years ago, how would they have success these days? And it is difficult to compare the game through the ages.
Yeah, and I think that a really good situation to look at is Roger Federer, because obviously Roger Federer played with his little Wilson racket for a long time, and about 3 years ago he changed to the bigger size. His record against Rafa Nadal since he changed to a bigger racket is 4 wins and 1 loss. So before when he had the smaller racket, his record was sort of the other way around, exactly the other way around. So it's helped Roger Federer. So obviously it's much easier to play tennis with a bigger racket. And when it happens to the same player, then that goes to show that don't compare Rod Laver to Roger Federer.
And talking about superstitions, we know how reluctant some players are to change their equipment. They stick with what they know.
Yeah.
So even for Federer to have had that racket for so long in his career, he even played with that when he was a junior. You see photos of him winning the title here as a junior with the same racket, and then later on in his career he changed. They don't change if they have to.
No, and I think Paul Annacone has been credited with pushing and pushing and pushing, and eventually Federer decided to change. And he had a horrible time the first few months. I remember saw him play, and he couldn't find it. I mean, it's an extension of your arm, and when you've played with the same racket your whole career, I wouldn't suggest to anyone they should change rackets, but it has changed Roger Federer's level, that's for sure.
Well, all this talk of Roger Federer has seen the resale queue grow by the second. It's now over there at the end, so everyone's getting excited. Bash, the camera, I can just show you. Away from us, just over to our right, we were seeing a couple of minutes ago, just before Matt started speaking, that was where the end of the resale queue is. Now it's miles away down there, so a lot of people queuing up here for tickets later on centre court. It's going to be a couple of hours before they perhaps get in, but they'll be hoping to see Roger Federer, number 3 seed, up against Alexander Dolgopolov. Let's send you out from here at the end of the resale queue to court number 3, and the match that's taking place on there at the moment. Garbina Muguruza, last year's French Open champion, the number 14 seed, and a good start from her against Alexandrova from Russia. We can join the commentary on this one.
Love fitting. 15 all.
Busy woman, Conchita. She's the head of men's and women's tennis in Spain. Captain for Fed Cup and Davis Cup. Not many people have that dual role. It's huge. Just can't quite find
30-15.
her rhythm at the moment. Alexandrova.
A very good serve.
40-30.
Totally angled. Couldn't have been better placed.
Game is Muguruza. Ms. Muguruza leads by 3 games to love, first set.
The puffy clouds over the trees that surround.
That's the best with what she has, and playing some great tennis here today on the biggest court of them all in our sport. Not the biggest size-wise, but I think the biggest in history and atmosphere and what it
Thank
means.
you.
Everybody remembers the first time they were on center court.
How did you feel the first time you were on centre court?
Well, we were put on as an extra match when the matches were finished. It was in 1974. I played Mima Jaušovec first round. And we were supposed to play on court 3. And they switched us to center because the matches were finished already.
Lovely.
Beautiful stuff. Rob Molly, though, again, Gerber's better know that that's coming. But anyway, Mima and I, we were just excited to be here. Not that many people.
15.
It was late in the day. We split sets. We wanted to stop. They said, no, you have to keep playing. So we played 4 games at 2-all. Then we stopped. Wednesday, we got put on court 1, not on center. Rains all day. We never got to play. Thursday, we got put on court 2. Rains all day. We never got to play. Finally, Friday, we put court 3, which is the original court. I lost in 15 minutes, 6-3. 1 break, match over.
30-15.
But it was nice to be on center.
Yeah. What a week.
Yes. 1 match over 4 days.
Let Fussef.
She's being forced now to raise her game.
Game is Kevin. Two games all, second set.
Welcome back to the roof here at Wimbledon, and my highly skilled operative Jeff, who's really earning his money today, is going to pan across the vista there and just show you Wimbledon in all its finest. Midway through the afternoon on day 2, the place is a hive of activity. A little bit of welcome relief from the searing sunshine. We've put on the old suntan lotion, and I'm sure we're expecting blue skies to return, but it's quite nice. A couple of moments in the shade. I'm joined by Claire Curran. She's going to be with us as well as the radio team. She's part of the Wimbledon Channel outfit as well. Claire, a former Fed Cup player, world top 100 as far as the doubles is concerned. I'd like to pick your brains about a little bit of the action that we've already seen and what we've got to come. First of all, may I start with a little bit of a post-match assessment from yesterday, from the Andy Murray perspective, because there was a little bit of fun with the papers after the Uri Geller scenario, put a handy on Andy and all that kind of stuff. He seems to think that the 2 ice baths a day and the extra stretches that the physios have asked him to do is really helping. Do you think he might struggle against Dustin Brown tomorrow, or do you think he's on top of this hip situation?
I think he is absolutely on top. Dustin Brown's not an easy guy to play against. He's very unorthodox and he's going to bring a lot of energy to the court. But I think it's going to be very difficult for anybody to touch Andy Murray on centre court before the next week, the second week of the tournament.
And what was your assessment of yesterday? I mean, Bublik's a really interesting character. I loved what he said in the lead up to the match, because he obviously came through as the lucky loser, and apparently he went to a well-known coffee house for a cup of tea, and his dad sent him a text message saying, "You're playing Andy Murray on Monday," and he sent his dad an expletive-laden text back saying, yeah, basically sod off, stop having a laugh, and then he rang him and said, "No, you are actually playing Andy Murray," and he seemed to play that match without a care in the world, considering it was Andy Murray, the double Olympic champion, the defending Wimbledon champion and the #1 seed.
Well, he approached it in absolutely the right way. He could have gone onto the court and been absolutely, starstruck by the fact that he was playing Sir Andy Murray, as he likes to call him, but also just the whole occasion. And he didn't let that affect him at all. He absolutely embraced it, and it was lovely to see. But most importantly, Andy got the job done in 3 sets. No problem with that hip whatsoever, and I think a really good start to the tournament. So Andy's done all the right things now, and it'll be very, very exciting now from now on.
And Dustin Brown is a guy that we love to watch. I've been lucky enough to work on Wimbledon for the last few years, and he's been involved in some cracking matches. And we saw in his win over Sousa yesterday, he physically throws himself around the court. He won in 4, and there were some great shots and great moments in that match. So that could be quite entertaining tomorrow.
Entertaining is the word, but I think he's not going to have enough to get past Andy. You know, when a player comes in against Andy all the time, I think he's going to, on the grass court, he's going to be fine, picking his spot, picking his pass, and he won't be rushed by Dustin Brown. But, I mean, like anything else, it's a spectacular occasion because it's a player who's flamboyant, he's exciting to watch, and I'm sure he'll ask a couple of questions, but I don't see him at the end being able to get through Andy Murray on centre court, if that's the court that it's going to be on, or even court 1.
Cool. Okay, so that's Murray, and we saw him knocking up at Arangi this morning and stretching the hip, and he looked okay. Let's focus on the next match. Kerber's on centre at the moment. Next up, it's Djokovic against Martin Klizan. Now, I mentioned to you before we went live that a few people are saying Klizan could represent a banana skin for Djokovic, and you're adamant that isn't the case.
No, I don't see it at all. Great player. He comes into the net. He's got a lot to his game, but he hasn't done anything at Wimbledon yet. I think he's played it maybe 5 times, 6 times. I think he might have only won 1 match, but it was his preparation for Wimbledon that's the concern for me. He played 2 clay court events after the French Open instead of coming over and playing in the grass courts. And also last week, it seems that in a match that he played, He withdrew at 6-all in the first set. So I don't know whether there's any injury worries, but I don't see that being any problem for Djokovic today.
So let's talk about the build-up that Novak had, because I believe it's the first time, I can't remember exactly how many years, but it's the first time in a very, very long time that he has played a tournament coming in to Wimbledon so close to the Grass Championship. And Eastbourne is a fantastic event. And for anybody who hasn't been lucky enough to get a ticket to Wimbledon, Eastbourne really is a great event to go to. And that's what Djokovic said. He said, there's no tunnels. I have to walk past members of the public. By all accounts, he had banter with people. He was joking about the seagulls. He was a man at ease. He was Djokovic, you know, as the press like to call him. Interesting. What was your take on that? I mean, it couldn't be as simple as he wanted a tournament easy enough that he was guaranteed to win. Do you think there was almost a spiritual element that he wanted to go to a tournament that maybe reminded him why he took up this great sport in the first place?
Well, it could be that, or it could be just that he wanted to do something different in his preparation, just see something a little bit different than he hadn't done before. But, I mean, Eastbourne's a lovely place to go, and he was very lucky. A couple of bad days of weather, but it was a beautiful event, and also the courts play so nicely there. And originally when he made that call, I was slightly skeptical about it because I thought he hasn't done that before, and you don't see a lot of the top guys doing that week before the way he did. But it seems that it's been the right call for him. He's got the right amount of matches, and for the very top seeds coming into this tournament with that feeling of I've just won a tournament, it seems to be very important for them, just their status amongst each other. So it was a good call by Djokovic, and it makes me think that I said a couple of days ago that I didn't think that he had a chance to win the tournament, and now I'm starting to change my mind on that. I think he could be a contender now.
But the 12 months since he arrived here holding all four and the unequivocal world number one, I mean, nobody could touch him. Hence, he held all four slams when he arrived here at Wimbledon 12 months ago. You know, he unravels against Querrey after the rain delay in the third round. I think the American finished him off on the Saturday. Now, OK, you could argue that had the match continued on the Friday night, maybe he would have, the momentum would have stayed with him. But however it happened, Querrey began a descent that none of us would have predicted, least of all Novak. You know, he's been on a learning curve. And for a man who had achieved so much in tennis already, it's been an extraordinary 12 months where, you know, if he is going to bounce back and win more Grand Slams, he's going to have to show some serious character because his confidence must have taken a pounding in the last year.
It's interesting because when he talks about tennis, and he doesn't, I should change that. He doesn't talk about tennis. He talks about how he feels. He talks more about the spiritual aspect of himself. Whereas whenever he was dominating, it was always about the tennis. So he's changed a lot, but to be that dominant for that long must have taken so much out of him. And then suddenly to question yourself. Well, I think that's the bit that he's trying to find, that he's questioned himself and he doesn't really know or hasn't found the solution for how to get through that or around that yet. And that's why he keeps bringing on maybe different people. He's changed a few things up. But, I mean, Djokovic is a great champion. He's one of the all-time great players, and I'm sure he'll find a way to get through this.
Yeah, I mean, it would be ludicrous for a man who's won as much as he has for people to say that he's never going to win a Grand Slam title again. I mean, look at the injury nightmares that Nadal came through to win La Decima, you know, and finally get that 10th French Open. And look at the injury problems that Federer's had. I mean, yes, I know he hasn't won this one since 2012, a month before Andy beat him in the Olympic final here at Wimbledon. But coming back and winning the Australian shows Djokovic that if Federer can do that at, 35, 36, then Djokovic still has, you know, a lot to contribute to the sport.
Well, I think Federer has shown that to everybody, not just male tennis players, the female tennis players. The fact that he is getting to the later stages of the 30s, but he's still playing. But it's the way in which he came back in Australia, 6 months out, and he came back, and the way that he was playing the game of tennis, that brand of tennis, and he is playing tennis on his terms. And yesterday I was listening to his press conference, and he was just talking really about himself and how he felt in complete and utter control, not just of his life off the court, but also his game. And that's what I really like about Federer. Whenever you're listening to him talk about the game, he's not really worried about everything else that's going on. It's just, can he control himself going into a major? And I think he's perfectly poised at this stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what Djokovic produces against Klizan, and then it'll be Federer against Alexander Dolgopolov, which is not a name you'd like to say after a couple of stiff drams. Alexander Dolgopolov, I'm sure I'll trip up on that at some stage today. But let's talk about Federer then. I mean, you've touched on the romance that we all enjoyed in Australia when he won the 18th Slam, and what a smart move. I was talking to Andrew Castle about this earlier today. How smart was that in terms of Federer not getting carried away? He wins the Australian. He and his team then make a decision. Okay, we're not doing the clay court season. It's all about Wimbledon, and it's all about, as he said, the summer in the United States as well. So I think Federer is playing a really, really smart game, and he's listening to his body, and he's coming in fresh.
He's listening to his body, but also whenever you say about coming into Wimbledon, it's also coming to Wimbledon and winning Wimbledon. And I think that call to not play the clay court season may have been because he felt that, if he goes through the clay court season, he may not be as dominant as he has been at the start of the year. And that's something that he hasn't experienced for a few years, that feeling of really being the leading man. And I'm sure he wanted to hold on to that. And he's come back. He's played his first tournament. He had a tough first round match that he lost to a tennis player who is actually as old as me, the German. You're going to have to remember.
Haas.
Thank you very much. I can't believe that. I've been playing tournaments since I was 14 with Tommy Haas, but he lost to Tommy Haas, but he came back really well in Halle. He came back and he played superbly well. So again, he's come into this tournament. His game is in perfect condition, but also the aura about Roger Federer is absolutely there in the same way it was after Australia and after Indian Wells and Miami.
Okay, we're going to catch up many more times over the fortnight before we hand back to the main studio. I've got to ask you, it's really interesting, the Women's Championship this year, because we know all about the tweets and Serena Williams, 7 months pregnant, still holding a racket. She's done enormous amounts for the women's game. But this championship this year isn't about Serena, and there is a golden opportunity for somebody in that women's draw. Only 2 former winners are lining up on the start line, so there'll be many young players who feel as though they've got an opportunity here. It's quite exciting for the women's game, in spite of the fact that Serena's not here. It's good for the sport.
Well, it's really good for the sport. I mean, obviously the sport misses her because she is a global superstar. But it's kind of, for me, I think it's time these ladies stood up, and who's going to be counted? It's a great opportunity. Everybody knows Serena's not here for this Grand Slam and also for the next Grand Slam. So Ostapenko did it in Paris, but which one of them is going to stand up at Wimbledon? And also I think it's very interesting because you've got 3 players that could finish this tournament ranked number 1. Kerber obviously is number 1 at the moment, but you've got Pliskova and Halep. And all 3 of those ladies I expect to perform to leave it all out here, because it's a big thing to get to world number 1.
Do you think that would be in the back of their minds almost as much as trying to win their next match and become Wimbledon champion? That the carrot of becoming world number 1 will be that dominant in their thoughts?
Well, it's probably something that they didn't see coming 6 months ago, and suddenly after Paris, the opportunity has presented itself. So for any player, of course, everybody dreams of winning Wimbledon, but the next thing they say is, I'd love to win Wimbledon and I want to be world number 1. So, of course, it's pretty important for them.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Claire. There is so much great tennis to talk about. We're going to be out and about this afternoon. These clouds are still looming, but it's still nice and warm. So hopefully Jeff, the cameraman, won't have to do his rain dance, because quite frankly, we prefer looking at him with his clothes on. And I'm sure you do at home as well. Right, that's just about it from us. You'll catch up with us later on this afternoon. We're going to get out and about on 2 and on 3, because there's some brilliant matches to come. Meanwhile, let's get a look and see what's going on court 1.
Thanks, Rob. Anything to save us from Jeff's rain dance? Well, I hope the rain stays away as play continues here on day 2 at the Championships. This is a look inside court number 1. Milos Raonic and that man there, Jan-Lennart Struff from Germany. Now, it was a very, very close first set between these two. 2 big servers, as Mats and I were saying a little bit earlier on. Raonic winning the first set on a tie-break, 7-6, 7-5 in the breaker. And then here he is about to serve for the second set at 5-2.
Time. Love. Out. 15 up. Ready, 15.
Ball.
30. $40, 30.
138 miles an hour into double figures on aces, and Milos Raonic seeded 6th for this year's championship, last year's runner-up, with a set point.
Game in second set. Raonic 6-2. Raonic leads 2 sets.
As you can see from the scoreboard there, an hour and 20 minutes on the clock, 7-6, 6-2. Slightly, I suppose, better there from the second set, Milos Raonic, because we were saying before, just as they took to court, Mats, that both of these players, huge serves. Jan-Lennart Struff, quite a difficult player to play on a grass court because of that big serve. Raonic wasn't able to break him, got through the breaker in the first set, but now he seems to have figured him out.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good to see. Milos Raonic is one of those players that I think a couple of years ago he wasn't. It wasn't that attractive to watch him play tennis because he has such a big serve and he used to just hit forehands. But today he plays a much more complete game.
Here's the set summary. As we can see, first serves in from Raonic, 72%. That's the key from him, isn't it? When he's sending those huge serves down at 72% first serves, you're struggling whoever you are.
Well, you're not going to win any of the points pretty much, but he wins 78% of the first serve points. That's nearly surprising that he doesn't win more of them because his serve is so big. But it's also. I find him interesting these days to watch because he is definitely trying to move forwards and he's improved his volleys and the service motion is very fluid.
And we can take you out to court number 12, where a match we were discussing at length a little bit earlier on. Richard Gasquet, the man there, number 22 seed, up against David Ferrer, and it was Ferrer who started brilliantly. He took the first 2 sets. Gasquet not really looking himself there on court number 12, but he managed to nick the third set at 7-5, but Ferrer is about to step up to serve for the match at 5-2.
So David Ferrer, unseeded here at Wimbledon, an unfamiliar position for him, but serving for the match against the number 22 seed, Richard Gasquet.
Let's go service. 15 love.
And a confident start.
Prokinakis leads by 4 games to 3, fourth set. Del Potro leads by 2 sets to 1. 15 all.
Well, again, throughout his career, you'd say this is a foregone conclusion for David Ferrer, but he's won just 8 tour matches this year. So he hasn't had that winning feeling too often.
Oh, beautiful. Might be too late, but who knows? And there was that backhand in full flight.
15-30.
Well, this is almost the only one we've seen like this from Gasquet. It was so crisply struck. Bang.
Well, that was improvised, to say the least. Ferrer, 2 points away.
Done.
Right to the corner from David Ferrer. And number 22 seed looks to the heavens and waits. It is match point, David Ferrer.
Juice.
Well, he grins, but it's a rueful one. The first opportunity slipping away.
15.
Challenge from Ferrer.
Challenge on a call. Left centre service line. The ball's got out.
He fancied it might be his first ace of the match.
Second service.
But no. Brilliant from Ferrer. He lets out a howl of celebration and he gives himself another chance.
Well, the accuracy from Gasquet on that shot, you just thought, surely this is his point, wasn't it? A bad volley, just needed to be a little bit further away because you can't give this guy a chance.
To match point again. No, not even close. 2 come and 2 go.
Juice.
Ferrer now. Well, he has the double break.
Advantage, Gasquet.
But one of them might be about to disappear. 2 match points he has had, and now he faces break point.
Juice.
Good time for his first ace. But it is a study in trying to close things out, and even with all his experience, there is some tightening up. So he'll have a third chance, and Gasquet's racket is gone again. I think he will get a warning this time. No, James Keothavong keeps his counsel. Match point again. Wild first serve. And again, cannot cross the line.
With each match point comes and goes, of course, Gasquet will be well aware that his opponent is feeling the nerves and will perhaps start to believe that maybe I can turn this one around. Still a little bit of hope.
Advantage for him.
Well, he's pulled out a couple of good serves. He just needs them on the match points. He hasn't been able to find a first serve on match point yet, but he's got a fourth chance here. Second round, and a man who has reached the heights in tennis but is perhaps on the way down, lives to fight another day. He has seen off the number 22 seed. David Ferrer is through to the second round.
So in what many might call a slightly shock result, David Ferrer has beaten Richard Gasquet in 4 sets. Richard Gasquet was the seeded player between the two, the 22nd seed at this year's Wimbledon Championships. But the Spaniard, typically perhaps a bit more of a clay court specialist, has knocked out the Frenchman, who is a 2-time semi-finalist here at the All England Club. Well, we're delighted to be back with you, Kyle Robinson, alongside another Frenchman, Fabrice Santoro, 2-time men's doubles champion at the Australian Open, mixed doubles title at the French Open, of course. You know your way around the tennis court. Good to have you back on the Wimbledon channel. It's tough to see a fellow countryman go out, of course. Are you surprised by that result for Richard today?
Yes, I'm a little bit surprised because Richard played well, as you mentioned. He reached the semi-final twice here in the past. This 2017 year is not the best for Richard. He has so many physical problems since January. But he was playing better and better in Halle recently, and last week in Eastbourne. I thought he can beat Ferrer, but looks like Ferrer was too good today.
Yeah, he reached the semi-finals at both Halle and Eastbourne, which you would expect to have been pretty good preparation coming into the grass court season. What would you put it down to? I guess the grass is pretty unpredictable, and sometimes you can't rely on, I suppose, pre-match experience.
Probably. I mean, it's always tough to, as you said, the grass is very unpredictable, and also Richard is very fragile physically, so it was good for his confidence to play 2 semi-finals in a row, but maybe he was a bit tired to open the tournament here in Wimbledon, and I would say that's maybe one of the main reasons.
Jo-Wilfried Tsonga is the man for France right now, though, isn't he? Is he not?
Joe can play well. He also reached the semi-final in the past.
Yeah.
Luca Pou reached the quarter-final last year. We have a couple of good grass court players. Hopefully we'll have a few won the second week.
Yeah, both Songa and Luca Pui won yesterday, so there's plenty going on. You can hear the applause behind us because we're just in a wonderful position here, actually, overlooking Henman Hill. We've got the big screen behind us, many people watching the action from centre court, where I believe Novak Djokovic has just walked on court. They're actually watching another match that's coming to the closing stages. We'll take you there in a moment. It's Juan Martín Del Potro and the young Australian Kokkinakis. I was speaking to Mats Wilander about this match. It was the first one on court number 2 today. He said he thought it would be one of the matches of the day. What were your impressions going into this?
Well, to see Juan Martín Del Potro healthy is always something very, very good because he had so many problems since almost 10 years. And Kokkinakis is one of the young boys. I mean, he also had many injuries, and it's good to see Kokkinakis back on the tour. I mean, Del Potro is probably, I would say, a better moment in a better shape at the moment this year.
Yeah, Juan Martín Del Potro made a wonderful return last year, reaching the 3rd round in that epic match over Stan Wawrinka. Then he won the silver medal at the Rio Olympics. He is now serving for the match in this opening round encounter out on court number 2. We will join it with commentary.
15 left.
Kokkinakis keeps berating himself and saying, come on, and maybe the mind is willing, but the hands and the feet less so. Maybe that'll do.
15-all.
Yeah, the mind is willing, but is it sharp enough to ensure that he can play points like that time after time?
Well, he's going to need 3 more of them, or he's going to be out of here.
13-15.
There is nothing he can do about that at all. 128 miles an hour down the middle. Bosh.
Let first off.
Another big serve.
40-15.
And so after 2 hours and 40 minutes of ebb and flow, Juan Martín Del Potro of Argentina, a semi-finalist here against Novak Djokovic 4 years ago, is on the point of the second round. Well, what would Kokkinakis have done for a couple of those in his own game?
40-30.
Philippoussis looks on approvingly, but it's still match point to that man.
Out.
Well, they always say the last point is the hardest point to win.
Mr. Del Potro is challenging the call on the left baseline. Ball was called out.
More in hope than expectation, this call. So 2 match points saved
Deuce
by Kokkinakis.
Mr. Del Potro has 2 challenges remaining.
Yeah, tactical challenge perhaps. Just give him a few more seconds to pull himself together.
Let's first serve.
Great serve from Del Potro. Only 107 miles an hour, only. But sliced away.
Advantage Del Potro.
Yeah, he was keeping that one safely in the bag, wasn't he? Waiting for the right moment, and that certainly appeared to be an opportune one.
So, match point number 3 for the big man from Argentina.
Deuce.
And that's a determined, steely face from Kokkinakis there. If I can get this break here, I'm right back in this.
No question.
But it's hard when you're facing serves like that.
Advantage Del Potro.
So, again, this time number 4. Can he finish it off this time? Well played, Kokkinakis. That was brave, and it was determined, and it was courageous.
And it was skillful because the counter-punching forehand of Del Potro was awkward.
Deuce.
But Kokkinakis timed it beautifully.
So we go on. And so we go on. But Del Potro is still only 2 points away from victory. Great stuff. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant from Juan Martín Del Potro. The crowd on their feet. That was the best rally of the match. And it was won in the most magnificent style. And it ended up with Kokkinakis almost on Del Potro's baseline.
Yeah, and the Australian defended brilliantly. A couple of sliced forehands there that kept him in the rally.
Advantage Del Potro.
You are absolutely right, though. That was by a long way the best point of the match.
And this might be the last point of the match. Once again, Del Potro for victory. What on earth was happening there? When did we last see a match point in a match like that? Well,
Deuce.
It just came back quicker than he expected it to.
well, funny game tennis. So, 5 match points, all gone. Here's number 6 coming up now. Ace number 14, 133 miles an hour. The only figure that matters, though, 1 more point.
He has to hit that exact same spot once again, doesn't he?
He has to line up the line judge in the middle. serving to Kokonakis' backhand.
And he just doesn't hit a wide enough angle.
Well, you've got to hand it, as the Aussies are in the crowd, to Kokonakis. He's hanging in there. And it's the nature of tennis. Whatever level you play at, you get 6 or 7 points to win a game, and you don't convert any of them. And then the other guy gets 1, and he does. And the whole game can swing, and Kokonakis will be thinking that.
Let's first off. Let's first off.
Agony for the Aussie. That ball was there to be hit, but he stuck it in the net. So here we are again. Match point number 7 for Juan Martín del Potro. Got it. Frustration for Kokonakis. And a standing ovation for Juan Martín del Potro.
7-6, 6-4.
And the semi-finalist here 4 years ago when he lost to Novak Djokovic. It's a long way to the last 4 at the moment, but he's safely through to the second round after this 4-set victory here on court 2.
So it's a victory for Juan Martín del Potro. Comes through in 4 sets over the young Australian Kokonakis, who many people predicted could beat the seeded Argentinian today, but he manages to come through on grass yet again. You can see his delight. This was a pretty tough first round encounter. Don't forget that Potro underwent left wrist surgery in March of 2004. He missed these championships, in March of 2014. He missed these championships because of that injury in 14 and 15, returned last year in what was his first Grand Slam appearance in several years. And as I mentioned earlier, got through to the 3rd round, won the silver medal in Rio last summer, and it is good to see him, Fabrice, continuing this good form.
Exactly. I mean, we just so much between 2 players who has been injured so often the last few years, and to see Juan Martín del Potro healthy today is a good one. I mean, the crowd loves the Argentinian. It was one of the best opening round here in Wimbledon against Kokonakis, and it's good to see Juan Martín del Potro going through.
Amazingly, he's reached the second round here every single time that he's played at Wimbledon, so he's managed to keep that record alive. This was actually his 50th grass court match of his career today, so a special one to win. But this is the scene here at the All England Club. It's a sun-drenched afternoon in SW19. There's play happening on all the outside courts, and this is the view that's actually just behind us. This is Hemmen Hill. Many people watching the action on centre court. That currently is Novak Djokovic in the early stages of his match against Klizan. A couple of people having a rest. A lot of people like to take a little nap at Wimbledon, don't they? I think it might be a combination of the Pims and the sun.
Probably, yes, probably. Wimbledon is a very big area, many spots to relax, to watch tennis, of course, to go for a sandwich or a snack, and I mean it's a fantastic tournament with a very big crowd.
Well, there are a couple of big names in the world of tennis. Andre Agassi, Mario Ancic, now part of this man's coaching team. Novak Djokovic has been in some bizarre form, really, since that shock defeat, or loss, I should say, to Sam Querrey at the championships last year. Brought Andre Agassi onto the team, was the latest big name to join, and then went and won Eastbourne last week. Do you think this could be a kind of a turning of the tide for Novak?
He arrived here in Wimbledon with more confidence than he had like a few weeks ago when he was beaten by Dominic Thiem in straight set in Paris. But remember a year ago when he arrived here in Wimbledon, he was probably the favorite of the tournament, and we all had the feeling Novak Djokovic was almost unbeatable. And then he lost to Sam Querrey, and he started to lose many matches at the end of last year, and since January 1st in 2017. So at this time, Novak Djokovic is not unbeatable anymore, but of course he's one of the players to follow in the draw.
Well, Klizan is a left-hander. He's looking to end a 6-match losing streak on grass. Meanwhile, this is a 13th successive Wimbledon campaign for Novak Djokovic, who also is hoping to keep his record alive of always reaching the second round here at the All England Club. Let's join this one in the very early stages with some commentary from Centre Court.
40 love. (40-15).
He's born and bred, still lives in Bratislava. He's Slovakia's best player, been their best player since Dominic Hrabati was doing his thing in these parts.
(40-30). Fault. Deuce.
That's an awkward and very low percentage shot. He tried with the pace that was on the Djokovic ground stroke there.
Yeah, he was as high as 24th in the world a couple of years ago. Reached the 4th round of the US Open a little while before then. Never really done an awful lot at these Grand Slams, Klizan. Huge mountain for him today.
Let for service. Game, Djokovic. First game.
So Novak Djokovic pushed to deuce in his opening service game in this second match of the day on Centre Court. You can continue watching coverage from this one on the BBC or ESPN, depending on whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. And if you are joining us from America, then happy Independence Day, because it is the 4th of July. It's such a beautiful afternoon here, I can't even tell you. Temperatures are incredibly high. It's very warm. Many people enjoying watching the action no matter which court they are on, because these early days really do provide some exciting clashes on the outside courts as well. Up next on Centre will be Roger Federer, who returns to Grand Slam action for the first time since the Australian Open, when he recorded his 18th Grand Slam title. He is playing the third and final match scheduled of the day up against Alexander Dolgopolov, who could be a testy opponent. But I'm so pleased, Fabrice, that you've joined me, because today he equals one of your great records. You made 70 Grand Slam appearances in men's singles, and this marks Federer's 70th.
Exactly, it's 70th Grand Slam today for Roger Federer. Of course, it's I'm very proud about that. He's going to equal my record. I mean, we didn't have exactly the same career, as you know. I won 18 of the 70, and I didn't. Far from that, but it's something I'm really happy about.
Did you? What age were you? Do you remember when you made your 70th appearance?
I was 37.
So he's 35.
Yes.
And does it surprise you, because you at the time were one of the players in your era to have quite a long career. You had an incredible longevity on the tour. We seem to be seeing a bit more of that nowadays, with the likes of Roger and Rafa playing arguably the best tennis of their life well into their 30s.
You're right. I mean, if you look at the age of the players at the Australian Open, for example, like 30 years ago, you have a 6 player over 30 years old, and this year you had 46. So it's a big change in 3 decades. And as you just said, I mean, Roger Federer is probably playing the best tennis of his career, and the same for Rafael Nadal playing in the French Open a few weeks ago at a very impressive level.
Yeah, won Halle, as you say, his own tournament for another record time. This was a little bit earlier on today. He was practicing ahead of his match on centre court, and as is a luxury when you're playing on centre court, you're allowed to use one of the outside courts here at the All England Club to practice rather than the Orangi practice area. So he did just that. Why is that the case? Do you get a better practice environment using one of these courts instead of going over to the practice facilities for Greece?
It's always better to play on side, and it's when you are scheduled on the center court of one, you have this chance. But I mean, even if you practice in Orangi, and facilities are just amazing and fantastic for every player.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's also a real treat for everyone who's walking around the grounds early in the morning who get to see Federer, having maybe never thought that they would have seen him if they didn't have a centre court ticket today. So we await Federer to equal Fabrice's great record of 70 Grand Slam appearances. That's coming up later, but something that's already happened today. Coco Vandeweghe, she's an absolute treat. She won her match on the court 18 earlier today. She reached the semi-finals of the Australian Open earlier this year. She's played well here at Wimbledon previously, and I'm delighted to say she joins our crew on the roof now. Let's hand it over to Craig and Nick.
It's an absolute pleasure to have Coco Vandeweghe with us. Coco, congratulations today. You won your first round match right over there, down on court 18. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you.
Is there anyone that you'd like to say happy 4th of July to back in the States?
Well, all my friends back at home that are going to be celebrating with the fireworks and everything, but my family, my mom, and my little brother and sister want to say hello and happy 4th.
Very, very nice. Coco, 4th round here in 2016, quarters in 2015. I've gone through the numbers. Outstanding statistics from my point of view from what you've done. So the first thing we're going to do is go and have a look at where you are in the draw. We had the win right there against Mona Barthel. Just a couple of stats to start with, and things that are kind of normal that we expect from you. 30 winners, 14 from the forehand, 11 from the backhand. How were those shots feeling for you today?
My ground game was feeling very well today. I was more winning off the ground than I was getting free points off the serve, which is normally how my game is kind of dictated. My game usually is dictated around the serve and around the first strike. So to see that number, because as I'm sure you'll go to next, my serving percentage and the amount of double faults I had were not too great today.
Well, we're going to edit that a little bit.
Yes, that's fine. You can chop the number down.
While we're looking at baseline points, you played 75 points where you finished at the back of the court. You won 43. That's 57%. Now, we don't know quite what that means. I look at all of these slams. 57% is number one for the tournament almost every year. It's an outstanding number as a first round from the back of the court today.
Well, that's good. That means I already have my rhythm and kind of the feel of moving and hitting, which first rounds can always be tricky. And that's usually, for me, the thing that kind of goes first is the footwork, and then that kind of relates to unforced errors and things along those lines.
Well, we've got some points we're going to watch in just a minute, and they were all fantastic. The net today, you went 21 times over a couple of sets. You won 15, 71%. Ridiculously good numbers. You felt good coming forward?
Yes, I felt good coming forward. I mean, that kind of, I get rewarded with my baseline game and also serving and returning. So I'm very comfortable moving forward and being around the net, and I've had to actually work really hard on that. I played a lot of doubles to get more comfortable, to kind of know where to situate myself around the court, because tennis is a game of angles. You have to be in the right place and kind of block off the best high percentage that your opponent can hit.
I wish I was coaching you. Those are great answers. Serve and volley, 5 times, 1-4. I go through the stats all the time. Serve and volley is a great thing. there's not many ladies doing it. It works for you. What are your thoughts on doing it here, especially at the championships?
Well, Pat's actually pushing me to do it more. I don't do it quite that much as maybe some people would like, but I think, you know, to constantly keep a different look for your opponents is a key thing to not have them get comfortable, because once these top players get comfortable, things go their way very quickly. I know from my point of view too.
Yeah, well, from a secondary tactic, 5 times is certainly going to plant the seed in the opponent's mind. Is it coming again? Is it coming again? Now, you mentioned at the start you served a couple of double faults. What we're able to do here, there's 8, but I'm going to get rid of them all.
That's fine.
You served 0 double faults today. There was nothing happening there. Now, I want to look at this for a second and get your thoughts. You went 81% behind your first serve, only 39% behind the second. Was Mona returning well? Were you not hitting your spots? How do we increase that number?
Well, I would say as far as the first serve percentage winning-wise, that's pretty high for the amount of serves I was getting in. But I think the 39% on the second serve shows that I was playing a lot off my second serve, number one. Number two, Mona is a bigger hitter, so she's going to take her chances. And for me, number 3, I don't want to be on the defensive. That's not where I excel. So that's definitely, those 3 qualities give you the 39%.
Love it. We're going to watch some of your points from the match, and we want to talk about it. We're going to have some freeze points. And you're both wearing the same gear, so we've got to look closely here. You're returning, stepping in, crushing cross court. And what I like here is the depth early. And I want to know whether this is a part of your tactics. I love it when players kind of target this deep middle area. It's very difficult for the opponent to go outside of that. You're probably going to be standing in the middle of the court for the next shot. And over here, you haven't recovered all the way, and you're probably going to be looking for a forehand. Is it a tactic to go deep middle early?
You know my game better than I.
I've studied you a little bit over the years.
Yes, no, my tactic is to, in general, just to have the ball go deep, because number one on grass, the name of the game that I kind of play is rush your opponent.
Yeah.
And one way to do that is to hit the ball deep, because then the ball just does the work for you, and the grass does the work for you as well. So I think that's definitely my main goals. And as far as, like you said, I'm looking to hit a forehand on the next one to then get you moving wide, because she's far back in the court right now, and I'm going to be creeping forward, and then I get a chance to take it shorter and go wide.
Fantastic stuff. I love it. Next point, returning, hugging the baseline. Push back a little bit and you respect that. Lovely cross court. Now, this is really interesting. We see here, we look down the other side. Let's go to Coco first. You're going forward, you're going to the net, you're well behind the baseline, but there's something that you see over here that says this is an opportunity to creep in. What is it that you see?
Well, she's already let go and gone to one hand.
Did you hear that, everyone? If you're 12 years old in Melbourne or Moscow, if you see that hand come off, you do exactly what Coco did, get to the net.
That's when you learn and master it, essentially, is when you're younger. You try it and keep trying it even if you're failing, because that's the right play to do, whether it's a win point or a lose point. And I have another shot that I can go short on because she's so far deep.
Lovely hands. Serving now. Backhand jam. Love the backhands cross court. High percentage play. Good defense. All righty. Do you remember what happened here?
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful too. Now, here's the deal, is that this looks open right here, and you don't go there. You actually hit a wonderful passing shot down the line. Why down the line here? Is it just because you were so wide off the court in this instance?
That, and also the ball was very low.
Gotcha.
So that I saw was my highest percentage, and worst case scenario, she has to hit another volley and win again, so it could turn into a 2-shot pass, which isn't bad at all.
Love it. Serving down the other end now. Could have come in there. So this is one, all the other ones, Coco, is amazing points. But this I've got a question about. You end up kind of, we call it no man's land. You go, defense in general should go cross so that you don't have to cover the angle. But you kind of get stuck here and go down the line. And as we see at the end, you lose the point with that passing shot cross. What happened there?
Well, the shot before, she went to a chip slice, so I wasn't quite expecting that, so I was a little bit late getting up there moving forward, and in essence I chose the incorrect play, thinking that her backhand doesn't have the pop that her forehand does. That was my thought process, but it does leave a big cross court and easy target for her to hit into.
Gotcha. All right, a couple more. Serving. Serve and volley.
Oh.
And a little fork. Now, so this must have been the one you lost. Was it because you went here, you went down? Actually, let me go to my pencil. Is it because it goes line and opens that you're trying to get back quickly, or that's all you had?
Yes, and I hit a crummy volley, that on top of it, so I knew I had to quickly get back to the middle to try and pinch her angle of the cross court. So that was a mess up by me.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Defending cross court, you picked that one. Very nice. Love the motion. Smooth, powerful at the top. Serve +1 forehand, approach to the backhand. This is straight out of the playbook right there. Very strong tennis. Do you ever watch film of your matches?
All the time, all the time. I learned to like watching film. I'm still not perfect at it because I think everyone's their own biggest critic. So it's not always easy to watch yourself and watch your mistakes. But that's
match point. That's fun to watch.
That's always fun to watch, especially when you come on the winning end of the match point. But it's good to see what your opponent does against you, and also vice versa, what you're doing well.
Yeah, terrific. Well, Coco, thank you so much for coming up. Really enjoyable to go through the match with you. We're going to pop out of the studio for a second, then come back and you're going to talk a little bit of social with Nick McCarville. Great to have Coco here at Wimbledon.
Well, what fun she was. Coco Vandeweghe, I've been a big fan of for a long time. She's got such a great sense of humour, good personality, and it was quite fun to see Craig walk her through all the points there on our little screen. She obviously had that wonderful win over Mona Barthel. She's made her way through to the second round, so she will be playing again on Thursday. Coco Vandeweghe is one of the seeded players here at the Wimbledon Championships. Good news for her on this Tuesday afternoon at the All England Club. It is an absolutely beautiful day. Look at these crowds. I have to say, we had over 41,000 people here yesterday, and I would expect the number is pretty similar today. I don't know where else you'd rather be if you're in the southwest London area, so please do come and join us if you can. Hop in the queue or join us on the Wimbledon website or the Wimbledon app. Our friends have got radio coverage for you as well. So we've got all things covered for you socially, interactively. We can cover everything. But speaking of social, we're going to head back up to the roof and join Nick.
All right, Coco Vandeweghe, you just broke everything down with Craig O'Shaughnessy, but let's have some fun in social media, right? Go in here. I took a look through your social media accounts, your Instagram. First of all, talk to us a little bit about working with Pat Cash. You guys just joined forces after the French Open.
Yes, it's been a fun relationship with Pat. He's introduced me to a lot of 80 rock bands, which I knew nothing about. I keep having to remind him I'm a 90s kid, so I didn't know that the headband was from Cheap Trick, which is his favorite band and like his idols, and he went to a concert just the other week.
Nice, very cool. And how's the relationship so far? So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good. I think it's been good hard work, and it's been enjoyable through the difficult portions, which happens, and that's what's important. Is you come together as a team when things aren't the best, but also you're still the same when things are going good.
Yeah, very cool. Now, I loved this. We're trolling Coco a little bit here. Coco, push play on that video there.
Oh, boy.
And talk us through what people are about to see.
So this is my physio, Julian, and he's learning how to hit a serve from Pat. And I'm trying to be nice and film it just like incognito. Well, Julian hits this serve like Mach 10. And it hits my phone that I'm holding, and it hits me in the head. I had like a knot on the top of my head. And I was like, how'd you try and kill your athlete right now? And that was the second day in a row he hit somebody with his serve.
I thought he was actually aiming for you.
No, I don't think he could possibly do it again. He couldn't possibly do it again.
Oh, now we saw each other last week at the WTA party. Tell me a little bit about just sort of all the stuff that you guys have to do before the tournament itself. There's a lot involved, especially at Wimbledon. Right?
Yes, there is. This is the first time I made it to the party because usually I'm in a tournament the week before, but I was coming in with an injury, so I had time to kind of live it up and be at a party with some of my friends, and kind of get dolled up a little bit. But it's nice. We have a lot of media obligations beforehand, as well as different sponsors that we have to do. Like I had a photo shoot with Yonex a couple days before the championship, so
Yeah,
it's kind of
good.
a nice setting to have a lot of photos taken of yourself.
Yeah, very good. Now, if you don't mind, can we look at your draw just a little
Sure.
bit? And here it is, winning your match today. You take on Tatiana Maria. What do you think of that match next, the German?
I played her about 2 or 3
years ago,
ago.
yeah.
Okay,
In Holland.
in Holland, and I mean, I think it was a pretty straightforward match. That I was on my way to the title that year, my first ever title. But a lot of things changed in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to let you, Coco, click the name Tatiana Maria or your own name, whoever you think is going to win that match.
Well, you got to have confidence in yourself, so I'm going to
There we
click my name.
go. Coco Vandeweghe picking herself to win in the next
Thanks,
round.
Nick.
Happy 4th of July from
Happy 4th
one
to you too.
American to the other. Coco Vandeweghe. She's moving on to the 3rd round, hopefully pretty soon.
Yes, happy 4th to any of our American viewers. Lovely to hear from Coco today. Thanking her indeed for giving us a lot of time. Very generous after her win today. But this is what's happening now on court number 1. Last year's runner-up, the 6th-seeded Milos Raonic, is in a 3rd-set tiebreak that, if he wins, will mean that he would emerge victorious in straight sets in his opening round encounter today against Jan-Lennard Struff. He's never lost in the first round here. Last year, he did become the first Canadian man to reach a Grand Slam final in that encounter that he would end up losing to Andy Murray. We'll join this one with some commentary to see if he can get the job done in a tiebreak.
1-0. Move. Mr. Raonic has 2 challenges.
Right back at you.
Raonic did really well actually with this one. You remember a few games ago, Struff shot of the match with a backhand pass up the line, so Raonic was leaning to that side. Still recovered in time to make the volley.
Just as in the first set tiebreak, Raonic won 7 points to 5. Takes the mini break first, Canadian.
Game Djokovic leads 5 games to 3. Mr. Klijan has 2 challenges remaining.
Run.
There's been a couple of times you can see absolutely the right tactic from Raonic. Don't feel like that one needs to be near the line. So much power on it.
Lost to Thanasi Kokkinakis of Australia in the first round of Queen's Club. It's quite some time to wait, just practicing, isn't it? There's no substitute for actually being in a match situation, even when you're as experienced as Raonic.
$15 all.
It's pretty close to the line as well.
Raonic.
It's his game plan and he's sticking with it. He's now won 5 consecutive points on serve. His record in this match, Raonic, was 14, and it was broken at about this point in the first set tiebreak. Tension creep into anybody's game. You can see that roof behind Raonic there. 2019, the retractable roof will be on. No need for it today. Not as bright as it was earlier, but no suggestion of any rain. Big point this. Ooh, no, he's put himself in a difficult position there, Raonic. A slave to the tactic of taking the short ball and just belting it and coming in. It's becoming a little bit predictable. Struff doing well to knock the ball back into play off a 132-mile-an-hour serve.
Good positive tennis from Struff there, but I wondered whether Raonic had a play on that volley.
He's just a bit surprised, wasn't he? Oh, the volley wasn't there. That's too bad for him. He pushed it.
5-4, Raonic.
You mentioned the word tension a minute ago. Well, there's the effect of it. Not doing enough with the volley. Still a good passing shot. He'll be kicking himself. He knew it straight away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to the court.
Very nicely played. This has been quite tense.
6-4, Raonic.
Ooh, just landed wide.
And last year's on the left near sideline. Ball was sold out.
Is off and running in this year's championship. Straight sets victory. It is being challenged. I think we'll see confirmation. Just drop wide.
Second match. Raonic 7-6, 6-2, 7-6.
So Milos Raonic, despite being pushed to 2 tie-breaks, marches through in straight sets in his first round match on this Tuesday against Jan-Lennard Struff. Last year's runner-up is safely into the second round. Good times for the 6th seed. And Fabrice, who joins me again here, I suppose, having previously made it to the Wimbledon final the year before, you want to really get to the same stage again and go one step further. Nothing else, I suppose, would be satisfactory.
Yes, of course. I mean, Raonic has a perfect game to play well here in Wimbledon. As you said, he reached the final here last year, and it's a good first round because Jan-Lennard Struff from Germany can be dangerous. He's a very aggressive player, and the Canadian will have a completely different opponent in 2 days. He will play Michael Yuzny.
Tough opponent as well. He's played well here at Wimbledon before.
Exactly. He's a very good, he's 35 years old now, but he's a very good grass court player.
Well, Roger Federer's 35 years old. That age is nothing in tennis these days, as far as I'm aware. So good times for Milos Raonic. And another man who won yesterday, but is back at the club today. He's been practicing, and he's kind enough to give us some time, because tomorrow he will face the world #1 and defending champion Andy Murray. That is none other than Dustin Brown. I'm delighted to say he is with our Craig O'Shaughnessy now by the smart screen.
Here with Dustin Brown, a round one winner yesterday against Joao Sousa. Congratulations, great to have you back.
Thank
Do
you.
you get mobbed when you walk around Wimbledon? I mean, after the Nadal match and all the other successes, the Hewitt match, you've beaten a couple of number ones here. What's it like to walk around the grounds here?
Well, it's still fun, you know, coming back every year. I'm very happy that this year I was in the main draw directly. You know, it's made everything in the planning in the beginning a little easier. And yeah, it's just, to be honest, I'm just excited to be back and to get the win yesterday. And yeah, a few more people recognize you, but it's all good. And yeah, I'm just happy to be back here.
Tell us about the grass. How is it playing? How are the balls? How did you enjoy being out there on court 14 yesterday? Small court, I think that would suit you.
Yeah, it was actually very good. I know Joe. I think he knows me. We've seen each other. We've played each other. I think we both knew what we were going to get out there. He started off very well, playing a few tournaments before in the grass. I knew what I wanted to do. We had to switch up a few things because for me personally, I have the feeling the balls are a little slower than they were the other years. So I think it wasn't that easy to play as much serve and volley.
Gotcha.
So, you know, try to work around that a little bit. And yeah, in the beginning, you know, when he can play his game, serving and hitting forehands, he's very, very dangerous, and it's tough. It was very tough for me to make the ball fast.
Yes.
And then when I was down 3-6, 3-5, I mean, obviously also a little luck involved with breaking back at 4-5, but it was just kind of like back to the wall, and I just got to go in on everything, even though it's slow, just to take time away from him and force him to make a few mistakes and maybe start thinking a little bit.
Let's talk about that. There's 8 ways that I have when I'm doing my coaching, 8 ways to force an error. Consistency, direction, depth, height, spin, power, court position and time. You're a master of court position and time. How do you do it?
Well, my goal is obviously to come to the net and be aggressive with that. And yeah, a lot of times the serve helps. Sometimes I even try to do it with the return. And I think that's what helped yesterday. Obviously, what kept me in the match was that I started serving a lot better and serving more serve and volley.
Yes.
And then also on the returns, giving him different looks, going back on a few, trying to attack most of the time and not giving him the time to just, you know, run back and try and hit forehands.
Let's have a look at a couple of stats. Right here, 9 forehand winners, 5 backhand winners. Not much happening from the back of the court. You're bringing everything forward, which resulted in the 54 winners. Do you look at stuff like this after a match?
I saw some of it. I didn't see this stat. I saw some of the serving stats, and actually, I wouldn't be surprised because until 3-6, 3-5, I was actually getting killed. So that showed the other stats there with him hitting winners. Like I said, the forehand. He wants to serve and dominate the court with his forehand. He hits forehands basically everywhere, and well, he was playing very well, and he wasn't letting me play my game, and that's what I tried to change after that.
What do you see here? 71% I think is quite high. You've done well on the first serve. The all-important second serve, 66%. How do you get it that high, serving and volleying?
I actually looked at it yesterday at dinner. I was surprised over the 71 because I served apparently very well then, because normally when I'm having a good day, I think I'm somewhere between the 60s, 70s, mid-60s, maybe higher end 60s. But being over 70 on first serve is very high. And then, yeah, I think seeing that the balls are maybe a little slower, for me personally, is the 78, because normally when I'm serving well, I'll be somewhere at over 85, 90% winning on first serve points.
Fantastic. Let's go through some points. We'll have a couple of pauses. What I want to really focus on here is how well you exploit the front of the court. We talk about depth, and here it is right now, bringing him in. The old drop shot lob combo. Not only once, but twice. Fantastic. Good serve, and here it is again, exploiting the front of the court.
15 love.
So when you're playing, are you thinking, a lot of players when we think about depth in the court, you know, it's getting it back here and pushing the opponent back behind the baseline, getting the ball deep, but you, there's nobody else in the draw that is better at this front part of the court. When do you like to go there? We see it on returns, we see it in general rallies, more forehands, more backhands.
It always depends. I mean, grass obviously is a very good surface for that. The ball stays low. And yeah, just to take the guys out of their comfort zone. Most of the guys want to be playing back here. And obviously there are a lot of guys in there that have a lot of touch that do very well up there. But most of the guys want to be around this area, and if they come in and they're at the net, they want to hit a volley and not have to play those little things. And when I come in, then it helps me.
Like we saw good. And what I really like here is you just asked the question. Hang on a second. dive. Is that a little Boris Becker-esque? A little slide, arms go in, little body surfing. It's fantastic. Great to see here at Wimbledon. Now, you run around. I'm just going to rewind this. Actually, I've never hit this rewind button. I knew I was going to need it for something. We see you run around here to hit a forehand return. Most times when that happens, the server's going to think you're going to crush it. You're going to go big, which will then take him backwards, but you do the opposite and you go and target the front of the court. A little bit of cat and mouse going on there.
Well, I wanted to play aggressive, and at that score, I think it's 4-2, I just wanted to, try and, get another break. And most of the times when I was playing, I did this stuff and try and keep him back, and I didn't want, too much rhythm, so that's why I went for the drop shot there.
Super nice. Love the backhand return, very short. Once again, the master of bringing in the no look.
Djokovic leads 2-1.
Beautiful ace on match point. How do you feel right there?
More relieved.
Yeah, is it more, yes, I'm there as well, like, holy cow, I'm glad that's over?
Both, because I honestly have to say, the first, I don't know how long it was, but the first 2 sets he was a better player.
Yeah.
He executed his plan very well. And I was struggling to force him to play backhands and not get him to play his game. And then once I returned a little better and went in, I realized, okay, he can't hit forehands everywhere.
Yes.
And then he started making a few mistakes, and then it started coming in my head like, okay, this is what I need to do for the rest of the match. Okay, if I'm going to win or not is a totally different situation. If he normally probably 9 out of 10 times, 8 out of 10 times, he'll hold serve there, and it will be 2 sets to love. It'll be a long way back. And I got a little lucky there. 2 very good returns to go love 30, he thinking, and played a very good tiebreak. And that obviously helped the whole thing.
For all of you young players out there, listen to the words Dustin's saying. We're talking about the match and doing a review, but it's not about him. He's constantly talking about the opponent and the moments in time. So when you get out there, yes, tennis is a little bit about I want to hit forehands here and backhands there, but it's also about what does the opponent not like. I just want to have a little bit of a sneak forward. Have you seen the draw yet?
Yes, I saw the draw.
A couple of years ago, defeated Rafa out there on centre court. This is another huge match. Just a couple of thoughts. When you see, I've got the #1 player in the world. I've got Andy here at Wimbledon. What a great opportunity. Regardless of winning or losing, what a great opportunity.
No, that of course, and like I said yesterday also, the things is when you grow up and you start playing tennis, this is the matches you want. You want to be on this court. I've dreamt on playing on this court, and now getting hopefully on the center court for a second time, and then playing Andy at home here at Wimbledon. Obviously, I said yesterday, an honor, and it's going to be fun, and it will be nice to see. Most of the times when I play these guys, if I want to pick a surface, it would be grass.
Yes.
So it's nice to be here and just to see, how things look after 7 years. Last time we played in 2010, I think it was a close first set, and after that, he won pretty comfortably. And we'll see what happens now.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure. I know you've had a super busy day, and we appreciate you giving us the time to come up here. So thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And always great to have Dustin Brown talking grass court tennis here at Wimbledon.
I love Dustin Brown, and that match tomorrow is going to be absolutely fascinating against Andy Murray. Now, you can just hear the ripple of applause. You're joining us midway through a game here, which is why I'm keeping my voice down a little bit. Claire and I have repositioned to the top of court 3 because, Claire, there's a lot of excitement about Alexander Zverev. He's in the top 10 now as far as his seeding is concerned. His brother Misha has made it through to the second round. People are talking about this young guy, this German, as if he is going to be the real deal. Is he?
Absolutely. He's already top 10 in the world, and he's only 20 years of age, winning in Rome just before the French Open. But, I mean, he's just got a presence about him, a little bit of the way Roger Federer has when he walks around. The biggest thing for me was Zverev early on. He made an appointment, and his physical coach, Jez Green, who worked with Andy Murray for years, and that told me a story that this guy is investing in his career and investing and wanting to become the very best player in the world.
There were some brilliant articles about Zverev in the lead-up to this championship saying that it was almost the perfect build-up to his career because his father, Alexander Sr., has been coaching him. He's been on tour with his brother, Misha, who's 7 years older. And in fact, it's one of the few times where 2 brothers have both been seated at Wimbledon. And as they take their seats, we can actually speak at a normal volume again now, which is quite nice. Zverev is down the far end of the court. He's a big fellow with the headband, just making his way to his seat. And the article was making the point that being on tour with his brother, he'd find himself in these positions where top players would say, oh, have you got 15 minutes? Can you just warm me up? And that actually he couldn't have had a better, more grounded introduction to life on tour at the top level.
Most people, when they get on tour at the beginning, they could be a little bit overawed by the big names around them. This guy, he was hitting with them when he was 15 years of age. Imagine that, hitting with Roger Federer when you're that young. So for him, it's almost just, it's normal. It's just part of life for him, and he takes it all in his stride, and he's doing very well.
Well, people like himself and Dominic Thiem are being hailed as the future of tennis. I mean, you can see why, because he had that big win in Rome, and I think he was the youngest player, 20 years and 1 month, the youngest since Djokovic to win a 1,000. But it's a big tag to give someone, you know, when they are so young. I mean, is that an unwelcome pressure, or do you think he's so grounded and so focused on tennis that he's actually not worried about what people are talking about him?
I think so far he's demonstrated that exactly that he is so focused on it. But also the guys that are slightly older than him, the Ryanniks, the Nishikoris, they just haven't yet been able to get to that point where they've been really consistently able to beat those top guys. So I think everybody's looking to the next tier down, thinking, can these guys finally do it? And certainly they're both brilliant players. They've been so mature in their approach to the game, and their careers are just on the up.
Well, Jeff, if you just pan down so we can have a little glimpse of Alexander Zverev. Down the other end of the court, by the way, we shouldn't forget Evgeny Donsky, the Russian, ranked just inside the world's top 100. He forced Zverev to save a break point in his opening service game, and he's beaten Roger Federer this year. He went through to Dubai as a qualifier, beat Roger in the second round, and it's only Donsky and Tommy Haas who've beaten Roger Federer so far in 2017. It's on serve at the moment, so this is a decent test for Zverev. The opponent is not lying down to his young, burgeoning reputation.
No, he certainly isn't. And on the very first return that he had on the match, Donsky hit a clean winner of Zverev's first serve. Zverev just looked at him down the court as if to say, I don't believe it. So Donsky's here to play this match, and you know, he's obviously beaten Federer this year, so why not take another scalp?
And it's a great story as well, isn't it? The fact that Misha has also made it through to the second round. I think he's seeded a little higher. He's in the top 30. I mean, that is quite some accolade for the family, for Alexander Sr., if he had two sons through to the second round in the same year, both seeded.
But it's also more exciting because they play such different game styles. His brother Sasha, left-hander, serve volleyer, plays a lot of slice, actually looks slightly smaller than him. So I think he talks a lot about how his brother has just got these great hands in the net, and we saw that when Andy lost to him earlier in the year. But this guy, obviously, if he can develop that aspect of his game coming into the net and volleying, he's going to be an even bigger force.
Great stuff. Thanks very much for now, Claire. There is a little bit of a challenge there, by the way. Alexander Zverev thought that he had finished the game and had levelled it up at 3 games all. But if this call doesn't go his way, then we will be on deuce. And that is a long way out from Zverev. So he is being asked the questions. He's still got an opportunity to stay on track at 3 games all, but a fascinating early instalment of drama between these two guys. Zverev definitely a name that people are very, very excited about for the future. The question is, can he deliver today? That's the view up here on show court number 3. Adam Hunt is somewhere looking smooth and suave, as he always is. Over to you, big fella.
2 words that are not usually used to describe me, Rob. They're smooth and suave. Thank you very much. Well, day 2 continuing here all around us at the England Club. You're watching the Wimbledon channel. Delighted to say I'm joined here by Mark Philippoussis. We're in a brilliant position, aren't we, Mark? I've not actually spent much time up here, but we can see out towards us. We've got court number 1 in the distance, the new roof going on that's going to be ready for 2019, and matches taking place all around us. People everywhere. It's a great spot here.
Oh, it's a great spot. You can feel the energy. You can see Hinman Hill up there. It's completely packed. Great matches in the outside courts. Everyone's fighting for a chance to get the next round at Wimbledon, and this is what it's all about.
That's the thing with Wimbledon, isn't it? If you've watched it on television and you've seen the show courts, you know what it's like to look inside centre court and court number 1, but there's so many great spots. We were down above court number 8 yesterday, weren't we, late in the evening? Some brilliant spots just to take in, people watching and see some great tennis.
Yeah, as you said, there's no energy quite like Wimbledon. When you come in here, you feel the difference, you feel the excitement, you feel the history, and the prestige, and there's no other Grand Slams like it. It's people come from all over the world. No, you tell me something else where people kind of come from all over the world to line up for as they used to do days and just to get in the grounds. It's a very special place.
Some for 2 or 3 days queuing up outside.
Absolutely.
I've seen the row of tents down along Church Road. Obviously, you've been coming back here year after year. You had such great success here as a player, played so well on the grass. But do you still get that special feeling that the fans get, the players get when they walk through those gates?
This is the only event where I walk in and I kind of wish I was still playing. Just the energy out here, the crowd, the courts, the atmosphere, everything. And we get a chance to do that in the second week a little bit in the doubles, but I really miss this event. But just being here, just to be a part of it and be surrounded by the energies is a beautiful thing.
It's funny, there's so many ex-players that we speak to who feel exactly the same way. When they walk back through those gates, they just think, I wish I was playing.
Yeah. Do I have one more year in me?
And also the second week as well, you get a chance to play in the exhibition doubles, sort of roll back the years and still play on grass.
Absolutely. This year I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to playing with Leighton Hewitt. That's going to be a lot of fun. We've played some doubles together in the past on the tour, so he's a hell of a guy, a past champion, so looking forward to that.
OK, thanks, Mark. Plenty more from Mark to come on our brilliant position here high above court number 14 on the press balcony. Let's take you inside centre court and we can show you Novak Djokovic making his way through to the second round. In the end, unfortunately, retirement for Martin Klizan, unable to continue the match. It was Djokovic who'd taken the first set 6-3 fairly comfortably. You can see Klizan shaking his head there, not feeling too happy, thinking that he might have to pull out of this match, and he did so. 2-love, you can see them shaking hands there, so it was 2-love in the second set. They'd only been on court for 40 minutes. Djokovic through, won the first set 6-3, 2-love retired. Obviously, Mark, disappointment for Klizan. You never want to see a player retire. We saw Nick Kyrgios, your countryman, it happened to him yesterday. We'll talk about Klizan in a second, but for Djokovic, is this what he would have wanted? Because really, he wants to play as much as he can on the grass, get back into the rhythm.
Oh, of course, absolutely. No one wants to win with a walkover, but at the end of the day, don't forget, he's just coming off a tournament win. He's hitting the ball back. He's trying to get, that mojo back, trying to get kind of that eye of the tiger that he had when he was dominating kind of the start of last year and then a few years ago. And with Andre in his corner, he's doing everything it takes, and he's making all the right decisions for that to happen.
Martin Klizan, disappointment for him. I'm sure there was matches in your career where you just felt you couldn't keep going, you had to retire. Talk us about the mentality of that, how difficult it is to make that decision. I've been on the court for a while, but I just can't keep going on.
It's an incredible, difficult decision. You're out here, you're a Grand Slam. There's 4 Grand Slams, per year, and it's a very special place to be. And there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of points, a lot of prize money. There's a lot to be gained. So, that's the last way you kind of want to end your Grand Slam is by walking over, shaking hands.
Absolutely. So disappointment there from Klizan, but Djokovic, I'm sure, delighted to be through to the second round. The number 2 seed, 6-3, 2-love retired. He is through to the round of 64 here at the All England Club. Now let's remind you of what happened a little bit earlier. Angelique Kerber, the first match on centre court, the number 1 seed, last year's finalist, winning 6-4, 6-4 against the American Irina Falconi. Let's hear what Kerber thought about that match.
Angelique, congratulations. You played, I thought, much better in the second set, but the first set there were a lot of unforced errors. Are you a little bit worried, perhaps, about your play?
I think it was a good match, a good first match from me. I mean, I was enjoying to being back on the center court, and I think, to playing first rounds in the Grand Slams are always tough, especially with my Paris first round match that I lost. So that's why I was actually just thinking about point by point and trying to finding my rhythm during the whole match.
How was it being on centre court as the number 1?
It was good to playing again on the amazing center court. I mean, a lot of memories came back when I walk on the center court and playing there again. It's one of the best court to play, and it's traditional, so it was really great to being back.
What is one of the major challenges about being number one in the world, besides trying to stay number one?
I think the expectation you have. I mean, there are much more expectation and much more pressure from me, from outside, from everything, and you have much more things also to do. So I think the biggest challenge is to schedule your day completely new than if you are like, 10 in the world.
What have you changed in terms of your preparation since you became number one?
I think it's just a process. I mean, it's experience. You have to learn. You have to get through all the things. There are up and downs. And right now I'm trying to making things not too complicated again, just trying to focusing more on my tennis, taking time for myself and being ready here and focusing right now only on the next day and the next match here.
How much are you enjoying being number one? It's something you dream of. You're talking about all the pressures and all the stuff that comes with it, but it must be fantastic, isn't it?
It is, and I'm still enjoying it. I mean, of course, there are things that are a little bit tough and hard to do as well. But I mean, it was always a dream, and right now I'm long time actually in the number one, and I'm still enjoying it, and I will always enjoying it that I was one day the number one, even when I will look back in 5 years.
So, to follow up on that, what is the most fun? Is it trying to reach number one or actually being number one?
Fun. I think now I can say that it's easier to go there than to stay there. I mean, of course, it's tough to reach the number one place and also winning Grand Slams. But if you are there, it's much harder to, being there and making all the things you have to do. You have to learn a lot new things and new experience. So I think it's harder fun to be there.
Does Wimbledon pose a particular challenge? Because obviously British crowds in particular love to get behind the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously as you're the number one and the top seed, almost everyone who plays you is going to be the underdog. So how do you deal with that?
I think this is also a process. I know how it is to be the underdog and playing against the favorite player, and and you have then the crowd behind you. But I think the crowd here is still good. I mean, I remember the last years I played well here, and even I was not the underdog. They are still supporting the players. I mean, they are really looking forward to seeing good tennis, and I think this is the important thing for the fans and also for us, the players.
Following on from that, there seems to be a few contenders for the title this year, including yourself. Do you think Johanna Konta is a serious contender?
I think there are a lot right now. I think the pressure is now on a lot of players, and we will see. I mean, it's still a long way to go there, but Johanna is for sure. I mean, she played good on grass in Eastbourne, and also I think the week before she played well and reached the final. So she's as well a really dangerous player, especially on grass.
What makes her so dangerous?
I think, she is.
So a fairly solid performance from Angelique Kerber earlier today. First match on centre court, the number one seed through 6-4, 6-4 against Falcone. She is, of course, very strong on a grass court, perhaps her best surface. So she'll be one to watch as we continue here at the All England Club. Live coverage here on the Wimbledon channel on day 2 of the championships. And the second match on centre court finished as well. If you've just joined us, Novak Djokovic, the second seed in the men's singles, is through thanks to a retirement, 6-3, 2-love over Martin Kliss. And that means the next match on centre court, which is just away to our left, Mark and I's left, is Roger Federer, the number 3 seed, up against Alexander Dolgopolov. We'll talk about Federer in a second, Mark, but Dolgopolov, for people who don't know him, he's quite a tricky customer. You don't know what you're going to get.
Absolutely. He's very talented. He's very talented. He's been battling some injuries, but as you said, he's got a lot of different shots. You're going to see some shots from him that you're kind of never going to see from someone else, and a lot of spin. He's got an incredible amount of spin.
He likes to slice on both sides,
especially on that backhand. And he's incredibly fast around the court. So it's there's no match to take lightly, especially on the men's tour and the men's side. And I'm sure Roger is going to look to kind of jump on him early and take advantage of
Is that variety that Dolgopolov brings to the court going to be enough to throw Roger off? He's so experienced.
You need something to hurt Roger. You know, Dolgopolov, I would say his strength would be his movement, you know, mixing the ball around, but that's nothing that's going to hurt Roger, to be quite honest with you. It's you know, I don't see Roger having much of a problem in this match, and just, you know, he's going to go and focusing on what he does. And you know, Halle was a great week for him, and he's been here so many times before. He knows exactly what he has to do.
Obviously, Roger knows what to do. His game inside, absolutely inside out. What did you make of that decision to skip Roland Garros, focus on the grass? He played Halle, won Halle. What do you make of his preparations?
I think it was a smart decision. I was you know, I kind of felt like that was coming. He had such an incredible start to the year. I mean, my gosh, wins the Aussie Open, wins the first 2 Masters Series events of the year. And you know, now he's what, 35, 36 years old. So he's always been very smart with his scheduling, making sure that he peaks in the Grand Slams and the Master Series events and the big events. And he's just doing the right thing now. He's thinking, okay, you know, I'm not 20-something years old, I'm not 30 years old anymore. It feels like his best chance for another Grand Slam would be the grass. So he skipped on that and had some rest and made sure he's in shape now to peak for Wimbledon, for the grass court season. I think it was a very smart move.
OK, absolutely. Thanks, Mark. Plenty more from Mark to come. We'll be heading inside centre court, show you live pictures of the players walking out for that third match on centre court in just a moment. But first, let's catch up with Rachel Stringer.
Wang Qiang, you've just been inside the tennis zone here. How important is it to go and interact with children and get them excited about the game?
Yes, it's very nice to play games with child, and you know, maybe someone will get into big player. Yes.
They seem like they had a lot of fun in there, and they were also signing autographs. Was it fun for you as well?
Yes, I like to play with child. Yes, it's fine for me.
How important is it as well in a tournament to take your mind off the matches by coming down here and showing off some skills?
Yeah, you can be all focused all time on court, every time in tennis. So you have to relax sometimes and play some games, yes.
And Wang, for you, how did you get into tennis and why do you love the game so much?
I like to fight with myself. Is more important thing for me is to win, to beat myself, yes.
So you like to challenge yourself and get better. Okay, so the first round here, you've qualified. Moving on, how are you feeling?
I'm really happy to win first match, and next match is against Williams. Yeah, I have nothing to lose against her, and I will try my best.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for that match against Venus. Thank you very much for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. So many busy, brilliant interviews from Rachel today. She's been really, really busy for us here on the Wimbledon channel. Great interviews from here. This is the scene inside centre court. The fans there just grabbing some refreshment, perhaps some strawberries and cream, some champagne. I suppose it's coming up towards 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, isn't it? They're waiting for the third match there. Alexander Dolgopolov up against Roger Federer, the number 3 seed. We were talking earlier, Mark, before we came on air, about the changes in the surface this year, that the grass is, a lot of players have been saying it's playing slow, the slowest they've ever experienced. For a player like Federer, is that a good thing or bad thing? Does that suit him, the slightly slower conditions?
Oh, I think the quicker conditions would suit Roger, but then again, this is grass. It might be a little slower than normal, but this is grass, and his tactics are going to be a little different, especially knowing that he's back on the grass. And if the weather stays like this, I think it's going to go faster. You know, I feel like the court's going to get harder, the ball's going to bounce higher, and they might get a little faster. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see.
So here is Roger Federer and his opponent Alexander Dolgopolov leading the way down those famous steps and out onto centre court. Mark, it's a walk you did many times in your career for big, big matches. What does it feel like? What are these players thinking? Federer, who's done it so many times, but I'm sure it's special every time.
It's a very special walk. You're coming down the staircase, coming down a tunnel from the locker room. You walk
so
around
tell
the
us,
corner.
walk us through it. So you're in the locker room before your match.
You're in the
walk us
locker
all
room.
The way through.
You got some guards waiting for you. Open up the doors. You make your way down through the corridors. The whole path is cleared. There's
all the
doors.
trophies, you see them?
You do come up to you're kind of coming through the corridor, and as you kind of get down to the stairs, come down the stairs, then you kind of see the names, the past champions. and you know, finals day, that trophy staring right at you before you walk on the court. So it's an incredibly special walk, and then you walk out to you know, I think the best centre court in the world, you definitely get the chills. And if you're not up for that, then you'll never be up for anything. So it's very exciting.
Okay, so Roger Federer on court now alongside Alexander Dolgopolov. They're just getting ready to start their warm-up, ready for this third match on centre court. But we catch up with Rachel at the moment, who's with some Roger Federer fans.
Roger Federer is up next, but I'm not going to keep these guys too long because I hear he's about to come out any moment. Guys, how excited are you to go into centre court to watch him?
Yeah, very excited. We're from Austria and travelled to see him, only to see him.
Is this the first time you've seen the man in the flesh?
Yeah. No, it was in Halle last year. We saw him playing, but he lost to Zverev. But we think today he's going to win.
And you obviously saw him, like you said, last year. Was it you joining your friend as well? You saw him too?
Yeah, I saw him too. We were 4 of us, and now in Wimbledon we're just 2. But all the others, they are cheering up for him at the screen, at the flash, at home in Austria. And yeah, we think he will make it.
What was it like just to see him actually play in person last year?
It's majestic. It's, yeah, there's you can say if tennis is a religion, Federer is its god, and I think that's right.
And he's 35 years old now. Do you think he can win his 8th title?
Yeah, we hope so. He has a tough draw, tough opponents, but I think if he keeps on playing like he did in Halle last week, he is going to win the championships for an 8th time.
Well, quickly, get in there and go and watch the man himself. Right, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark Federer, obviously so well supported here. Given his success here, it's almost like a home crowd, really, for him. They love him.
I think he has a home crowd every tournament he plays around the world. He's that much loved and he's that much respected. So that's not surprising at all.
We touched a bit before we got back to Rachel about the matchup between these two players. Dolgopolov, what's the key for him if he is going to cause what would be a huge upset? Because we have seen it before. Yeah. Sergei Stakhovsky, for example, a couple of years ago, shocked Federer on this very arena. Rafa Nadal against Dustin Brown, Steve Darcis and Rafa Nadal. It does happen from time to time. What's Dolgopolov got to do to really cause an upset today?
It can happen, but for someone to upset a champion, you need to have weapons. You need to have something that's going to put him off balance, something that's going to hurt him. And you know, I feel like if you don't have those big shots, the big serve, you know, a big forehand, something that's going to kind of could turn the tide, it's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. That would, you know, Roger would have to have a really bad day. And a champion like him, he doesn't really have a lot of bad days.
That's the thing as well, I suppose, for Dolgopolov, whose game is built on that variety, trying to throw his opponents off.
Yes.
Federer, the hardest, I guess, in the world to throw off his game.
Absolutely. Look, he's going to have to take risks. You play a top player, you're going to have to take risks on the important points, because that's what it comes down to. You're going to have to go out of your comfort zone and do something a little bit different. So, I mean, we'll see. Like I said, it's going to be a tough one in the office, but the great thing about sports is anything can happen on any given day.
Is Federer your favourite? If you were to pick a favourite at this stage of the tournament, I know you've had a chance to see Nadal and Murray in action, Djokovic a little bit earlier on, although his match was cut short. Of those 4, I suppose, is he your favourite?
He is. I would say yes. I mean, you know, Murray just hasn't had the same you know, preparation coming into Wimbledon as last year. You know, kind of the shock early loss at Queens. I think he's, you know, maybe battling some fatigue, but it's just he hasn't had the best preparation. So I think looking at everyone, same with Djokovic. I mean, yes, Djokovic winning the last event he played, but for me, still, you know, Federer, you know, has that slight advantage. Although, you know, Rafa's had came off such an incredible clay court run. There where he just lost one tournament, and I feel like with every match he plays he's going to get more and more confident, more and more stronger. So I mean, who knows what can happen.
And Federer obviously winning in Halle, that's his ever-present pre-Wimbledon tournament, playing in Halle and winning in there. That he has a routine about coming into Wimbledon, doesn't he?
Absolutely. He like you said, he's done it so many times before. He knows exactly what needs to get done. And he looks so relaxed. This is second home for him. So.
Looking at Federer's record here, he's got such a brilliant record at all of the Grand Slams, but a 7-time champion at Wimbledon. We saw Pete Sampras as well, obviously had a brilliant record here as well, but it's almost an unbelievable record on these courts.
Oh my gosh, incredible. You kidding me? I mean, his just details of match wins and there, I mean, he's broken pretty much every record there is out there. So, it's incredible that he's still breaking records, still playing some of the best tennis, still moving, still hungry to do well, hungry to win. It's just, it's very inspiring to watch.
OK, so they're all set there on centre court, finishing the last stages of their warm-up, the third match. Alexander Dolgopolov in your picture up against Roger Federer. We can join the commentators for the first game.
Well, beautiful conditions, first of all, inside centre court, and what a task awaits this man. The roof is open, the sky is blue, largely blue. And we're ready for what could be an interesting match. I mean, Dolgopolov, they've met 3 times. Federer has won them all, and won them all quite comfortably. Dolgopolov retired in Basel back in 2010. They have never met on grass.
1 minute.
Dolgopolov has been just outside the top 10 in his time back in 2012. Umpire for this one, Mohamed Liani. So what do we expect, gentlemen? I mean, Federer, obviously, it's been a sort of a curious season. Great start, shut things down over the clay court season to rest his body, and using his time wisely, sparingly. And I mean, he looks in great shape after what he did in Halle.
Yeah, certainly does, and I think it was interesting to hear him talk about taking the French Open off when he was fit and healthy, and I think the sort of psychology behind that was in 18 attempts he's won the French Open once when he's been probably at the height of his fitness, obviously younger than he is now. And the difference between 1 and 2 French Opens I don't think is that significant. The difference between 7 and 8 Wimbledons I think is massive when he's tied with Pete Sampras and William Renshaw as the greatest champion at Wimbledon. So I think he felt like he really should be putting all his eggs in one basket and giving this his undivided attention.
Well, also imagine something would have happened to him physically. I mean, he's had the perfect year. He took 6 months of last year. He started Australian Open not expecting to win. He goes on to win. He wins the Masters in Miami. He wins the Masters in Wells. He's played 26 matches and won 24, and the 2 of them they lost. He had match point in them. So why would you take a chance on the clay court season where, in all honesty, it's his least favorite surface? He had the grass for preparations. He's ready to go. He's in a perfect position.
Play.
I think Dolgopolov will be struggling a little bit for support around here, judging by the number of Federer fans in the house. Inspires devotion.
30 love.
He's a very exciting player to watch, Dolgopolov.
30-15.
Quick game, quick serve, quick forehand. He doesn't fool around. But playing a very first match on center court is always tricky, especially if you don't play on it as much as Roger Federer does.
I was about to say, 30 love settling quickly into things
Dolgopolov, but break point. Never wastes any time, Dolgopolov. Springs into the serves, very brisk between points.
Don't need to speed clock on him.
And he's settling into his second home again.
Advantage, Federer.
So Federer starting, as I'm sure he means to go on, with a break in the first game. You can continue watching that wherever you are on ESPN or BBC Live. Coverage continuing. We're going to be taking you to court number 2. Down there right at the bottom of your screen, Agnieszka Radwanska. There she is, the number 9 seed, about to start the tie-break against Jelena Jankovic. 2 very experienced players there on court 2. We can join the commentators.
Much harder breaker for Jankovic to play at the moment, because she's the one, of course, that will feel right now that she should have won this opening set. For Radwanska, she's had the reprieve. She's taken advantage of it right now.
There's actually been quite a few matches this year that Jankovic has actually played pretty well and just lost out. Think about that epic match she played with Svetlana Kuznetsova at the Australian Open this year. I mean, knocked 7 bells out of Svetlana, so she could hardly play in the next round. But there's been a lot of good performances, but not really a lot on the board.
Challenges, but I think more perhaps to buy herself a little extra time in terms of being able to recover from an epic point there. A couple of knee drops from Radwanska, getting so low to the ball like we've seen in the past, but all in vain.
Worth a mention that
has 2 challenges remaining.
she's got 2 challenges, even though she's already challenged incorrectly twice this set, because you get an extra one for a tie break.
Three-two, Miss Radwanska.
couple of highlights really for
4-2.
Radwanska in terms of the way that she's played those last 2 points and a little more purpose. Even though she had lost that previous point a couple of points ago, she's just a little sense that she realises she needs to inject a little more urgency into proceedings out here, make things happen on her terms. It is a great overhead, as you said, Sam.
4-3, Miss Radwanska.
Yeah. So uncomplicated, isn't it? And just the sound it makes. She gets it right out the middle. Radwanska just up the mini break. 2 serves to come.
Yeah. 5-3, Miss Radwanska.
Bravo!
6-3,
Well, the
Miss
support team
Radwanska.
have seen it all before. They've watched Aya carve her way through so many opponents over the years with little layers of slices and flicks and deft touches. Twice Jankovic has served for this open set, failed to do so, and she might just pay the ultimate price here. 3 chance for Radwanska to take the opener. That is long.
Miss Jankovic on the goal on the right
Jankovic
baseline.
will have one more throw of the dice. They're both standing really by the umpire, ready to sit in their chairs. Yep, call is confirmed.
Again, first
And
set.
it's Radwanska who takes the open set on the break.
Yes, Radwanska.
7 points to 3 in just over the hour.
7 games to 6.
Well, it's fantastic to have Kyle Edmund with us. Won your match earlier down on court 18. Congratulations.
Thanks.
How does it feel to be back at the championships this year and getting a win under your belt?
Yeah, exactly. Nice to finally win one. I think, you know, I've had enough losses here basically, so it's good to win. And today it was good. I played well after losing the first set. It's nice to get that momentum changed, and basically throughout the match I improved my play, and towards the end I really carried a lot of momentum.
A couple of stats that we're going to talk about here.
Yeah.
You won 57% of your baseline points. So when we think about it, you played 105 points the way you stayed at the back of the court. You won 60. When I go through all the slams and look at 57%, the player that is the highest at the end of the tournament is at 57%. It's an outstanding number. Did it feel like that for you out there today, how dominant you were from the back of the court?
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm very confident with my ground strokes. And essentially on grass, it's all about the serve and return. So I actually felt like I returned, after the first set, I returned very well. So I was able to get into the rallies a lot more. And yeah, like you said, I felt very comfortable from the back. So as soon as I was getting in those rallies, I was backing myself.
which is a reason for the next question. You only came to the net 12 times in 4 sets, 3 times a set on average, not a lot. So it's either it's like, hey, I kind of forgot about it, or he wouldn't let me in, or I'm pretty good at the back of the court, thank you.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I mean, I have a decent percentage actually. There was a percentage at French Open when I came to the net. I won 88% of my points, which is a good stat. And today, I think when I did come to net, I won a lot of points. So it shows that I'm coming to net at right times. Maybe could have taken a few more risks. It's just that split decision. Like,
yes,
am I approaching here or am I ghosting in?
Yeah.
Like you said, maybe because I was having success, I was comfortable at the back. I tended to stay there.
One last stat before we see some vision of your points.
Yeah.
IBM have got some wonderful new data, and it's all about the first point of the game when you're serving.
Yeah.
So both yourself and Alexander, in 17 service games, you won the first point of the game when serving 11 times. Great. You won, when you won the first point, you won all 11 of those games.
Yeah.
So let's look at the 6 for both you guys when you didn't.
Yeah.
When the 6 points, the 6 games where you didn't win the opening point, you came back and won 5 of those 6.
Yeah.
Alexander only won 2 of 6 of those games. Is the first point of the game really that important?
Absolutely, especially on grass. Like I said earlier, it's if you can serve and return very well, especially on grass, like it helps massively. So it's more of a momentum / mental thing. If you get that first point in and win it, you just feel you have an upper hand, and it puts the pressure straight on the server, because he either has to get an unreturnable or a cheap point, because he knows if he loses that, he's left 30 down, and then you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
And also saying that if you win the first point, you have 3 more opportunities to win 1 more point to take it to 30 all. So it just puts basically pressure, match pressure on the server, and you feel it. When you lose the first point, it's like, right, there's no margin for error. I have to win.
Exactly right. Let's go through some of your points here, and I'd love for you to do some evaluation of your own game. I see good defense.
Yeah.
Now, what's all this about? Isn't this side of the court over here all about backhands with a B, and this side all about forehands? I sat actually, you may not remember this, you may not even know I was there. It was in Monte Carlo, you played Dan Evans, I was in the front row behind, and all I saw was this beautiful run around forehand.
Yeah.
You're one of the best in the world at it. You won a set off Rafa on clay in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
What's the advantage?
Well, this point actually, he actually had a pretty good return, and I did sort of well to neutralise the rally with my backhand. But like you say, sort of, if you take 3/4 of the court from there to there, I've got to be looking for my forehand. Like, my forehand's my best shot. It does the most damage. So if your forehand's the best shot, you want to be on the forehand as much as you can. If you're hitting backhands, for me, it's going to be allowing opponents to get in the rally. So when you're on a grass court, it's not easy to get around and hit your forehand because it's so low. And
wonderful
quick.
Backhand defense there.
Yeah, I think that was actually to break him in the second. But again, when it's mid-court like that, I could get on the front foot. That's what I'm doing. And then I go back behind here.
Now, go back behind.
Yeah.
For people that are going to be watching over the next 2 weeks, I'm a massive fan of playing behind. I'm going to tell you what I think, and then you tell me why you made this decision. A lot of times when we look at the opponent and they turn their hips, let's just do one circle over there, shall we? There we go.
Yeah.
When they turn their hips, they're basically committing fully to going cross-court, and it makes it almost impossible to stop. You actually do hit this down the line. Did you recognise he turned, or why exactly did you go down the line with this one?
Well, basically, I was in a commanding position. I felt actually I could have hit it either way and still won the point, but on the grass court, because it's so tough to change direction on the grass court and the danger of slipping, as soon as you get them on the run, you hit behind them, it's like you said, it's almost impossible to turn. So that's what I did. Sometimes players can actually go to run but then hold their position, but it's a feeling, it's a reaction thing, it's a split-second decision, and yeah, I knew he was going to run there, so I just played it line, not particularly hard, and yeah, he wasn't there.
Fantastic. Now, you're in a situation in the ad court. If we look at our opponent, Alexander, down here, he's going to the slice.
Yeah.
He's on defense. So essentially, when we look at the Jewson ad court, you're standing over in the ad, he basically has to hit it over here on defense. If he goes down the line, you're going to get him cross court.
Yeah.
So that basically, that half of the court doesn't exist anymore. And we see here, you're already cheating over to hit a forehand.
Yeah, I mean, when you see him on a slice like that, it's a very, the margin for error is a lot lower when you hit it line. There's more chance of making an error. And also he's watching the ball, so he's not really watching me. So the only way he can get me onto a forehand is if he hits a very good slice there, which he probably won't. So yeah, that's what I cheated over to get my forehand.
Fantastic. Well, let's have a look.
I did get on my forehand, I think. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
There you go, and then got him on the run and actually shanked it a little bit, but yeah.
We don't need to tell anyone else that. Good return.
And the inside in.
Love the inside in. And once again,
same thing, yeah,
we see the hips turned and you're going back behind. I'm a huge fan of that. We've got match point.
Match point again, a shank, but...
a few shanks in this match.
And this was a good smash.
Game, center match.
What's the feeling as soon as it's done? You've hit that overhead winner. Is it like, yes, or is it like,
6-1.
Thank goodness that's over?
More just because I was playing Alex. He's been struggling with injury. He did really well to come through qualifying. I know him. He's a good guy. Like, he's very respectful, really nice, down-to-earth guy. So it was just more about respecting the opponent, shaking hands, doing it professionally, and yeah, I mean it's nice to win, but it's one match. There's no point getting so emotional over it.
Exactly. Well, Carl, thank you very much. We know you've got a lot of press after the match and you need to get home and rest and get ready for the upcoming tournament, but we appreciate you coming. We appreciate you going through your match and giving us some insights.
No problem.
All of the young players all over the world, I hope you tape that. I hope you rewind and see what Carl's talking about. We'll be back in just a couple of moments to do some social media with Carl, but thank you very much and all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Craig. Really interesting there to speak to Kyle Edmund, talking through some of the points from his match earlier today, a victory over Alexander Ward, an all-British battle down there on that court. You can see the wonderful skyline of London away to the distance over in the far distance there. You can see the London Eye away to the left, the Shard, the tallest building you can see on the right of your picture, the City of London a long way in the distance as well. We're here in SW19 above the All England Club. Just to run you through the scores on court at the moment. Centre court, Roger Federer started well against Alexander Dolgopolov. He's 4-2 up with a break, about to go 5-2 up on court there against the Ukrainian. On court number 1 at the moment as well, Karolina Pliskova, so much expected of her on a grass court. Number 3 seed is currently taking on Rodina. Pliskova's cruise to the first set, 6-1, is 1-all in the second in that one. And a match we were showing you some coverage of a little bit earlier on today, down on court number 2, Agnieszka Radwanska, number 9 seed, up against Jelena Jankovic, really experienced as well, Jankovic. And it was Radwanska who took the first set. We showed you the tie break there, 7-6. It was 7-3 in the breaker to take the first set, and she's now sort of running away, really, with the second set. 4-love she is, and she's got a couple of points now to move to 5-love. So that is the picture here at SW19. You can see centre court there, still very, very busy around the grounds. Fans enjoying lots of matches on the outside courts. And we can head back to Nick McCarville, who's taken his place alongside the touchscreen.
All right, thank you very much, Adam. We still have Kyle Edmund here in place. And Kyle, I want to start off first. Tell me about the feeling of, you and Craig were going through the X's and O's, but tell me about the feeling of winning your first Wimbledon match. That had to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it was good to come through. Like, you know, I would have, I guess, wanted to win earlier in the years. That's just the way it is. So it's good to get through it today. Also, in terms of the match, lost the first set. It's nice to change the momentum of the match and come through. And the more match went on, I played stronger and better. So yeah, I was happy after the match to play the way I did. And also being a Brit, I guess it's like one of those child or kid tournaments that you look up to. You're like, you know, one day I want to be playing there and winning. So in terms of that, it's nice to, you know, finally win a match here.
Tell me a little bit about the pressure of playing at home. I'm sure there's always the excitement of this part of the season, especially for the British players, but that goes with a little bit of pressure too, right?
Yeah, lots of, you know, more attention out of the tournaments just naturally because you're a Brit. People looking out for you. You know, it's pressure. Like you always sort of have a bit of pressure to play because you're wanting to do well yourself. So you know, every match you play, even if I was in Mexico or Australia, like you're wanting to win. So there's that side of it. And there's also you're in your home tournament. You want to do well. The fans and sort of family are watching. So there's lots of things. Like there's no pressure to win. Like no one saying you have to go out there and win. It's just more of, you know, you want to do well. If you lose, like I've lost in the past, and life goes on, you just get on with it. I've had success in tournaments after that, but it's nice to, you know, get a win today for sure.
Yeah. Well, you don't have a coach right now. You've got Team GB behind you. I think always you guys working together. But tell me a little bit about not having a coach right now, because that's a rarity out there on tour.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often, I guess, you know, you play tournaments without coaches. I have done in the past. I've played a few tournaments on my own. But yeah, it's just the situation we've. Right now, I'm not with a coach, so I'm definitely looking to get coached just because of the busy period. Queens, Eastbourne, Wimbledon, there isn't that much time. I thought it'd be better to concentrate on my tennis, and once this period is over, I'll put a lot more attention and thought into that.
Yeah. Now walk me through this a little bit. You had the experience last year of the Olympic Games, won a match there, but opening ceremonies, how cool was that in Rio?
Yeah, it was great. Just the Olympics, I actually found out in Nottingham, like last year, so just before Wimbledon I was going to play, and I was very happy. Just, you don't get to play the Olympics, you know, every day in your life. It comes around 4 years at a time, and even it comes around, you might not be in a position to play it. So I was just very grateful that, like, the video doesn't do any justice.
Yeah, no, it was
like,
just a
when
cool
you're there,
insight,
it's just, like the massive fans, this massive arena. You know, you're coming out the opening ceremony with Team GB. It's just like one of those moments like you never experienced, and you probably won't experience again if you do another Olympics. So it was just taking it all in, and thinking that nowadays is you're more worried about capturing things on phones than actually experiencing it.
Yeah, very much so.
No, it was a nice video.
Lastly, Kyle, looking ahead to the next round, taking on Gael Monfils. You guys have never met on court, and you were telling me before we went live, you've never even practiced with Gael. So how do you approach that match?
I was just trying to approach it more from my side, like focus on my game. You know, what can I do to basically be successful in the match? Take some things from today, learn from them, hopefully do them better. I'll still, you know, I will look at him a little bit. I'll speak to. I'm with my trainer this week anyway, and we talked a little bit about a few things, and I'll talk to him. You know what the game plan is, but. You know, a game plan's nice, but you do a lot of your problem solving once you're out there.
Yeah.
So once you're out there, you have a better feel for the surroundings and the conditions and the ball that's coming from him. So, yeah, just try and keep it very simple and go out there and do my best.
All right, well, we wish you the best of luck. Kyle Edmund next up against Gael Monfils in the second round at Wimbledon, getting his first career win here today. Back to you, Adam Hunt.
Thanks, Nick. Best wishes to Kyle for that big match against Gael Monfils. Certainly be entertaining one for the fans to enjoy. And Mark, we've had some great content with the players there, talking about their social media, talking us through some of the pictures. I suppose it wasn't around when you were playing, but it's an important part for a player now these days. They have to be on social media, way to connect with the fans. It's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's become a part of their lives. You know, I think tennis is definitely different compared to when I was on the tour. Like I said, there was no social media. The world felt bigger. The world's tiny now. Kind of someone does something or says something, it's everyone finds out about it a few seconds later.
It's a great way for the fans, though, isn't it, to connect with these players?
Absolutely.
They feel more like they know what they're up to.
I feel like you get to know someone more on a personal level. There's people that I follow on social media that I haven't met before, but I feel like if I do meet them, then they'd be friends because I follow what they're doing with their family photos. So it's a great way to get someone to know who you are off the tour, and definitely fans to kind of have favourites, fall in love with them on and off the court.
Absolutely. Don't forget you can connect with us here at the Wimbledon Channel on social media at Wimbledon Channel. That's Wimbledon CHNL. At Wimbledon as well, you can connect with me at Adam Hunt Sport on Twitter. Mark, you're on Twitter as well. What's your handle?
You know what? I'm M Philippoussis. It's actually on Instagram. I'm more of a
You're an
picture
Instagram
person.
man.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm more of an Instagram. You know, more of a picture person,
Nice
visual
one.
person.
Well, check out Mark's pictures on there. I'm sure some lovely ones on Instagram. Right, let's head out to hear from Garbina Muguruza. Good victory from her earlier today. This was her speaking after a match in a press conference.
It was a very good win for you. How comfortable do you feel coming to Wimbledon so far now?
Well, it didn't look that easy from inside, honestly, but I'm happy. I was just, nervous to play first round. You never know how it's going to go. Pretty happy with my performance. Didn't play my best tennis, but I wasn't thinking that today I was going to play either. So, happy that these tough matches, I'm handling well.
Any further questions?
Oh, all English? Okay. You said at the French Open that you were sort of almost relieved to not have this tile defense in your mind, and everyone asking you about that now. Do you feel more freedom now? Now that that's behind you, do you feel like a sort of freer player?
I just think I have something less to think and worry, but I'm hungry to do well here, to try to be in that position again, kind of. But for sure, it's just a different situation now that passed, and I don't have it in front of me, so that's gone already.
How different has it been for you working with Conchita instead of Sam here?
Well, it's not that different because I worked with her during the Fed Cup weeks, and also before in Barcelona, she was helping me as well, a few days here and there. So it's actually, relaxed and funny because we get along very well, and she knows how to play here. So I love it.
You talk about her run here and her winning here?
What?
You talked to her about when she won here?
Oh yeah. We were just joking, and we saw a few points, and with Martina, I don't know, just a little.
7, it was the iPhone 7.
Yeah. Show Court 3, you've joined us at a really opportune moment because we're just about to see a tiebreak at the end of the second set. The quality of tennis from both these men has been absolutely superb. We're talking about the number 10 seed, the 20-year-old Alexander Zverev up against Evgeny Donsky. Donsky with the first serve in this tiebreak. Both men have been playing sublime tennis. Zverev
1-0.
got the break for 4-3 and then took the first set 6-4, but Donsky has been equal to everything the number 10 seed from Germany has produced in this second set, and they find themselves in this tiebreak. 1 hour, 11 minutes of tennis so far. Zverev's serves have been lightning quick. He's even had 122 mile an hour second serve. That one just being whipped a little bit wide there from Evgeny Donsky, but I tell you what, he's playing much better than his current ATP ranking of 98 would suggest. It has been class from both men. 1-1, second set tiebreak. Donsky just a little bit disappointed with himself there. He has produced some superb returns on the Zverev serve. Now finding himself in that position under psychological pressure here. It's on serve, but trailing by 1, he will feel the pressure. Remember though, Donsky was one of only 2 men to have beaten Roger Federer so far in 2017.
Mr. Zverev is challenging the call on the right.
Zverev is challenging the call again. He's done that a couple of times. And so far this set, he hasn't been lucky. A few times we've seen Donsky produce a puff of chalk on the line, and Zverev is still challenged. This time, he has forced the second serve from his Russian opponent. Just a little bit sloppy there. Yevgeny Donskoy just feeling the pressure, and Zverev turning the screw here in this tiebreak. And with it, perhaps the swing of the match as well. Donskoy has had to produce his very, very best tennis to try and give himself an opportunity in this match, but he's a break point down now. Slip there from the 6'6" German. 4 titles already in his young career. Former junior #1. The youngest player in the top 20 for almost a decade. Reached the top 20 in October last year at the age of just 19. And we've got a little bit of a pause here, and the reason for that is that there is a member of the public who has fallen ill in the crowd. That's why Zverev was just looking up into the stands. Tiebreak continues. Zverev has a long look at the umpire there. He felt that one was bang on the line. 2 challenges remaining. Decides to carry on for the second serve. Little roar there from Zverev. 4-2. And you feel that he knows if he wins this tiebreak, he is really turning the screw on this match. But honestly, Yevgeny Donskoy has produced some wonderful tennis here. Both men have been positive and aggressive, coming into the net with some fabulous volleys and great ground strokes from the baseline as well. It's been a superb match so far. And as I said, much tighter than their respective ATP rankings would have suggested coming into this afternoon.
First serve.
Just a mere 123 miles an hour there from the 20-year-old. That one, 133. A great rally, and that just underlines the quality of the tennis we've been enjoying here for 1 hour and 16 minutes. Donskoy is under pressure, but he is not intimidated by his huge opponent.
Zverev.
Both men using every inch of the court at times during that rally, absorbing tennis here and show court free. Shoulder slump there from Yevgeny Donskoy. Maybe just put off by that
5-3.
First serve being so wild, and the second set is slipping away from the Russian, despite a great effort. Zverev just pumps his fists there. And he now has an opportunity to turn the screw in this match and move 2 sets ahead. His brother Misha has already booked his place in the second round. There it is. The 20-year-old has taken it.
7 games to 6.
7-3, that second set tiebreak. And honestly, it has been a really, really absorbing match. And the quality of the tennis that we've seen has told us exactly why Alexander Zverev is such a hot prospect and why so many people have crowded in here to see him, one or two just stretching their legs. It was a fabulous set of tennis, it really was. But Zverev now has 1 foot in the second round. His brother Misha beat Bernard Tomic earlier today. So two brothers, both seeded. And at this stage, it does look as though Alexander, the 20-year-old, is going to join his brother in the second round. But he has been made to work very, very hard for this two-set advantage. Fabulous tennis for everyone who's crowded here on court 3. Wimbledon delivering top-quality drama on the afternoon in day 2.
Thanks, Rob. So Alexander Zverev, 10th seed, the German, 2 sets to love up, 6-4, 7-6 over Evgeny Donskoy. Mark, we were just speaking before we came back on air there about Alexander Zverev. He's such a prospect, and you think he's got a Grand Slam in him, perhaps, over as his career continues?
Oh, he definitely has the potential with a Grand Slam, absolutely. I feel like he's got a big game. And more importantly, he's got a great head on his shoulders. He's hungry. He's doing the right things. He works hard. His game's building. He physically is getting stronger as well.
What is it that you look for? What's the most important thing to see in a young player to say, OK, they're going to be able to compete at that very, very top level and win a Grand Slam? What is the first thing you look for?
People talk about talent, but there's a lot of guys that have talent, some more than others. But I think the most is the head on their shoulders.
Yeah.
Are they hungry? Are they willing to put in the work? That's honestly that's the major thing. There's so many guys, as you know, and you've seen over and over, where the guy that's willing to win that last point, do whatever it takes to win that last point, ends up winning those big matches against guys that are a lot more talented than him. If you have the combination of having some talent with that hard work, that strong, positive mindset, it's a great combination.
Absolutely. As Rob was saying there, Misha Zverev, his older brother, who's been on tour for a long, long time, is through to the second round already. How much could that help Zverev? I know he's not won a Grand Slam, he's not quite at that level, but the fact that he's got a brother, someone looking over him who's played at this top level, can help him through his career. How much will that help him?
It's support. It's having a member of your family who's on the tour with you is a great support to have. To practice with, to talk to.
Play a bit of doubles as well.
Absolutely. They've been successful in doubles as well. And his father coaches him. They've got a very strong, tight unit. And like I said, he's got a good team around him and he's doing the right things.
One to watch. Brilliant performance so far from him. 2 sets to love up against Evgeny Donskoy on that court number 3. Now let's hear from Juan Martin Del Potro. He was a victor today, but he had to work very, very hard against a player who Mark is obviously coaching with here, working with at Wimbledon, Thanasi Kokkinakis, the Aussie. We'll talk about him just after we've heard from Juan Martin Del Potro, winning in 4 sets, 6-3, 3-6, 7-6, 6-4. Let's hear what he thought about his match.
Congratulations. Can you just talk about the match? It was obviously a tough one, and after he took the second set, just how did you get back on track?
Yes, it was a really tough match. That's what I expected before the match. He has a good game to play on grass, and he serves really, really fast, and he moves well from the baseline. But I think he made an easy mistakes in important moment of the match, and I took all the chances to survive, and then I started to play better, and I feel confidence with the results in the end of the match.
How are you physically? You both slipped during the match.
No, I feel good. It's normally on this surface, but it was nothing dangerous. So to be my first match on grass after a long time, I think I move well.
You had a bit of a groin injury going into it, so how did your body feel after a tough match like that?
I think everything is fine, nothing worse, which means something good to me, and it's a good signal for prepare my next round, and I will see how is my practice tomorrow, but I think my body is in good shape at the moment.
How slippery is the grass, and what is the mental and the physical approach to dealing with that?
Well, always is slippery, but you must to deal with that, and you have to learn the movements on this surface. And at the beginning of this tournament, it's complicated to move, but in the end, when the course dried and the sun comes out, it's much easier to move.
And what about what you wear on your feet? Is it different? And how do you make the selection?
It's not easy to make a selection of the movements. You have to play 100% all the time, but normally when you feel the both foot on the grass and you can hit hard the ball, you must win the point.
I meant, how do you choose what shoes to wear?
We have only kind of shoes to play on grass.
When you lost the second set and went down 3-1 in the third set, were you worried at that point that you might be heading out?
No. I think I got lucky because I broke back very, very soon, and I was keeping my serve, and what I say, he made the mistakes in the tiebreak, and I won an easy tiebreak to be a tough match. And then in the fourth set, I broke almost in the end, and then I closed the game with my serve, playing good games and good points.
And how pleased were you with the overall level of your performance today?
I think I played a good match to be my first match on grass after a long time, and I'm looking forward to playing better in second round.
Martin, congratulations for your victory. What was your state of mind when you saved a few match points?
No, nothing, because he returns very well to my foot and to the lines, and I was serving really good. My first serve, I made a few aces in that game. I didn't make a double fouls, and he plays good points, and I got lucky because after many match points I could close the match with a good forehand.
It's 4 years tomorrow since your semi-final with Novak. Just wondering what can you recall? What do you think of that now, Bob?
It was a great battle for both. I have great memories from this tournament, and hopefully I can be in the last day of the tournaments one day again.
I'm sure you know who you're in line to face if you get to the third round.
I know, but I have to win my second round first.
Thanasi is a player, I suppose, like you, who's had his long battles with injury over the years. It's been very frustrating for him. I wonder, first of all, if maybe you can identify with that or sympathise with that, and if you have any relationship with him, might have talked to him about what you went through or have any advice for him?
Well, I don't know him really much, but he's pretty young and he has to deal with all these pains, and I mean the tennis, he has everything to play good tennis in the future, but the body and the health are first of all. And my advice is trying to stay strong mentally all the times, listening to the doctors, listening to the physios, and then the tennis come after all the things.
You play Ernst Gulbis next. He's someone as well who perhaps...
So good performance from Juan Martín del Potro today, winning in 4 sets over Thanasi Kokkinakis through to the second round. Now, some unfortunately bad news from centre court. We were telling you earlier how Novak Djokovic got through to his second round match by worthy of a retirement from his opponent Martin Klizan, and another retirement on centre court. We can see Alexander Dolgopolov. He was struggling with an injury. Clearly, he'd had some treatment as well on, we think, is a leg injury. And these pictures from just a few moments ago, up to the centre court to shake hands up to the net with Roger Federer. So that's the second retirement in a row for the players there on centre court. Dolgopolov having to pull out because of that leg injury. And unfortunately, Mark, we've seen 2 in a row, so not great news for the fans really there.
No, I was just thinking about the fans, you know, paying for those tickets on centre court. They're watching 2 champions. Of course, there's nothing you can do, but 2 defaults in a row is definitely not what you want to see.
How difficult is it for the players to make that call? Because obviously a sportsman, whether it's tennis, golf, whatever, football, you have to expect sometimes you're going to be playing through the pain barrier.
Yeah.
How do you make that decision? Look,
if you end up doing it during a match, it's a different story. I mean, what can you do? But if there's something that's happening before the match and you're not 100%, you know, I'm surprised how many guys are making the call to still play in a Grand Slam where it's a best 5-set match, when physically, you know, they just can't do it. Yeah, and unfortunately, we're kind of seeing a few of those, you know, every Grand Slam. But
what's it like to talk us through the process? I suppose when you were playing, you might talk to the physio, talk to the doctor. Would you just say to them, "Oh, well, look, should I play or not?" Or was it a case of just how you felt?
No, I mean, look, me personally, if I was injured going through an event, if I was injured, I didn't play. And there were times when I hurt myself during a match. And I hated to shake hands. I would do everything to finish that match. In the worst case scenarios, I would shake hands, but I think it happened twice in my time, in my life, and that's because I tore my cartilage during the match in my knee. But I played a lot of pain, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame.
And I suppose also that is just something these days, they've got doctors, physios, people telling them there, giving them advice. But in the end, you're going to want to play in a Grand Slam, aren't you? You might be willing to play through the pain barrier. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you want to get out of it. Are you wanting to just play one match? Are you trying to do what's best and then trying to win? I mean, you know, there's a lot of decisions to make. Like you said, you're going to get... you're going to speak to the doctor, you're going to speak to the trainer, you're going to get their thoughts on it, but at the end of the day, it's up to the player. OK, so disappointment for the fans there on centre court. Alexander Dolgopolov having to retire with that leg injury, so Roger Federer safely through to the second round, joins Novak Djokovic in the round of 64 here at Wimbledon. We're showing you pictures of what's taking place out on court number 1 at the moment, just behind us where we can see, and it is Karolina Pliskova, the number 3 seed, who's up 6-1, and she's about to serve for the match at 5-4.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ready for play. Thank you.
We're ready to go now. Almost ready to go. 68 minutes played, and Pliskova is at 5-4, serving for the match.
Net first. Hold.
Rodina's really angry now. Head down, she's chuntering away to herself.
You could predict a game like this from Pliskova and closing a match out. She's won 36 matches this year, tied for the most on tour with Svitolina and Mladenovic.
And that one flew up off the line to give Karolina Pliskova 3 match points.
Net seconds.
That's it. Didn't take long in the end. And the number 3 seed eases her way into the second round with victory over Yevgenia Rodina of Russia. And takes and enjoys the applause of the appreciative tennis fans on the number 1 court. An hour and 11 minutes. Nice little warm-up for tougher matches to come for Karolina Pliskova.
Pliskova should be happy with that first round matchup. 9 aces, 35 winners. Kept it to a tidy 13 unforced errors. Really just played that one nervous game.
So a fairly comfortable victory for Pliskova there as she heads off the court, number 3 seed, safely through 6-1, 6-4 in just an hour and 11 minutes. So some good news for the fans. We were talking slightly unlucky today on centre court with the tickets that they've got there because of those 2 retirements in Djokovic's match and Federer's match. Klizan pulling out against Djokovic and then Dolgopolov pulling out in the second set as well against Federer. But we can tell you that Caroline Wozniacki, which is one of the matches that was to be arranged today, there was 2 matches to be arranged and that has been moved onto centre court. So they'll be on heading onto that famous arena in just a few minutes' time. So Caroline Wozniacki, the number 5 seed, up against Timea Babos of Hungary. So some good news for the fans there. They're going to see some more tennis. And Rachel Stringer has caught up with Caroline Wozniacki's brother. Rachel.
Tries to track down Patrick Wozniacki, Caroline Wozniacki's brother, and Caroline is playing her first match today. What's the feeling like in the Wozniacki camp?
It's very good. She have had a great month. Quarterfinals at the French Open, finals at the Eastbourne. Good preparation for Wimbledon, and hopefully she can have 2 great weeks here at the Wimbledon as well.
Does Caroline get nervous these days, or do you get nervous these days? She's kind of been around for so long now.
I think all the players get nervous for the first round. That's always tough. It's a big tournament, Grand Slam, Wimbledon, a lot of traditions. Everybody is nervous for the first match. Doesn't matter who you play and who you are. After the first match, you get more comfortable and you feel more settled. But I think she's focused, she's prepared. She had a good hit this afternoon, so I'm pretty confident she's going to do a great job today.
She's made a few finals this year, and most recently Eastbourne. What does that do for her confidence?
Oh, that shows that she can win against most of the players. She's beaten almost all the players on tour this year. Been a little bit unlucky, I would say, in Eastbourne against Pliskova, who served amazing. And when she serves as she does, it's tough on grass. So congratulations to her. But Caroline played on high level. She's been playing on a high level most of the year. Reaching 4 finals is something that only a few players have done this year. If maybe she's the only one, I think maybe. So that shows that she's in good form and that she can beat most of the players.
And you're here, obviously. What's your role as brother during these tournaments?
Oh, I do everything so she doesn't have to worry about anything, I would say. I take care of tickets, friends, family, where she's going to play, picking up some balls sometimes for practice, getting the rackets from the stringers. I'm like a guy who does everything for her so she can focus on tennis.
You're like her butler, and does that butler cook her meals and do her washing as well?
No, we have our mom with us so she can do that. So she loves home cooking as well. So my mom and, of course, Caroline's mom does a lot of that. But we also go out. There's some nice restaurant here in the village as well. So we go out sometimes, and sometimes Caroline gets some home cooking from mom as well.
And what's it like being the brother of a world-class tennis player? Do you get to travel a lot with her? Do you go and watch her all over the world? Tell us about that.
I go to the big tournaments. I go to Wimbledon, I go to French Open, I go to the US Open, the big 3. It's too far to Australia. I would love to go, but I'm taking care of their dog, Bruno, instead. So I have the enjoyment of that. So we watch the matches together in the night. Me, Bruno, and I have my dog as well, Louis. So we cheer on Caroline from the TV. But yeah, I travel quite a lot, but mostly for the big tournaments. Maybe I'll go next year to Miami and Indian Wells as well. But I have my own job as well. I have to take care of as tennis commentator in Denmark as well.
And what's it like watching Caroline when she's out there? Are you super nervous? Do you kind of worry about her performances just as much as she would be on the court?
Up to the match, I'm not that nervous. During the matches, especially when it gets tight, I can get super nervous. I think she can feel the same as we see when she's a bit nervous. I think it's pretty normal. We're sitting outside. We can't do anything about it, what's happening on the court. So I think even like my dad especially gets more nervous than anybody else. But it's... The question is, not to show that you are nervous, because then she gets maybe tight. So you still have to have like this poker face. But if somebody says they're not nervous, they're lying.
Perfect. Well, good luck to Team Wozniacki and to Caroline. I hope you have a good tournament.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Kyle Robinson back with you now alongside Anki Ottavong. It is a wonderful afternoon at the All England Club, although we've had these surprising retirements on centre court. Bit of a shame for a lot of people who were looking forward to watching Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. They got to see them all for a few minutes as Klizat and Dolgopolov both retired. Funny situation, Anne. I suppose a win is a win, and you'll be happy to move ahead to the second round, but you want to get a little bit of match practice under your belt, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a bit of a surprise. It's a shame for all the fans who had centre court tickets today. But you never want to win through a retirement, but it is what it is, and I guess Djokovic and Federer are able to conserve energy for the next round.
Yeah, that's another way of looking at it, isn't it? And we'll wait to see, obviously, who they'll be playing on Thursday. You've just spent a lot of time on court number 12 behind us here. A British girl, Katie Boulter, was playing Christina McHale, took it all the way to 3 sets on what was the Brits' debut here at Wimbledon. What did you take from her performance?
She put in a good performance. I mean, Katie Boulter here for the very first time would have been very nervous, but her opponent was even more nervous in the first set, could barely put a first serve in, so wasn't at her very best. But Christina McHale, who has been ranked higher than where she is currently, around 60, showed her experience out there and came through strong in the end.
Well, it's interesting that the British wildcards is it's nice obviously to be awarded a wildcard as a British player. You know what it's like to play here in front of a home crowd as a Brit. It was interesting. I know you played singles and doubles. Claire Curran, who we've been speaking to a lot on the Wimbledon channel as well, was a doubles partner of yours, I know. Kyle Edmund, we just had on about 15 minutes ago, won his first ever match today at Wimbledon, which was wonderful to see. What is it like playing as a Brit here in front of the home fans?
Well, this is the place where you want to do well as a British player. This is where you receive the most amount of support. The attention is on you. I guess there's added expectations as well, because you want to please so many people, the media included, who don't give British players an easy ride here. But you put so much pressure on yourself as a player to perform, and some players thrive on that type of pressure and expectation. Others crumble. When I had my time playing, there were years where I felt like I could embrace it. Others, other years where I felt crippled by the pressure and expectation. But Katie Boulter today, really embraced it. She showed good energy out there to start off with, but she was just up against a much more experienced player and a better player at the end of the day. It was close to being a great win for her, but unfortunately not.
Something that she'll learn from, of course, I would expect. You've obviously had quite the year, GB Fed Cup captain, a fair bit of... For the likes of Laura Robson and Heather Watson, they used to be the poster girls. Jo's obviously overtaken them. Do you think we've seen the best from them yet?
No. I mean, Laura's had her troubles with injuries, and there's still a lot of work to do. It's not easy. Her confidence has taken a real knock. Heather Watson, though, we're seeing more inspired tennis from her. She had a bit of a dip earlier this year. Rankings dropped, but now she's got this renewed confidence. She's got a new coach working with Colin Beecher. She's really putting the work in on the practice courts, training real hard to get herself back up there inside the world's top 40, where she has been once before. And these girls have to look up to Johanna Konta, look at what she's been able to achieve. I mean, it's brilliant that we have a top 10 female player and someone who is a genuine Grand Slam contender, that so many young girls can aspire to be like her, to play like her. And knowing Jo, as well as I do, she is incredibly meticulous about how she goes about everything. She works incredibly hard. She's not afraid to be different and stand out from the crowd in different ways. I think she's got a great chance here of going all the way at the championship.
Well, absolutely. And thank goodness it looks like that thoracic spine's okay after what was a horrible fall last week. Andy Murray and her, slight injury concerns coming into this, but both managed to sail through with relative ease in their opening round matches yesterday. Now, the beauty of this location where we are, overlooking these outside courts, is if you just pan over here to my right and you zoom in, I spy Rob Walker. Rob, what's going on over there?
Yes, hello, Cara. It's a case of watching me, watching you. This is one of our favourite positions. And by the way, this is, I'm not sure if you're still on the other camera, this is Jeff, the cameraman, and this is absolutely packed here today. A great view round here. court 4, court 8, and this is Jeff. His mum will be so pleased that he's finally famous. He can't wave, although frankly, if he did take one hand off the camera, it wouldn't make any difference to the quality of the images. Only joking, Jeff, you're one of the best. But that image there just shows you how many people are getting close up with the action at court 5, 8, 4, and court 9. It's a brilliant place to watch tennis. And just over there, over my left shoulder, is court 12, where Grigor Dimitrov is waiting for the coin toss with Diego Schwartzman. Grigor Dimitrov, semi-finalist here in 2014, semi-finalist the Australian Open earlier this year, knocked out the third round of the French. Dimitrov up against Schwartzman, the Argentinian. And actually, both their previous meetings have gone all the way to a deciding set. It's packed in there. Many of the crowd remaining after that cracking three-setter between Christina McHale and the British wildcard Katie Boulter. Boulter losing in 3, but there was huge applause for her at the end of that match. And court 12 always has some great matches. You can see the coin toss going there, and actually there's a big queue of people waiting to try and get in on court 12. Dimitrov down this end, ready to go through his routines. Won the boys' title here back in 2008, I think. So a man who's been performing here at Wimbledon for the best part of a decade. So that's Dimitrov and Schwartzman, who are yet to start. And if Jeff pans round, I'm going to keep my voice down because we've got Jeremy Chardy here up against the number 11 seed, Thomas Berdych. Berdych nearest the camera is serving. He is up in this match. And in fact, Jeremy Chardy in their previous 4 meetings has only ever won 2 sets from Thomas Berdych. And you can see there that shot just indicating how much confidence and how much domination Berdych is producing in the early stages of this match. His 14th Wimbledon campaign, Thomas Berdych, 55th Grand Slam. And he too has gone deep. Grigor Dimitrov on court 12 has made the semis here. Berdych has gone all the way to the final in 2010. That, I think, was the second of Rafa Nadal's Wimbledon titles. Berdych has made the quarterfinals at Stuttgart and Queens. As far as his slams are concerned this year, 3rd round of the Australian, 2nd round of the French. Jeremy Chardy made the 4th round here a couple of years ago, quarterfinalist at the Australian, but he's coming under real pressure, the Frenchman, because Berdych is turning the screw here, and if he holds serve, he will be in a very commanding position. Not even 20 minutes of tennis played in the opening set so far. So we'll just wait and see if Berdych can serve this game out and leave himself 5-2 up in this opening set. A couple of spare seats here on the far side, but it's pretty busy here. Lovely early evening sunshine, still pretty warm. Berdych hitting the ball so hard. That one's just gone long, though, so it's 40-30. Chardy trying to hang on in this set. He knows he's got to break back here, really, if he's got any chance at all against a man who he has never managed to beat in his career so far. Chardy down the far end has got a pretty decent record here at Wimbledon. He's bidding for a 7th appearance in the 2nd round. But it's Berdych now, serving on game point. A little bit of a help from the net there on the backhand, but Berdych now within 1 game. He's still in a commanding position in the early stages of this first set. But great drama here. Dimitrov and Schwartzman yet to start. But once again, it's a case of watching me, watching you. And I know Jeff will be absolutely delighted that he's finally been seen on television. This is the face behind the name.
There he is, known as Ricey as well, Jeff Rice, giving us a little wave on camera. You've got to love this about Wimbledon. These outside courts, I mean, it's quite amazing. I don't know how well you can see behind us. Well, you've got the high wide now. There are people pouring up and down the sides of these courts. Really, they're absolutely packed. There are some fabulous matches going on. We've got Jack Sock, the American, playing on court 8 just behind us. Of course, it's Independence Day for all the Americans out there. Grigor Dimitrov is about to come over onto court number 12. We've got Borna Coric out on court number 9. There's so many good matches to watch. This is what this tournament is about in the early days, isn't it? Soaking up this atmosphere.
Well, I think for the first week or first few days, definitely a ground pass is the best ticket to have for Wimbledon. I mean, you get plenty of tennis. You can hop around, go wherever you want, and it's quality tennis wherever you go.
Yeah, looking forward to watching a little bit more. But before we do, let's check in with another guy who won his opening round match today. It was a fairly straightforward affair for Milos Raonic. He got through in straight sets. 2 of them, though, were taken to a tiebreak by his opponent, Van Leonard Struff. Milos Raonic spoke to the media afterwards.
Good start, Milos. How did you feel today?
Yeah, I did a lot of things well. I have to be happy with just progressing through. Obviously, I would have wished to have more matches on grass leading into this tournament, but I'm happy with the way I dealt with things. I didn't make the most of the opportunities in the beginning of the first set. Sort of felt like a deja vu of 2 weeks ago, but then I really stepped up and did a better job from the rest of the match.
How did you spend your time between Queens and Wimbledon in terms of the warm-ups, and what's the difference between last year, feeling-wise?
It was just spent a lot more time training. Sort of got to that point where I was spending a lot of days practicing. I was just getting more and more eager for this tournament to start because it was a lot of days in a row.
With just the lack of grass play, was it you just, between injuries and maybe some early ousters, you haven't had a lot of matches, period. What influence, can you just maybe describe a little more how that impacted, especially perhaps in the first set today?
Yeah, just I haven't been putting myself in that position, obviously, and also on grass, the margins for concentration that you can really let slip up because the opportunities are further apart. It's a bit more demanding. So just not having that constant back-to-back match play, going through those situations many times over, I think that's where it sort of showed. And then I'm happy with how that got better through the next. And I'm sure that I just have to pay a little bit more attention and be more aware of it. Give myself a bit more discipline. It just doesn't come as easy.
And what can you take from this match going forward in terms of the things that you were trying to achieve, like maybe getting back some of the rhythm that you lacked? Can you just tell me what you could take out of this match?
Yeah, I did a lot of good things today, especially from the attitude side. I was out there, I was pretty imposing, and I did those things well, which are important, especially across 2 weeks here, hopefully. That in the tough moments, that makes the things a little bit easier, and just to have that right attitude, and then the rest of the game will follow.
Obviously, your lack of matches has been different to last year, but there's also a kind of return to form of people like Djokovic, Federer and Nadal. Like Djokovic seems he's getting back to his best on grass after winning at Eastbourne as well. Do you think it'll be a lot harder to reach the final given those guys' improvements? And where's your level at in comparison?
I don't necessarily think so. I think it's the same thing. It comes down to a few important points here and there in the key matches, but obviously there's a lot of tennis to play before you get to any of those points. It's really about being efficient and playing good tennis. If you play good tennis, you'll have your opportunities, and then it's about having the courage to really step up and take them. And I think it's really about, for me at least, focusing on myself, trying to play as much the matches on my terms and trying to dictate and control, and that's where I tend to have the most possibility for success.
Were you surprised with the level of Jan's performance to have to go to 2 tie breaks, final set, first set, and does that bode well for the second round onwards, knowing that you've done that today, that you've had to go?
Well, I wasn't surprised by his performance. I saw a few of his matches that he played over the last few weeks on grass. He's played 2 tough matches. He had match points, I believe, in Stuttgart on Pui, who eventually won the tournament. So he's played well over the last few weeks. Even this year, I believe it's been his best year so far. So he's definitely been feeling confident. For me, obviously, compared to how the last 2 tiebreaks I played 2 weeks ago went, it was important to have that discipline and to be strict with myself in those tiebreakers and to step up and obviously be more successful this time around.
Milos, coming here as the finalist from a year ago, do you think that you have been afforded the proper respect that maybe you have earned by now, or do you think that you've sort of taken to this, or do you think you're not getting that respect? Let me just ask the question.
I guess I haven't given it thought, nor do I think it really it matters. I go out there just trying to win. I'm not too worried on other people's perception.
A confident sounding Milos Raonic. He's safely into round 2 here at the Wimbledon Championship. So we promised you some more action from these outside courts. We're going to head over to court number 12 now, where Grigor Dimitrov, the Bulgarian, is playing Diego Schwartzman from Argentina. It is a third meeting for the pair, but their first at a Grand Slam tournament and their first on grass. They are tied 1-1 in their head-to-head so far. They met twice last year, once on clay when Schwartzman won and once on the hard courts when Dimitrov won. This is in the very early stages, but we will join it now with some commentary.
He's on the second day, I suppose it was, lost their top 3 seeds. Federer going out in Stuttgart, but give him 2 or 3 weeks on the surface and the cream rises to the top.
Schwartzman lost first round at Eastbourne on his grass court preparations to Jared Donaldson of the United States, 7-5 in the third. So he's looking for his very first win in his career on a grass court. Dimitrov's been doing quite a lot of that in his career. The Bulgarian to begin.
Love 15. Love 30.
Beginning slowly.
Yeah, and of course the second serve can be somewhat erratic for Dimitrov. Let's see how that pans out.
Love 40.
3 break points straight away, but pretty much gifted.
Out.
Well, the serve looks a long way out. Carlos Bernardes has called the return out. Is he going to allow him to challenge?
Nope, he's not. Wrongly, perhaps. Carlos was following the ball, didn't see Schwartzman hold his hand up, said, no, it's too late. Your return landed long.
15-40.
How do you see the serve?
I can't see my hand in front of my face.
Already now, Dimitrov holds this game. Dimitrov's never won a match on grass.
Schwartzman, you mean?
What did I say?
Who cares?
It's been a long day.
Dimitrov.
And it's that sort of rally that Dimitrov wants to avoid, because he is not nearly as solid as Schwartzman is off the ground.
Listening to you, slightly short on that point. I was looking to.
Advantage, Dimitrov. Again, Dimitrov.
That's a good hold from Love 40.
First game.
Do you think at times, Pete?
So he faced several break points, but Grigor Dimitrov just manages to hold on to his opening service game on court number 12. He's bidding to reach the second round here for the 7th consecutive year. You might remember he actually reached the semi-finals here 3 years ago. But to centre court we go, and this is the match that has been added to the schedule after both Djokovic and Federer's opponents retired with injury in their matches today. Caroline Wozniacki is playing Timea Babos. Could be quite an interesting battle, and they've never actually played each other before, which is a little bit surprising. Caroline is up to number 6 in the world now after a year that has seen her reach 4 finals on the WTA Tour. Hasn't managed to convert any of them, though. Does that give you any concern?
Not really, because her tennis is back up there. She's back inside the world's top 10, which is where she belongs. She enjoys playing on the grass. Wozniacki, actually a former junior Wimbledon champion here, and Babos, two-time doubles runner-up here at Wimbledon. So both have games suited to the grass. Both enjoy playing on the grass. But Wozniacki, just a finalist just a few days ago in Eastbourne, lost to Pliskova in the final there. So she comes into this match full of confidence, and you've got to expect Wozniacki, world number 6. This could be close, but Wozniacki should have the edge.
It's amazing when you take a look at Wozniacki's past performances here. She's been playing in the main draw here since 2006. She's had some pretty good runs through to the round of 16, never quite broken through into the quarterfinals, had a very disappointing loss in the opening round to Kuznetsova last year. Would you have expected her to have performed a little bit better here at Wimbledon?
Absolutely, because like I said, she's been a junior champion. She talks about really loving the grass. She feels like she can move well on it, which a lot of players, surprisingly, struggle to move on the grass. You forget, when the dew comes and everything, it can feel quite slick. And you see more players take a tumble on grass than you do on clay. And, I mean, Wozniacki, very much a hard court player, but like I said, comfortable on the grass. She's always done well in the build-up tournaments to Wimbledon. So she's been a previous champion at Eastbourne. And I can't quite explain why she's never been past the 4th round here at Wimbledon.
You speak about Caroline's experience. Most people, I would say, in and out of the tennis world are well aware of her. Timea Babos has never got past the second round here, not quite as experienced as Caroline Wozniacki in singles necessarily. A pretty well-accomplished doubles player, though. She's actually been a runner-up 2 times in the ladies' doubles here at Wimbledon. And it was quite interesting listening to Coco Vandeweghe earlier, was being interviewed by Craig O'Shaughnessy on our smart screen up on the broadcast centre roof, and she was explaining how her doubles play has actually helped her singles play because it's taught her a little bit where she should move around the court, how she should try and get up to the net, and what shots she can execute when she's at the net. Is that quite a common factor for some of the ladies?
Yeah, so if you're not doing as well on the singles court, doubles can certainly help your game, and I think more of the younger players need to play more doubles as well, because you know, if you go out early in the singles, you're still involved in the doubles, you still feel like you're part of the tournament, and you learn really to win, but win with someone else, which is more enjoyable.
Yeah.
Learn to be aware on the court. You know, you're still getting your serve, your returns, your volley practice in, and it's much better to do it in a match situation than out on the practice courts. And Timea Babos, I mean, she was a world #1 junior player. Well, a while ago. What is she now? 24 years of age, still very young, but she has huge strikes off the ground, a big serve. So again, a surprise that she's never been past the second round here, but I'm sure with all the confidence she gets from wins on the doubles court, it will over time transfer onto the singles court.
Well, if you guys want to continue watching live coverage of that match that is currently on centre court, Caroline Wozniacki against Timea Babos in the first round, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. Fascinating conversation, actually, about the doubles helping any player's singles game, really. And also you learn from whoever your partner is, depending on, they may be a better player than you, they may be higher or lower in the rankings. Out of everyone that you played with in your career, who would you say you learnt the most from in doubles play?
In doubles, gosh, I played with so many different partners, and you know, each brought, I guess, different things onto the court. But Anastasia Sebastova, who is actually competing, I think today, I don't know whether she's been on court. She was an interesting player to play with, very intense.
Yeah.
But it's difficult for me to actually pinpoint one particular player who helped me the most. It's basically, I enjoyed playing doubles, and whoever made me laugh the most was Jerry.
There you go. Could have a good time.
Yeah, well, you want to enjoy it, and you know, there's less pressure on you on the doubles court than there is on the singles, and it's an opportunity to work on things, but in a competitive environment. You know, I'm all for it. I wish we saw more of the top players play doubles than we currently do, but more of the female players play doubles than the male players. But at the Grand Slam, you know, there's so many demands on players, press commitments, sponsor commitments after matches, that it does become difficult. But I'm sure the rest of us would all enjoy seeing someone like Djokovic or Murray on the doubles court as well.
Well, they did allude to it recently, didn't they? Jamie and Judy Murray said before their careers are over, I'm sure that Jamie and Andy will play men's doubles here at Wimbledon 1 year. My goodness, with the fans, absolutely love that. So any junior players you're coaching, you do encourage them to enter singles, doubles, and maybe mixed doubles as well?
Yeah, mix. I mean, doubles is fun, but mix is more of even more of a giggle.
Yeah.
But you know, there's plenty of prize money on offer, so you see a lot of players enter. It keeps them in the tournament for longer if the singles or the doubles hasn't gone as well. But again, another opportunity to get out there, compete, learn from your partner, and play a few different players.
Yeah, and it's so fun to watch it because you see some really fascinating partnerships, particularly at slams and particularly in the mixed doubles as well. Well, one man who's had a very easy day, really, is Novak Djokovic. He was the second match up on centre court. The match didn't get very far along until his opponent, Klizan, had to retire from the game. Novak Djokovic came to speak to the media afterwards.
Being a former #1, what would you say is the most enjoyable? Playing tennis, trying to become #1 in the world, or playing tennis, defending a #1 position?
Defending the #1 position?
And why?
Well, I just think that the word defending already is kind of linked and connected to the emotions that are not the right ones. I don't relate to that word, defending something. I feel like you know, even though you come as a formerly called the defending champion to a certain tournament, you still are starting from scratch and from the same starting line as all the other players. So I, you know, always try to have that mindset that I am fighting for the trophy as everyone else. And tennis as a sport that allows you to have this opportunity over and over again, literally every other week. So even if you lose, you can still bounce back and make a good result in a few weeks' time. And in regards to your first question, I think it just really is very individual. How player perceives life on the tennis tour, and just in general terms, his goals, his ambition. Everybody has a different approach, I guess. So I have to only speak in my own name, and to me, it was always about enjoying what I do, and I was mentioning many times before that the source of my motivation to play the sport is love and passion for the sport, and as long as that's there, then everything else seems easier and more natural, and just kind of blends in. I'd never try to play it for any different reasons, materialistic reasons. Of course, as everyone else, I had my lifetime goals, and one of them was, of course, to try to become number one of the world. And when I reached that was, of course, very fulfilling. But it's not essential. It's not the most important thing that keeps me going every single day.
Thank you. Novak, my question is about the rigors of the tour for the top players, and over the years how they can add up for someone like yourself who's gone 11 months for the last 5 seasons and mega matches. I wonder if you watched what Roger has done and taken those 4 months off last season, come back very refreshed and getting to new highs, and has it to you perhaps looked attractive as something that down the road as you get older, something you might want to try? And if it was something you wanted to try, would you be comfortable trying it with your sponsorships and all these obligations?
It's a fair question. Of course, I thought about various things and scenarios, and what I might try. But it really just depends on many circumstances, I guess. It starts with how you feel, really. I mean, that's the most important thing. Sponsorships of course, bring responsibility, and I try to always be very professional and committed to the sport and to sponsors and whatever follows that. But I never made decisions based on that. I really, if I don't feel like playing, or for some reason or another, I will not do it, and everything else will be arranged in one way or another. But it has to follow that inner feeling of really wanting to play or not, and just. But that's not just a simple decision to make in an instant moment, if you know what I mean. It takes. Some process of thinking, and you got to put a thought into it and understand over the course of time, certain time. Everybody has a different time that it takes for them to really evaluate how they feel, and of course having a big picture in mind, but at the same time, involving and engaging yourself in short term in a way of giving your full self every single day. If you are already on the court, then you try to do it in a proper way. So that's kind of a mindset that I always had.
Clearly, having 2 matches back to back where a player retires isn't ideal at all. I know that the ATP have tried to address this. Would you like to see the Grand Slams do the same in terms of maybe allowing players to keep the prize money but not play and let a lucky loser play instead?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, and maybe it should be addressed. Yeah, I think that the new rule that ATP has reinforced allows players who deserve already, who have made it to the Grand Slam main draw, to get what they deserve. But at the other hand, allow someone else to play if they cannot. So I support that kind of rule, and it's really odd that Roger's result and my result more or less was the same when it really happened, and we had a little joke about it in the locker room, and saying that we should maybe play a practice set on the center court just to have crowd stay, but you know they had another match moving to center court, so it doesn't happen often really. And I'm sure that the players that have retired as well, it's not like this tournament has a very special place in many players' careers and just in the history of the sport. There is so much weight behind it and significance about, and the aura of Wimbledon has always been probably the strongest of any other tournament, you know. So I'm sure that most of the players on the tour, if not all, feel that, and especially if you walk out on the center court, there is a responsibility, you know. I'm sure they try their best, but you know, it is what it is.
So a smiling Novak Djokovic is into round 2 after a fairly simple Tuesday for him here. Another guy who's into round 2 is the #1 seeded Frenchman, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Wonderful pictures from a few moments ago. He was signing autographs over at the pavilion near Orangi with several kids. Apparently the queue was around the block because he is such a popular guy, particularly here at Wimbledon. And I have to say he's had some wonderful results here as well. A 2-time semi-finalist, a 2-time quarter-finalist, and who can forget the wonderful 5-set thriller he had in the quarter-finals with Andy Murray last year. He is a guy that always performs well here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, he's got such a big game, and he's really engaging with the fans as well. He's such a character. Who doesn't like Tsonga?
Right.
I mean, he plays an exciting brand of tennis. It's unpredictable, it's bold, and he's got a big personality to match.
Yeah, he's so fun to watch. He did actually beat yesterday one of 3 British wildcards in the men's main draw here, Cameron Norrie. It was good to see him get his opportunity. What do you know about him? Because we didn't get very long to know him yesterday.
No, Cameron Norrie, I mean, he only turned pro just last month. He's been based out in the States. He was the NCAA champion, #1. And I think his mother is Welsh and his father is Scottish. Born in South Africa, raised in New Zealand.
Yes.
I think I've got that.
I think you have got it right, yes. And lives in Texas now.
And lives in Texas now. You know, he's a lefty. He's still young. He's got a good game. He hasn't played enough at this level, so I'm sure that match against Tsonga, you know, one of the world's best, former top tenor, it was always going to be a tough challenge for him. But, yeah, he said after the match it was just one loose game in each set that Tsonga was able to take advantage of, and that's enough. That's enough for the top guy to run away with a match like that.
Well, our reporter Rachel String was very lucky. She managed to catch up with Jo-Wilfried Tsonga yesterday, so let's hear what he had to say about that match against Cameron Norrie and about his second round encounter tomorrow that will be against Simone Bolelli.
So, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, how is it when all these fans come down? It shows you're a very popular character here at Wimbledon.
No, that's great. That's great. You know, it's always a pleasure, you know, to go and meet all the crowd, all the fans. You know, they're part of the game. They're also part of our life, you know. And no, it's always good to meet them.
Safely through to the second round. How are you feeling personally?
I'm feeling good. I had a good first round, so now I'm looking for the next step. But yeah, hope I will be able to play good tennis tomorrow and have access to the third one.
Wimbledon's always been great for you in the past. Semi-finals in 2011 and 2012. Can you get back to that form or get one better this time out?
You know, only the future will tell us what's happened. But anyway, yeah, I'm dedicated for that and hope it will happen.
And you're coming here as well with your first clay title under your belt. How was that to get that?
To be honest, you know, it's not really important if I won a tournament on clay, because here it's grass, and the most important for me is to play well on grass. And no matter what happened in the past, you know, I'm looking forward and hope it's going to be a good tournament for me.
Perfect. Well, good luck for the tournament. Thank you very much.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
And Jo-Wilfried Tsonga is also a new dad. Welcome to his first child into the world. Just a few months ago, a little baby boy called Sugar. I was lucky enough to meet him with his long-term girlfriend at the Hurlingham Club last week. Very happy little family they are, and the new dad is performing well. There's plenty of action still going on these outside courts. We're going to get you across to court number 3 at the moment, where we can check in on an all-French duo. Kristina Mladenovic, who is now the world number 14, is playing Pauline Parmentier in what is just their second meeting and their first ever on grass. Now, Anne, Kristina used to be known for her doubles play. She has really excelled in singles play in the last few years, hasn't she?
Yeah, well, that goes on to what we were talking about earlier, about how doubles can help your singles game. Mladenovic was a very successful junior. Everyone expected a lot from her. And it's taken a little bit of time for her to get there, but here she is. She's got a great game, big serve, big forehand. She picked up her first ever title earlier this year in St. Petersburg, and really she's gone from strength to strength. She had a fantastic clay court season, and she's looking to build here on the grass.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mentioned her doubles. She actually was the runner-up here in the ladies' doubles with Tamea Babos, who's currently playing against Caroline Wozniacki in singles on centre court. That was 3 years ago in 2014. She's very good friends with Marion Bartoli, who's, of course, a former champion here at Wimbledon. No doubt learned from her winning ways. But let's see how she opens this match out on court number 3 this afternoon with some commentary.
A couple of those balls not coming cleanly off the racket. See Christina just patting down her racket. Sometimes it can feel a little bit tight off the strings. Yeah, I think Christina has a lovely travel group and family, are very understanding, and they're very easygoing, very supportive. You don't feel that they have that same pressure as some of the other athletes with their parents.
Got a good reach.
Well, she's the number 2 doubles player in the world. Played a lot with Caroline Garcia, another French girl. The French are really putting out some terrific players on the WTA Tour.
Whoops. Good job that hit the chair because it was travelling. Tied it up efficiently by the ball boy.
Deuce.
His performance rather better than that of the one who served immediately afterwards. So testing opening game for the number 12 seed. Somewhat of her own volition.
A little bit wayward on that one. Advantage, Miss Parmentier.
Break point. Seems we've been here before. It's what happened earlier in the day in the ladies singles break point in the first set for the seeded player against the seeded player. She gets away with it.
Deuce.
That second serve was rather lolloped in.
Yeah, it just sat up, didn't it? That kick serve isn't always the most effective serve on grass. A nice shot. Really got that ball to dip down low for it. Advantage, Miss Mladenovic. A difficult volley there. If you can get that ball to sit down lower than the height of the net, that's the art and craft, making your opponent to play a volley.
Well played.
Well, that's her strength, Parmentier. She likes to use that forehand to dictate from. She hits with a little bit of spin, doesn't always get that same racket head acceleration through the ball. That was a good one.
Advantage, Miss
Just not looking that confident on her serve at the moment, Mladenovic. 2 double faults to start this match off in the first game. Doesn't calm the nerves.
Deuce.
Well, good depth there.
Advantage,
Pauline.
Miss Parmentier.
So chance for Parmentier.
Deuce.
She served well under pressure. Mladenovic is up with her best when most needed. That's handy.
Advantage, Miss
She's
Parmentier.
just not looking stable when she gets up into the step-up position. She looks a little wobbly, just not getting enough leg drive.
Fourth break point after the third double fault.
Deuce.
Again, produces the best when most needed. Well, is this something that we're going to see throughout the match? These long games, Barry, we might be here for a while.
Advantage, Miss Parmentier.
A bit of an arm wrestle to start the match.
Yeah.
Deuce.
Oh, a bit too unkind, but you can't exactly say this is the highest quality of tennis we're seeing in this opening game.
There's a few nerves out on court 3 at the moment. This sometimes happens, though, when you know your opponent really well. Have a bit of expectation and
Chance to win it at last. And it's one
Game is
finally into
Mladenovic.
the empty court.
First game.
All right, well, we just saw some of that action from Kristina Mladenovic there. She leads now 3-0 on her countrywoman, Pauline Parmentier. Let's dip around the grounds and see what's going on across the All England Club now. Retirements for both the opponents of Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer. It was a shorter day on center court. That means we can add a match there. Caroline Wozniacki, former world #1. She's up 4-3, but on serve against Tomeo Babos inside center court. And then this is an interesting one to keep an eye on. Dominic Thiem is serving for the set against Vasek Pospisil. But these guys, it's very intriguing to watch these guys play because Thiem, a clay court specialist, Pospisil's a guy who's been to the quarterfinals here before. You can see their head-to-head right there. On the number 2 court, popping in on Thomas Berdych, he's split sets early going with Jeremy Chardy. We saw what was happening on the number 3 court. On court 12, Grigor Dimitrov, 5-all with Mr. Schwartzman, Diego. And right behind us on court 18, Tamea Baczynski, a 6-1 first set on the Olympic gold medalist, Monica Puig. Well, that's what's happening around the grounds. Let's dip into social media a little bit. Joe Wilfred Tsonga had a win yesterday, and the new dad relaxing today off court, spending time with some family and friends. I love this one, the emotion from Juan Martín del Potro. He won earlier today in 4 sets against Thanasi Kokkinakis. Obviously happy there is Delpo to get through there. Now, Roger Federer didn't have quite the test we thought he would against Alexander Dolgopolov, but it still gave him his 85th Wimbledon win. It's hard to actually calculate that or to imagine that someone could win 85 matches at Wimbledon. I think Roger's played about 84 of those matches on center court. He does so today into the second round. Onwards and upwards also for Angelique Kerber. She opened the day on center court, 6-4, 6-4 for her over Irina Falconi. That's a good start for the world number 1. She was a finalist here last year. She's had a tough 2017 so far, so it's good to see her through that match. And then a little bit of a tug of war here. I think some fans trying to go after a ball there that Jack Sock hit into the crowd. Now, it's always tough to be a linesman, but this linesman had hit extra hard today. Watch this guy right up here. First, you're going to see a Juan Martín del Potro. Here's your linesman. Oh, it gets hit once. Okay, Del Potro apologizes, but then, hold on one second. He's all right. And there, Thanasi Kokkinakis gets him too. 2 players, 2 for 2. The linesman, he survived, and it was Del Potro, of course, that won that match. Now, Katie Boulter, the British player, she had tough luck today, losing in 3 sets to Christina McHale, but she may have produced the picture of the day. Hair-raising stuff. Well done on the Wimbledon social media team, hair-raising. Yes, I think we all got that one. Very good. Roger Federer, of course, winning today that 85th Wimbledon match in his career, but he also served his 10,000th ace in his career. Again, 10,000 from Roger. We're going to hear from him in just a minute. I wanted to get to this from yesterday. Tommy Haas, who was actually against Roger Federer a couple weeks ago and beat Federer on grass, waving goodbye to Wimbledon. It's his final Wimbledon. Last night, losing to Ruben Bebelmans and waving goodbye. He said it was appropriate because he played his 16th Wimbledon on court 16, saying farewell to the All England club. We checked in on Grigor Dimitrov on court here just a minute ago. He's obviously happy to be back here at the All England club as well. And where could we go wrong with La Month, Gael Monfils? Come on, Gael, show us your stuff. Uh-oh, there he is, Gael Monfils, rocket time, air time for La Month. He, of course, won today, and he's going to take on Kyle Edmund in the second round. Now, we saw those big marks for Roger Federer, 85 Wimbledon wins, 10,000 career aces. Let's hear from the 7-time Wimbledon champion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Very sorry to keep you waiting. Roger Federer, of course, will take English questions first. If you could raise your hand, that would help you, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Roger. Hey. I was wondering what explanation Alexander gave to you at the net for his withdrawal. And obviously, there have been other withdrawals in the first round.
How many? How many?
I don't know.
5?
5.
Okay.
Apparently. Which seems slightly to have damaged the first few days of Wimbledon. I mean, is there a feeling from you that maybe there are those who are starting games who shouldn't and doing it for the money rather than for real physical reasons?
So his explanation to me was that he felt too much pain on the serve, maybe on the jump. That's what he told me. I don't know what he told the press, if he has been in yet or not. That's what he told me, and he's just like, it's getting worse. So at that point, obviously, when you're down set in a break and it's getting worse and he's in pain, you know, I see the point that if you feel like it's getting worse and you can hurt yourself even further, I mean, it is better to stop. The question is always, should they have started the match at all? And that only the player can answer, really, in my opinion. And you hope that they would give up their spot for somebody else, you know, even though they deserve to be in there. But fitness not allowing them, it's I don't know how much of that has something to play with it. On the ATP level, we have a different sort of a situation, you know. Whereas if you can play, you still get your prize money twice a year. So maybe the Grand Slams should maybe adopt some of that, and then maybe we would eliminate at least maybe half of the players. But some of them, you know, maybe something really did happen, and now you throw them in the same basket. So that's rough. But I see your point.
Roger, Novak said that after his match, obviously almost the same score before you went on the court, he joked with you about maybe you should play a practice set or something. How odd is that? Do you remember that happening ever before, where the match following you had also had a similar retirement?
Oh, no. I mean, not really, to be honest. But I came up and, I mean, I felt like there was a bit let down from the crowd, you know. They couldn't believe it. It happened again, exactly in the same situation. Called the trainer after the set, pulled out at 3-love. It was the same thing. And when I walked up, the chairman said, like, you guys should go and play for another set and a half. I was like, yeah, let me go try for Novak. And I found him in the locker room and I told him maybe we should go out and play another set, obviously. It's not going to happen, but yeah, no, I mean, I feel for the crowd because, you know, they're there to watch good tennis, proper tennis. At least they did see the two of us who gave it all they had. They saw other players, they tried at least, and they put in another match right now in center court, I believe. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that it happened today like this.
Roger, as you know, since Leighton Hewitt in 2002, the Big Four, led by you, has won every Wimbledon. Why do you think at other majors there have been occasional breakthroughs and here not one during that period?
Stan. That's it. I mean, really, he broke down that statistic, if you like. He won the other 3 tournaments. It's that simple to answer your question, I think.
Well, Cilic and Del Potro.
Sure, but that was the U.S. Open. So, but it's really Stan who stands out to me. That is the problem with the statistics overall, and it remains that way. And I think it just happens to be that Wimbledon, it didn't happen. But I don't think there is an obvious reason why Wimbledon has been protected by the best 4 since 2002.
What to you is the reason for the dominance across the board of the 4 of you?
I think mind, fitness, tenacity, you know, and then talent as well. Put them all together, and it's hard to crack us 4. You know, consistently down. You know, if you beat one of us, you might not beat the next guy. And I just, and plus we play all very different. You know, if you just, I don't know, pick me, Rafa and Novak, how different we all play from one another. For a player to run through the 3 of us is extremely difficult, because if you're ranked lower than us, that's who you have to beat maybe on the way to win the tournament, and it just seems pretty rough.
A couple of questions over on this side. Thank you.
It's always a joy to see you play, and
thank you.
But to you, what is the most enjoyable? Is it to play as a number 1 in the world, or is it to play tennis trying to become number 1 in the world?
Better to be, no, it's better to be number 1. Yes, if I could choose, because it feels better to be number 1 than number 5. So, I mean, I'm happy right now in the situation I find myself in. I'm healthy and I'm happy, and back at Wimbledon, I've just won my first round. But the times when I was world number 1, it felt great. You know, it's sort of achieving the impossible and showing up, and everybody, you know, feels you're the favorite, and everybody believes you should win or have to win. I don't know. I kind of enjoyed that part of playing, but then again, it's secondary to the love for the game I have, how much I love winning. Rankings, you know, get shoved a little bit aside for me at this stage of my life.
Do you think if Grand Slam tournaments were like most ATP tournaments, best of 3 instead of best of 5 sets, maybe players in the situation your opponent and Djokovic's opponent today found themselves in, they might keep going and try because...
Yes, of course.
And what do you think about that idea of one day perhaps changing the Grand Slam tournaments to best of 3?
I hope it doesn't happen, but I believe that more players clearly would finish their matches, because looking at best of 5 down, you know, 2 sets to love, basically for you the match starts if you're down. For the other guy, you're a set away. I mean, it's a long way to go if you're carrying an injury. So best of 3, it's more of a sprint to the finish line, whereas best of 5 is more of a marathon. It's a completely different mindset. Yeah.
Roger, £35,000 a player receives for being in the first round. Can you understand why a player might take to the court when they're not fully fit and take the check?
I mean, I think I answered the question. I think no, a player should not go on court if he knows he won't finish. The question is, like, did they truly believe they were going to finish? You know, if they did, I think it's okay that they walk on court, but otherwise I feel like they should give up the spot. But in the process, I think that maybe the tour, or like, not the tour, the ATP has adjusted its rule, but maybe the Slam should maybe have a look at what they could do for the players to make it just a little bit easier, because like you said, it's a lot of money. So for some of them it's even more, for some it's less, it doesn't matter. For some they just want to be out there because they feel like miracles do happen. Maybe the other guy retires too, maybe the other guy is also carrying an injury. Maybe if I win and I have a day off, I will feel better again on Thursday. All these things play into the equation as well. Don't forget those things as well. It could be rain, come back the next day. You know, you never know what the players' motives are.
I'm afraid we've only got time for 2 more English questions, you, sir, and then you.
Sorry, just on this topic again. Do you
love it.
Do you think that guys are sometimes too willing to quit? If there's, you know, like you said, if you're far from the finish line in a best of 5 match, looks like too far to come back. They're too willing to throw in the towel because it's a different format. But we do see more retirements by a lot in men's slams than women's.
Is that the, yeah? I mean, so I'm sure that the best of 5 system has something to do with it. And then, of course, I mean, I would only personally pull out if I felt like my injury is going to get worse and I'm taking a chance. Otherwise, I'm not pulling out. And then I go back to the point, like, miracles happen. And you never know if you hang around and, I don't know, you start drop-shotting the guy, maybe he twists his ankle and you move on. I mean, no, you have to look at these things, and maybe a big cloud's coming in. I mean, we're here in Britain, so there's always the odd big thick cloud that moves through, so you have to look at these things. I'm sorry, and but best of 5 doesn't help the case if you're, you know, not feeling great physically. That's why when we talked about Murray like a few days ago, if he feels he's ready to play, that to me shows that he can play 7 times 5 sets. Otherwise, I don't think Murray would have stepped on court yesterday.
Okay, last English question, thank you.
Last year he left here after your battle.
Oh, what a remarkable piece of execution from Fernando Verdasco.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. Look at this return again. Gets it down quite low. Tough volley for Anderson, who played it impeccably. Look at the length on the volley, but Verdasco, take a bow. Gorgeous skills there.
Well, that one is into the fountain, beyond the confines of court 18. And there he is, he's retrieved it, doing a dutiful thing and tossing it back down to the ball kids.
15-30.
Couldn't stop. It almost went into the ball boy here, and a little low 5, I call it.
Oh, yeah, such a tease, Rafa. Good talent there, you've got to say.
I remember going to Wimbledon, not as a child, but recently in my adult years, and it was special because I took my friend who's a tennis coach, and we actually got to, I want to say walk across the pitch, but we touched the grass, and we got a lot of Wimbledon goodies, and we got to take it back to the kids at the tennis club, and just to see their faces was really nice. And I watched Federer and Andy Murray play, and it was phenomenal. And I also got the chance to see Andy Murray after and doing his ice bath. Do you know what I like about Andy is he's under a lot of immense pressure mentally and even physically, but he maintains a very balanced lifestyle, and he's a real credit to the sport and the way he conducts himself.
There are huge expectations. Even though you've done it before, you're thinking anything can happen. Everyone wants to do the best they can. So you have to practice all the time, every week, pretty much every day, to get everything perfect. Everything's kind of exaggerated when you're on court. Just before they serve, the noise just drops completely. It's really nerve-wracking. You can just feel your heart pounding. There's a huge amount of pressure out there. To maintain your composure in the face of everything that's going on, it's difficult. It's all about presenting yourself in the right way and being the best that you can be.
Just coming up to 6:15 local time here, but play continuing all around the grounds at the All England Club. You can see the sun is shining, blue skies overhead, and I think you might be able to see us waving in the distance here. We're high above court number 8. Jeff, who's on the camera down there with Rob, is above court number 2, and play continuing on all of these outside courts. It's one of the best spots in the house, really, Claire, to watch tennis. If you're not inside a show court, to come up here and be able to just see so many courts behind. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 courts we can see from here. Not many places better.
No, I'm wondering actually, is this spot even better than that spot over there, which is it's obviously where the royal family and the royal box come out. It's a beautiful spot. We're seeing so much tennis, and it's a lovely evening. It's a nice time of the day to be playing tennis and watching.
Absolutely, and that's one of the advantages, I suppose, of you get a lot of people if they've worked during the day and they might pop down to Wimbledon, they get a ground pass late on in the day, and still they can see so much tennis. I mean, as we were saying, it's about 6:15 local time, but we're still probably going to be seeing play a couple of hours at least. So it's a good opportunity to come down, get a ground pass, perhaps get a pim, some strawberries and cream, and watch some tennis in the evening.
Well, I know I've done it. I've come here late in the evening. You get those tickets that have the sale-back tickets, and it's fantastic. And that's the beauty of Wimbledon, that really it's accessible to so many people. If you want to come and watch, you just have to get into that queue and you can be here.
Absolutely. There's a great buzz around the grounds, as we said, in the first few days of the tournament, when there's great matches on all of the courts, because there's so many matches they have to get through in the first 2, 3, 4 days. So there's a great buzz throughout the day, from when they start early in the morning at 11:30 all the way through, and the fans enjoy, wherever they look, they're seeing a good match.
Well, yes, this first week is brilliant, but the second week is great as well, because then we see all the juniors play and we see the disability sports come out, and
doubles as well.
Doubles play. Let's not forget that. But yes, all the different nationalities as well are out here on all the courts. So many people have got so much here to watch.
In terms of reviewing the day, obviously disappointment, I suppose, a little bit on centre court with those 2 retirements, but they're getting a match now. Caroline Wozniacki up against Timea Babos. Wozniacki having taken the first set there. What have you seen so far on centre court, those matches, the 3 matches we've had so far?
Well, I don't think Djokovic is going to be too disgruntled by the fact that he was only out there for, it was either 40 minutes or 42 minutes. Yeah. Obviously, having come from Eastbourne, he'd played quite a lot of tennis, so that was quite nice for him, because he got out, he played a set and a bit. He had a feel for the court, got back onto centre court, and obviously he's got time now to really rest his body from what he did really last week at Eastbourne. So that was after that. Then came Roger Federer, and I don't know how often you would have seen 2 withdrawals during match.
Certainly not in my memory. I can't remember that ever happening.
But I was watching that. I was watching a little bit of that match, and I mean, Federer was just sublime, as he always is. His shot making in particular was just excellent. And something that was really interesting to me about Federer, whenever he was talking about his preparation for this match, he was purely talking about himself and what he could control in terms of his game. He wasn't too worried about his opponent, because Federer knows that if he takes care of the things that he can control, it's going to be very difficult for anybody here to beat him.
We've seen, I suppose, the big four in action now in the men's. I know Federer and Djokovic slightly abridged because of the retirements of those two players, Klizan and Dolgopolov. But we've seen Murray and Nadal yesterday, straight sets victories for them. Again, comfortable victories for Djokovic and Federer. Of those four, what have you made of their starts?
Well, I was really pleased yesterday to see that Murray physically was fine, because there was a really big question mark on that. I think Nadal, his first match, he was excellent in that first match. It wasn't that competitive for him, but he did all the right things, and he's looking very, very good. But, I mean, I still think Roger Federer is the favourite for this title. Roger Federer is the man to beat. Afterwards, in his interview, he deflected that. He said, well, who am I favourite? In whose eyes am I favourite? I think that's what he said. And he said, well, actually, Nadal must be favourite because of what he did in Paris. So there's a lot of mind games going on there.
Absolutely. Downplaying it slightly, but he was so impressive in Halle. Obviously skipped the French Open, played brilliantly in Halle, winning his title there, and he comes in here full of confidence. So we're just seeing live pictures here from what's taking place on centre court. This was one of the to-be-arranged matches, of course, after those two retirements, pretty early on in the afternoon to get through three matches. Caroline Wozniacki, again, we knew it was not before 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock when they came out onto court up against Timea Babos of Hungary. And Wozniacki currently a breakdown in the second set, having taken the first set 6-4. She produced a good first set, now breakdown in the second. Timea Babos, what can you tell her about her? Why is she troubling Wozniacki here?
Well, Babos has got a big game. She's a big, strong girl with a great serve and good ground strokes. But she's also a very good doubles player. I think a former finalist here at the championship. She's very accomplished there. But she hasn't done that well. I think maybe progressing, her best result is actually getting to the second round. So for Wozniacki, she will really want to get this job done in 2 sets. But she's obviously a little bit troubled at this point in the match.
Wozniacki, her preparations here, obviously she played at Eastbourne. So much expected of her. Every time she plays, a former world #1, people think she can perhaps get that Grand Slam title. She's not seemed to be able to bring her best tennis to Wimbledon here in the last few years. Why has that been, do you think?
I think it's because she doesn't have a big weapon. She's a great defender, a great mover, but she doesn't have that X factor to bring to the court. And when she gets to the latter rounds of the event and she plays the really big hitters, they cause her a lot of problems.
I suppose a real opportunity, we were talking to Matt about this yesterday, the women's players looking at the fact that Serena Williams is absent. It sounds like she might be planning on coming back, depending on what happens coming back for the Australian Open. So there's that gap of time from when she decided to step away for the baby, all the way through until when she finally decides to come back to try and win the Grand Slam opportunities to win those Grand Slams. Do you think Wozniacki would have looked at that gap in time, right, this is a real opportunity for me?
Well, I think she should look at it that way, and I think all the players should look at it that way. And if you're any of the coaches of those players, you're going to say to them, look, Serena, the greatest player possibly ever has played the game. She's not here. She's not playing. Maria Sharapova's not here. She's been very successful here in the past. So all of these girls have this fantastic opportunity, and it's probably time for one of them to stand up, just like Ostapenko did in Paris, and take the opportunity.
You can continue watching that match, of course, on ESPN and BBC, depending on where you are. A good start to the second set from Babos. She's 3-1 up. Wozniacki having taken the first set. Just to sort of build on Ostapenko, we saw her in action yesterday. What you saw at Roland Garros, was that a flash in the pan, or do you think she's got multiple Grand Slam titles in her?
I do, actually. I don't think it was a flash in the pan. The way that she won in Paris was just incredible. She was just going for it on both wings. And straight away, when I saw that performance in the final, or actually really earlier on, I thought, this is a girl who's got a game that can be very, very effective on the grass courts. I was interested to see how she would come out in that first round match. It was a tight match, but she did all the right things. She got through it, most importantly. And I think as this tournament grows, Ostapenko, well, she could cause trouble for a lot of players again.
I suppose because that's the thing now, is that she's emerged on the biggest stage, won a Grand Slam title, her first title on the main WTA tour. So now players are going to know more about her. They're going to want to beat the French Open champion, and that's going to affect her mentally. She's going to have to play with really that mark on her back that she is a Grand Slam champion, and all the other players are going to want to beat her.
Well, I guess it depends what ways that she looks at it, and I don't think, looking at her character, it doesn't look like she's going to feel that pressure. I think with Ostapenko, she's a young woman who always believed one day she was going to win a Grand Slam, and she was the woman who took the opportunity. There was no fear in the way she played, and I really can't see how she's going to stop having that mindset.
Do you think that, as you said, the very aggressive, I mean, she really goes for it both sides, not really worried if she's going to make too many unforced errors. Does that translate well to the grass courts? Because we've seen in the past, particularly on the ladies' side, the players who play aggressively, Serena Williams is a great example, likes to try and hit as many winners as she can. That works well on grass.
Well, absolutely, but the one question mark on Ostapenko's game is that second serve. It sits up, and on a grass court that can be exposed. And that's my one question on her in terms of her ability right now to go on and do very well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she progresses now through to the second round, having won yesterday. Now, these are pictures from court number 16, a real treat for people with a ground pass this evening, getting to watch a battle of two lefties. Feliciano Lopez in your picture there, the number 19 seed, winning at Queens. Adrien Manarino is the player who's playing the Frenchman in fairly early stages of the first set. Now, Lopez, he said before Queens, it was always his dream to try and win that title. He's I suppose, slightly strange Spaniard in that he is a grass court specialist, brilliant on grass. And it was amazing to just see him win it, and it was a difficult final for him, wasn't it?
It was a difficult final, and he had a very big 2 weeks, because obviously he made the final in Stuttgart the week before, then he went right through into Queens. It was nice that he had that week's rest, because I think if he had have gone into this tournament without that rest, this match of early rounds, you could have seen a little bit of an upset. But I mean, it's the way that he plays the game that's just so beautiful to watch. His athleticism, I love the fact that he's just chipping and charging, commanding the net. And
he really is a fan's favourite. I know he's very popular with the ladies, isn't he? Absolutely, they love watching him. But like you said, it's almost harking back to an old era. You have to look at the Spanish flag next to his name to realise he's Spanish, because he plays the lovely slice. He likes to come in behind his shots, and it's good to, as you said, good to see that, because you don't see it too much from the other players.
Well, Adam, great point, because you don't see it actually from Spanish players. That's not what we expect from the Spanish players. And also, you're right, he is a bit of a favourite from the ladies. I think Judy Murray in particular thinks that he's quite a
Deliciano, she called him once on Twitter. A battle of two lefties here. Tell us about what it's like. Some would say, as Rafa Nadal and Feliciano Lopez an example, lefties have an advantage when they're playing a right-hander, because they can swing that big lefty serve out wide. But what's it like when a lefty's playing a lefty?
Well, it neutralises it. So basically it's just like two righties playing two righties, and obviously the lefty is so used to having that advantage whenever they play, especially on a grass court, because their serves can really swing out and take the opponent off the court. But on a grass court, whenever you're playing a lefty and a lefty's playing, well, there's not a great deal of difference. It's just neutral.
Lopez, I suppose, I mean, he is seeded here, so he's going to get a slightly better draw. He's playing a player who's unseeded, but he's someone, despite being a slightly lower seed, the higher seeds are going to want to avoid. They don't want to play Lopez early on, do they?
No,
he's a bad draw.
He is a bad draw. Nobody wants to see him in this tournament.
So, as you can see there, it's fairly tight in the first set, down there on that one. Feliciano Lopez 3-2 at the moment. Sorry, our monitor's just gone down, so it's just gone to 3-3 there in that one, early stages of the first set. Play continue on all of the outside courts. 25 minutes on the clock in that one, 3-3 there. So on court number 1, Dominic Thiem up against Vajek Pospisil, 6-4 the first set to Thiem, and 4-3 in the second set to Vajek Pospisil. London skyline over there that we're seeing. Having real issues with it. I'm trying to see what we're seeing, but we can perhaps head out to the touch screen. Are we going to be joining Nick? Yes, we can join Nick, who's out the touch screen. So yes, Nick, hello.
All right, hello there, everyone. Well, let's let's run through here and go about and see what's happened throughout the day. Little results. Obviously, we've heard about a guy named Roger Federer winning his 85th Wimbledon match today. He served ace number 10,000. If I can locate him on the draw, there he is. There he is, Mr. Federer. Let's roll the video. Taking on Alexander Dolgopolov. Now this was a match that we really thought Mr. Federer would have some trouble with. There we go. We thought Roger might have a struggle with Dolgopolov, but it was actually Dolgopolov who was having a little bit of a struggle with his body, pulling out with an ankle injury, shaking his head there. Obviously disappointed. Roger saying impressed. He knows that it's disappointing for the fans too. It came just after a retirement in the Novak Djokovic match as well. This is from earlier, Novak Djokovic taking on Martin Klizan. And again, you can see here Klizan pulling the cord early. Those were back-to-back matches on center court. Caroline Wozniacki's match, her match moving on to center court. Little hug there from the guys, Novak Djokovic. An easy day at the office. Looking here at Sasha Zverev, Alexander Zverev. He's now a top 10 player. He won a Masters 1000 earlier this year. Very happy with that performance. That's a guy who could go deep, the number 10 seed. Number 1 seeded Angelique Kerber. She was a finalist here last year. She did not need a retirement today. She goes straight sets over Irina Falconi. It feels good to finish on a winner. Kerber moves through into round 2. She gets Kirsten Flipkens in the second round. That's a dangerous opponent. A former semifinalist here is Flipkens. Nice exchange there with the American. Karolina Pliskova, a lot of people tipping her to win this title. She would be the potential semifinal opponent for Angelique Kerber. She's through in straight sets over Evgenia Rodina. Now this was a dangerous, dangerous first round for Agnieszka Radwanska against a former world number 1 in Jelena Jankovic. She got through the first set 7-6 and then 6-0. Radwanska has to be happy. The former finalist here in 2012, little handshake there. 2 WTA veterans there. Nice win out there today for Agnieszka Radwanska. Let's take a peek now. They've just come out. They're hot off the presses. Let's look at our order of play tomorrow. Center court. Well, it's going to start with Johanna Konta taking on Donna Vekic. Now, Vekic is actually a player who won a grass court title in Nottingham a couple weeks ago, so that'll be a dangerous second round. And Murray and Brown, Andy Murray, taking on Dustin Brown, second on center court. So we got 2 Brits back-to-back, and actually Donna Vekic beat Johanna Konta in the Nottingham final. So there's another little rematch there. Obviously, all eyes then will be on Andy Murray and Dustin Brown in that next match. We had Dustin Brown here earlier talking about that matchup against Andy. All eyes, not only British eyes, but tennis eyes will be on that. And then Rafael Nadal, he's back on center court. He played his first match on number 1 court, and then he'll be there second round there to start. Let's go to number 1 court. Nishikori taking on Stakhovsky to start. Kei Nishikori won in just 72 minutes in his first round match. And then we've got Wang Qiang, the Chinese player, against Venus Williams. Venus Williams, obviously a 5-time champion. Wang Qiang is a Chinese player that's only been getting better the last couple years here out on tour. She's made the transition from the pro circuit to the main tour. They met at the French Open in the first round, and Venus squeaked through, so we'll keep an eye on that. And then Simona Halep, the number 2 seed, taking on Beatriz Haddad Maia. She's the player, the Brazilian, who took out Laura Robson in the first round. So Simona Halep will obviously be favored there. And then number 2 court, it's Heather Watson. She won there last night, squeaking through in straight sets. She takes on Anastasia Sevastova in the second round. Watson coming off that great semifinal run at Eastbourne. She's looking to continue that momentum against the seed. And then Jo-Wilfried Tsonga taking on Simone Bolelli on number 2 court. And Florian Mayer against Marin Cilic. Is Cilic someone that perhaps we could watch now? I want to pull this out really quick before we throw it away. We were just talking about Jack Sock. Now, I thought that a ball had gone out into the crowd, but it was actually a towel. And Jack Sock says if anyone knows the kid that unfortunately had the towel ripped out of his hands, tweet his name at me and I'll be sure to get him one. So there was a tussle over a towel, and Jack Sock wants to find that kid who didn't get the towel. Does anyone know his name? I don't, but hopefully you do. Tweet at Jack Sock. Let's head out to Rob Walker and see what's going on out about on the All England Club.
Yeah, thanks very much. If you do know the whereabouts of the towel, let us know. Just keeping my voice down because there's plenty going on here. Good little match going on there on court 9 between Borna Koric of Croatia. Twice has made the third round of the French Open up against Ryan Harrison. Harrison has the advantage in this one. He's taken the first 2 sets. He's made the second round of Wimbledon and the third round of the US Open at the back end of last year. So many people crowding round to get a glimpse of that one. It's a really, really lovely evening. And as Adam Hunt was saying, up in our studio position, we've still got plenty of light left this evening for some cracking tennis. And Jeff, if you pan round to court 12, a really, really intriguing match between Grigor Dimitrov and Diego Schwartzman. Schwartzman's down this end of the court, Grigor Dimitrov down the far end. Now, it opened in a rather interesting manner because Dimitrov, from love 40 down, managed to hold serve, then broke immediately. Schwartzman broke back for 3-2, and then Dimitrov eventually came back and won it on a tiebreak, and he's a break up in this second set. So Dimitrov is serving down the far end of the court, 3-2 up in the second set, having taken the first on a tiebreak. But Schwartzman has made him work very, very hard for the advantage that he enjoys at the moment. And I think Cara Robinson was telling us earlier that they've played twice before, and in both of the previous matches, it's one apiece. It's gone all the way to a decider. So Schwartzman, the Argentinian, second round of the Australian Open at the start of this year, third round of the French. He is under some pressure here because he's a breakdown against Dimitrov. But it's a really, really strange match. Dimitrov, who's gone very deep here at Wimbledon. Remember, he made the semis here in 2014. He has been less than emphatic on his own service game, so it will be interesting to see whether he manages to hold serve here and edge himself closer to a 2-set advantage. Now, Jeff, pan round here because fortune favours us here. Jeremy Chardy has managed to win the second set against Thomas Berdych. He got 1 break point, took it, and he's been absolutely superb in this third set because in the early stages it looked as though it was Berdych in control of this match. But 1 set all, tiebreak, end of the third. Berdych serving with the trademark cap down the far end of show court 2 in the bright early evening sunshine. That one just wide, and you can tell by the look on Chardy's face that he's disappointed with that. He's playing brilliantly against the number 11 seed, the former finalist, because up until today's match, he'd only ever won 2 sets against Berdych in 4 previous meetings. So, can he, from 1 set down, win this tiebreak and move 1 set ahead? Berdych gets the mini break there. Real class with that forehand, almost bang on the line. Chardy under immediate pressure in this tiebreak. He's done so well to force this set to go all the way.
2-1.
An ace, a nice way of maybe settling down a few of those nerves, but he still needs to recover from that mini break. Berdych 1 up. The runner-up in 2010, quarter-finalist earlier this year in Stuttgart and Queens. Composing himself. Almost looked like there was a little puff of chalk there, and there's a spring in the step of Thomas Berdych, the 31-year-old from the Czech Republic, has been around a long time. It's his 14th Wimbledon, 55th Grand Slam. 3-1 up now. Momentum is with him in this third set tiebreak.
Birdie.
Chardy with an ace. Burdick there with a double fault. Mini break. Eradicated by an uncharacteristic error from the number 11 seed. Chardy trying to get the attention of the ball boy, who was focused on the net in front of him and now has the desired ball in his hand. 2-3. Two double faults in a row, and Chardy will be absolutely furious with himself there, especially bearing in mind he produced an ace towards the beginning of this tiebreak. So the mini advantage once again goes to Thomas Burdick. Both men displaying nerves here at a crucial stage of the match. 1 hour 42 minutes of tennis, and the crowd are getting involved here. They'd love to see this one go all the way. Chardy has never beaten Thomas Burdick. He's done really well to force his way back into this match, but surely he must win this next point on the tiebreak to maintain his belief that he can produce an upset here on court 2. Oh, great work there from Chardy. A little fist pump with the right hand. He was tested there. Force Burdick to bury the ball into the net. Burdick, though, still with the advantage, prowling around behind his baseline. Both ends of the court now bedecked in early evening sunshine. That roar is because Dimitrov has just held serve, so he maintains his break over on court 12. Noise from court 12 now settles. Burdick, second serve, 4-3 up. A little bit wild there from Jeremy Chardy, who looked towards the umpire.
Burdick
now within 2 points of securing the third set. Double fault earlier on, a timely ace, 129 miles an hour, and Chardy is staring once again at a one-set deficit. He has worked so hard in this match against a man he has never beaten. But from 3-6 down in this tiebreak, this is going to be a big comeback in this third set if he is to take it. Burdick on the verge of this third set then. Forehand fizzes down towards the right-hand baseline.
6-4.
Every point
Burdick.
is must win for the Frenchman at the moment. One down. Serving 4-6. An excellent serve, but he rushed towards it. And Jeremy Chardy, despite a great effort to get back in that set, has come out the loser of that tiebreak. So Thomas Burdick now leads by 2-1. A really cracking match, though, considering that Chardy has never beaten Burdick. He has forced him to work hard. What's that? 1 hour, 45 minutes on the clock. And just a really quick update over my left shoulder to court 12. And it is looking pretty good here for Grigor Dimitrov. Remember, he's already a break up And Schwartzman is love 40, serving on his own serve. So Grigor Dimitrov, if he manages to get a second break, will be serving for that second set, having taken the first 7-6. Dimitrov looking good on 12, and Burdick now, courtesy of winning that tiebreak, also looking very good value indeed against a very spirited Frenchman here on 2.
Thanks, Rob, for that update. Really entertaining match there on court 2, as you can see just behind us. You might be able to make out Rob down there watching court number 2. Thomas Berdych up against the Frenchman Jeremy Chardy. Difficult match for Berdych, but he's got that second set, 2 sets to 1 up. Now, let's check out the HSBC play of the day.
Quiet, please. Play.
And now the pressure back on this lady's shoulders.
Tremendous point. I don't know how Dasha actually just got underneath that forehand and whipped across court, because the approach was very well played.
Claire, what a shot there from Gavrilova, whipping it back cross court. What's the key to hitting that well? Because she did it perfectly.
Stay low, because Martix hit that ball with a slice, but under slice as well, because it moved away from her and she held onto her racket head so well as she kind of curved that back cross court. But that match, there was great atmosphere on the court today in that match, court 14.
Yes, it was really entertaining, because it seemed at one point, particularly in the third set, when no player really wanted to win it. One would get a break, one would get an opportunity, then the other one would come back into it. Great to watch that match on court 14. Now, we'll have plenty more from Claire to come in just a second. Claire Curran, a member of our team here at the Wimbledon channel. But now time to catch up with Rachel Stringer. Rachel.
So we've just dragged this chap off centre court. Josh Berry, how is Wimbledon day 2 for you?
Yeah, I think, Wimbledon's been absolutely fantastic. I'm, so unbelievably happy to be here. The emotions that are running through my veins are it's incredible.
You don't seem too happy. Is that because maybe you're quite tired because you're expecting your second child?
Yeah, I think obviously fatherhood's an enormous burden. I walk around and talk as if, I'm very, very burdened. There's the weight of the world on my shoulders and the weight of British expectation. Also, very tricky to try and sort of fish whatever this thing in my eye is out of my eye. It's been there since the start of my career, so yeah, tough times.
So Andy Murray, how's your brother Jamie? Obviously he got a title before coming into this, didn't he? Queen's was quite successful for him.
Yeah, well, it's probably better to to ask Jamie how that went. Jamie, how was winning Queen's?
Well, Andy, obviously, Queen's was absolutely fantastic to win that. It was, very, very special. And, it's weird because obviously we're both incredibly successful, but my voice is so incredibly high, and yours is right down here. So I don't really know what's quite going on there. It's almost as if, like, Andy stole all of Jamie's testosterone or something.
Well, let's move from the Murray brothers and let's talk about you've just won your 85th match here at Wimbledon. How was that?
Not particularly surprising. I'm very used to success. I've been so successful for all of my career for so many years now that, people tell me that I break records, and it doesn't really come that much as a surprise. I'm very, very happy to be at my home at Wimbledon, and I'm looking forward to lifting the trophy in 2 weeks.
We had a shock here, though. Your countryman, Stan the man, he dropped, or he kind of didn't go through, disappointed for him?
Well, I think maybe we should ask Stan. Stan, how are you feeling?
Well, yeah, for me, I am really disappointed for sure. I sound like I'm about to cry all the time anyway, so this loss in the first round is particularly bad.
Back dominating on clay, Roland Garros was pretty successful for you, wasn't it?
Well, first thing I want to say, thank you very much. No, for me a very special thing. Be here at Wimbledon. I'm going to try to learn to pronounce it in a few years. I am very happy for sure to be at Wimbledon. I am working hard and trying to fix my wedgie because that is a very big thing.
Eastbourne was quite successful for you. We didn't expect to see you down there. How was that to get down the coast in this country?
Well, I think that with my enormous presence and sense of self, it's very impressive for me to go to
Eastbourne, a very low-level tournament. You know, someone with my ego is very unlikely to go down there. So very, very happy to go and make the lives of all the people who are watching.
Well, you're here at Wimbledon. Are you expecting to win this year?
I don't know who that could go to, so I'm going to go with some John McEnroe.
Love it.
Let's do a bit more John. I'm not going to talk about Serena Williams because that could get you guys in all sorts of trouble. So let's just leave it there, and we'll finish.
So this guy, Josh Berry, an impressionist, of course, as you just saw there. Josh, I mean, where did you learn how to do all these impressions?
I think...
this can be in Josh, by the way, not anyone else.
Well, maybe I shouldn't reveal my voice is a lot less interesting than all of these beautiful multicoloured voices that I've been doing. It's not really, there's not really a kind of set learning process that you undergo. It's more just a kind of a general interest in the way that people's voices sound and the various kind of vocal tics people have. I was always very interested in that and developed into an impressions talent.
I was going to ask you as well, is it just the men's or do the ladies come out as well?
It is, yeah, it is the men's. That was well phrased. It is the men's, mostly. It's very difficult to kind of, my vocal range is so massively different to sort of a woman, so it's very hard to kind of do that. But yeah, it's not just tennis. There are some other people as well that I'm trying to work on and kind of expand outwards outside of tennis.
Well, maybe I'll chat a little bit more to you off camera and you can see if you can do my voice. And then you're coming back on Monday and we can put him to the test. Josh Berry, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Josh Berry there, an absolute master of the impressions. He can do all of them so well, but he just seems to be able to get... The thing that's brilliant is he does the voice perfectly, but also the little mannerisms, the way they move the head, Andy Murray touching his face, as he said there, he just captures it perfectly.
Well, I thought I watched a lot of tennis. I thought I knew a lot about tennis, but he must spend a lot of time at home watching a lot of tennis.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's very busy on the after-dinner speaking circuit doing those impressions. Now, time to head over to Craig O'Shaughnessy, who's at the touchscreen with some more analysis. Craig.
The Big Four dominate the discussion about who is going to finally win here next Sunday at Wimbledon. But what about those that are very close to them? Well, on court one right now, we have Dominic Thiem up 2-0 and a break in the third against Vasek Pospisil. Let's go out and see some of the statistics from that match and also some footage about what makes him so good. Page one stats I'm looking at here, eight forehand winners to 4 for Vasek, 4 backhand winners to 1. There's not a lot there that says who's doing well, but if we go to page 2 for Dominic Thiem, second serve points won and break points won here versus Vasek Pospisil. So when we look at all of the different statistics, these are the ones that stand out the most. Tennis essentially is a game revolving around second serve. So with first serve points won, it's about 3 out of 4. Second serves, 50-50 is a good day at the office. So we see here Dominic's having a great day at the office at 68%. Vasek, not so good at 43%. Let's run through a few points and get a good feel for what's happening in this match. We have Dominic Thiem serving. Nice kicker out wide. Great deep ball. Great return. And this is grass court tennis. There's so much more action at the front of the court. And hang on a second, where are these guys? Let's have a look at our court. We go down the singles line, cross the baseline, up the other singles line, and in here, there's nothing happening. These guys are nowhere to be found. One of them is halfway to the stands. The other guy is just returning from the court. But this is grass court tennis. Because the bounce is softer, there's so many more points that happen at the front of the court. And we've got the nice little bunt forehand winner down the line for Dominic Thiem. Very focused. Nice serve out wide, serve +1 forehand. And here we go. Here's another opportunity to coach all of the young players around the world. The first thing that stands out to me, let's have a look at Vasek. We see slice from the backhand. We also see he's back behind the baseline. So you need to pick up on this as an opponent. If we go to the other side, one of the things we're taught all the time is to recover to the middle of the court. Well, the middle of the court is right here. And we see that leaning over here from Dominic. He is going to be going over, out wide, through the ad court because he knows that this ball cannot come back down the line. In fact, if this ball goes down the line, he's going to get burnt cross court. So in this situation, we see the slice come back cross court. And that's going to allow Dominic Thiem the opportunity to upgrade to a forehand. This slice from Vasek is definitely trying to go to Dominic's backhand side, but it doesn't. Playing behind, a great way to win points on grass. And once again, great opportunity for some coaching. A very tough volley at the net, and look at the feet. We see the big stretch. And Dominic is moving inside. He knows if this ball does come back, it's going to be at the front of the court, and he's automatically moving forward in preparation. He doesn't yet know if it's over or not, and in fact, Vasek doesn't get it, but Dominic's in perfect position to cover the short ball. Dominic serving, good jam serve to the backhand, and once again, it's all about the forehand. He has one of the best, if not the best forehands in the world at the moment, and I say that because the spin rate at the French Open was judged to be higher than Nadal, and the power was judged to be higher than Nadal. And in this instance, you've got two options. You can go what we see here, which is our primary pattern, which we'll label P. The secondary pattern is going to the forehand over here, which we'll call an S. What we want to see here for a lot of you guys, go to the primary pattern, take the forehand to the backhand, and then start building the point. The percentages are definitely with you in this situation. Nice little drop shot. The number one place to hit a drop shot in tennis is a backhand down the line, just like we saw there. So as we progress through the championships and look at the draw, all the attention is going to be on Federer, Nadal, Djokovic and Murray. But those guys that are lingering around them have got a big chance, and none more than Dominic Thiem. So keep your eye on him. He's doing very well, up a couple of sets right now, and we're going to see exactly how far he can progress here at Wimbledon in 2017.
Thanks, Craig. Great stuff as always. So let's take you inside centre court. That's Caroline Wozniacki's player box there. Now, she's having a bit of trouble, as we were saying, Claire and I, earlier on in her match against Timea Babos. Wozniacki won the first set 6-4. Babos took the second set 6-4, and it is 1-1 at the start of the third set. But Wozniacki is certainly not happy at the moment because a few things that have been happening with the ball girls, where they've been standing. She's not playing in the best of moods at all, and she's struggling against Babos, so we can join the commentators there.
That might just restore the confidence of Timea Babos. Nice little drop shot.
Pressure is a funny thing, isn't it? You know, where was that kind of a shot in the last game? That's all she needed.
The timing is out though. She's been making mishit after mishit, using more frame than string.
Out. 40-15.
Well, from 40 love up, she's only won 1 point since then, Babos. 40 love in the previous game. Good wheels from Wozniacki, but covered well by Babos.
It's Wozniacki.
So Wozniacki moving to 2-1 there. You can continue watching live coverage over on BBC or ESPN. Now, Claire, we weren't really able to see exactly what happened. We were told that a little bit of discomfort, I suppose, from Wozniacki, what was happening with the ball girls. She wasn't quite happy with where they were standing, not perhaps in the best frame of mind, because, I mean, she's been struggling against Babos. Is that in character with her? Is she that before?
That's so unusual, isn't it, from Wozniacki? We never think
she's
of
normally
her.
Quite relaxed, isn't
we never see any diva qualities in Wozniacki, so she's obviously under quite a lot of pressure in that match, but she's a very good competitor. That's one of her great qualities, and it looks to me that she started to get a little bit of momentum from what I saw in that match. And I think that's great for her, but I think she's also got to be really, really careful at this point, because, like I said at the start of the show, Babos is a big hitter, and if Babos gets out there in this set and starts really hitting through the ball, Wozniacki could be in trouble.
Could it be sort of the pressure, the weight of expectation? She knows that perhaps I don't want to have to look back on my career having not won a Grand Slam, because I got to a #1, that box is ticked, but I haven't won a Grand Slam yet. The pressure perhaps getting to her, the feeling, I really want to try a bit too hard.
I'm not sure, because I don't know whether she would think that Wimbledon is the place that she's going to have that success. Of course, there's so much talk about anybody could do it right now, but you know, she's had a long day. She's been waiting around. Nobody really knows. Whenever you're one of those matches that is to be called, you don't know whether you're going to go on court 18, which is a big court, court 1, or centre, which you're probably really deep down really hoping for. So there'll be a lot of kind of anxiety before today's match, but you know, she may be just frustrated because she didn't expect that Babos would come out and perform so well today, and obviously she has, and she's in a battle.
How difficult is it for a TBA match? Because you don't know how quick. I mean, often, as we see on the order of play here, it says not before 5 o'clock, so you know you're not going to be on any earlier than that, but it's quite difficult mentally to know, I don't know what court I'm going to be on. A lot of confusion there, perhaps.
A lot of confusion, and today what was strange about today, obviously, is we've had two withdrawals on centre court. So not only are they a TBA, but they got on very early.
They were right on at 5.
They were right on, and I think you've got to also think, whenever you are a TBA, you might not even get on, because the matches might be going on so late. Might be a bit of rain. Of course, you kind of have an idea about that. So it's a tricky one, and usually the TBAs, they're put there because they're a big match at the end of the evening. So you've also got that to contend with, because you know that this is a tough match you're up against, and yeah, not easy situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentally as well, that you have to. I suppose you've got a long time to wait for that big match. Just another match we haven't, I suppose, touched on too much in the time we've been speaking. But Dominic Thiem, Vasek Pospisil, they're on court #1. Dominic Thiem, #8 seed. He's taken the first 2 sets 6-4, 6-4. He's got a break in the third set as well, 3-2. A lot of people were picking that one to be an upset, because Pospisil is great on a grass court.
Well, that was my pick of the day. So it's really that's a great result so far by Thiem. If he gets through that match in 3 sets. Because Popsil, he obviously beat Andy Murray in Indian Wells earlier in the year, and he had started to find some real form, but also he plays an aggressive style of tennis, and I thought that with his variety and slice and coming forward, I thought that he could cause the young Austrian a few problems today. Clearly, it's not the case.
Do you think Dominic Thiem, as we know, he's a great clay court player, played brilliantly at Roland Garros. Do you think he's got a chance to go deep into the second week here, or is he still learning how to play on a grass court?
I think he's beaten Federer on grass, so
that's not bad,
yeah, that's not a bad win. But you know, he's got that beautiful backhand that he can mix up with his slice. He's got weapons out there, and you know, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time for somebody to really understand how to use their strengths on the grass court, and he's matured as the year's gone on. So that's a very good performance if he gets through that match that quickly and in that style.
Absolutely, we're seeing the moon high above there, some brilliant shots that we see of all around the grounds. It really is a picture on sunny evenings like this, brilliant. If you are at home and you're perhaps weighing up the idea about perhaps coming down to grab a ground pass and watch the tennis, it's been brilliant. Claire, it's been really fun. Thank you so much for your time here on day 2 at the All England Club. We'll leave you in the capable hands of the radio team for the rest of the day.
He's got the ability, especially on a grass court, with how much he's improved his serve and his returning is better, and so I think he's got a chance against anybody that he plays. whether you string those matches together in a row is I guess what it comes down to. But no, he's been improving. It's been steady improvement. His best result at a slam so far is third round. So if he can go any further than that, then he'll be obviously happy with it. But no, I think I'd like him to go into every match that he plays with the real genuine belief that he can win, because he absolutely can.
And if he can show half that resilience that he did against Karlovic yesterday, then that would be fantastic. Nick, thank you so much.
No
we
problem.
really appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us here. I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you again before the end of the championships. That would be great.
Let's hope so.
A little bit of sibling rivalry. I think Naomi's thinking, yeah, all right, that's my job.
She definitely gets more airtime than me, I think.
Nick Cavaday's brilliant. Thanks very much. Really, really good to talk to you. Let's get an update from the Crow's Nest now, and Richard Kaufman.
Yeah, Grigor Dimitrov may be closing in on the match here because Diego Schwartzman is serving 30-40. Remember, Dimitrov's taken the opening 2 sets and is already a break up in the finals. And this third set could be the final set, of course. Maybe a Freudian slip there, but Dimitrov just pads a backhand into the net. So break point serve that saved there by Diego Schwartzman. Now the battle of the first round losers, sorry to call them that, but 7th time lucky maybe for Paolo Lorenzi, even though he's lost in the first round here on 6 previous occasions, never got through to the second round. He is seeded number 32 here, and he's just damaged one of his rackets, so he's just changed that racket. Lorenzi took the opening set on court number 8 on a tiebreak pretty comfortably to just 2 points. So 7-6 he took the opening set against Zeballos of Argentina, and early stages of the second set. Maybe just stick with me here because Grigor Dimitrov has another break point here against Diego Schwartzman, and if he grabs this one, surely there'll be no way back for the Argentine. He played very well at the French Open, but against a former semi-finalist here in Dimitrov, and his first serve from the Argentine. Schwartzman goes in the net. Second serve to the backhand of Dimitrov. Nicely done by the Bulgarian. Now the backhand slice onto the forehand of Schwartzman. Schwartzman again with the forehand, exchanging forehands now at the baseline. Goes around the ball there, does Dimitrov on the forehand, and a backhand into the net from Diego Schwartzman. So surely now Dimitrov edging ever closer to round 2 again. He's 4-1 up in the third set, having taken the first 2, and that's 2 breaks to the good as well.
In on number 2 court and get an update from Lucy R.
I'm out here on number 2, and a few people have left the court, but there's a decent crowd out here. I've got the 11th seed, Thomas Burdick, up against Jeremy Chardy. Burdick won the first set 6-3. Chardy took the second 6-3. Burdick took the third on a tie-break. And it's the Czech man that's been able to get the early break in the 4th set. As Chardy, it manages to just hold serve, though. Burdick is 4-3 up in the 4th set.
And by 2 sets to 1.
Lucy, thanks very much indeed. Well, this is quite intriguing, isn't it? Chris Wilkinson alongside me, Mary Rhodes, here on the Wimbledon radio channel and here on centre court. When we knew that we were going to have a bit of a battle between Timea Babos and Caroline Wozniacki, but it's Wozniacki who now has the advantage in the 3rd set, the final set. She has a 4-1 lead, so Babos has it all to do, Chris.
She does. I mean, Wozniacki's turned this around well. It looked like she was struggling at the end of the second and the beginning of the third, but what she does, she shows really good resilience. You know, really tough competitor out here. And, you know, you stay on court long enough, you solve the problems, and she's been able to turn this one around, is looking very healthy now.
So we were talking coaching just a couple of minutes ago with Nick Cavaday. So if you were Babos's coach now and you were able to go and talk to her, what would you say?
Don't panic. I think it's easy to look at the scoreline and think, OK, you know, I'm done. Stay on court as long as you can. Make life difficult for the opponent. I mean, tactically, haven't really been really involved in watching every point. But I think at this stage, you can't just give up. You've got to make it tough for your opponent. You know, run every ball down, because every ball you get back, it's just sowing that seed of doubt in the opposition's mind. So certainly that's what I'd be saying. Just stay out there as long as you can.
It's Retirement Tuesday, I think is how we're going to dub it. We've just had another retirement out on court 17. Janko Tipsarevic has just retired against Javid Donaldson. Right, let's pick up here on centre court. Timea Babos is coming out to stay in this match. She's serving at 1-4. And your team here, Barry Cowan and Richard Connolly.
New balls for Babos, who from 1-love in this decider has dropped 4 games in a row. And I'm afraid her level has dipped rather alarmingly just when it seemed like she was grabbing hold of this match. The prospect of beating a top 10 player in the world for the first time in singles ever for her. But she missed a simple volley, and Wozniacki now is chasing everything down, and even her opponent is applauding as she raced up to net and flicked a cross-court winner beyond Babos.
Yeah, and at times what maybe she lacks in terms of power, she certainly makes up for it in terms of determination and athleticism. That was some forehand on the run. Sheer determination from Wozniacki.
Who was really cross during that second set. Left the court at the end of it, was broken immediately at the start of the decider, but has just kept giving Timea Babos an extra ball to play, and Babos has begun to doubt herself and is now quite deep into the doubting process.
Well, our straw poll yesterday was the most determined player. Our straw poll today was who was the most determined player yesterday. That point, a couple of points ago, was the most determined moment I've seen today.
Yeah.
Her sheer willingness to chase that ball down.
Babos finds a first serve, a big first serve. Can she follow it up with a forehand? She could, but the backhand volley she's made is a poor one, and even those doubles skills that have made her one of the most feared doubles players on the circuit are letting her down.
Unfortunately, she's mentally beaten right now. She's just been ground down by the opportunity to claim a big win, but also by her stubbornness of her opponent.
It's her 6th appearance in the singles at Wimbledon, Babos, and she's never been beyond round 2. She has the raw materials to go much further than that.
Well, since that backhand volley that she missed, incredibly, was it one love 40-30? Yep. And then she missed the overhead to lose a serve at 2-1. It's a sorry state, really, since then.
She was 1 love 40 love, and here she is serving at 1-4, 15-40. 2 points for a double break in the decider here for Wozniacki. They're virtual match points. Babos's first serve is good and deep. The forehand, though, is into the net from the Hungarian. She turns away. Well, I was going to say disgruntlement, but it's stronger than that. I think she's almost devastated, actually, because she knows what's happened here. She's banging her racket strings against her shoes.
Well, this match is not forehands or backhands or serves. This match is about mental. One player believing whatever score they were going to win, and one player not believing that they could win. It's a pity because she played such good tennis, really. Both sets, first and second.
And all of a sudden, Wozniacki is serving for the match at 5-1 in the decider. And already 15 love to the good. Serve out wide. Babos trying to hit a forehand. She's still thinking about the previous game. You can see her shaking her head as she prepares to return. Maybe even be, as Barry says, the second game of this set. It may be the volley that she missed.
And right now she's thinking about them.
Yeah, she certainly is. What she's not doing is plotting a way back into this match, I don't think. Wozniacki with a second serve. Babos with a backhand. Wozniacki into the forehand corner. Now up the line. Babos will go with the backhand. It's long. It's long.
Well, it's horrible to be in this position, and most tennis players have been in this position where you just can't do the basics. She can't put the ball in the court. Something that was easy for her to do in the second set.
She played such a terrific second set.
But it wasn't as if Wozniacki played a bad second set.
No.
It was brilliant from Babos.
30 love. Wozniacki serves down the centre, looking for the ace, just missing it. At various times in this match, if you've not been with us all the way throughout, Barry has compared Babos's serve to Serena Williams and a backhand slice to Roger Federer. That's been how impressive she's been at times. And there with a powerful return and a little off forehand to follow it up, she gets on the board in this game. Those have been the high peaks, but the range has just not been long enough.
But even though she hit the winner there, there's no sparkle in her body language.
No.
She's just, she's playing out time here, Babos.
Kind of breaks your heart a little bit, doesn't it? But for Wozniacki, well, let's pay tribute to her determination, and she's thumped down an ace there. And the number 5 seed is about to make her way through to round 2.
Well, she's a tough competitor, and she's shown all that toughness in this set. And that could stand her in good stead for potentially her best run at Wimbledon. Never got past the 4th round.
Match point to Caroline Wozniacki, and she seals it with an ace and a big come on. And she strides purposefully to the net. An exercise in resilience from Caroline Wozniacki. And the centre court crowd stands to applaud them both. Wozniacki blows kisses to the crowd and applauds. But the crowd will give a warm hand also to Timea Babos, who has played a superb match in spells, but disappeared in the third set, losing 6 games in a row, and will reflect on her mind letting her down when it got really important in this match on centre court. An opportunity missed by the Hungarian, but one that was seized in both hands by the number 5 seed, Caroline Wozniacki, and she moves into round 2.
Yeah, the second set was brilliant from Babos. She started the third set in exactly the way she would have wanted, but just blinked. And as soon as you start protecting your lead, you're in trouble in this sport. But Wozniacki, she's worked her way back into the top 10. She's worked her way back into the position where she's winning these types of matches. And you know, another match that she's been able to win in the third set, that's now 10 out of 16. You compare that to Babos, who's only won 3 out of 13. So the match that was won in the mind from the 5th seed.
Wozniacki is through 6-4, 4-6, 6-1.
Let's join Arvin Palmer and Peter Marcato on number 1 court.
Match point number 2 for Dominic Thiem on the Vasek Pospisil serve. It's 30-40. As Pospisil serves down the tee and misses. Misses big. Crowd thought it was in. It was nowhere near being in. Second serve. And serve onto the back. It's a double faults. He's not going to challenge. And Dominic Thiem, a class above today. And really, on that performance, should be inserting himself into one of the contenders for the title. 6-4, 6-4, 6-3. He salutes the crowd. He got the job done in 1 hour and 55 minutes over a tricky opponent. But he comes through unscathed and sets up a second round meeting with Gilles Simon.
Oh, just such an impressive performance from start to finish. I was expecting some sort of dip along the way from Thiem, under so much pressure really from the Pospisil serve, but he returned so well. That dip did not come. He looked so sharp, looked so comfortable out here.
Well, that's why I sort of thinking that he could do some damage in the second week, just purely on how solid his performance was. He gave nothing away today.
Yeah, return game looked in great shape, served incredibly well. You just look at the numbers, no real looking for Pospisil there. Didn't face a single break point.
And he gets the job done over Vasek Pospisil, 1 hour and 55 on court. 6-4, 6-4, 6-3.
Yeah, good performance there from Dominic Thiem. And just a short while ago, this happened on court 12.
Well, when Grigor Dimitrov's at his best, he's a joy to watch, and he has been that joy to watch here in this match. 3 match points, 40 love, serves it down the middle, rolls around on the forehand and plays it beyond Diego Schwartzman for a really convincing victory. They're on their feet in the grandstands on court number 12. He struggled a little bit in the first set, had to come through on a tie break. Schwartzman is actually serving for that set. But after that, it was very convincing. 7-6, 6-2, 6-2. The number 13 seed, Grigor Dimitrov, very comfortably in the end through to round 2.
So, Chris, a couple of pretty seemingly straightforward victories there. One for Dominic Thiem first against Vasek Pospisil.
That's a good win. I actually, when we were speaking up on the roof early on during the day, I kind of looked at that one and thought this could be a tough one for Thiem, because Pospisil is a good grass court player. And I thought that he could have done a lot of damage there against Thiem, who hasn't won too many matches on grass this year. So to see Thiem come through that one, that's good news. Dimitrov getting through, I mean, exciting player to watch as well. He's had good success on grass over the years, but he actually plays Marcus Baghdadis, who we covered earlier when he beat James Ward. So that could be an interesting matchup as well.
And the other one that we just heard from Richard Kaufman there, Naomi, Grigor Dimitrov through in straight against Diego Schwartzman.
Yeah, I don't think that's unexpected at all. I mean, of course, he's a seed, and I think he plays much better on grass.
against Schwartzman. I don't think he's really the best on grass. So yeah, pretty straightforward for him, and yeah, pretty expected.
Pretty expected. We've been racing through the matches today, and it's been I think that moment where if you're in charge of trying to schedule them, I still don't know how that works. And I've spoken to the club about this in years past. When you've got matches, you've got players retiring. We've had, I think, probably 4 of those today. Yeah. At least 4, 2 on centre, we had 1 on 5 and another one on court 17. And these jigsaw pieces that they will have to slot in place. I mean, it's quite some task, isn't it?
Wait until they've got doubles to take into consideration as well. You've got players in singles, doubles and mixed. It's an absolute nightmare.
So still some matches going on the first Tuesday of the Championships, including on number 2 court, Jeremy Chardy and Thomas Burdick. And Lucy Isles watching that for us. Lucy.
I am. We've been out here 2 hours and 21 minutes, and Thomas Burdick has found himself serving for the match. He's 30 love up here at 5-4 in the 4th set. He was the one that got the first break in the 5th game. Chardy did have a break point in the 8th game, unable to convert it, as we've got a baseline exchange here. Tight one there from Burdick, and the backhand winner just leaving Chardy stranded in the middle of the court. And that does bring up 3 match points for Thomas Burdick. I have to say, it has been a lively crowd out here when Burdick and Chardy came out. After the change of ends, there was, I think it was a standing ovation for Chardy, so a lot of French fans here as Burdick serves down the tee, and it's an unreturnable, and the 11th seed, Thomas Burdick, of course, former finalist here at Wimbledon, is able to come through against Jeremy Chardy. He wins 6-3, 3-6, 7-6, 6-4.
Thank you, Lucy. And just a couple of other results to tell you about on court 14. John Isner, a straight sets victor over Taylor Fritz. And also, just name a word on this one on court 7. Julia Gorgas beaten by Lisa Sorenko.
Yep, Lesia Sorenko, very strong player, does well on the grass as well. Has been having a pretty good year. That was a tight one, though. 3 sets, 2 tie breaks. The first set went to Gorgas 7-6. 5 in that tie break, and the other one went to Sorenko 8 in that breaker. So not sure. I have to check whether Gorgas had any match points there, but quite possibly. And Sorenko coming through 6-4 in the 3rd. Again, I'm not surprised by that at all, but I bet that would have been a great match.
And earlier on today, you watched Radwanska. Is that right?
I did not watch Radwanska.
Oh, sorry. I'm confusing you
I
with
watched
somebody else.
Pliskova. I watched Pliskova earlier, and that was absolutely stunning. She just looked great. I have to say, though, Rodina doesn't have much power about her game, and she had a lot of time, and I think it made Pliskova look even better than normal. But boy, did she look like she is on a mission, and that's her 5th match in a row on grass. And Pliskova got her eyes on the prize.
I'm yet to find anybody in our team at the Wimbledon radio channel who isn't backing her for the title.
Well, I think she's great. I think she's a brilliant role model as well for kids. She's got such a different personality. She's very quiet, doesn't necessarily, get involved in the drama and all of the stress that can surround tennis so much. It was raining the other day. At one of the clay court events a few weeks ago, before in the lead up to Roland Garros, it was raining, it was drizzling. They said, right, just go off court and just wait for a minute. And she said, no, it's fine, I'll just stay here. She just sat on the court. She's just not fussed, and I think it's brilliant because she's not fussed about anything but what she's doing and what her coach is telling her to do. And she just couldn't care what people think of her, what anybody's saying. And I think that's a great attitude actually to have, just getting on with business. And it's really nice to see that because a lot of the female players, particularly a lot of the men as well, but a lot of the female players, sometimes there's so much stress around, and I understand that it's so emotional and the anxiety, it can be quite overwhelming at times, but she's just not fussed. I just don't think she cares whether it's match point or well, she does care. Yeah. She cares a lot, and you do know that, but she doesn't care what other people think, and I think that's quite rare.
Yeah, and actually, what a wonderful attitude to have. But you're probably either wired that way or you're not.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's quite tough, especially with the game that she plays. She's always hit a lot of errors.
Hold her back then at the top end. She hasn't won a Grand Slam yet, has she?
No.
So could that be? I'm just saying, maybe that's got her to a point. I don't know the answer, but is she missing that edge?
But it's what you're saying, Naomi, that she doesn't care about all the other stuff. She cares very much about her own game and sort of being in the moment, but she doesn't care about all the peripheries.
Yeah, absolutely. And she, you know, she's had a lot of areas to improve, and her rise has been, you know, absolutely fantastic. Her strike is just unquestionable. It's insane. The timing, the sound off of the ball, the pop, and with such ease it comes. It's just a flick of the wrist, and it's just traveling through the air so fast. And you know, everything's so easy, but, you know, there's a lot of work that's gone in. It's been quite hard. Her natural talent took her to a certain level, probably took her to about the top 50, and she's had to really work on her intensity. It has improved, even though it kind of looks like she's strolling around the place a lot of the time. It's really improved, as has her concentration. She used to just switch off, but I don't mean switch off as in lights out. Like, I don't even think she was thinking about the tennis match for parts of the time, and that's gone now. She's really right in there every time and competing and fighting for every point, and she still has a lot that she can improve in her game, which is what I think is so exciting about her.
Are you in the Pliskova camp, Chris?
I enjoy watching her play. She's, as Naomi says, she's a great striker of the ball, hits it as sweet as anything. Obviously lacks a little bit of the mobility around the court. I think that's probably an area which she has been working on and needs to get better at. But I actually picked her to win the tournament. She was one of my picks, so we will see. I know we had this discussion the other day. I do think anyone can win, but if I had to choose someone, then I did actually go for her, because she won in Eastbourne as well. So she's coming into here with, you know, a bit of grass court form as well, which is always important.
Let's call in on number 3 court and get an update from Robbie.
Thanks very much. First set's gone the way of the southpaw, Lucy Safarova, carving her way around Doden so far. Just 27 minutes to wrap it up. Lucy's looked very good. I think too much firepower, too much experience for Doden. And I've got a sneaky feeling this one's going to be as quick as the one that was before me, Mary. Safarova very much in control of proceedings here.
Yeah, you know you've done it now, don't you?
Why?
Well, when you say, oh, I think this is going to be as quick as the one before, it's that commentator's curse.
Oh, yes. No, I've got a lot of faith in Lucy. I've always been a big fan of her. She's playing some good tennis this year as well. She's played well in Birmingham, won a couple of matches there before losing to Petra Kvitova. And I just think she's got way too much in her locker for Doden.
OK, so you're backing Safarova. We will be back with you, Robbie, and see if that comes good.
I will bring you up to date on every breaker serve, OK, Mary?
Good man. Excellent. Now, a short while ago, probably, I don't know, about 10 minutes or so ago, Caroline Wozniacki came through took 3 sets, though, against Timea Babos, and afterwards the former world #1 spoke to Phil Jones.
Caroline, well done on getting through. There seemed to be one big turning point in that match at the start of the third set, second game. How did you reverse the momentum that she'd built up to that point?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I just kept fighting for every point, and I was down a break early in both sets, and she had 40 love on her serve, and somehow I managed to kind of pull it out, and then I got over to the easier side to play on where there was more shade, and then I kind of started hitting the ball a little bit better and a little bit more precise.
Talking about momentum, you're carrying some in here, obviously, from your fine performance at Eastbourne. Did you feel in that same kind of rich vein of form today at any point?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I feel like I'm in good shape, but the first round is always tricky, and to me, as a great player, she serves big, so I knew I had to be ready from the first ball, and she definitely gave me a lot of competition today.
And what about when you're one of the sort of floating matches in the draw, you don't know what court you're going to play on, and then suddenly you're put on centre court of all courts?
Yeah, I love playing on centre court. It's a very special feeling to be out there in a special court. So I love being out there, and it's definitely what we train for, is to be out there.
And in terms of what you feel you can do here in the tournament, was it 11 years you were junior champion here? You've been here many times. I know you love the place. You must feel good about it.
Yeah, I feel good about it. I love playing on grass, and I love Wimbledon. So, I take it one match at a time. Today was tough. I'm happy to be through, and hopefully, I can get some good recovery in and then be ready for the next one.
See you next round. Well done.
Yeah, thanks.
Caroline Wozniacki speaking to the BBC's Phil Jones. Naomi, there we go again. The good old one match at a time. She's playing it very cool and low-key, but how far do you think she could go this year?
I think she can go far. With Wozniacki's game, she's always in it. because she's always going to go out there, work incredibly hard, be physical. She's going to make a lot of balls. And that gives you a chance against anybody. And we know how up and down players can be and how important momentum is. And she really pounces on momentum when she feels it swinging in her direction. And whoever she's playing against just makes maybe 2 or 3 errors within a short space of time. She knows that's her time to shine, because she doesn't have the big weapons. And it's not necessarily that she sits back and allows people to miss. It's you know, she is, you know, a bit more on the passive side, and, you know, she admits she's a grinder, and that's what she does. She does it unbelievably well. But she forces a lot of errors just with her movement. Her recovery is really excellent, and it means that if she's playing a big striker, like when she was playing Babos today, it means that Babos always has a small target to hit into. And over the course of a 3-set match, that can get very, very tiring. It's much easier, obviously, playing into big open space, just knock the ball away. But when you've got somebody charging back to the middle, she's back in the middle before you hit your shot. You've got 2 small targets. You can overthink it. You can overpress. So there's a lot more to her game than I think people give her credit for. Absolutely. But I think she can cause anybody issues. Is she a contender? I mean, she absolutely can win it, but she's not on my list of contenders for the title. I mean, and I say she can win it, and that doesn't sound like I'm agreeing with myself there, does it?
But having a little argument with yourself over there, Naomi.
I'm changing my mind.
Can we join in?
No, what I mean is that she can win it, but it's dependent on a lot of other players not playing their best. So she's not one of the favourites. Like, it's not like she can just blast people off the court.
Sure.
So if she gets through, according to her seedings, let's say quarter-final, she would then come up against Pliskova. So that could be interesting, and maybe before Mladenovic. Not sure if she plays next round. Who won out of Irani and Pironkova?
Pironkova just won 6-1, 6-4.
So she's pretty decent on grass. She's a former semi-finalist here, wasn't she? Pironkova a few years back. So that's a pretty tough second round.
Well, Pliskova and Wozniacki had a great match in Eastbourne, didn't they? And that was it was really tight. Pliskova just had too much, but then to even it out a little bit, Wozniacki far more experience than Pliskova. I mean, Pliskova really hadn't achieved anything in Grand Slams until US Open last year. You know, really quite phenomenal. Her best result here is second round. So I think it could be interesting.
So in the same way that you were talking about Pliskova and not caring about what's going on outside, she just concentrates on her game and on the particular match, and she's not bothered by any of the peripheries. When Wozniacki was world #1, I mean, that's a different matter, isn't it? When you've got lots of talk about you and around you, trying to fence all of that off and not take any of that in and not... Well, criticism, really, you know, being levelled at you, that's a tough position to be in.
Well, how fascinating would it be? I mean, Pliskova has a very strong chance of finishing this tournament #1. It would just be so interesting because, as you said, it's a completely different kettle of fish when you're #1. How great did Angelique Kerber look until she became #1? And, you know, quite frankly, I think she may have hated every second of being #1. And
that's my point.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, because I don't think she ever expected to be anywhere near as good as she is. And I think, you know, so with Angelique Kerber, you know, she was stuck at the low 150s, 180s for a little while, for a few years, just like Konta was, and, you know, hovering around there. Then had this great burst through all the way up to the top 10. And she had her wobble and had to kind of readjust and figure things out and get used to being #10. And the way she dealt with being at that standard was to just crack on with working hard. She buried herself in getting into physically the most insane shape. She's an incredible athlete, how strong her legs are, and just getting better and better and better. And then and she was just focused on that, didn't worry about anything else. She won a couple of Grand Slams. Amazing. I mean, beating Serena Williams in a final of, you know, Australian Open, you know, she won it the hard way. And, you know, and she became #1. And as soon as she became #1, it's almost like she just got diverted off that track, and the distractions are too much and the pressure's too much. And I think you have to add into the mix as well that she would have been well aware that she wasn't the best player in the world, and it was kind of down to circumstance. And not every tournament she was playing, but whenever Serena was around, she wasn't the favourite to win it, but she had number one next to her name. So that, I don't know how she felt about it, but she obviously hasn't been entirely comfortable. Maybe she felt like, she wasn't the best player, she didn't deserve the number one title. But I mean, she won 2 Grand Slams and made a final. It's a phenomenal year. And with Wozniacki, she thoroughly deserved being number one. And Wozniacki is bothered about what else is going on, though. She's very much involved in the other sides of her life on tour and being a celebrity, and really enjoys all of it.
But do you think, Chris, that could be to the detriment of her game?
It could be. Maybe the thoughts are elsewhere. Maybe that it's not tunnel vision. Where the thing is, you've got a lot of players who it's the only one thing in their life is just being a tennis player, and the young kids coming up, that's all they want. They just want to achieve in the game, and they're just focused on the tennis. But I think for these top players as well, they've got to make use of their time in the limelight. There's big contracts around for things like modelling, working on your profile as well. And Wozniacki it's no secret has made good use of who she is.
Let's return to Robbie, who's on number 3 court for us. Robbie.
I certainly am. Lucy Safarova is just doing me right here. Lovely breaker serve in the 3rd game. Forehand return winner to go up 2-1 and looking to consolidate now at 30 love here. And it is such a lovely time of the day, Mary, when the shadows start to make their way across the court. For me, it was always the time of day when I used to love practicing the most. Late afternoon, then go and do a bit of physical training thereafter. Plenty of good memories, feel good factor. Some people are early morning people. I was always kind of a late afternoon. And just watching the fans, it doesn't get much better than this British summertime, Wimbledon, late afternoon, watching good tennis.
It is a very, very special time, and I think, Robbie, anyone who has that kind of dedication, wants to squeeze every last drop out of their day here at the Championships, if they do just stay on that a little bit longer and think, hey, do you know what, I'll get the next train.
Yes.
They're richly rewarded.
Well, I've got a friend of ours that's out from South Africa. They've gone to watch their son play cricket, and they're also tennis lovers. They're here today, and she's literally said to me, Robbie, I will be here till the last ball is hit. They're going to have to kick me out of this place. So exactly as you were suggesting.
She could have come and joined me then, because that's exactly what happens with me. The difference is that I get paid to be here.
Yes, I mean,
and what a privilege that is.
Don't tell our bosses that.
What, that it's a privilege, or I'm expecting to get paid, or both?
Yes, both.
Yeah, both. All right, thanks very much indeed, Rob. We will be back with Robbie on number 3 court shortly. And if you were wondering what was happening to Francis Tiafoe, who was a player that Wayne Ferreira was bigging up earlier on and saying what a talent he is still there on court 6, slugging it out against Robin Haase. The experienced player from the Netherlands, but he had his opportunities. Did Tiafoe of the United States, and at the moment, well, it's in the 4th set, and Tiafoe is serving at advantage at 4-5. So I predict that could go once the shadows have even passed over the court. Right, a short while ago, we have kept Rupert Bell busy over the last couple of days. A slightly croaky voice, but he's been powering on manfully. And a little while, we sent him just to go out and about.
Well, I've come to an area which used to have tennis on it last year, court 19. It doesn't anymore. It's now a little oasis of calm. But just to my left, there's a lot of people going into the British Lawn Tennis Association suite here, and Andrew Castle is also good. I've dragged him out of there.
Yes, you do realise that there are cold flutes of champagne in there, and I'm talking to you instead of that. You realise
you're broadcasting, it's very important that you're disciplined.
I'm going to be very disciplined. I'm giving out the awards today. It's the Aegon British Tennis Awards. It's the 2nd year of them, and we have a number of categories, and people have come from all over the country having been nominated. I mean, literally thousands and thousands of nominations, and it's just a celebration. That's what this is, and an encouragement for people who do so much good work.
Yeah, because all sport need volunteers, and tennis is no exception, because at the grassroots level You need, well, coaches, you name it, umpires, you name it, to support the growth of the sport.
You've got to bring things together at a local level, and there's several people in there whose stories are just simply unbelievable. So I'm looking forward to telling them. Not in great tomes or anything. We're just going to, we keep it nice and tight and bright. But everybody has a story to tell, and you're quite right about volunteers. Oddly enough, in the last 10 years, across the piece, sports participation is down, except in the last year. And I think the LTA should take some credit for this. Participation is up. Now, it's not easy in an iPad, millennial generation, and so many other people and activities vying for their attention. But participation is up, and you have to keep that going.
And that was, we've noticed in this country, cricket is a case in point, and a new broadcaster. One of the whole points of it was we've got to increase participation. And, again, LTA have said, right, this has to happen. And it also leads on to funding. So there's wider ramifications. So the sports governing bodies know how important it is to get people to encourage people to play.
Well, it's changed my life, and it's changed a lot of people's lives. I mean, sport just changes people's lives. Being around people of like mind, being physical, learning the sort of values that go with an individual sport, personal responsibility, the reward for effort, and just having a good time. So I fail to understand, actually, in this country, on a wider point, why we concentrate so hard on the academic side, and we understand schools, universities, etc., concentrate so hard on the academics, perhaps it's league tables and the influence of them, whereas our physical beings, at a basic level, the physical education and the gain that you can make, we seem to have left behind. So that's the overarching umbrella. But what's very important is that you say well done to people, and you shake their hands, and you have a good time, and you enjoy doing what you're doing, and that's what these awards are about. This is good fun in here. I can't believe they let me stand at the front.
Well, anyway, but when you first picked up a tennis racket,
and threw it almost immediately afterwards,
right,
Oh no, actually, I fell in love the first time.
Was it as simple as that? When you,
well,
how old
didn't
was
you the first time you played it?
Well, yeah, I was allergic to the tennis racket handle.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
the leather.
The old wooden racket, and I used to have to end up having it string on it.
Yeah.
But I still wanted to play, even though I got blisters from playing with those rackets.
Well, that's really odd. When I fell in love with tennis, immediately, I remember it was on Taunton Green, and I went up there for 8 hours with a beaker of orange squash, and I just fell in love with the ball.
And do you remember
what you can do with a ball and a racket and strings? I couldn't believe it.
And do you remember the people who were sort of encouraging you?
Oh,
and these are the ones now that in
yes.
this generation appreciate.
Well, my brother David was the one. It's so often found. My brother David was the first one. He was 7 years older than me. He used to bowl at me. He used to put me in goal and kick a ball at me. He was very sporty, and he played tennis. And so that was my first. That was the person who got me going, was David. Then I moved on. I had 10 minutes with a coach once. And then I found out I could do it, and my life changed. And without organisation, without structure, I think of Margaret Holder down in Somerset, who was our county secretary. And the first letter I got to say, the little chit of paper to say that I'd been selected to represent Somerset. God, it's a...
I got beaten by Gloucestershire, which is my county.
It's Gloucestershire, yeah. Well, I've got a daughter going out with a cricketer from your horrible county.
Right, okay. More of that later off air. But anyway, but for you though, let's move to what your other job here is for BBC. Have to say, the documentary about Wimbledon, that brought tears to most people's eyes who watched it.
I wish I'd seen it. I've recorded it, and everyone says it's great. I've seen 1 or 2 excerpts, and everyone says it's brilliant.
But you did watch Murray yesterday.
Yeah.
Prognosis is good, I think.
Yeah, it was okay. Between points, he was walking like he was in great pain. And that bothered me a bit, and he hasn't practiced quite like I think he would have liked. But, he got the job done yesterday, and when he needed to move, he moved. So we'll find out. But to win 7 matches at Grand Slams over 2 weeks, and they're 5-setters, if you're hurting, that's quite a handicap. But then it helps if you're an absolute genius like he is.
Well, and he did play some genius shots. It was a fun match to watch anyway. But more importantly, I've kept you long enough away. I think you probably got some champagne waiting. Andrew, lovely to meet you.
It's nice to see you again.
Have a great day today. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, mate.
And that was Rupert Bell out and about reporting for us. And on number 3 court, we still have Robbie Koenig, who's on suffer overwatch.
Yeah, and Lucy is still up that break that she was able to get in the 3rd game of the 2nd set. Remember, she won the opening set pretty comfortably, 6 games to 2 against Dodan. She has been up 40 love in this 6th game, looking to extend her lead to 4-2. But it's back to juice. She's just won the last point, and she has add in, as they like to say in America. She's trying to execute a second serve here, Mary. This court now completely engulfed in shade. It's just a lovely temperature and a good body serve that Doden can't deal with. So Lucy looking pretty good here at a set and 4-2 to the good.
Excellent. Yeah, well, your prediction, you're sticking fast to it, and quite rightly so. He's a man of conviction, is our Robbie. He's not going to change his mind. It's been a strange kind of day. Naomi Cavaday is with me here on the second day of the championships. You're with Wimbledon, the Wimbledon radio channel. That's who we are. Lovely to have your company. It's 20-8 here at the All England Club. I'm just looking down from our rather resplendent box here, sort of presentation booth, next to the commentary box on centre court. And the net is down. There's just, I think at this distance, I haven't got my binoculars. I think it's a pied wagtail who's down on centre court at the moment, just having a little strut about and picking up, well, the odd worm if they can find one. I'm not sure that the groundsman's going to be too happy about that if he's going to have a peck. But there are a couple of security guards just standing there. They're just all going around picking up any stray little bits of litter that may have been left. The military operation here, Naomi, is amazing. As soon as people leave these courts, the tidy-uppers are in with their plastic bags. They're whizzing around, and you wouldn't think that people had been in here.
God, it's slick, isn't it?
It's within about half an hour of the match finishing.
Yeah, well, I mean, how long has this been? 137?
So they've got it sussed.
Something. Yeah, I think they've got it figured out. They get better year on year. I mean, it's hard. Well, as we were talking about with the world number ones, it's hard to stay on top. You know, plenty of other tournaments have made huge improvements over the years, particularly the Australian Open, and now some more advances from the US Open as well. And, you know, for Wimbledon to just consistently stay on top, it would be so easy for them to rely on, well, we've got the tradition. That's why we're the best. But they don't. They genuinely, each year, strive to be better than every other tournament and achieve it year on year.
And if you stand still, you get overtaken. The pied wagtail has taken flight. I wonder if Rufus the Hawk is round and about. Someone who's definitely round and about is Faye Carruthers.
I'm always around and about, Mary. Always. And I'm currently on court 16, sandwiched, in fact, in between court 15 and court 16. Court 15 has finished play for the day, but is absolutely heaving. Probably about 4 or 5 deep, I would say, with spectators, all hopefully giving me a wave if I look at them nicely. Yes, hello. Can you give me a shout, please, for the Wimbledon radio channel? Lovely, see, on cue, wonderful people. So I'm in between 15 and 16, and we are perching. Don't ask me what's going on between Feliciano Lopez and Adrian Mannarino. I can tell you the score from my app, but I'm afraid I can't see play at the moment because it is about 7 or 8 deep. By court 16, along with those others 4 or 5 deep on court 15, overlooking it. It's absolutely packed. The best thing about tennis in the evening like this is that everybody, when play finishes everywhere else, is everybody kind of transcends onto all these other outside courts where they may not have been otherwise, and I'm just trying to avoid being knocked over by children as I speak, and then they can get additional matches to watch instead.
Thank you, Faye. Stay safe, won't you? I know what it's like when you're out in those very, very small courts. I'm just looking up on the monitor here, Naomi, because this was the guy that Wayne Ferreira was getting so excited about, the American Francis Tiafoe, right at the beginning of the day. He's come through in 4 sets against Robin Haase. That was a tight tussle, and that's a good win for him.
Yeah, very much so. Robin Haase, very much the experienced player of the two, and Tiafoe, young up-and-coming, #NextGen. He's got it all. A great American player. They've got so many now, and yeah, great talent. But that was a tough fight, but a big win for him.
Yeah, good stuff. Wayne will be impressed. Right, let's return to Safarova watch on number 3 court, and Robbie.
I told you, Mary, she's doing us right here. Up 5-2 in the second set is Lucy Safarova, and looking to close out proceedings probably within the hour. 48 minutes this one's been on the go, and Safarova again just too solid from the back of the court for Do Dan. Serving here at 5-2, 30-15, so I think you might want to stick around for 2 more points to watch Lucy shut the gates, or have you got somewhere else better to go to?
Not when you're on air.
good. 30-15, Safarova in her familiar pose, using that sliding serve out wide to the backhand of Doden. Forehand cross-court. Doden rips a backhand down the line. Those have been few and far between. A nice winner for Doden. 7:45 local time. And 10 minutes shy of an hour. This has been a gentle workout for Safarova. Too good in too many departments. Serve, returner serve, movement. That's been a schooling for Doden. Serve is another ace for Safarova. Up her first match point. Top half of the draw is Lucy. Same section as Angelique Kerber, if she was making it through to the third round. Into her service action, she's about to go. Good toss with the right hand, big serve down the middle. Good return by Doden. Forehand down the line from Safarova is good enough to win. That is clinical, ruthless from Safarova. She's a winner in 50 minutes against Ocean Doden, and she does it by the scoreline of 6-2, 6-2. Safely through to the second round, Mary.
Impressive.
A nice short evening for us.
Impressive stuff. It's almost as if she knew that you were watching, Robbie.
She was, with my big stick. Get it done in straights. I need to get home.
I tell you what, I wouldn't mess. Robbie, thanks ever so much. Robbie Koenig there, bringing us the closing stages of that match on number 3 court. And Naomi, we've got the order of play out for tomorrow. And first up on centre court is Jo Konta.
Oh, it is, and that's a great match. Konta against Vekic, a rematch of the Nottingham final, and Konta did not come out on top, and has to be said, Vekic really did outclass her at the end of that 3-set battle, and it was in a final, so it was a pressure match. You would think Konta, with all of the experience, would be able to come through that one. It's got to be different in a Grand Slam. She already got her revenge against Shea Su Wei from Roland Garros. Now she gets to get her revenge against Donna Vekic, and yeah, don't underestimate Donna Vekic. She's a very strong grass courter, and she's also finding some really fine form. Tough match.
We'll bring you the rest of the order of play for tomorrow in just a moment. Let's call in on Lucy Arle again. You've got another match on number 2. I think you are going to be the last woman standing, apart from me, obviously, Lucy.
Of course, I think I am, actually. I've got an interesting match, one I've been looking forward to. We've got Ons Jabeur, the young Tunisian, just 22 years of age, very, very good junior, and is starting to make a mark at tour level. Came through the qualifying, 3 rounds over at Roehampton, and she's up against Svetlana Kuznetsova, who is furthest she's made in here at the championships quarterfinals. Of course, she's won a couple of slams as well, but not here. Has Ons Jabeur there just hitting a slice forehand long. It's currently on serve. Both players have held serve pretty comfortably out here. Just been out here 13 minutes. A few seats out here if people want to come. I think they let you in. I think I'm right in saying that. If you haven't got a ticket, I think there's an area at this time of night where they'll let you in. So at the moment, as Kuznetsova just puts a smash away, it's 2 games all, and Kuznetsova's 40 love on serve.
40 love. You see, I'm sure if people are dedicated enough still to be here at just gone 7:45 in the evening, they will definitely get on to number 2 court. And what a treat they have there in Ons Jabeur and Svetlana Kuznetsova. So, Naomi, first up, yes, you're saying Johanna Konta against Donna Vekic, and if you're a British tennis fan, it's a brace. It's a brace of Brits, because that's followed by Andy Murray against Dustin Brown. Now, what an intriguing encounter, because Brown, well, he's an entertainer.
Wow, what a treat. You're going to have a great contest with Konta and Vekic, and that's going to wake everybody up, I think, first thing. But following that, Murray against Brown, I mean, I think Murray's going to win, and it's going to be fine. It's interesting because, yes, there's a lot of talk about Murray's hip, and he's not 100% fit. So what does he want? He wants short rallies. He wants somebody to come at him at the net, so he's got a target. And here comes Dustin Brown in the second round. It's going to be bish, bash, bosh. It's going to be fast. He's going to come at Murray, and I think it would be more concerning if Murray was playing somebody that was going to try and grind him down from the baseline and really try and pin him back and move him a lot, because clearly the hip is not perfect. It was better than I think many expected in the first round, which was great, but yeah, I think it just couldn't be more perfect really for a second round. And Dustin Brown, there'll be some flash, there'll be some brilliance, but the consistency of Murray, it will just be too much to handle, I'm sure. sure.
And the third match scheduled on centre court tomorrow is Rafael Nadal against Donald Young of the USA.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, with Nadal? I know that I think most people are talking about the big four in terms of winning this, and especially the way the seedings have been done, to have them back in the top four seedings, all of them. It is really interesting, but I think, a lot of the talk is about Murray and Federer. But Nadal, how in form is he? Okay, it's not on this surface, but, he was destroying people at Roland Garros for fun. It was, he was making, he made Bautista Agut look like he was playing on challengers and was nowhere near his level. Bautista Agut is a top 20 player, and he's a great player, and Nadal just dismantling him. He's playing against Donald Young, and Donald Young started to get it together quite well this year, actually. I think he's been a bit underwhelming throughout his career. I think a lot of people maybe expected a bit more of him, but I think it was difficult to judge because he did so much so young, and you just don't know with the men how it's going to pan out. But I think that may be a one-sided affair.
OK, and on number one court, which of course is at a 1 o'clock start as well, Kei Nishikori against Sergei Stakhovsky.
Well.
That was loaded.
Well, no, but we've had a few withdrawals, and Nishikori's not afraid of a withdrawal himself. But I also think he's playing pretty well. I don't know. I'm struggling with Nishikori this year only because I feel like the belief has drained out of his eyes, and he did so well making the final of the US Open, and what an opportunity, final of the US Open, and you weren't playing one of the big four, you were playing Marin Cilic, and he worked so incredibly hard to get to that position. And I think with Nishikori's game, everything's hard work. Nothing is efficient. Nothing is easy, and he can make matches incredibly difficult, quite easily, and drop sets here and there. And I think for him to get to his best tennis when he was top 5 in the world, and as I say, made the final of the US Open. I just think the monumental effort it took for him, and he does struggle with injuries, and I think a lot of that is to do with his game style. And I just think he knows how hard it was to get there, and he knows what he's got to do to get back there, and I think it's maybe hard for him to comprehend right now. But again, similar to talking about Wozniacki in the women's draw, he's going to make so many balls that, if he plays a couple of rounds with players not playing on their day, then he could go a lot deeper than people expect.
And Venus Williams, man alive, what a great story that would be if she could get into the second week and into the quarters. How far do you see her going?
Far. I see her as a contender, absolutely.
You do? Seriously?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, absolutely. There are not many people in this tournament that have won Wimbledon. She's one of them, and Kvitova the other one. I just think that she's looking fitter than ever. It's extraordinary.
I saw some of her match yesterday on number one court, and she did look imperious. I mean, you wouldn't think that she is the age that she is.
No, it's ridiculous. It's just completely ridiculous. I mean, you can't praise Venus Williams enough, what she stands for, what she delivers. Year after year, she's had so many opportunities to call it a day on such a phenomenal career. So many times it could have been easy. Actually, so many times it was really obvious for her to say, do you know what, right, about now we're done, I'm done here. She's had the injuries before that, dealing with her illness, of course, getting that really well under control. You can still see it affects her. It must be so tough to stay on top of the whole time, but just incredible. The fact that she's back, final of the Australian Open, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Like, come on. I mean, we had Venus and Serena and Rafa and Roger. It was an absolute dream. That, okay, that's not entirely possible here, but you could get Roger and Rafa. They are in different halves, and Venus, as I say, not many people who have won it, and she's won it a fair few times.
It could be the championships where time stood still, couldn't it?
Yes, yeah, take us back a decade or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And third up on number one court is Simona Halep. What do you make of her chances?
Well, I think interesting. She's playing Haddad Maia, who took out Laura Robson in the first round. And actually, Haddad Maia, I think, was a little underestimated in that match. She's been on a huge rise. She's one of the big rises on the tour, and has really improved her ranking. So I think that's going to be quite tricky for Halep, actually. I think she'll be fine. She's found a new sense of calm, and her mentality, she's so much tougher. She really was struggling with just being so negative on the court, and that was just really not serving her very well at all. And you know, it took her coach Darren Cahill saying, right, I'm done, that's it, I'm not working with you anymore unless I see a marked difference. And unfortunately for the Brits, that happened just before Fed Cup, so she went to Fed Cup with a renewed sense of mental toughness and desperate to get her coach back on board, and she was brilliant, and you know, played excellently well, and of course Romania came through that match. But yeah, she's looking stronger and stronger and stronger. Grass, it's not her surface, but as we were talking about, the draw so open, there's no reason why she couldn't, you know, do incredibly well. But it'll be interesting to see how she heals as well from losing that French Open final.
We'll tell you more about the order of play for the third day of the championships in just a little while, but let's go back outside our Eyrie, perched up high above centre court and out into the grounds. And Faye Carruthers, whereabouts are you? Still plenty of people milling around?
There are loads of people milling around, Mary, and I'm still just behind court 16. I had been hoping to catch a glimpse of Feliciano Lopez in action, the number 19 seed, of course, the winner at Queen's, beating Marin Cilic. But there is a queue snaking all the way around the back of court 16. But the sad news, I have to tell you, is that unfortunately for the people in that queue, is they're highly unlikely to be seeing that much more tennis, I don't think, because Feliciano Lopez had a medical timeout at the end of the second set. He won the first set 7-5, but then lost the second set 6-1. Appeared to have a foot injury and was really struggling with his movement. He then lost the third set 6-1 after that medical timeout. There was a big cheer that went out when he held his serve in the first game of the fourth set, though. But unfortunately for him, it looks like on this retirement Tuesday, as you named it earlier, to be him the next one to go, I'm afraid. I don't think many of the people in this queue actually know that. I'm going to ask this lady here. How long have you been queuing up to watch Feliciano?
11:30 this morning.
Well, not to watch Feliciano Lopez, otherwise you'd have got here earlier.
about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, wonderful. Have you seen what the score is?
No, I believe it's a third set.
No, it's the fourth set at the moment, but unfortunately he's 2-1 down at the moment against Adrian Mannarino, and he's got a bit of a foot injury. So yeah, you do need to get in, and the queue is not moving much. How's your day been anyway? I can't give you a pass, I'm afraid. I can't even get in myself. Tell me about your day.
It's been great. We had centre court tickets, and we saw Federer. And who else did we see? We saw Babos.
I was going to say you were in for a treat with that last match, actually, weren't you? Because disappointing to have two retirements, but had you been on centre court before today?
Never.
How was the experience?
It was wonderful.
Tell me what it's like when you first step out onto centre court, having not seen it before.
Oh, well, I was a bit jittery and very excited. Very excited.
How did you feel?
I don't know, it was very exciting, I must say. I think Mum was more excited.
Now, I'm going to be presumptuous and presume that you're from South Africa.
Yeah, right.
Excellent. Whereabouts?
Howick.
Howick? Where is that?
It is just an hour from Durban.
Oh, okay. Lovely. Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. And you've enjoyed your Wimbledon experience?
Lovely. It's been lovely.
Excellent. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to talk to a couple more people who have been queuing up for a while. Thanks for talking to us on the Wimbledon radio channel. Hello, guys. How are you doing? Have you been queuing up for a while, waiting?
Yes, we have.
Are you hoping to see a bit of Feliciano?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. You've gone very shy on me. Hello, ladies. How are you doing? How's your
Quite a lot of Feliciano, but I don't think we will, judging by the scores we've just been told.
Yes, unfortunately, he appears to have a foot injury and might not be playing. I know. Is he one of your favourites?
He is one of my favourites.
Tell me why.
How long have you got?
As long as you want.
Well, he's gorgeous, and I love the way he plays. That'll do, really.
That's two big ticks for tennis players, I would say. Tell me about your experience today.
Oh, wonderful. We've been on centre court. But that was a little disappointing because the first match we saw was,
Djokovic?
No, that was the second.
That was the second match, yes.
We watched the Kerber match, and that was pretty good. But the Djokovic match was shortened.
That was a retirement, yeah.
Lisanne was ill or had to retire. And then the next match, which I was aching to watch for a long time, turned out to be 47 minutes.
I know, but you've still got 47 minutes of Roger Federer. How was that?
That was an absolute dream for me, because for me, he is the perfect tennis player. I've always followed him, and today was an absolute dream. So I really wanted a long match. But never mind, I saw him, and he was fantastic.
He was fantastic. Do you think he can win a record 8th Wimbledon?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes.
Even ripening his age, obviously he's coming up...
I don't actually think age has got anything to do with it. He is fit. He's fitter than most people, I would say, half his age. And the skills are just phenomenal. So, yes, I do think he's got a chance.
I would agree with you. He is a pleasure to watch, no matter what his age is. I agree.
He literally dances around the court. It's an absolute... And John McEnroe agrees with me. Now, there's the thing.
Do you want that?
Yes, I'd rather not argue with him.
Good plan, good plan. Me neither. Thanks for talking. See you later. There you go, fans queuing up, hoping to see last few games of Feliciano Lopez, if he can hang on in there, perhaps. We hope he's okay, but yeah, what I'm hearing is that he suffered a foot injury in the second set of this match against Adrian Mannarino, and Mourinho is 2-1 up at the moment.
He is still playing, though. He's still hanging on in there.
He is, and fingers crossed for all Lopez fans that he can shake that injury off and then perhaps take it to 5 sets.
Well, I'm sure the crowd would love that, and some of the Lopez fans that you have just been speaking to would very much want that to happen. Let's find out what's happening on number 2 court, and Lucy is still there for us, watching Kuznetsova.
I am, and she's up against the Tunisian lady, Ons Jabeur. We've just had a couple of Hawkeye challenges that have gone the way of Ons Jabeur, so she was able to get a second serve. Keep her in the point, which she took. It's Kuznetsova who leads at 4-3. It is on serve. It's 30-all at the moment. The Russian has been the one that's had a couple of breakpoint opportunities, was unable to convert them. As we have a baseline rally exchange here. Big backhand from Ons Jabeur, backhand from Kuznetsova. That goes to the backhand of Ons Jabeur, which is just pulled wide. Both players have been pretty aggressive out here so far. Ons Jabeur, a lot of you may not know too much about her. She qualified at the French Open, made the 3rd round there. Just only the 2nd Tunisian female tennis player to win a match at a main draw Grand Slam. Took out Sibylkova as well, as she hits a big forehand up the line, slice backhand from Kuznetsova, which is a little short. Ons Jabeur there, just unable to take advantage of it, puts it into the bottom of the net. So Kuznetsova has broken serve, and she's 5-3 up in the opening set.
Thanks, Lucy. Thank you very much indeed. And joining me up here in the presentation box area, way above centre court, which they're now watering, because we've had a lot of sunshine today. It's been quite warm at times, and that 10% chance of rain didn't occur, which is good news. So the sprinklers are out, the waters are out, and Barry Cowan is alongside me. Hi, Barry. How are you doing?
Good evening. First time.
Do you know, I feel as though I've been here for a week.
And hello, Naomi. It's first time as well.
I know. I've spoken to you, but at a distance.
Our listeners must think we're mad that we say, oh,
hello.
Yeah, hello.
I know, well, we are scattered to the four winds because we've got so much to cover here. And I spoke to you on day one when you were down at Orangi and down at some of the practice courts as well. But first time in the box together in the flesh. So how's day 2 been for you? Bit weird with all the retirements.
Yeah,
bit
weird.
Sort of patchy.
I really enjoyed the Wozniacki-Babos match.
Yeah.
I thought it was everything you want watching a tennis match, where you got great tennis, but ultimately it comes down to belief. And who believes they can win, and who just gets petrified when they see the finishing line. And I often say in the commentary, it doesn't matter what level, the same applies. Whether you're playing at your local club on a Monday night or you're playing in the first round of Wimbledon in front of 15,000 people, people get scared. People get petrified when you feel, am I good enough to win this match? What happens if I beat so-and-so? And I think Joe Conte, you know Naomi. Joe Conte, one of her secrets really the last year, and I think sometimes in a press conference people feel it was a bit predictable. Joe just says, "I just stay in the present. It's just about the process," but it is, and it's what's turned her into being a world-class player now.
That's almost become her mantra,
yes,
hasn't it?
But we saw it today. in front of our eyes in that third set with the miss volley and the miss smash. And she just couldn't move her feet. Poor girl, because you felt for her. We've all been there, but it's just a horrible experience when that happens.
And you know, when that feeling comes and when it grips you, do you sort of sense it coming, or is it just suddenly upon you and you think, I can't, how do I get out of this?
I think that was disappointing with Babos. I remember a great line from Sampras. He said, any player that doesn't admit they're nervous is talking rubbish. The great players are the ones who are able to deal with it. And it just felt like the whole... I mean, just a huge hole opened up in centre court and she just couldn't get out of it. But Wozniacki, what an athlete. Maybe we should all take up marathon running.
I've done it once. I'm not doing it again.
Wozniacki is just such a fabulous mover, and also Timea Babos, a really physical player. Yeah, absolutely. It was such a great battle. A real treat for the centre court ticket holders when they had a slightly disappointing day, so that's great. They'll go home. Very, very happy indeed, because what a battle that was.
But even though Federer was only 43 minutes.
It's still Federer.
It's still, you get 43 minutes of Federer and, you don't feel cheated, do you? Right, let's call in on number 2 court. And, Lucy, we have a set on the board, a complete set.
We do. The first set has gone to the 7th seed, Svetlana Kuznetsova. Furthest she's got here at the championships is the quarterfinals a couple of times, but that's not for a number of years. But she was the one that was able to take the key points in the opening set. And I have to say, it's filling up out here. So people are starting, I guess there's not too much tennis left in the grounds, but there's a fair few seats here still, and I think they're letting people on. So if you are at a loose end or you're not able to watch anything, I'd certainly worth coming over to court 2, because there's been some good rallies out here. The talented Tunisian girl has put up a decent fight, but it's the experienced Russian who's able to come through that first set by 6-3.
Good to know there are still some seats, because we were speaking to Faye Carruthers just a short while ago, Lucy, and she said, yeah, there are still plenty of people around. And just looking at our screen here now on that shot down, that swooping shot from way above the court on that crane, and I can see there are plenty of seats there, but still lots of people milling about. So yeah, get yourself down to number 2 court and grab yourself a piece of the action, because this is a fabulous time of day. It's just 6 minutes past 8. There's still another hour's worth of daylight, although I don't think it's going to take that long to finish that off. I'm going to really regret saying that, aren't I, Barry? Yeah, get yourself to number 2 court. Fans of Feliciano on court 16, well, he's hanging on in there. He's got this foot injury, this ankle injury, and there was a moment's thought that perhaps he might be one of the I think he'd be number 5, number 6 player to retire today, but he's hanging on in there at 2-2 in the 4th set against Adrian Manarino. So, Barry, aside from watching the final match on centre court here, what else have you been casting your eye on today?
Well, I was able to have a glance at Dominic Thiem on court 1, and he was very impressive. And I spoke to Gary Muller yesterday, who helps Dominic Thiem when his coach Gunter Bresnik is not there. So on a sort of an ad hoc basis. And he was saying how hard he works, how he's always looking to develop. And it was a tricky first round opponent for Dominic against Pospisil. Pospisil, a former quarter-finalist. But if he was to come through today, he actually felt he could have a really good run here at Wimbledon, and to put away Pospisil in straight sets when he hasn't had the best of grass court preparation. He didn't play his best tennis in Halle. I think all bodes well for Dominic, and of course he's not a natural grass court player, but I think he will evolve and he will develop, and by playing on grass and learning to be a bit more aggressive will actually make him a better player on hardened clay. And anyone saw his run at Roland Garros. It was brilliant. And he absolutely gives the ball an almighty smack.
Well, Barry, that's your assessment of Dominic Thiem today. Let's hear it from the man himself. After the match, he spoke to Lee McKenzie.
The crowd were absolutely loving that match between you and Vasek out there, loving the points. They could have watched it all night, but I'm sure you were delighted to get it done in straight sets.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was a very difficult draw for me, and also the preparation was not that great for me on grass, but I'm really pleased with my performance. I was returning well and very focused from the first point on, so I'm very happy to beat such a good opponent on grass in 3 sets.
Yeah, for the third round, the third year in a row, you're through to the second round. How would you rate your performance? Your forehand was electrifying out there tonight.
Well, I think it was a good performance. Of course, some things could improve, especially for the next round. But I was serving decent, return was there. And also from the baseline, I mean, not too many rallies, but the ones we played were good. I had a good power in my strokes. And all in all, it was a great match.
Next round, you take on Gilles Simon. You've beaten him twice already this year. You've beaten him 5 times in total. But on grass, how different an opponent will he be?
It's overall a little bit different on grass. I mean, we played I think 9 times or 10 times, but never on grass, so it's going to be a little bit a different game. But we'll give everything to come through the 3rd round for the first time.
Right, thank you, well done.
Thank you.
So, Dominic Thiem talking to Lee McKenzie there. Peter Marcato has joined us. Hello, Peter. Still as tiggerish as ever.
And it's nice to see that I'm spending some time with you, Barry.
It's a first. First with Mary, first with Naomi, and a first with you, Peter.
Yeah.
Just wondering, you've been carrying this towel around with you all day. I think you've been using it. It's been 25 degrees today.
What, perfect spring weather.
And you've put it back in the bag.
No. All good. It's in pristine condition.
He's been using it to keep warm. That's the point. Because it's quite chilly for you, isn't it, Peter?
Well, I got it at the start of the day, and I sort of felt, well, because I don't have a spot where I just perch, I've got nowhere to leave it, so I just carry it around
It's
with
a
me.
lovely gift, actually. My 3-year-old will be delighted because our 1-year-old is too big now, so he needed a bigger towel, which happened to be a Wimbledon towel.
Oh, very nice.
And my daughter said, no, my towel's too small for me now. I want a Wimbledon towel. Because she's just starting to understand Wimbledon.
Yes, brilliant.
Without really understanding
Standing
it. You know, every grass court tournament is Wimbledon. So she'll be a happy girl at the
I'm sure
weekend.
you could get them by the box load, couldn't you?
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't just wander into the locker room,
What?
just put a couple under your arm before you go?
I could wander into the shop and pay for them.
Ah, but you don't do a bit of the don't you know who I am?
Who?
I'm not sure it's going to cut it, you know. They're a precious commodity, aren't they?
They are.
So it's a lovely gift.
It is. It's a wonderful touch. So, yes, it's going into the suitcase tonight when I carry it down the hill.
Make sure that you do carry it and it's not
Down
left
the
here.
hill or up the hill? I know. Well, I left it on downhill, down into town. No, I left it on the number 1 court after I finished commentating that Dominic Thiem match. So I've had to quickly scurry across and then back over here.
Yeah, lucky it was still there, Peter. So how's day 2 been for you? I know it's not entirely over, but certainly your commentating duties are done for the day.
The word I would say is straightforward. It just really has been one of those days. We're not going to talk about the Aussies, so I'm going to find a lot of other things to talk about. But as you say, Barry, Dominic Thiem was particularly impressive. Vasek Pospisil serve and volleyed. He just got so many returns into play. Not so much that, but he was keeping them low for Pospisil, and he just had complete control of that match today. And he, as I said in the commentary, he looked very, very good. And he's on that performance, and yes, he was playing Pospisil. He's got Simon next, so he's got a tricky draw. Right up there to cause some damage in week 2, I think, based on what I saw today. He's adapted to the surface quite nicely. Forget about what happened a couple of weeks ago where he lost to 222 in the world. Let's just focus on the fact that he's played 51 matches this season. It's been a long haul, but he was just so solid.
But for someone who in his off-season practiced for 12 hours in a row, 51 matches is nothing for him.
12 hours,
12 hours in a row.
You are kidding me.
Yeah, he is an Ironman. And
had the rest of the week off. We just sort of get it all done in one chunk, really.
But John Isner might say, well, I played a match for 11 hours in a row.
Well, that's true.
So
but he had gaps in the middle, though. Yeah. He had days, he had overnights.
He got to sleep in between.
Yeah.
I mean, after 12 hours, that's just crazy.
No, he is just he's relentless. And sorry to stumble over our words. We got distracted by a nasty fall on court 2.
Yeah, I wonder if we can call in on Lucy, who is on number 2 court for us. Just talk us through what happened. We've got it on our monitor here, Lucy, and it looked pretty nasty.
It did. I'm just seeing a replay on the camera next to me. I mean, Ons Jabeur just ran for a running forehand, and it was when she landed, she just slipped and seemed to lose her footing. It seems to be okay out here. I think a bit of shock, really, that her foot just seemed to grip the floor, and then it didn't, or grip the grass court, should I say, and then she just slid a few feet or so and landed up in a heap on the court. I'll just give you the score, because that's her taking that first at 6-3. She has a game point to level here in the second set at 40-30. So let's see how Ons Jabeur moves here. It's a serve, and she plays the drop shot. Smart play, a little bit too deep. Kuznetsova is in, and the lob up over the head of Kuznetsova isn't high enough. She's able to put the smash away. So she does level things here at 1-game-all, and I'll just keep an eye on her movement, Ons Jabeur. It's not easy when you just take a tumble on the grass courts, and you can twist things out here on the court. So I'll keep you posted, Mary, unless you want to stay with me out here.
Well, tell you what, you just keep on that a second, because I just need to bring people up to date with what's happening on 16, where Feliciano Lopez has retired.
Another
we knew that he was struggling with a foot injury, an ankle injury out there, and I think there was some thought actually that midway through the third set he might retire, but he's got into the fourth set, and at 3-4 he has retired. So for all those fans that were queuing up faithfully to try and to get onto court 16, I'm afraid
there'll
that
be some spots available now.
I'm afraid that Feliciano Lopez has retired, will be playing no further part in Wimbledon, so I think that makes it something like the 5th retirement. So Lucy, looking up on the monitor, because we've got the advantage here of having the close-up on Ons Jabeur's face, she's grimacing quite a bit. How's she moving?
Well, she is. Well, she hasn't actually had to move too much, because she's made a run of unforced errors, and it's unfortunate for her. Love 40 now. I think the crowd are just trying to get behind her here. 3 points have been and gone pretty quickly, and Kuznetsova's got 3 break points here as Jabeur serves down the tee. The forehand goes down the middle. Big forehand from Jabeur. Backhand cross court. There's the drop shot from Jabeur, and that time is able to take all the pace off the ball. Hardly bounced up off the court, and that saves one of the break points. It's a shot she does like to use, and certainly a good tactic if you want to have a few short points out here, and she'll be looking to try and save this one. Big serve down the tee. Ace, 109 miles an hour. That's another strength in her game. She's got a big first serve, big forehand as well. Very good skills. Often see her using the drop shot, as Kuznetsova there just taking the towel from the ball girl. Still a break point, 30-40, 1-all in the second, as Jabeur serves down the tee. That one wide. Kuznetsova just shuffles up closer to the baseline to take this second serve. Kick out wide. Kuznetsova moves around to use the forehand. Slice backhand from Jabeur. Cross-court forehand into the net from Kuznetsova. So she's got herself back in this game, saved 3 break points. Certainly would not want to lose her serve this early in the second set, having lost the opening set by 6-3. So deuce, 1-all. First serve from Jabeur. Big one down the tee called long. Uses the same ball for the second serve. Again, Kuznetsova on the baseline here. Kick second serve. Big forehand down the middle of the court. That forehand from Kuznetsova is deep. Slice back from Kuznetsova. Big forehand from Jabeur. Backhand from Kuznetsova. Slice backhand from Jabeur. Cross-court backhand from Kuznetsova. Another slice from Jabeur right on the line. And a big forehand back behind. Kuznetsova just goes long. Jabeur looking at the umpire, wanted confirmation that she agreed with the lines judge. So a 4th break point out here, as Jabeur just gets herself ready to serve. Kuznetsova just putting her hand up. She's not ready. So Jabeur just steps back now, ready to serve with the first set. Serve out wide to the backhand of Kuznetsova. Forehand back behind Kuznetsova. Too good. Just enough pace to wrong foot the Russian, saving a 4th break point.
And really no problems with movement. And as you say, she hasn't had to do a hell of a lot there, Lucy, but looking okay.
She is. I think just the first 3 points was maybe just the shock of having fallen. So she's done a great job of getting herself back into this game. Be desperate to try and hold on. Juice kick serve down the tee, backhand up the line, backhand down the middle of the court from Jabeur. Shanked forehand from Kuznetsova, just goes over the baseline. So Jabeur, having saved 4 break points, now has a game point to take a 2-1 lead in this second set. Serve out wide to the backhand, just long from Jabeur. So not many first serves have gone into play. Here's a second serve from Jabeur. Deep return down the middle of the court. Forehand to the backhand of Jabeur, and that backhand goes wide. Just catching that one a little late. There's frustration there from Jabeur.
She plays high-risk tennis, Lucy, doesn't she?
She does. She's got a big game. She's exciting to watch. I don't know if you managed to watch some of her at the French Open, where she was lucky loser. Took out Bogdan in the opening round and then beat Sibylkova in the second round before losing to Bajinski as the second serve goes to the forehand of Kuznetsova. Good return. She's got a short reply. She's into the net here, and Jabeur there putting her backhand into the net. Not sure whether movement was an issue for her from the fall on that particular backhand. So Kuznetsova, got a 5th break point here as Jabeur goes to the backhand of Kuznetsova. That goes back cross-court, backhand down the middle of the court from Jabeur. Now a forehand cross-court goes into the net. So the Tunisian unable to take her game point, and it's Kuznetsova with the early breakout here. She leads by a set and 2-1, Mary.
Thank you very much, Lucy. We'll be back to Lucy Earle on number 2 court and see how that develops. So what are we thinking here, Peter?
In what regard?
Well, which way is it going to go? Do you think
Kuznetsova. It doesn't matter, even if it goes 3 sets. Svetlana could be out there for 25 hours and she'll still win.
Well, she can't be, because it'll be dark.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, it's court 8. Who knows how long that could go on for? They're 5-all in the 3rd set, aren't they? Zeballos and
yeah, they're coming back tomorrow. They're coming back tomorrow, Barry. Don't worry about that one.
Right.
And Duty Seller, well done. 5 sets against Marcel Granollers on court 11. And Ekaterina Makarova 6-3, 3-1 on court 17. So getting through her match, she should finish that. But I'm thinking, yep, Sveta at the moment, just with that fall from Ons Jabeur, but he can turn pretty quickly. Svetlana can run hot and cold at times, but I think she should get through this one.
OK, well, it is...
Touch wood.
There's plenty of that around. It is 20 past 8 here at the All England Club. You're with the Wimbledon radio channel. So we've still got probably... I think we finished... What time did we finish last night? The last match, it was about... 20 past. It was about, so about another hour's worth of daylight left in it. Some conditions very, very similar to the first day of the championships. And I think, Faye Carruthers, you are still out and about. Now, are you perched at the top of the hill? Is that right?
I'm I've kind of moved to the middle of the hill, Mary, because I've just taken a video of the hill because it's still packed. While there's still tennis being played, the hill is still packed. People are trying to cram in as much as they possibly can. The picnics are still all out. I've been trying to avoid the people with empty Pimm's glasses like the plague, but everybody else is in very, very good spirits. I'm just kind of... The problem with walking around the hill is you don't want to block anybody's view. So you end up kind of doing a really weird kind of squat frog walk around. Oh, you've got a womble. Hello. A lady's just basically waving Uncle Bulgaria at me. From anybody listening outside of the UK who's maybe not seen the Wombles, they are fictional characters that used to live on Wimbledon Common. And this is Uncle Bulgaria, who is an amazing looking womble. Can't even really describe what a womble is. Can you, madam?
No.
No. It's an animal, but Uncle Bulgaria is wearing tartan and with lovely spectacles. Please tell me about your day.
Oh, my day's been great. Have you met Sergey?
Who's this? Sergey? Oh, is that the meerkat? Yeah. So you're waving 2 cuddly toys at me, but you're refusing to actually properly talk to me. I think that's very unfair. I think you need to lose that bashfulness and tell me about your Wimbledon experience.
Wimbledon experience has been fantastic. We come every year. This is our first day this year, and we'll be back tomorrow morning early.
Trying to get Andy Murray tickets by any chance?
Absolutely.
What's your plan for the morning? What's your plan of action?
Plan of action is start off, we'll be here for about 6:30, and then we'll have breakfast out on the golf course, and then we will continue with wine all day.
Wine all day? Wowza.
It's also my sister's birthday tomorrow, so we will be celebrating all day.
Tell me your sister's name.
Janice.
Janice, happy birthday for tomorrow. Enjoy the wine. I'm glad that you've not had too much today. That's really good. I love it. Can you explain why you brought Uncle Bulgaria with you?
Just because he's a womble and we're in Wimbledon.
That's enough explanation, and it was a really stupid question, actually, if you ask me. But anyway, who pays me? This is ridiculous. Thank you very much, ladies. Happy birthday for tomorrow, Janice, and I hope you get some Murray tickets tomorrow. See you later. Bye.
Faye, you do realise that all our American listeners, of which we have, thousands, millions actually, are now thinking, a womble?
I know.
What on earth? In fact, anybody outside the UK. So, Peter, stay with us, Faye. Peter, as an Australian, if I say womble to you, are you clueless?
Yeah, no, I'm not clueless. I didn't see the show, so I
Okay.
wouldn't be able to elaborate
All right.
any further than that. But
Well, there will be an awful lot of people that are thinking, I have no idea what Faye is talking about. So do us a favour, if you're still near that woman who's obviously having a brilliant day and going to have an even better one tomorrow by the sounds of it, can you take a photo of Uncle Bulgaria in his tartan and stick it on Twitter? I'm not sure it's really going to help people terribly much, but at least they'll have a visual aid.
Or we'll get Faye to find someone to sing it, the song.
The Wombles of Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Common
I'm
are
glad
we?
you didn't ask me personally to
Well,
sing
you could do it, Faye, if you
no,
want.
I can't. Can't remember the words. Funny that.
no, you do know the words.
You do really, you do really.
Did you see I could not explain what an actual womble was, though?
Although
I mean, it's kind of mole-like, isn't it? That's the best.
I'm slightly upset when you call them fictional characters.
Oh, come on. Do you think they're real, Mary?
Of course I do.
Collecting litter.
They were a big part of my childhood. Well, put it this way, have you ever seen any litter at Wimbledon?
Well,
I
that's
rest
very
my
true.
case.
Yes, how can I argue with that?
So once we've left here, the Wombles get to work, and they never throw anything away, and they put it to good use. The tune didn't quite go like that, but it was something along those
You
lines.
could sing it, Mary.
No, you don't want that. Nobody needs that, Peter.
Mary obviously is not here early enough to see us tidy up all the litter in the morning, Peter.
Well, I'm not here early enough either. I've got the initials PM for a reason, mate. That's where I do my best work.
I somehow feel as though I need to wrestle this back, and it's running away from me at great speed. So I think I might actually be calling on the auspices of number 2 court to find out what's happening between Kuznetsova and Jabeur here, because last time that we were with Lucy Arles, Jabeur had taken a very, very nasty tumble, and Kuznetsova looks though she was getting control of the second set.
Well, she still is in control. The good news is that Jabeur doesn't seem to be affected at all by that fall. Seems to be moving well out here, but she is trailing by 3 games to 1. It's 30-all currently on her serve, so Kuznetsova got that break to lead 2-1 and then held serve relatively comfortably. And I have to say, her performance has been good out here tonight. Has served particularly well, and she's just been solid off the ground. And Jabeur, who's been starting to make a few unforced errors out here, is trying to create opportunities as that backhand just goes into the net. So Kuznetsova, having taken that first set by 6 games to 3, has another break point. Have to be pretty quiet out here because we're in the open air as the first serve goes down the tee. Kuznetsova back with the forehand. Big forehand from Jabeur. Well picked up from Kuznetsova. Jabeur is into the net. A little backhand from Kuznetsova there, and a fantastic volley. Got a couple of guys with beers obviously enjoying themselves down there, up on their feet, punching the air. The backhand drop volley from Jabeur there, exquisite. And she certainly has some skills, as Kuznetsova, she actually ended up on the floor there, just sliding in to try and pick the ball up, but couldn't get it on under one bounce as the first serve goes down the tee at deuce here. And that forehand approach shot into the net from Jabeur. And there's just been a few too many errors from the Tunisian lady. So say came through 3 rounds of qualifying. So certainly playing some good tennis on the grass. So another break point for Kuznetsova. First serve goes to the backhand of Kuznetsova. Slice backhand from Jabeur. Big forehand from Kuznetsova. And on the run, forehand goes long from Jabeur. So Kuznetsova, the 8th ranked player in the world, 7th seed here, is looking pretty comfortable out here, Mary. She's 6-3, 4-1 up.
Thank you, Lucy. If I say Womble to you, I'm really now going back on my word, saying I just wanted to move on, but I'm slightly obsessed. I've got to put this to bed. Are you familiar with the Wombles?
Of course I'm familiar with the Wombles.
Of course you are.
Of course.
Right, for anyone who isn't, this is the definitive word, the last word.
Here.
Kind of the last word, actually. So the Wombles are, well, it says fictional. Rubbish. Pointy-nosed, furry creatures created by the author Elizabeth Beresford. OK, I'll give her some credit. Originally appearing in a series of children's novels from 1968, they live in burrows, where they aim to help the environment by collecting and recycling rubbish in creative ways. Way ahead of their time. Although Wombles supposedly live in every country in the world, Beresford's stories are concerned with the lives of the inhabitants of the burrow on Wimbledon Common in London, England. So there we go.
Well, there we go.
Night,
Good
night,
explanation.
children.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Mystery solved.
And I'm sorry if you're still scratching your head in Cincinnati thinking, I've no idea what you're talking about, woman.
Look it up.
Hopefully Faye Carruthers has posted a picture on social media. And if you want to try and find us on social media, the Wimbledon radio channel, you can just search us on Twitter, or our handle is at Wimbledon, CHANL. You can also find us via wimbledon.com. You can download the official Wimbledon app. We're on TuneIn Radio, and if you are listening in the US, then you're probably listening on Sirius XM satellite radio, which is presented by ESPN.
And if you were listening in Russia, you'd be happy. Katerina Makarova on court 17, 6-3, 6-1 over Alison van Uytvanck on out there. Good finish for her. Be pretty comfortable being here on the grass. Pretty good singles and doubles player too, and they're into a tiebreak in the third set. Horacio Zeballos and Paolo Lorenzi, the 32nd seed.
Makarova, another player, even though she's not seeded, who could win the tournament. Can't say she can't. Quarter-finalist.
Okay.
She hasn't been
Just
at her
lob that
best
one
in
in.
recent years. Another one.
Added to the list of 25.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what makes it so fascinating. Pliskova, I know that we haven't got to speak to you about Pliskova yet, and I know that you're a big Pliskova fan, aren't you?
She's my favourite.
Your eyes lit up when I mentioned her name.
I think she's a wonderful player. A great server, really elegant from the back of the court, and I think her time has arrived. I think she's ready. Time will tell whether she can get her foot through the door and eventually win her first slam. I don't see any reason why, at the age she's at now, a first slam couldn't necessarily mean another 3, 4, 5. Because that's what the women's game has been lacking, really, is players that do make the breakthrough. They haven't been able to kick on. Muguruza. I mean, I was actually really shocked with her performances of last year, because I thought after reaching the final of Wimbledon 2 years ago, winning the French last year, that she would be able to push on and become a real force. But she hasn't been able to rediscover her best form. I think for Ostapenko, wonderful story, but at the age she's at now, surely more Grand Slams were in the future for her. But yeah, Pliskova, I think amongst all of us, most people have gone for Pliskova.
And Angelique Kerber trying to recapture her form from last year too.
Who have you gone for, by the way? Who's
in
your
the women's?
favourite? Yeah.
Who did I pick? Can't remember now. It's probably Pliskova. Oh, where was that? Yesterday. I put it down on my form. I can't remember what I put down. I tossed the coin. It was a 25-sided coin.
That's the problem. It's the problem.
And it came out inconclusive.
It's the problem, and yet it's the excitement and the joy as well. Because every year on the first day of the championships for a good number of years now, we've said, well, you can't really see beyond Serena, can you?
Well, Serena will define whether she wins the event or not.
Exactly. So that is the excitement of this year, that you can keep looking in different directions. We had quite a long conversation, Naomi and I, earlier about Wozniacki and whether this could be her year. So, yeah, that's part of the excitement of it. Now, the fans that Faye was talking to up on the hill, clearly Scottish, looking forward to hopefully getting a ticket for Centre Court tomorrow. And if they're flying the full British flag and not just the Scottish saltire, then they're in for a treat, because they've got a British brace tomorrow, starting with Johanna Konta against Donna Vekic. How do you rate Jo Konta's chances there?
Very good. She played particularly well yesterday. I was calling that match. No sign of any injury, niggles or back problems or anything like that. Played a really composed match, and she's had the day off today. She'll be preparing for that match first up. She will be ready and raring to go.
The only word of caution is she lost to Vekic in the final on Nottingham. And that would be my only reservation. But, yeah, I agree with you, Peter.
Different situation.
It is a different situation.
On centre court.
Yep. A totally different sort of mindset, but pressure's on Konta. Pressure's on Konta more than Donna Vekic, because she expects to be in the latter stage. She is one of those players that has a great chance to win the Wimbledon title. I think tomorrow will be a real test, I think, with the way Konta plays and the way she goes about that match, whether she can confirm whether she does have a little bit extra to go the distance, because it's those type of matches where you have to pass the mental test. And tomorrow, she needs to win, and she needs to win well.
She beat Xie Su Wei yesterday, who she lost to in the opening round. She's out for revenge. She's just knocking them off one after the other. I think that'll happen tomorrow. And then obviously Andy Murray, Dustin Brown.
It'll be a fun match.
It will be fun.
I only see one result.
Correct. Andy winning. By the way, just in case you're
Nadal
wondering.
Young will be fun. Only one result.
Lefty versus lefty. be a good one to watch.
Yeah. We are going to go in just a moment back over to number 2 court, Peter and Barry, to join Lucy, because Lucy, Svetlana Kuznetsova in a moment will come out to serve at 5-2, so come out to serve for the match against Ons Jabeur.
She will. Ons Jabeur was able to just hold serve there to force Kuznetsova to serve it out here. And I have to say, the 7th seed has put in a very good performance, which a lot of people thought that this might be a lot closer than it has been. She took that first set 6-3, and she's got the lead here. She was able to get the early break and has pushed on. She hasn't done too much wrong, actually. She served particularly well, returned well, and she's just forced Jabeur to have to go for maybe a little more than she would like out here. So we've seen a number of unforced errors from the Tunisian, who has tried to get herself back into this match. So a lot of support with the crowd. It's been a good atmosphere out here. But at the moment, Kuznetsova seemingly in full control. She's going to look to serve with new balls out here at 5-2. Just been out here an hour on court number 2. As Kuznetsova here serving for the match. Slice serve out wide, slice back from Ons Jabeur. Kuznetsova into the net, and a comfortable smash, but it's got back by Jabeur. There's a forehand volley, and on the run, forehand from Jabeur, just mistimed, sending it into the tram lines. 15 love for the Russian. As I said, hasn't gone past the quarterfinals here. Done a good job of pushing her ranking back up over the last couple of years. Has, of course, won a couple of Grand Slams. First serve out wide, backhand down the middle of the court from Jabeur. Now a forehand from Jabeur. Shank forehand from Kuznetsova. Just signalling there. She just was a little off balance. So you can hear the response of the crowd.
They want more tennis.
I think they want more tennis, don't they? They have enjoyed some of the shot making of Jabeur. There we go. Let's go Ons. So
let's go Ons or let's go on?
I'm not sure. Both. It works, doesn't it?
I think half the crowd will be going on after this.
On and on. So the first serve goes long from Kuznetsova. It's 15 all here. She gets ready for the second serve. It goes down the tee. Jabeur there with the backhand. Backhand from Kuznetsova. Another backhand from Jabeur. Backhand down the middle of the court as Jabeur moves around to use her forehand. Backhand to backhand as Kuznetsova goes down the middle with her forehand. Big striking there. And that forehand from Jabeur found its target and almost hit the lineswoman behind her. Quick shimmy from her to get out of the way. So she's starting to play some of her better tennis here. 15-30. She wants this match to go on. As the crowd just settle, and Kuznetsova here. First serve to the forehand of Jabeur, which, as you can hear, off the frame into the net. Level things 30 all. Kuznetsova looking to get through to the second round here. Had a good run in Eastbourne, lost in the quarterfinals, 6-4 in the third to Pliskova as the first serve goes wide, slice back by Jabeur. Forehand back behind from Kuznetsova. Another slice forehand from Jabeur. Really did slice underneath that and made it very difficult for Kuznetsova, who put her backhand into the net. So we have a break point here.
She should have been in the net, shouldn't she?
She should have. She hesitated. You can't hesitate on grass. You'll find yourself in trouble. So Jabeur here with a break point. As the first serve goes down the tee, and ace from Kuznetsova. Just 98 miles an hour, but had a bit of slice on it, and she knew that Jabeur would be looking to move around to hit her forehand. So that break point has been and gone pretty quickly. Juice here, 5-2 Kuznetsova. The serve again to the forehand, slice back from Jabeur. Now a slice backhand from Jabeur. Backhand up the line from Kuznetsova, finds the net. A second break point for the Tunisian out here.
Just no pace to work with, was there, for Kuznetsova? Excellent slice from Jabeur.
Yeah, she does have good hand skills. She can mix things up very well out here. So another break point to the backhand of Jabeur, deep and long over the baseline. You can hear the disappointment of the crowd. It's back to Juice. Starting to get a little dimpsy out here. Be interested if it did go to 3. Obviously a long way to go. How much longer they continue as the first serve goes to the backhand of Jabeur, straight down the middle, forehand to the backhand. Attempted drop shot of Jabeur there, and or had it have gone over, Kuznetsova had read it. She was already on her way in. So we have a match point here after an hour and 4 minutes. 7th seed, Svetlana Kuznetsova. Match point, 5-2 on the Tunisian as the first serve goes to the forehand of Jabeur, but called long. It just turns to the ball girl to get another ball as Jabeur just nudges herself up closer to the baseline for this second serve. Kuznetsova the match point to the forehand of Jabeur, to the backhand of Kuznetsova. She mistimes it short. Jabeur into the net. She plays a volley and Kuznetsova hits it back at her. Got touch volleys, and finally Kuznetsova able to put the smash away past Jabeur. So a very good performance, I have to say, from the 7th seed out here, which could have been a tricky match, but she's able to get through by the delight of the crowd, all of them on their feet out here on court number 2. It's Svetlana Kuznetsova through to the second round. She wins 6-3, 6-2.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Svetlana Kuznetsova, and well done to Ons Jabeur. She's had a pretty good season. She'll head back inside the world's top 100, and she just continues to set these rankings markers now, and she's definitely one to watch for the second half of the year.
I was going to ask Lucy. Lucy, why hasn't Kuznetsova done better here at Wimbledon when you look at her game?
I know. I mean, I think the trouble with Kuznetsova, I mean, she's got so many options, hasn't she? And sometimes she plays with a lot of spin. She's got the ability to move forward, the slice. She's got the big serve. And it's a mystery because she's only made the quarterfinals a few times and not for a long time. I mean, I think back in 2008, am I right? That was the last time she made the quarterfinals. It's sometimes with Kuznetsova, she's been a mystery. I mean, it's been incredible how she's pushed her way back up the ranking because she's suffered from a lot of injuries. Of course, now she's 32 years of age and has got herself back into the top 10, but maybe this is the year. I mean, she's someone that nobody's talked about, and she did play well in Eastbourne, losing a very tight match to Karolina Pliskova. It's just the crowd there just showing their appreciation for Ons Jabeur, and all I can say, Barry, is just sometimes the focus hasn't been there for Kuznetsova, and I guess that's where she's maybe struggled on the grass.
Well, this year there's more, but should be more belief than any other year, because the best female player that there's ever been
is not here.
Or certainly in the modern generation is not here.
That's right, and I think if you've won slams, even if it isn't here, that's got to give you some sort of advantage, and it'll be interesting to see how the Russian gets on, if she can push through and maybe surprise a few people.
Yeah, she certainly is dangerous, and that experience factor, I think, comes into it too as she pushes deeper into the draw.
Yeah, last 16 last year, she lost to Serena 7-5, 6-love, and I remember the first set was brilliant.
Yep.
Really good tennis. I think
wasn't it?
She might have had a set point in that first set, and then
she did, and then she just
went away,
didn't she?
Lucy, thank you. Sterling work as always. Enjoyed that very, very much indeed. Enjoy your evening at 20-9 here on Centre Court. You're with Wimbledon Radio Channel, and Faye Carruthers is still out. Let's just get a final reflection from you, Faye. Still up on the hill, as I guess people are starting to make their way through the gates.
They are. They're just starting to pack up their picnics. I've just been having a lovely chat with a gentleman who was on Centre Court earlier and has come up to the hill to watch the end of proceedings. The Kuznetsova game has finished the coverage on the screen for the day. The sign says, please take all your belongings with you when you leave and have a safe journey home. So plenty of people are doing exactly that, just taking their final photographs of all the beautiful flowers that are up here at the top of the hill, and the wonderful fountain straight ahead of me just behind court 18 as well. And if you haven't been up yet and had your picture of the 2017 the Championships at Wimbledon sign, then you must do that. And certainly if you're coming tomorrow or any other time over the fortnight, then you must definitely do that, as I watch a group of tourists taking a massive selfie. Looks very much like the Oscars selfie that Bradley Cooper took actually a few years ago. Hi, nice photo skills. How did you manage to get 10 people in there? You don't know, you're that gobsmacked, you have no idea. Where are you from?
I'm from Malaysia.
From Malaysia. Wonderful. We might have another nationality on our list. I don't think we've met anyone from Malaysia yet. So thank you. What's your name? And tell me about your Wimbledon experience today.
My name is Audrey, and me and my friends here queued for 2 hours since 3:30, and we managed to get here and saw a match in court 18. It was brilliant.
Wonderful, wonderful. So have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes, tremendously. The atmosphere is tremendous. Like, it's wonderful. Like, you know, everyone's so relaxed and so friendly. Yeah.
Excellent. It is. It's such a special place to be. Thank you, Audrey. Enjoy the rest of your time. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. So yes, the last people kind of packing up on the hill now, Mary. Everyone's finished for the day, having seen Retirement Tuesday, if you like, but still plenty of tennis to enjoy.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Faye, thank you very much indeed. They're just about to pull the tent up here on centre court as I look across from our commentary box here, and the gold Rolex clock tells me that it is 16 minutes to 9.
You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app. Day 2 review.
Day 2 of the championships, and the leading candidates challenging for the ladies' title didn't disappoint.
Driven forehand winner in the end from Angelique Kerber, who now clenches the fist and celebrates and exhales and is somewhat relieved, one would imagine.
Also safely through to the second round is the world number 3, Karolina Pliskova.
She started the week as one of the tournament favourites, and after a 6-1, 6-4 victory over Evgenia Radina, nothing to suggest she won't be going a long way in these Wimbledon championships.
And in the men's singles, there was a 3-hour epic on court number 2.
And Del Potro's found the line with the forehand, wrong-footed Thanasi Kokkinakis, and he sent the young Australian packing here at Wimbledon. Juan Martín Del Potro negotiates his way through a tricky first rounder.
So stay with us as we look back at the very best of the action from day 2 as the light fades on another glorious day here at the All England Club. Hello, I'm Mary Rhodes, and I'm delighted to be joined by former British Davis Cup player Barry Cowan and Australian tennis broadcaster Peter Marcato here in our centre court position. So highlights, a quick highlight from each of you from day 2 of the championships.
Seen Federer back, playing the way he did, even though it was brief. He looked great. And the other match that I commentated on, Wozniacki and Timea Babos. It was brilliant. Everything you would want in a tennis match, we had it. Big serving from Babos, great tennis from Babos, but the will, the determination, how courageous and gutsy Wozniacki is. And she's never done well here at Wimbledon. She never got past the last 16. Could she be the name? Along with a lot of other women, mind you.
Peter, highlight
Very
for you.
impressed with Dominic Thiem's performance today. Straight sets over Vasek Pospisil. I know we'll talk about that a little bit later, but particularly impressive when we look for contenders outside of the usual suspects.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll talk in more detail about that. But let's begin with the women's singles and the world number 1, Angelique Kerber, who returned to the scene of her Wimbledon final defeat last year with a straight sets win over American qualifier Irina Falconi on centre court.
It was a good match, a good first match from me. I mean, I was enjoying to being back on the center court, and I think, to playing first rounds in the Grand Slams are always tough, especially with my Paris first round match that I lost. So that's why I was actually just thinking about point by point and trying to finding my rhythm during the whole match.
Well, she seemed to find that rhythm, didn't she?
She did, yes, and it's always difficult, isn't it, the first round? I often hear the top players say, well, it's always a banana skin, especially when you've had the success that she had last year and the lack of success she's had this year. Her confidence isn't at the same level, but she's a champion. And when you're a champion, doesn't matter what sort of form you're in, if you start winning, you can get on a roll and you know how to get it done. So I don't think at the moment she looks like someone who can win Wimbledon next week, but absolutely you can't rule her out, because as long as she's there, I think she's going to frighten a lot of other players. Anyone that can step up, as she did against Serena Williams last year in the final of the Australian Open, and take it to Serena, gets my utmost respect.
And knowing she can do it here as well. Yeah. That belief, that slam belief, that when you build your tournament, okay, so you try an easy way through that first week, knowing that it starts all over again the start of the second. And yeah, there was nothing wrong with that today. It was the ideal first round match for her. She's got Kirsten Flipkens in the second round, so it just goes up in degree. She'll be pushed a little bit more in that match, but if she's able to get through unscathed this first week, she can cause some damage week 2.
And I think what we'll find, Mary, certainly in the women's matches, I actually think it becomes becomes irrelevant how good they look in the first week. I think the champion will be the one who can just light it up for a couple of rounds.
Yep, absolutely.
And who knows who could that be? You know, Kvitova, Pliskova, you know, even someone like Coco Vandeweghe. I mean, as long as she's around come Monday next week, she has the ability to just play tennis that she's never played before, and all of a sudden she could become Wimbledon champion.
Well, you mentioned Pliskova, so let's talk more about her now. The world number through to the second round, as is the world number 3, Karolina Pliskova, and she was pleased to continue her good form on grass with a comfortable win over Russia's Evgenia Rodina on number 1 court.
Well, definitely first round always tough, especially it's my second appearance on this court, so really enjoy to play there, and hopefully I can be better in the next round.
You obviously won that trophy at Eastbourne. You come into this as a real danger to so many different players out there. How do you feel your grass court game is just now?
Well, so far good. So I have 1 title and just started well today. I think I can still improve in the next one, and hopefully my game can be dangerous on the grass, especially with the serve. If I serve well, I think I have a chance to beat everyone.
And Pliskova speaking there to Lee Mackenzie. And Barry, I know you could wax lyrical about Pliskova probably for the next 20 minutes, but you haven't got 20, you've got around about 2. Will that do?
I only need 5.
What, minutes or seconds?
Seconds. It's my pick. Because when I look at her style, and I think, first of all, you've got to have the ability. You've got to have a touch of class. You've got to have time on the ball. She ticks that box. And I think you've also got to be ready mentally. It's very difficult to, it's not necessarily a tangible thing. It's just something that you feel. And I've followed her progress in the last year or so, and she's getting closer. And she is a classy player, and it's opportunity knocks.
I know she was talking about her serve, but she's played a hell of a lot of doubles and top doubles as well.
Yeah.
So on this surface, bit of S&V that she can throw in, some serve and volley, be comfortable around the net, finish off those points quickly. That could be key heading into the second week, but very impressive today.
But what about her record here at Wimbledon?
It's irrelevant to me.
Not great, is
Why?
it?
Because 2017 Wimbledon, she's a different tennis player to all the previous years. She comes in now as a Grand Slam finalist, having been there at the US Open. She has taken her tennis to a whole new level. And, you know, actually not dissimilar, we talk about Nadal. Nadal is the second favourite for Wimbledon, but his last 5 years has been poor.
Yeah.
People are only saying, well, people are talking about Nadal pre-2012, 2011.
And because the grass court season's so short, that's where the opportunities come. So she had a good run in the lead-in here, and it's anyone's tournament. And she certainly, with that US Open final, has the belief that she can go deep in a slam, and that's important too.
And she can serve players off the court.
So safe passage for the women's singles seeds mostly today. Caroline Wozniacki over Tamir Babos, Svetlana Kuznetsova over Ons Jabeur, Agnieszka Radwanska over Jelena Jankovic, Kristina Mladenovic against Pauline Parmentier, and Garbinia Muguruza over Katerina Alexandrova.
And every one of those names can win the title.
As we keep saying that because it's true. So which one, okay, I mean, given what you've just said there, Barry, which one particularly stands out for you?
I think Kristina Mladenovic.
Because?
I thought she showed a lot of spirit, the French, to have the injury that she had. The talk coming into the French Open was, here's someone who can win the title. I thought she handled it very well, which is tough to do. I mean, we know, coming from Britain, how hard it's been for Andy Murray. Peter, you'll know with the Australians, the expectation that you have to perform in front of your home crowd. And I actually think she's a better grass court player than she is a clay court player.
No one's talking about Agnieszka Radwanska. It has reached the final here before.
She'll be happy about that, though, won't she?
Quite comfortable on the grass, and just she's here as the 9th seed, had a good win over Jelena Jankovic, and obviously Sveta was good today, Caroline Wozniacki too. I mean, we could talk about the opportunities, and when they start to meet each other, that's when it'll get interesting. Okay, well, hold those thoughts right now, will you guys? Because we want to move on and talk to the about the men's singles. When they woke up this morning, I'd